Each spirit has its own habitat. For example, stone spirits inhabit mountains, but the earth spirits are assigned a place of settlement on land where they dwell. And accordingly, the water spirits found their abode in the waters of the rivers. At the same time, all these spirits have in common that the people of Donhei call them sanasimi, who can manifest themselves in various forms. And there are those among the sanasimi who often help people. But there are also those sanasimi that, unlike the former, can do irreparable harm. However, in one way or another, spirits are mostly afraid of people and try to stay as far away from them as possible, avoiding unnecessary meeting. But it's different when the sanasimi are possessed by a wild boar that stalks its prey. It should be kept in mind that for every action there is a counteraction, as in the case of the Sanasimi hunter, who does not intend to surrender to his executioner so easily and aims to assert his right to exist. And at this time, the hunter has already bared his battle weapon with all his might and brings it over his opponent, a huge wild boar. In this case, the hunter's combat weapon unmistakably hits the enemy without giving him any chance to escape. And as much as Sanasim begs for mercy, the hunter needs his strength, which means the hunter alone is responsible for everything he's done. So, the hunter, having put an end to the wild boar, is now focused on absorbing the power of the defeated Sanasim. But to the hunter's dismay, despite his best efforts, this power is still not enough, which means the hunter has to work even harder to get the Sansin's powers. And the hunter of Sansins must find not ordinary Sansins, but more powerful than the previous ones. And with these thoughts, the Sanshin hunter sits beside the fire he has built and sinks into himself. Suddenly, the foot of an uninvited guest appears on the smell of the fire. It seems that the hunter, sitting with his back to the monster, does not notice it at all, not even aware of its presence. However, the monster continues to watch him stealthily, peeking out from behind the leaves of the shrubbery. The monster, unable to hold back, asks the hunter to leave him some food because he hasn't eaten for months. After all, the monster is asking for the smallest little bits of food, and that's all it needs from the hunter. However, otherwise there will be an outcome for the hunter that he will not like at all in case he refuses to share the food, since in this case the hunter himself will become the prey of that very hungry monster. But it seems that the words spoken by the monster do not frighten the hunter, who begins to pull out his battle weapon from which comes the sign. And already the hunter's hand is grasping the face of the attacking monster coming in from behind. The monster itself is at a disadvantage to the hunter when it is thrown over the hunter. For at this very moment the hunter is preparing to bring his battle weapon over the monster. And now the blade is plunged into the body of the monster, confessing that because of hunger, he has to survive in this way. However, even these words do not allow the hunter to have mercy on the monster, as the hunter himself is familiar with the feeling. In doing so, the hunter, absorbing the monster's power, sees where his story begins, and that the monster himself falls into his own trap. And further, as on the rolled monster, being still a man, asks for help from those who may be near him. But this endless hunger torments him so much that he is ready to eat anything, be it animal or human. And so the hunter's destruction of the monster not only saves the hunter, but also saves the monster from endless hunger. Suddenly, the hunter notices that a strange disturbance begins to emanate from his battle weapon. And among other things, the hunter's gaze notices another stirring that makes him concentrate fully. But then the hunter's gaze stumbled upon a wandering man who was probably in search of the hunter himself, as the guest's sense of relief is mixed with a sense of joy that the fire has brought him to the hunter, who still has his hand on his battle weapon, quite surprised that the guest is already in place. However, the guest is stopped by a horrible smell that comes from the monster the hunter has just destroyed. It is only when the guest leaves the stinking place and dips his feet into the river that he tells the hunter that he has something to tell him. At the same time, the hunter himself, sitting near his guest, wants to listen to what the guest wants to tell him. And the guest begins to tell the hunter that he knows of 3 spirits that live in the mountains, but his narrative is cut short by the hunter. But the guest decides that the hunter has no desire to talk about them right now. However, the whole reason is that the mountain spirits are done and it's time to move on to the others. And the guest decides to tell the story of a monk who appears only at night, while he lost his life during the battle from hunger. But this story is not interesting to the hunter, who knows directly the true reason for the monk's passing, and it is a trap, not hunger. And the guest, deciding that the hunter is not interested in listening to his stories, makes another attempt and starts to tell about the ogre. However, in this quest, the hunter needs to join the escorts. And receiving a scroll from a guest, the hunter realizes he has another job. And the thing is, a royal convoy came through town recently. The mule was carrying something that is guarded by a large number of armed guards. And here the hunter needs to find out what the convoy is ferrying. But the royal convoy is coming through the mountains, and even though he has enough escorts, the hunter must join them. However, of all the above, there is no mention of an ogre, so the hunter wants to know what he has to do with it. And the guest goes on to say that recently, there has been an unfavorable trend for travelers who lose their lives in the mountains. And the ogre eats not only animals, but people too. That's why he gets that nickname. In addition, the priest Do-ryul has already sent hundreds of mercenaries to search for them, but still no one knows who is taking everyone's life. However, the guest notices that the hunter is leaving him answering the guest's question by saying that this information is perfectly sufficient for him. The guest wants to know why the hunter continues to destroy the Sansins, because he could be in big trouble. But the hunter does not dignify his guest with an answer to the question put to him, and just tosses the guest a final note that they'll see each other again soon. And on that note, the hunter leaves his guest, moving into the thick of the forest. But it seems that this is not enough for the guest, as he wants them to go down the mountain together because it is very scary to go further alone. And after a while, the hunter of the Sansins, navigating on the map, concludes that he missed them, since at the second hill of the mountain door of the gathering, And as things stand, wouldn't it be better for the Sanson hunter to go back? As suddenly, the Sanshin hunter's attention begins to pick up on something, bringing him back to reality from his thoughts. And now he's on his way with incredible speed covering the distance. Yes, it all happens so fast that the trees start to replace each other, and the hunter is focused only on the final target. He's already in place, but what the Sanshin hunter sees in front of him makes him retrace his steps. As before his gaze amidst a large number of bereaved people sitting on his lap is a girl. That said, the Sanson's hunter is well aware that when you hunt game about 9 out of 10 times, you get nothing. However, this time is different, as the Sanson hunter decides that he has finally found what he needs. At that, his uncle turns to a Sanshin hunter named Seihi and wants to know what his plans are. To which Seihi replies that he has some work to do, which he asks his uncle not to ask for details about. Meanwhile, Seihi stands amongst the defeated people and looks at the white-haired girl, who doesn't seem to be aware of his presence. Suddenly, the white-haired girl begins to turn her gaze to Seihi, who in the meantime pulls out his battle weapon, pondering that people can live in such a place without any sense of fear. And parallel to his thoughts, Seihi notices that the battle weapon he's pulling out doesn't show any reaction, which means you have to be prepared for anything and keep your ears open. And the first thing to do is to go to the white-haired child to find out how the girl got to these places. But instead of any answer to the question, the snow-white child points Sei to where the wounded man lies bleeding. And Seihu, seeing the condition the man is in, concludes that these wounds were caused by an animal attack. Besides, if you look closely at the current state of a person and the amount of blood he has lost, you can decide that he is already in heaven. But you can probably tell if you get close to the person, but is it really all the work of this snow-white girl? And approaching the wounded Sei, seeing that he's conscious, he wants to know how he's feeling. The wounded man, however, also wants to know who appeared before him, and immediately learns from Seihu that he was sent to these parts by his uncle. In addition, the wounded man wants to know if this is the man the old man sent to help them. And then Seihu begins to realize that, based on the wounded man's words, he is one of them, without taking too long to answer the question in the affirmative. At this, the white-haired girl to whom the conversation reaches learns that the wounded man is called the 52nd most captured Sanson. And Seihu, looking at the state of the 52nd, boldly remarks that he can't catch the 53rd, which makes 52 laugh, but the wounds he received cause him unbearable pain. And so Seihu decides to examine his wound. He asks the 52nd man to tell Sei what had happened at this place during the examination. And to the request of the 52nd, Seihu says no, because if he starts moving, he'll say goodbye to life faster while pulling out the needle. But still insisting on a story from which he learns that 52nd and his gang are to raid the convoy. However, everything started earlier than expected and ended smoothly as a man from the convoy heading to the royal palace was alive. And it was with this man that 52 was supposed to have a conversation regarding what they were carrying in the crate. Besides, if the 52nd is satisfied with the speaker's answer, there is a chance that he will be kept alive. But it turns out this is not at all what a captive man asking to take his life with a request not to open the box under any pretext needs. And it was these words that managed to send shivers through the 52nd's body, unlike his comrades who did not realize what would follow. After all, at first the wagon contained gold bars with a girl sitting next to it, and the very iron box that was told not to touch. And the people of the 52nd made a huge mistake the moment they decided to open the iron box. For in this very iron box is a huimori, known as the rhythm of traditional Korean music played on a drum. And 52nd should have listened to the old man, but instead he's trying to learn about jajimori and gutkori traditional Korean rhythms. And if so, 52nd suggests that before sounding the alarm given what has happened, we should decide what to do with the iron box. To which immediately one of those present protests, since he knows about all of Donghei's special items. But he had never heard of a thing to be kept in an iron box unless it was a royal guard in front of them. At the same time, the 52nd, refuting thought about the danger, thinks that the king's property should go with the king's guard. And seeing the iron box, 52nd, by virtue of his ignorance in such matters, realizes that a powerful talisman is used. Besides, it is well known that in order to get such a talisman, you have to pay a shaman 100 nyungs, and in this case as much as 10 nyungs were used. And putting aside all unpleasant thoughts, 52nd orders his men to open the iron box. At the same time, everyone who saw what was in the box holding their combat weapons at the ready can't understand what's going on. For in the iron box beneath the 10 mascots is a curled up snow-white girl, accompanied by the entire royal guard, and if the king is known to be using children, he will be immediately taken dead. But these assumptions are immediately cut off by the 52nd, as it makes no sense to put a child in a box they want to have fun with. At that, the 52nd does not have time to finish his guess as the white-haired girl rises to her feet and leaves the box. And it's picking up so much speed that 52 and his gang can barely stay on their feet. And yet 52 trying to stop the white-haired girl trying to find out who she was. Not only that, but demand a specific answer as to where he plans to go. But instead of answering, the snow-white girl points her finger to where her home is, where she is going to return to. However, the 52nd is not satisfied with this answer, and holding the snow-white girl by the shoulder, he wants to know where her home is. And again, instead of a specific answer, the snow-white girl, turning her blue glowing eyes on the 52nd, said she was leaving. At that, it seems that a mere glance was enough for the 52nd to stop his further attempts. And no more trying to catch up with the snow-white girl, but unfortunately it was then that the 52nd did not immediately realize his mistake. And the snow-white girl, leaving behind the bewildered 52nd and his fellow gang members with great speed, continues to move away. and the head of the gang is once again convinced that he is making a blunder, but still gives orders to catch up with her before she passes through the Doraisen Mountains, at the same time losing his temper because the 52nd takes full responsibility for what happened and asks only to follow him silently. Among other things, the 52nd knew about the cannibal of Mount Doraisen, but didn't take it seriously taking such a decision. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl listening to the 52nd story waits with bated breath for the continuation. Seihu continues darning the 52nd looking at the girl and can't believe it's the child that came out of the box. And the 52nd can no longer bear the pain and is preparing to go to the other world, but he has to endure to survive. In addition, Seihu decides to distract the wounded man from his pain by asking him to continue the story in which the 52nd man finds the girl who escaped. And one of the members of the 52nd gang gives out the suggestion that the Snow White girl could be either Sanshin or something else. The head of the gang, pleased with the opportunity, says that the girl Sanshin, his new name, will be the 53rd. Besides, 52 has a battle weapon that's famous for destroying spirits. But the monologue of the head of the gang is interrupted by the cry of one of the repaired signaling that the girl has been found. The Snow White girl, standing with her back to her pursuers, does not give any sign that she is aware of their presence. And the 52nd, also seeing the Snow White girl, begins to call her and ordering her to stay put because 52 and his gang want to take her home. But if the white-haired girl makes another escape attempt, she will be severely punished by the gang of 52. However, all the white-haired girl says in return for the sneer is a plea to not dare approach her, which is bewildering to the 52nd person who doesn't understand what's starting to happen. And the white-haired girl, already shouting, repeats to the 52nd and his gang that they dare not follow her, which further drives into incomprehensibility the 52nd who narrating says that this is what becomes the beginning of the future nightmare. But then no one has any idea what's to follow, only to be told to grab the girl and get away from the mountains. In this case, the speaker's speech is interrupted at half a word because literally in a matter of seconds he loses his head. And this is noticed by his interlocutor, who does not have time to orient himself as everything starts to happen very quickly. With that, the lightning-fast monster flying through the members of the 52nd gang begins eliminating one by one of them. And the 52nd, seeing that he is not dealing with an ordinary creature, orders the surviving comrades to take their positions, who can't figure out what's going on and what it is that's running at such breakneck speed. At the same time, the 52nd, having exposed his weapon, continues to give orders that no one should dare to scatter but only to dodge. But it doesn't help, and already one more person from his gang, having been attacked by the beast, goes into the minus. Yes, and the 52nd falls under the crush of the monster that appeared but still survives. And here, already weakened but still conscious with a combat weapon at the ready, the 52nd sees who is doing all this. For at this very moment, Sanshin appears before the 52nd in a form resembling a marten or ferret, who stands at full height before the 52nd preparing to deliver his death blow. At that, the 52nd has nothing to do but to meet his death with dignity, with a battle weapon in his hands. Already, Sanshin is swinging his sharp claws at the 52nd man, which, when hit by Sanshin, flies backwards with tremendous force, and with a tremendous blow crashes into a standing stone, and Sanshin, having already reached his victim again, decides to finish the 52nd. That being said, all that now remains for the wounded 52nd is to humbly await his end, as suddenly a white-haired girl appears before the 52nd face of Sanshin, who with her frenzied energy drives Sanshin away, thus protecting the 52nd. At the same time, the 52nd had already come to his senses in astonishment at the fact that some girl was able to drive away the furious Sanshin. And defeated this time, Sanshin removes from the scene of the fight at breakneck speed, leaving the girl and the 52nd man alone. And the 52nd already finally coming to his senses and looking at the girl wondering that she is an angel who came for his soul. But to the surprise of the 52nd girl turning her gaze to him has no idea what he's talking about. As well as Seihu, who listening to 52's story has a different idea of an angel. But what could the 52nd survivor think of the girl in such a situation only because of her? Which is even more perplexing to Seihu, who continues to stare at the 52nd with interest. And all Seihu gives out is an appreciation for storytelling, followed by a call to rise to the occasion to leave these places. But hearing this, the 52nd reminds Sei that according to what he was told earlier, he should not move with such wound. In addition, the 52nd is very interested in whether Seihu is trained in medicine, to which the same receives the answer that it is only first aid. However, it is necessary to decide what they will do, the child who at this time begins to learn the bow, namely the bowstring. But the white-haired girl has no luck and instead gets a bowstring on her forehead, in the place of which there is now a large bruise, without paying attention to what Seihu is talking about with the 52nd, which he decides to help Sei by putting his shoulder under him and throwing the 52nd over him. And on top of everything else, Seihu notices that the white-haired girl is about to follow them, and the 52nd, asking Seihu to wait a few minutes, asks for forgiveness from his fallen friends, while making a promise to them that after some time the 52nd would return with those who could take care of their bodies. But time is of the essence, and the 52nd, leaning on Seihu's shoulder, decides to continue the return journey. However, Seihu, who at this time sees the Snow White girl, is not left with the words said by the 52nd regarding the angel. For even after the 52nd has seen with his own eyes, the power of this child continues to call it by that word. Besides, there's a chance that 52 is the cannibal everyone's talking about, and the white-haired girl who continues to follow Seihu and the 52nd is Sanshin. And if that was indeed the case, then without any regret on Seihu's part, they would both become his prey. and a short time later an angel in human form descends from heaven in visions of the 52nd, who sees an angel in a dream and thinks he is coming for his soul and will finally go to heaven. Suddenly, the beautiful leading of the 52nd is interrupted by the speech of a white-haired girl saying she is hungry. And having opened his eyes, 52, from unexpectedly close eye contact with the snow-white child, can't hold back an exclamation. And Sehu, seeing the 52nd coming to his senses and getting rid of his delirium, starts calling out to him. With the 52nd looking around and holding onto the wound site, he can't believe they're still in this place. And all because the 52nd had lost consciousness, and Sei had no choice but to organize a halt. In the meantime, the child, paying no attention to the 52nd's apology, notices a glowing dot hovering in the air trying to catch it. Sei wonders if the elder said anything about the iron box, but the 52nd only knows that Khan Musa is due to arrive. And if so, then it is quite obvious that the child and the cannibal in the mountains of Duraisen are in no way related to each other and cannot be otherwise. And that means that the 52nd didn't see the cannibal, not only because of the quickness of what happened, but because he never met him. However, 52 is 100% sure that Sanshin is behind all the trouble. Also, the 52nd shows Sei what's left of his battle weapon after his last encounter with Sanshin, and that's considering that this ghost-catching sword made of willow is the best in Donghye, and ordinary fiends can't do such a thing. However, Sehu's attention is diverted to another outgoing sound that comes from a peckish, white-haired girl, and Sehu decides to leave the 52nd and the child for a while to go for food himself, as he himself is hungry. But apparently this outcome doesn't quite suit the 52nd, as he expects to continue down the mountain. However, Sehu is of a different opinion, knowing that the mountain trail, especially at night, is very dangerous. Besides, the 52nd should realize that the next time he faints, it will be too hard on Sei. The 52nd again apologizes to Sehu, who jokingly asks him to stay by the fire and wait. And so Sehu, leaving the child with the 52nd, goes off to get some food, while the 52nd looks after Sei and thinks how the latter is not afraid to walk alone in the woods. But apparently the reason is that the second one became much weaker, and it was his fault that all his men lost their lives. Or maybe the 52nd to drop everything to go to the temple and continue to live there, begging God for forgiveness. And only the snow-white child, not paying any attention to the 52nd, fascinated by the luminous dot, chases after it. But if the 52nd wanted to do so, would he be allowed to do so? Because he would never be able to just talk to the Grand Elder. However, if you think hard enough, Han seems to be very familiar with the Grand Elder, and none of the mercenaries as known to the 52nd had ever met the Grand Elder in person. Suddenly, the 52nd's musings are interrupted, and the latter thinks it is Sehu returning so quickly with his captured prey. But to the great surprise of the 52nd, instead of Sehu and the rabbit, the very same Sanshin who destroyed all his men appears before him. At that, Sanshin's eyes glitter furiously, and his bestial grin informs that he is preparing for an imminent attack. And at this very moment, the 52nd realizes that he is doomed and begins to accept the inevitability of it all. That being said, all 52 can do in this situation is to pick up and kick away what's left of his battle weapon. And now the 52nd, with his eyes squeezed shut and his hands crossed on his forehead, falls to his knees in front of Sanshin, for the sole purpose of bowing before him and learning what the Great Spirit needed from the 52nd. Meanwhile, the child who appeared looking at Sanshin's bowed 52nd doesn't understand what's going on, and only Sanshin, looking at the gesture of the 52nd, notes that such his greeting characterizes the 52nd as a polite man. However, it's all about the 52nd battle weapon that can harm the appearing Sanshin. At this, Sanshin decides to spare the 52nd and let him off the mountain if he does the right thing, and doesn't tell anyone anything. And still bowing his head to Sanshin, 52 decides it's a done deal. And if so, why does the Great Spirit choose to do this to the 52nd? However, the Great Spirit passes the 52nd moving in a completely different direction from him, since the goal of the Great Spirit is not the 52nd, but the same snow-white child who appears before him unafraid. And the 52nd in this case is left only to watch from the sidelines. At the same time, the Great Spirit looks at the snow-white child and wants to know the child's name, who at this time is looking at the Great Spirit without fear, pondering his answer. After all the snow-white child can say is that she doesn't know her name. But in that case, the Great Spirit wants to know about the white-haired child's home, namely from which mountain she is from. However, this question also stumps the white-haired child, who wants to clarify the mountain from which she comes means Sanshin. And since that's the case, the place the snow-white baby comes from has a huge number of trees. And besides, there is always a strong wind blowing in the places of the white child, and she starts to portray it. And it's snowing where she lives, which means the Great Spirit needs to visit her. Which obviously throws the Great Spirit into some confusion, since that's not what he wants to hear. However, the Great Spirit thinks that what he has heard is enough for him, since in one case or another it doesn't matter what mountain the child is from. After all the Great Spirit needs from a child at this point is her flesh and blood. And at this time, the 52nd, realizing that he is unable to do anything about the situation and unable to bow any longer, returns to his seat. In this case, the snow-white child again does not understand anything, and what means her flesh and blood that the Great Spirit wants to get. It's more likely that Sanshin wants to eat the snow-white baby, and since that's the case, the girl is against it. But the Great Spirit doesn't care what the girl thinks about it, and all he can do is apologize for the consequences. However, the Great Spirit's intentions are not destined to come true as someone appears who distracts Sanshin from his plan. That said, the emerging Sehu believes that for the Sanshin who is defined by his battle weapons, it is not enough to just eat people need his kind. Sei also doesn't care about Sanshin's opinion as he only wants his body and soul. And that pisses Sanshin off because he doesn't understand what right Sehu has to say that to the master of Dorisen for 300 years. And who is this Sehu who dares to speak to the Great Spirit in such a tone? And Sehu at this time removing his headdress appears to be Sanshin appearing before the Great Spirit in human form. But even so, wouldn't the Great Spirit recognize Sehu as an old acquaintance? Sehu is ready to face his nemesis, the Great Spirit, which in turn, bristling and posturing for an attack any minute now, is ready to lunge at Seiha. However, there is still something that stops the Great Spirit, and that is the power that Sehu radiates, in which the Great Spirit recognizes the Black Tiger by the shape released from the sword. But this is impossible because according to the Great Spirit, the Black Tiger should have been sent to heaven long ago, which clearly angered Seiya since it was the Black Tiger in human form that was now standing in front of the Great Spirit. However, the Great Spirit is still curious to know what the Black Tiger is doing in these parts, who in turn does not hesitate to tell the Great Spirit that he has come to devour him. However, the Great Spirit does not want to give up so easily because he has lived on this land for 300 years not to fall at the hands of the Black Tiger. But the Black Tiger didn't care at all how many years the Great Spirit had lived, and the latter, despite the Black Tiger in front of him, isn't going to just sit back. However, Black Tiger didn't even have such a thought because a monster without a battle never surrenders, which is the truth. And this statement is even more beginning to anger the Great Spirit, who under no circumstances intends to retreat, and ready to immediately lunge at the Black Tiger standing just across the street with his battle weapon bared for protection. With that, the first step is taken and the Great Spirit is lightning fast, bouncing away from Sehu. And the velocity of the Great Spirit is so great that only the blurred outlines testify to its presence. And now the Great Spirit, who had just stood opposite the Black Tiger, finds himself above the head of the Black Tiger reaching out to him, who manages to grab the Great Spirit by the tip of its tail, holding it tightly. And now it's the turn of the Black Tiger, who manages to strike the Great Spirit with his battle weapon. The blow is so powerful it throws the Great Spirit back, causing heavy damage. At the same time, Sehu wastes no time in continuing to pursue the Great Spirit, keeping his battle weapons at the ready at all times. But the Great Spirit does not want to give up so easily and again becomes in a militant posture preparing to attack. However, the Black Tiger is ahead of the Great Spirit's actions and swinging his battle weapon is about to strike from above. That said, the Great Spirit seems unprepared for this turn of events and fails to react in time, since at this very moment, the Black Tiger's battle weapon collapses onto the Great Spirit's head, which once again with lightning speed escapes the hands of the Black Tiger. At the same time, it seems that the Great Spirit gliding past the trees now has a different purpose. Suddenly, right in front of the Great Spirit, a Black Tiger appears at the same speed and swings its battle weapon. And now the blow clearly reaches its goal and deprives the Great Spirit of part of his left ear. But now 52 notices that it is he who is becoming the next victim of the Great Spirit, who grabs a seated 52 straight up by the head. And now the 52nd soaring through the sky with his head reaped in his paws is the captive of the Great Tiger. At the same time, realizing that this is not the end as the power with which the Great Spirit holds the 52nd is beginning to weaken. And now the 52nd, devoid of any support, begins to fall from a great height. And the Great Spirit, having left his victim, begins to move toward another set goal in the person of the child. At the same time, the 52nd, noticing how the Great Spirit is removed, continues its free flight to the ground. And only one thought now occupies the whole head of the 52nd, that sweat thus he will meet his end. But something is beginning to catch the attention of the continuing downward plummeting 52nd, and it's the hand of a man approaching from above that's reaching towards him, who just in time manages to grab the 52nd man by the bloody hem of his ripped shirt, thus cushioning the fall of the 52 who continued to scream furiously. Since the 52nd expectation is that in a few seconds his end will come, and the only one to turn to is God. But all ends well for the 52nd, who finds himself sitting on the ground with a nearby Black Tiger. Sehu orders him to stay where he is, not realizing what just happened to him. And Sehu himself will follow the Great Spirit, since the latter was able to drag away the child, or as the 52nd angel believes. But it seems as if the appeal is like robbing the 52nd of the ground from under his feet, since his suspension means an obvious resignation, and this time it's much more serious. Meanwhile, the Great Spirit with his prey continues past the dense thickets of the mountain. In doing so, the child still continues to be held captive by the Great Spirit, as long as the Great Spirit's paws do not touch the solid surface of the ground. And that's to make sure they're not being chased, because everyone knows that the Black Tiger is a monster that eats Donghwa's Sanshin. In addition, the Black Tiger was once a powerful creature that no one could defeat, not even the Great Spirit. However, even though Sehu Black Tiger, he would never catch up to the Great Spirit on Mount Dorison, where all preparations will be completed, and the Great Spirit will feed the kidnapped child to his children and turn them into Sansins. At the same time, the child himself, while continuing to hang in the teeth of the Great Tiger, does not seem to understand what it is all about. In the meantime, the Great Spirit, once again detached from the earth, continues her journey to Mount Durason where her children are. At the same time, each time covering more and more distance in an effort to get to his lair as quickly as possible. But the Black Tiger keeps up with the Great Spirit who is in sight of Seihu, chasing him on his heels. And now the Black Tiger also reaches the location of the Great Spirit's lair. With that said, all Black Tiger has to do is look around and wait for the right moment to perform. And at this time, the Great Spirit also already reaches its nesting place, continuing to hold the child in its teeth. And after a short while, the child falls down, landing directly on the earthen floor of the cave. And the bloody face of the Great Spirit with its unblinking red gaze begins to loom over the child, who turns her head just in time to meet the gaze of the monster preparing to slay her. But instead of being frightened, the girl notices that the Great Spirit has blood on his head, which means she is hurt. And the Great Spirit has no choice but to change anger into mercy and agree with the child's words, who begins to reach out to the Great Spirit as she feels she is now in great pain. And at that very moment, the girl walks up to the Great Spirit and gives him a hug that begins to soften Sanshin. However, Sanshin picks herself up and tries to become evil again, since this girl's fate has already been decided and there is nothing she can do about it. And taking a child's life and feeding it to their children for reincarnation is the only way out. But again, to the surprise of the Great Spirit, the child, without unclasping her arms, assures her that all is well. This hurts Sanshin, who has just finally decided to take the child's life, even more. As suddenly Seihu's raspy voice regarding the interest of why Sanshins eat human flesh makes her come to her senses. And Seihu, looking at Sanshin's cubs, keeps saying that they are the ones the Great Spirit wants to feed. At the same time, Sansino's cub nestled in Seihu's arm continues to sleep, unaware of the danger. But does feeding the cubs human flesh to the Great Spirit make the baby Sanshin? And seeing that the baby is starting to wake up, Seihu decides to put him back down on the soft bedding of the nest. At the same time, Sanshin, seeing that the Black Tiger has managed to get to her nest and realizing what will follow, starts screaming. And Seihu had already unleashed his battle weapon and was pointing its tip directly at the lying infant. And what supposedly in Sanshin's mind should happen next makes her gasp in relief. That said, Seihu saying that Sanshins are born rather than made by turning another beast into one promises failure in terms of the Great Spirit, who doesn't want to hear anything because it doesn't apply to everyone, and it's likely that her children are the ones who are different. After all, for 300 years, the Great Spirit has watched her little ones lose their lives, and if there is even the slightest chance to fix it, she will not back down. Besides, Black Tiger himself shares her opinion that there is nothing wrong with a mother taking care of her babies. It's also not at all like predators don't eat animals other than human flesh. However, if the Great Spirit thinks that he can do whatever he wants, the Black Tiger has no choice but to do the same. And it seems that the Great Spirit understands what the Black Tiger is starting to get at. But if the Black Tiger does not release the Great Spirit babies, he has no choice but to take the life of the captive child. However, from Black Tiger's words, he doesn't care what happens to the child and let the Great Spirit do with it as he wishes. And anyway, how could the Great Spirit think of threatening the Black Tiger and trying to manipulate him by way of an ordinary child? But now the Great Spirit's mouth is very close to the head of the child standing there, and the Black Tiger continues to clutch his battle weapon ever tighter in his hands, ready to make an immediate appearance. At the same time, the Great Spirit's gaze does not stop assessing the situation and drills the surrounding people, until eventually the Great Spirit creature begins to get to the bottom of what's going on. And realizing what is going on from Sansin's eyes, tears seep out of her eyes, and the child, wanting to help her in some way, starts stroking the Great Spirit's face, who asks the Black Tiger only one thing: not to touch her children, to which he immediately gets the answer that they are not in his area of interest. Thus, a pact is formed between the Great Spirit and the Black Tiger, which Seihu, in the name of Dongye, swears not to break. At the same time, the Black Tiger is not going to take responsibility for the consequences of the battle that will not pass. And then, to everyone's surprise, the Great Spirit's front paws begin to bend in a sign of obedience, witnessing that the Great Spirit will not resist but accept her fate. And now the Black Tiger may take her life. And the only thing the Great Spirit does with tear-filled eyes is turn to his children, one of whom with a distinctive glow in his eyes seems to be beginning to understand his mother's speech, who takes one last look at them and asks them to live well, but only without her. Just as suddenly, the Black Tiger's battle weapon stabbed into the flesh of the Great Spirit who had fallen so easily before him. In doing so, the Black Tiger itself absorbs Sanshin's soul and her memories along with it. Where one of the Great Spirit's little ones lost his life to illness while still in its infancy, and another baby went to heaven through the fault of man, and so another died in the wake. But could the child of Sanshin himself take his life so easily? And if it works out that way, the Great Spirit will do his best to turn all his children into Sansins, even if it would cost her life returning Seiha to the beginning of the convoy's movement to the royal quarters. And now Seihu is sitting on the body of the Sanshin he destroyed, completely immersed in his thoughts from what he just saw. But no matter how much Seihu wants to, nothing can be undone, and all he can do is leave the scene of the final confrontation. As suddenly blocking the Black Tiger's path, a child appears in front of him, forcing Seiha to stop. There is only one question the child wants to know the answer to, and that is why Seihu did this to the Great Spirit. But Seihu does not intend to explain anything, and even less to report to the child, as he thinks that it is not her business. And bypassing the child, Seihu continues on his way, purposefully moving towards the exit of the Great Spirit's lair. And the child, left standing still, decides to turn around and take another look at where Sanshin is lying, whose breathless body begins to be surrounded by sleep-deprived babies calling for their mom. At this, the child turns away from Sanshin, yet decides to look where the Black Tiger is headed. and finally realizing that he's not coming back for her, the child has no choice but to follow him. At that, the child reaches Sehu, already far from the entrance to Sanshin's lair down the mountain. But as soon as darkness falls, an unknown man with a torch in his hands views the battlefield between the hunters and the Great Spirit. Among the things worth their attention is an open iron box, but it too is of no interest. And the head of his gang decides that the meeting with the monster from the iron box can cost them their lives. First decides to capture the mercenaries, who, according to the head of the gang, are not far away, hiding somewhere nearby, and who must be captured immediately. Meanwhile, Sehu and the baby reach the spot where they left off waiting for the 52nd. Sehu realizes that he's made the 52nd man wait too long and asks how his wound is, to which he replies in the affirmative. However, that's not all 52 wants to say to his assistant Sei as he stares at him, since at this point their paths must part and the 52nd will go on alone. But apparently this was not the continuation of the conversation Sehu was expecting, as he turned his inquisitive gaze on the 52nd man. However, it is the choice of the 52nd, and what Sehu can only wish him is to be careful on the mountain path. And hearing what Sehu says about meeting the 52nd in the future, the latter decides that these are the words Sehu speaks to all the mercenaries. The 52nd assures Sei that he will pretend that on this particular day he saw nothing unusual, but what will happen to Miss Angel? But Sehu, ignoring 52's last question, thanks him for not giving up Black Tiger. And the 52nd, realizing that he does not get an answer to his question about the child, turns to clarify but sees no one around. Which, however, does not surprise the 52nd person, who accepts it as something quite normal. After all, in fact, their paths diverge anyway, and the 52nd decides to return to his fellow mercenary. And at the same time, two people sitting in the bushes in an ambush start exchanging words about something. And once everything is resolved, they leave their stakeout spot for the 52nd Sehu and the baby at lightning speed. And Sehu, having said goodbye to the 52nd, continues on his intended route. However, and the child following him foot in foot, does not want to lag behind the Black Tiger. With that, Sehu's mind whirls with the desire to know when the child will show her true strength. It is only when Sehu knows the child's name that he can not only take her powers, but eat her? But why is Black Tiger so interested in it? Is it because it's unknown to him? However, the Black Tiger of Sehu's martial arts weapon accurately points out that the latter is in no hurry, but only needs to show the child his brutality. And then just in the midst of Sehu's silent dialogue with the Black Tiger, a child appears in front of him asking why he took Sanshin's life. But since this time, as well as the previous times, the child does not get an answer from Sehu, the girl repeats her question again. And Sehu, looking at the girl again, gets urged by the Black Tiger to eat her for revenge, which will allow him to gain Sanshin's power and get revenge. After all, is Sehu as naive as the 52nd man who treats a child as an angel in human form? Besides, isn't Sehu hungry enough to be tempted to pounce on a child, who apparently reads Sehu's mind and says he's hungry, confirming his words with a rumbling in his stomach? And at that moment, Sehu realizes that it's time for them to eat, so they need to go to Rewool, where there will be something for that purpose. In the meantime, the 52nd is still continuing on to the place where he and his companions live. Seeing that there is a building in front of him that resembles the place of their deployment, he realizes that he is tired. And besides, the 52nd was late, which explains why he was the only one left alive of the gang. But in reply, except for the howling of the wind, the 52nd receives nothing to his disappointment, as suddenly there is a sound attracting the attention of the 52nd, turning his head at the noise, where he sees one of his comrades standing in the doorway, which means this is where they were. And the 52nd, rejoicing that at last he will meet with like-minded people, admits that although he has been hiding for some time, he has achieved his goal. But then the conversation of the 52nd was interrupted by two armed men who appeared at the entrance to the wicket. At the same time, people dressed differently than the 52nd began to come out of the other doors of the building. With that, an already formed group of other mercenaries slowly begin to surround the 52nd, who clearly notes that although there are many mercenaries, they have not revealed themselves in any way. Suddenly, the train of thought of the 52nd is disturbed by the speech of a man addressing him with only two questions for him. And the first one is whether the 52nd knows where the Iron Box child is now. However, the 52nd is in no hurry to answer and wants to know where his comrades who lived here have gone. But the head of the mercenaries recalls that it was he who first asked the 52nd question. Besides, he wants to know who the elder is. At the same time, 52, trying to evade the answer, says that an elder is someone who is older. Apparently, such a ridiculous answer from the 52nd man puts the head of the mercenaries in a stupor for a split second, which immediately devolves into deafening laughter with a subtle hint of savvy from the 52nd. And since the 52nd so quipped, he deserves to know the answer first as to his friends who are dead. However, the head of the mercenaries still wants to know the answers to his questions in exchange for which he gives the 52nd man his life. But it seems to the 52nd man to be deceitful, for the people around him will not let him escape so easily. Besides, the 52nd is already on the line, and with his dagger, he can take away at least one of the mercenaries. And having decided to continue to play the fool, the 52nd wants to verify the words of the head of the mercenaries on condition that he tells everything he knows. And since that's the case, what's the first thing the 52nd should tell the head of the mercenaries? At the same time, noticing that one of them was coming at him from behind with his battle weapon drawn. But the 52nd manages to dodge, and the enemy's battle weapon pierces the air while being wounded by the 52nd, who looks around and realizes that the mercenaries have long since made up their minds about him. And not being able to orient himself in time, the 52nd receives two through-and-through blows from the opponent's battle weapons. At that, the 50-second strength left him and he fell to his knees in front of his executioner, who looks down at him and declares that he knew from the beginning that the 50-second would tell him nothing about the elders. At the same time, the head of the mercenaries is approached by a subordinate with a report that a man has brought a girl who looks like Himori to Re-wool. However, the head believes that his subordinate is wrong, because who would just carry Himori around with him? But the subordinate insists on the truth of his words because he saw with his own eyes that the man was calm at that moment. To which the head of the mercenaries, strongly doubting his man, decides to see for himself. And the still surviving 52nd remembers Elder Moonsang-sik's words regarding the trail. And all the 52nd can say in farewell is to ask him to forgive him for his mistake and wish good luck to Suhai and the child, which at this very time reaches the site of the village of Re-wool. But something along the way starts to catch their attention, forcing them to stop. And most of all, what we see has an impact on the child who is unwilling to continue on the journey any further, which piques the interest of Sehu, who also notices something amiss. And that something is two pillars with carved human faces and scarves tied around their necks as flags. In doing so, Sehu notices that the child is trying to avoid these pillars by going around them at a considerable distance, which makes Sehu feel as if the child is avoiding them for fear of getting close. Since the girl has already moved a great distance away from Sehu, she doesn't plan to wait for him, but moves farther away each time. And Sei has no choice but to pull his headdress down and follow the child, at the same time trying to convey to the girl that there is nothing to be afraid of because it is just a pathetic piece of wood. But it only seems that way from the outside because in reality there is a man behind them who has been stalking Sehu and the child. And the warrior is not going to end there, but continues to look after the travelers to see in which direction they are moving. At the same time, a woman sitting on the doorstep of her establishment resents the fact that since morning she has no customers, which threatens to ruin her. She was foolish to open a business near Mount Dor, where cannibals are rampant, until Sehu notices, who looks around and starts calling out to anyone who's alive. And immediately the hostess of the establishment rushes out of her seat with all her hospitality to greet the guest. But something makes her stop and widen her eyes in surprise and let out a shriek. And Sehu, not paying any attention to the hostess' reaction, informs her that he wants to place an order for a simple breakfast. However, maternal instinct takes its course and the owner of the establishment looks in horror at the skinny and dirty child standing next to Sehu. And the first thing the hostess of the establishment wonders is why the child is in such a state, and then rushes to put food in the cup with the thought of starving the child for days. I mean, how is it possible that such a sweet girl could be so emaciated and thin? Which means you have to put as much food as you can and take it to the poor child and her chaperone. And as soon as everything is ready, the hostess immediately places bowls of food in front of the child and Sehu, casting a judgmental glance at the latter. Who should be ashamed of the condition of a child who needs to be properly fed? In doing so, the girl receives from the hostess of the establishment not only a bowl overflowing with food, but also a little affection. And Sehu, among other things, is reproached for not being able to take care of his daughter since he starves her and makes her wear dirty clothes. And wanting to justify himself, Sehu doesn't have time to say anything when he sees the child emptying the bowl of food in one fell swoop, which falls noisily to the table, indicating that it no longer contains the long-awaited food. At the same time, the girl emits a sound and stares at Sehu, who has an untouched plate next to her. And Sehu begins to realize what such a gesture from the seemingly still hungry girl means, which means Sei won't have the conscience to touch his food while the girl is glaring at him. And now Sehu is already starting to push away a full plate of food that he can't even taste. The next thing he does is to move his finger and send the plate of food straight to the child, who immediately grabs it, surprising Sehu, and empties the food bowl in one fell swoop. And all Sei has left to do is turn to the hostess, who approached them to ask for another portion. But then Sehu's gaze shifts to the child, who is staring at him with a judgmental look and an empty plate. And Sehu decides to order 2 portions, which is not surprising according to the hostess, since the child is starving. At that, Sehu, trying to switch from the outgoing rumbling in his stomach, wondered one thing, specifically how long whoever's hiding behind the building wall has been following Sehu and the child. At this, the mercenary warrior sitting outside the establishment begins to be plagued by thoughts creeping into his head. As for whether the child in the story is the same Himori because the girl looks like a normal child, suddenly the mercenary warrior's thoughts are disturbed by a question from behind him, namely who he is. And this forces the mercenary warrior to quickly orient himself and turn to face the enemy, putting his hand behind his back in search of a weapon, which is Sehu thinking I was just passing through. However, the mercenary warrior doesn't even try to refute this, and without even asking who Sehu is, suggests that he just leave. But such a scenario does not suit Seha, who is not going to leave even because he has not finished his soup. To which the mercenary warrior tells Sehu to leave, leaving both the soup and the baby behind since he doesn't even know what kind of baby it is. And it's hard to disagree with Sehu because he actually found her on a mountain trail where the child had followed him, which confirms the warrior's guess that this child is a Sanshin named Himori, who wiped out dozens of villagers in the village of Bichuk. And since these warriors are hunters capable of handling such monsters, Sehu should leave the child to them and go away, which supposedly causes Sehu to be horrified by the horror story told to him. And seeing a kid with spoons in his hands dancing on the table, Sehu decides he'd better run right away. But what does the warrior mean by saying the word "we" doesn't mean that there are others around without seeing the mercenary swinging a weapon at him. However, Sehu manages to react to the mercenary warrior's lunge and dodge the blow in time. Not only that, as Sehu grabs the mercenary warrior by the shoulder, causing him to exclaim, as the mercenary warrior bypasses the wall of the building with all his might and flies in the opposite direction of Seihu, and smashes into the table, causing a deafening noise in the neighborhood. But as soon as the mercenary warrior comes to his senses, rubbing his bruised spot, he doesn't notice the child standing next to him, and as soon as he looks at her, he's not only surprised, but horrified. However, the child watching the mercenary warrior with interest seems to wonder a great deal. The mercenary warrior, trying to defuse the situation by calming the child, says that he was just passing by. But what follows is truly terrifying to the child, for before her gaze appears a man surrounded by mercenaries and a scroll in his hands. And addressing no longer to the girl but to the monster, the man orders it to sleep upon awakening, from which he will be awaiting a perfect sacrifice. But this is even more beginning to frighten the girl, whose eyes widen with terror. And what follows leads the mercenary warrior to believe that he has made a mistake somewhere. In addition, what she sees shocks the hostess of the establishment, who can't understand what's going on at all. Oh, and to top it off, Seihu also witnesses what happened while looking at the baby, which at this very moment, having changed and become four-legged, is baring its teeth. At this, in addition to the beastly grin and the scream being emitted, everything around Huimori is covered in ice blocks. And Seihu, seeing the state the child is in now, is trying his best to bring her back to her former state. But it's too late, as Huimori pushes off with her four limbs and heads towards Seihu, until it lands right on the roof of the building next to the black tiger. And then the Huimori girl's gaze full of regret is directed towards Seihu, who also stares unwaveringly at the terrified child, intent on running away. And already the child Huimori is off the ground, and with a strong push, she flies a considerable distance away from her pursuer, who at the same time walks up to Seihu from behind and says that he's the only reason Seihu is still alive. He hides his weapon behind his back and continues to tell Seihu to leave as quickly as possible, leaving him to take care of the monster. And not wanting to delay any longer, the mercenary warrior prepares to strike, thinking that this time Sei won't be so lucky. But to the surprise of the mercenary warrior speaking stealthily, Seihu speaks only one word twice, which means Seihu doesn't want to waste his power on someone who only attacks from behind. But the mercenary warrior, clutching his battle weapon even tighter in his hands, doesn't understand what Seihu is even talking about right now, who at the very moment the mercenary warrior is about to swing at him, continues to stand with his back to his opponent. But this scene is witnessed by the hostess of the establishment, who can't find the right words to express her horror. As at this very moment, the mercenary warrior, who just had a winning position now with a dagger in his head, falls in front of Seihu. He did not understand how this could happen to him so quickly. And Seihu thinks he's not done, since he wants to ask the mercenary warrior who he is. But seeing that the mercenary warrior was already falling to the ground, Seihu realized it was too late to ask any question. In addition, Seihu notices the state of the hostess, who witnessed the scene and the horror on her face. At the same time, the hostess of the establishment does not even realize what exactly she has to answer to Sei's rather simple question about her condition. And Seihu decides to leave the money to compensate not only the table but also the clients she loses because of him, while asking for forgiveness. And in case the rest of the mercenary warrior's men show up, the hostess should go to headquarters and tell them what she saw. And Seihu would also be very grateful to the hostess if she spread the news that there were no more ogres on Mitidore. Thus, Seihu leaves the establishment, leaving the hostess alone with her thoughts, amongst which the hostess of the establishment flashes a glimpse of what Seihu was saying regarding cannibals and their current absence. And in general, the owner of the establishment needs to do what she was told to do as soon as possible, despite the fact that a man's life was taken in her establishment. Meanwhile, Seihu continues to move on the trail of Huimori's child in parallel with the Black Tiger's energy orientation, while noting that the closer Sanshin's power is, the stronger the Black Tiger energy that comes out of the battle weapon. And once the energy released by Seihu's martial weapon twisted his entire body, he would turn into a black tiger, which catches up with the child Huimori, who at this very moment is in his transformation hiding behind a tree. And everything around us, including the leaves of the trees, starts to be covered with ice enveloping all living things, which turned into ice creams falling straight down from the trees with pegs. And the black tiger, being filled with energy, turns to Sei, saying that in front of him is a pure and strong energy that is incomparable to anything. But if that's the case, then what's Seihu waiting for? Is he waiting for Huimori's baby to show its power? And Seihu, already at the mercy of the black tiger, unleashes his battle weapon, pointing it directly at the child Huimori, trying to eat him. But what a surprise it is for Seihu to see what Huimori's baby is trying to do, who tearfully tries to bite Seiha's hand with all her might. Meanwhile, Black Tiger once again pits Seiha against Huimori's baby, thinking he's showing sympathy based on the fact that it's a child. But that's not the point. It's that the baby doesn't have a name, and as soon as she gets one, she can settle down. And besides, the Black Tiger is still hungry after the previous sacrifice, and the child will be able to gain even more power after receiving the name. Meanwhile, Huimori, having abandoned her attempts to hurt Sei, sobs and cries, announces that she's not going anywhere, since the girl Huimori no longer wants to be locked in an iron box again, which is not just solidly locked, but covered in a multitude of magical seals. And finding the girl Huimori inside it causes genuine fear, as the child really dislikes being in the dark. And Seihu puts his child-bitten hand forward and notices the Black Tiger's energy starting to fade away. And instead of continuing to act on Black Tiger's nudges, Seihu reached out to the girl and rubbed her head. And then he pulls the child to him and hugs her, trying to reassure her that she doesn't have to go anywhere because he will take her home. But that place will be where the girl Huimori can find a name for herself, and then she'll be finished. At the same time, the people hunting for Huimori arrive at the establishment near the village of Dore, and their head, seeing the body, orders it to be burned. And besides, we need to get this place cleaned up before the Makon people come to stare, and then we have to go in pursuit. But no one knows in which direction Seihu and the baby went, as there is hardly any trace of them. However, if Seihu is still with Huimori, then the mercenary warriors at least know what direction they are heading in, and their landmarks are the mountain peaks located to the east of the mercenary warriors, some of whom, led by their commander, decide to move forward. Meanwhile, Seihu and her child Huimori are near a small house whose owner is very angry that they are heading uphill. Which is not good, but if it is decided by them, Seihu and the baby can stay overnight in the house provided by the hostess, to which Seihu has to refuse since the hostess has already done a lot for them by delivering, among other things, children's clothes. The child Huimori immediately transforms into by parting with her filthy rags, which elicits a shout of joy from the hostess who, though she was wrong about the size, is grateful to Sei for reminding her how hands should move. So is Seihu a healer, to which the latter, looking at what Mivari is doing, gives an ambiguous answer. The hostess is surprised to see that Seihu's bundle is filled with herbs and medicines, but Seihu replies that it's all for emergencies that might happen on the road. And what the landlady thinks that Seihu and the baby are going to Kingshong to take the healer's exam there is also wrong. The hostess compliments Huimori and wants to know what her name is, and when she hears Seihu call her Nikshamesh, she is outraged, but he decides that he will not pester them with questions and excuses, only warns them not to stay in an abandoned house in the mountains, which sparks some interest in Seihu counting his inventory after the child's intervention, to which the landlady says that every night a spirit appears in the abandoned house, which is an embittered daughter-in-law who destroyed the whole family to this day, hunts travelers, but this is just an unverified rumor. And sometime later, Seihu and her child standing near the house notes that not even a year has passed and the house is almost collapsed. However, we need to check who Sanshin's ghost is hiding in it or if it's just a delusional rumor. After noticing a well near the house, Seihu decides to take a sip of water first to quench his thirst. So Seihu leaves the baby and heads to the well to see if there is water in it. Seeing that the well is not empty, Seihu first decides to see if the water is usable. But before getting water, Seihu, turning to the child with his back turned to him, first ate. However, Seihu is very embarrassed by this treatment, and to avoid misunderstandings, he thinks that the child should be given a name. Meanwhile, the child Huimori is leaning over something with a quick hand, which piques Seihu's interest somewhat, then brings him out of his many thoughts. Because at that very moment, Seihu turns the child to face him, and notices that the girl is chewing something. And then Seihu's gaze dropped to the leaves that served as plates where food had recently been set out for both of them. With that, all Sei is left to do is sadly contemplate the empty leaves while the child heads for the well with all her legs. Once again, memories begin to take over Seiha regarding the child's home, where there's a lot of snow and the wind is constantly blowing. Also, Seihu tries to recognize the girl, who must have been named something, but she doesn't remember anything, but only remembers that it came from where the mountains rise, namely from the east, and where there is a forested valley and strong wind and heavy snow, namely the place called Mount Huinami, which is enough for Seihu, who thinks it's quite informative, and it's also clear that the girl doesn't have to be called by name. However, that's what Seihu thought at first, but never suspected that he would later puzzle over the baby's name. After all, Sei was just curious to know who the child was, and it was only clear that she could eat once she had emptied 2 plates. Also, Seihu notes that Huimori's child can use the well, which could mean that she lived near the village. But then the child Huimori's gaze stops on someone, causing her to stop trying to pull the bucket out. For at this very moment, the spirit of a woman appears from the well, attracting the child to her. At the same time, the dead woman's hands clench the cheeks of the still impressed girl with all their might. And all the spirit of a woman who keeps holding her baby is to call her hubby, which is not to the liking of the child Huimori, who frees herself from the dead embrace and punches the spirit in the face. And trying to shove the woman's spirit back into the well, the girl says with all her might that she's not going anywhere. But the child does not succeed, and already the spirit of the woman in full growth begins to appear from the well. The spirit of the woman, putting forward her clawed hands, begins to crawl on the child with a call to go with her. However, no matter how hard the woman tries to take the child with her to the bottom of the dark waters, the girl again repeats that she will not go anywhere. As the child Huimori, despite the persistent entreaties of the spirit woman, reports that the darkness is not to her liking. But the spirit of the woman does not give up and keeps repeating for the child to go with her, until Seihu's battle weapon overtakes the woman's spirit, piercing her flesh. That said, Seihu realizes that he doesn't like to consume ghosts together with their memories and the bitter moments of their lives, since ghosts don't add strength like the Sansins, but their memories only cause pain. But ghost rumors are often directly related to the Sanshins, and it is for this reason that Seihu is quick to respond to them. However, Seihu is not interested in ghost hunting since all he cares about is the Sanshins. Meanwhile, the child Huimori flips over the side of the well and peers into the waters within, to which Seihu tells the child not to dare to drink it, but to go further and try to find the stream. And then Sei starts to come up with an idea that seems very good to him. And looking into the eyes of the girl staring at Seihu, Black Tiger utters the word sorry, which is of genuine interest to the child Huimori, who does not understand the meaning of the word. And Seihu explains that Sori, translated as frost, is very suitable for the girl as it reminds him of her strength. And it's quite possible that Sori isn't like the baby's real name, but for now you can call the girl that. She keeps repeating it all the way to the creek, and Seihu, thinking she doesn't like it, decides to call her name Han Sehi. But hearing from a child that she likes the name, Seihu wonders if Sori is hungry or not, to which he gets a negative response from the girl who repeats the name Seihi just told her. In front of Seihi and Sori stretches the third largest river in Dongha, so fast and deep that it is easier to drown in it. And that's where Seihi thinks Sori pushed his bundle, but as it turns out Sori didn't push it, she threw it. At the same time, Seihi, hearing such a frank confession from the child, asks to point out the place where the knot flew away. To which Sori doesn't even turn his head or look at Seihi, pointing his finger at nothing, which doesn't go unnoticed by Seihi, who wonders why Sori is looking away when he points to a spot. At the same time, Seihi himself, remembering what was in the knot, estimates the loss of clothes, needles, threads, money, and food to date. In addition, a salve of healing herbs and a needle box complete the list of irreplaceable losses. And as it turns out, it wasn't the turtle that caused Sori to throw the bundle in the river, which Sori tried to catch, but the turtle managed to dodge her and swim away. That absolutely does not understand Seihi, and is eager for the story to continue about the loss of his knot and the turtle's guilt. However, there is no way to get the bundle as they cannot cross the river and they are not familiar with the area. And an hour earlier, standing next to the boat, a man offers it to Sei and Sori to cross the river, and the man waving his fan has a desire to explain Seihi and Sori, but it would take too long. But still, the person makes the attempt and asks the question of whether or not they want to hear the story. And caught off guard, Sei has no choice but to agree and ask the man to tell. In this case, the old man, for clarity, opens his fan and begins the story with the fact that everything happened 3 years ago, when for unknown reasons the fish in the river suddenly stopped pecking, and on the way back the boat got a hole through which the water flowed. The local shaman ordered a human sacrifice to appease Sanshin, but there was nothing the people could do about it. And it is at this misfortune that the old man's story is interrupted, leaving Sori in anticipation of waiting and not touching Seiha's feelings one bit. Who realizes that there's no way to cross the river on this boat without oars and with a hole in it? The old man tells them to move to the upper river where it narrows and where there are probably still some boats left. And now Sori, still regretting the lost knot, cites the turtle's guilt. However, Seihi is getting tired of this and asks him to stop talking about the turtle and draws Sori behind him. But Seihi still wonders for what purpose Sori, who assures him of the truth of her words, was going to catch the turtle. Sori doesn't hesitate to look into Seiya's eyes and replies that she wanted to ride a turtle. But if that's the case, was the turtle really big enough to carry Sori? However, Sori says that the turtle was small, and since that's the case, the idea of riding on it will not come true. And hearing from Sori that this turtle would have stood her up, Seihi wonders where she found such a big turtle, to which Sori, pointing her finger in the opposite direction from them, is informed of her last location. And Seihi, following Sori's finger pointing in the direction, hears her let out a cheer. Because up to now, a man with a head like a turtle hides behind the stone and sees that he is noticed. But not a minute later, the turtle disappears and Sori, turning to Seihi, exclaims that it was a turtle. At that, Seiha's gaze also catches something that resembles a turtle, so is it really a Sanshin? And since that's the case, Seihu takes up his battle weapon and decides to check it out for himself. However, before he can take a full step, Seihi stops as his feet get stuck in something unpleasant. And this something is either mud or swamp slurry in which the feet almost drown up to the ankles. With Seihi trying to shake off the mud, he realizes there's no running around these parts. And besides, Sanshin can easily hide in the reeds, so there's a good chance Seihi won't catch him. Suddenly, Sori, who thinks Seihi wants to ride her too, offers her help in catching the turtle. But how can you trust Sori if she drowned Seihi's bundle last time, but that was in the water, and now we're talking about dry land? And this tempting offer coming from Sori makes Seihi think twice. But since Seihi has no other options for catching Sanshin, he agrees to let Sori take matters into her own hands. And now Sori, having switched to running on all fours, is easily overcoming the seemingly difficult road. And that's because Sori got permission from Seiha to catch her target. At the same time, Seihi, seeing the speed at which Sori is running on four legs, notes the speed that exceeds that of a marten. And Sori keeps going on, covering the distance, gaining considerable speed. Until eventually it switches to jumping exactly where the turtle is hiding from prying eyes. Seihi can't believe his ears when he hears that Sori manages to catch the fugitive turtle. At this, Seihi hears Sori ordering the turtle to stop spinning, to which the turtle pleads for help. And deciding that Sori is taking the life of a turtle that won't stop screaming, he also heads to the scene of their confrontation. However, the matter is complicated by the fact that there is mud all over the neighborhood, and Seihi has to choose a place where it will be cleaner. But hearing the turtle screaming exhaustedly, Seihi drops everything and moves towards the place, hoping that Sori didn't destroy Sanshin before it consumed him. However, what Seiha sees as the turtle screams for help as she thinks she's being robbed of her life makes Seiha stop. And then to regret that he might have thought something like Sori was capable of destroying her own kind. In fact, Seihi should explain to Sori that she shouldn't take everyone's life. However, the Sanshin before Seihi surprises him with his appearance and the shape of his upper and lower limbs. Sori, meanwhile, had already put her foot on Sanshin's turtle's head and was crushing it into the dirt. He ignores the turtle's pitiful cry and orders it to lie still and not to move. Seihi can't understand where such weaklings come from. Even a well ghost would be stronger. However, it should not be underestimated because even from such, at least some benefit will be. But something changes in Seiha's plans and he hides his battle weapon back in its sheath. And turning to Sori, suggests that she listen to Sanshin's turtle first, since Seihi will always have time to devour him. In fact, those Sanshin that dwell in high mountains and powerful rivers are stronger, but there are exceptions among them. And apparently the river where the turtle-like Sanshin is found is becoming the exception, since even Sori, who is sitting on top of Sanshin without any strength, handles him and orders him to go swimming. While this same Sanshin tirelessly continues to shout for help as he believes that he is about to be robbed of his life. And seeing that no help will be given to him, the turtle has no choice but to surrender to fate, which is very interesting to Seihi since this behavior is not typical of the Sanshin he's met. The turtle continues to lie face down in the mud and ceases to show any signs of life. And so Sori, sitting on it, decides that the turtle can't take the onslaught and has already taken her life. The turtle suddenly jumped up and moved forward with all its might, knocking Sori over, which was unsupported and fell off the turtle's shell into the mud while the turtle was grabbing a stick. And now standing on two legs with the stick in his hands, the turtle prepares to strike, citing the fact that Sori manages to piss him off, which brings some interest and a kind of surprise to Seihi, who observes this picture. That said, it seems that Sori, who continues to sit, also does not expect such an unexpected, seemingly harmless turtle. And the turtle, filled with anger, is already swinging at Sori, which does not have time to react in time and gets a paddle right in the forehead, shrieking in surprise. With that, Turtle feels like he's in a winning position from being able to hype Sori up and decides to take the leg kick. But Sori, seeing that the turtle is organizing a speed race, is not going to give up, so quickly accepts the challenge. And besides, Sori is unlikely to catch up to a turtle in water, where the latter has a significant advantage. However, no matter how hard the turtle tries, Sori doesn't even make enough effort to catch up to her, just walks alongside, which causes genuine shock to the turtle, who notices that she can't get away from the girl walking peacefully beside her. And that makes the turtle even angrier, who decides to resort to a technique she didn't want to use. For which the turtle, adopting the appropriate pose, releases a fountain of water from its mouth that hits Sori directly. And it is not just a blow, but a jet of water, which with great force is directed at the child, which even this time does not have time to react and with a cry of defeat receives a blow from the turtle. And so the turtle, once again on two legs and seeing that the water is very close, again organizes a race for speed, as he suddenly sees his path blocked by a pair of men's legs, which raises some questions for him. And looking up from below, the turtle sees Sehel towering over him, holding his battle weapon at the ready, which means the turtle needs to repeat his move in preparation for another spit. But his plans are not destined to come true because at that very moment the hilt of a battle weapon is put to his throat. And since the turtle has nothing to do but swallow the spit, it can't withstand the pressure and sneezes violently. At this, Sei begins to look around and notices that a huge number of paddles are piled to one side. And if you look back, there are fences built on the river from logs that are pointed logs. And then it starts to dawn on Seihu that he's facing a Sanshin named Concharu. But if that's the case, what's he doing here? Seeing the state Seihi's turtle is in, he doesn't rush to give him an answer as to how he knows him. And also Sori, who witnesses it and wipes the water off her face, wants to hear the sequel. But once the turtle learns that the black tiger is now standing in front of him, he is savagely terrified, as he clearly does not expect to meet in these parts the black tiger, who has clearly come for his soul. And fear grips the turtle so tightly that he can no longer stand and falls on his butt, causing Seiha to question him. And besides, the turtle can't hold back his tears because he thinks that this time the black tiger has come to devour him. And to soften the black tiger, the turtle stands up on his hind legs and dances to strange sounds, surprising Sori. Which obviously doesn't please Seihi, who wants to know what Concharu is up to and where all those paddles and fence-like things came from. However, Concharu, unable to find anything to say to the black tiger, merely refers to the circumstances, thereby angering Seihu, who can't take it anymore and raises his voice and demands an immediate answer from Concharu, who immediately falls to his knees in front of him. But pulling himself together, Concharu decides to rise to the occasion and begins by saying that because of the rapid speed of his answer, he begins to stutter, which pisses off Seihi even more, who thinks Conchar would be better off getting rid of the hiccups in this situation. But as it turns out, Concharu's stuttering problem is related to a certain hangnail. And hearing that Black Tiger does not know this name, Concharu clarifies that Burr is a Sanshin who is widely known in this bay. Seihi is surprised, however, because he knows all the Sanshin in the Donghae lands, but this is the first time he's heard this name, which is very much not surprising to Concharu since this name Sanshinu was coined by him. And it's starting to piss off Seihi, who can barely keep it together. And Concharu, seeing that what he said made Mr. Black Tiger angrier than before, was now assured that he would not escape. However, for now, the Black Tiger has no plans to eat Concharu, and besides, his story has helped Seihi a lot, which gives some chance of salvation to Conchar, who can't believe what he's just heard. But Seihi isn't going to stop there and still demands an answer as to who Burr is and what Concharu is doing here, to which Concharu tearfully asks to put the answer in a song as it will be faster from his point of view. And already preparing to begin his performance, Concharu wants to know which motif Seihu prefers, Chanjin Mori or Chunchun Mori. Or maybe Mr. Black Tiger wants to hear why Mori then completely messes with Seihi's head, who decides to get rid of Concharu as soon as possible and opts for the Uemori genre, which is immediately intercepted by Conchar, who picks up on a certain attitude and decides to start with what a badass BTE looks like, which has a black skin, sharp teeth, and a long mouth, and also spurs on the tail is exterminating all living things and is already hunting people. And this tune is picked up by Sori, who surprises Seihi with her shout, not expecting a vile foul to be heard from a child. At this, Concharu, seeing the excited state Sori is in and her glowing eyes, suggests her to join in to hum. And already Concharu, along with Sori to the movements and tune of the turtle, start dancing joyfully, shouting curses. which doesn't suit Seihi at all, who can barely contain himself from devouring Conchara and ending things there. And Concharu, already on a rampage of undisguised pleasure with Sori, continues to hum, inviting her to have fun. But that doesn't suit Seihi, who looms over Concharu and tells him to end this light show. And back to Concharu's shenanigans. Seihu wants to know if the holes in the boats and stolen oars are really his doing, which doesn't negate Concharu at all, since otherwise people would fall into the clutches of the Sasurens. Seihu wants to know when it all started, to which Concharu replies that it's been 3 years since then, and he was just a simple beast then. However, Seihu thinks it's hard to judge from one story and needs to find this mystical burr himself. Concharu replies that this way Seihi will bring trouble on himself, since the burr is not even afraid of the black tiger himself. But Seihi is even better, and Concharu, realizing that it's useless to dissuade him, says that Sosuna is somewhere in the river. Suddenly, Concharu notices him, and with all his might notifies Seihi and Sori standing not far away from him. However, it seems that the burr is not making the proper impression on Seihi, expecting more from him, since he only sees the head of the burr, which is a crocodile peeking out from under the water. And it seems that the burr also notices the people watching him, as he also stares at them. Seihi concludes that the burr is a small log, which Concharu disagrees with since his body is much larger underwater. And since that's the case, Seihi decides that he needs to get as close to the burr as possible and begins to strip off his clothes. And seeing this, all Concharu can say in response is to wish Seihi to be extremely careful. But that's not all, as Seihu wants Concharu to be the one to drop him off at the Sosur just by simply swimming up to him, which causes unconcealed fear in Concharu, who can't believe his ears that he has to do anything about it. And all Concharu has to do is hopelessly face down in the mud, which makes Sori interested. After all, Concharu realizes that if he swims to meet the crouch, it's a straight path to losing his life. And ordering Conchar to get up, Seihi begins to recall hearing about a swamp beast that looks like a giant lizard. Meanwhile, the fisherman spending time in his boat resents his fate and time wasted for nothing for what he will get from his wife. He didn't even notice that a group of mercenaries were already standing near him, and their leader was asking about the cost of the crossing. The boatman immediately replies that the boat is not in motion because there are no oars. And the head of the mercenaries concludes that in these places, all boatmen are useless, since in the lower river, the boat is also with a breach. And instead of offering an alternative, the boatman wants to sing the guest a sailor's song, to which the latter responds with a flat refusal. At the same time, we decided that we should go to the upper reaches of the river, because such a big river will surely have at least one fishing boat. But that's not all that interests the head of the mercenaries, who wants to know if the fisherman has seen a man with a girl in rags. The fisherman, after a long thought, replies that the guy and the girl did not fall on his eyes. And the old man's memory has nothing to do with it, because for obvious reasons no one has been visiting these parts for a long time, which obviously doesn't satisfy the head of the mercenaries, who believes the fisherman is deceiving him. And having decided that he will get nothing more out of the fisherman, the head with his gang is about to leave except for one staring intently at the old man. And the old man, realizing that there will be no more conversation with them, only looks pityingly at those who are leaving. At the same time starting to cry out in a loud voice that because of the lack of catch, his poor wife and poor children will have nothing to eat. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries approached the fisherman from behind and grabbed the old man by the neck with all his might, because he thinks that the old man has deceived them, and repeats his question whether the boy and the girl have passed here or not. And the old man, feeling the knife blade against him, not wanting to lose his life, immediately replies that he saw Seiha and Sori. But this is not enough for the mercenary, as he wonders when it was, and again the old man admits that it was half an hour ago. The mercenary is already putting the knife to the old man's neck, because the latter, despite his pleas for mercy, should have said it much earlier. Suddenly, a crowd of men like the fisherman Tassan appeared on the horizon, informing him that there was no bite and offering him a drink of makoli. And such a sudden appearance of witnesses causes confusion in the mercenary's further actions, who turns to the head of the gang and wants to know what to do next and gets the answer to retreat. And the mercenary, obeying the order of his boss, throws the old man to the ground, who falls to the ground on his back. At the same time, the mercenary warns the fisherman to keep his mouth shut if he doesn't want to lose his life and bring his buddies with him. And so a group of mercenaries set off on the trail of Seihu and Sori, thinking that the latter are in no hurry to catch up with them so easily. However, it is worth keeping in mind who is in the waters of this river and what the boss's right-hand man fears. But this is already known to the mercenary boss, who doesn't seem to express much excitement about the monster, because he thinks that to avoid trouble, you just don't want to get close to the river. Meanwhile, Concharu, already in the river, still doesn't understand why he should escort the black tiger to Sasson. But instead of answering, he gets hit on the head by Seihu with the hilt of his battle weapon, because the black tiger thinks Concharu talks too much. After all, only when Sei knows who he's dealing with will he be able to deal with the BTE and promise that Concharu will stay alive. But then Seihi's attention turns to Sori, who is standing on the shore calling his name. And the reason is that Sori wants to take her along, since she wants to ride the Conchara too. However, in Seiha's opinion, it wouldn't be safe for Sori, and all she has to do is wait for them on the shore and keep an eye on the sheath, which clearly does not please Sori, who pushes away the scabbard entrusted to her in anger and indignation. And then the words of the deeds of the vile bastard begin to reach the ears of Seiha, sitting on Concharu. And the spicy rice balls that the infuriated Sori keeps shouting at what Concharu concludes are swear words. At the same time, Seihi can barely contain himself and concludes that this is what Sori Concharu taught him, but there's nothing he can do about it, and he can't undo what he's done. However, Conchar wonders if the black tiger will really spare him if the turtle gives him help. To which Seihi confidently informs him that he'd rather consume 1 burr than 100 like Concharu, thus reassuring him. And as he continues to hear Sori cursing, Concharu is finally convinced that Seiha's words are right, since the last black tiger didn't eat him either, which can't go unnoticed by Seihi riding Concharu. And hearing about Seihi's past black tiger makes one want to know if the Concharu has met the past black tiger. Concharu happily prepares to give an answer, but since the story is short, he will perform it in Chunmori style. However, because the burr is very close, Seihi decides to postpone the story for another time. With that, the burr, who is actually already within sight, heads towards his enemies. And Seihi, despite Concharu's sobs, decides it's time to take a look at the creep. In doing so, the burr gets closer and closer to Conchar and Seihi each time, who, as well as his opponent burr, does not even think of retreating, and is already preparing to strike by taking the appropriate posture. And so the assessing gaze of the Sasurans sinks into Conchara, and Seihi seems to be thinking through the next steps. And Seihi, seeing that Sasuran stops, decides to ask him who Sasuran is, and what such a beast is doing in the waters of Donghei. Concharu, who has also made attempts to talk to Sanshin, doubts that Sanshin is in front of them, since he has never received a response. And the most likely reason is that Sasan just doesn't understand their speech. But that doesn't mean he's not sentient. Also, if the energy emanating from Seiha's battle weapon is to be believed, then the burr is also notable for its outstanding strength. And besides, as Seihi thinks to himself, his name is not even close, unlike Sori. But it's the eyes of burr that speak for everything. They don't just stare, they start to calculate something. And in order to understand Sasan's reaction, Seihi asks Concharu to swim even closer to the beast, which brings fear and tears to the eyes of Concharu, who realizes that if it is not the black tiger that takes his life, it will be the hangnail. All Conchar has to do is trust in fate and follow the black tiger's orders. At the same time, Seihi sees the bird take a fighting stance and concludes that the beast is more honest than it looks, as it makes it clear that it is going to attack. Still, the bird, seeing that Seihi doesn't try to hesitate, decides to take action. In doing so, the first thing the bird does is disappear into the waters of the Dona River, and Concharu, seeing this, decides that the burr is thus escaping, which is not surprising since the black tiger himself is in front of him. But this opinion turns out to be wrong because the burr has only just gone underwater and therefore needs to stop moving. Concharu, hearing what Seihi is saying, decides to scout the situation with his own eyes and dives his head into the water. And what he has to see is the jaws of a crocodile moving at great speed towards Seihi and Concharu, who, sensing danger and trying to dodge the attack, begins to maneuver, forgetting the black tiger's instructions. And the black tiger, realizing that at this point he is starting to slip off the turtle shell, resents that Concharu disregarded his words. And at that very moment, the burr appears out of the water with a splash, appearing before Seihi in its entirety. At the same time, Concharu, having lost his bearings and squeezing his eyes shut from the shockwave, begins to fall downward. Seihi decides that even though he's at a disadvantage, he can still hit the source without difficulty. That Seihi successfully pulls it off and lands a combat weapon strike to the side of Sasan's head. With that, Concharu flies aside with a shriek and a splash from the great force of the surge formed by the beast. But Seihi himself sinks underwater, believing that because Concharu started to move, his blow was weaker than expected. However, it's not Concharu's fault, but from now on, Seiha will not be able to use it as a platform. And appearing above the water to Seiha's surprise, he doesn't see Sanshin, who shouldn't just swim away, as suddenly he hears a familiar voice Concharu, who inquires about Seiha's condition, who does not have time to reply. Because at that very moment, he notices that very same caster behind the unsuspecting Concharu's back. But it's too late, and Concharu has only time to look back to see the burr's mouth hanging over him. And already the teeth of the burr are beginning to sink into the shell of Concharu, who tearfully asks for help from Mr. Black Tiger. But Concharu doesn't have time to say anything, because the BTE has already clenched its jaws and together with Concharu, sinks into the depths of the waters of the Dona River. At this, the hangnail, like all crocodiles, begins to twist its victim, screaming for help. And Seihi, looking at the scene of the attack on Conchara, begins to realize that Sosur decides to start with easy prey first. Suddenly, Seiha's eyes notice the burr and he reacts in time to strike with his battle weapon, which turns out to be the right decision on Seiha's part as his battle weapon reaches its target. And out of the water appears the visible part of the Sosur still holding Concharu captive. He jumps out of the open mouth of Burr's head, which is then struck by another blow from Seiha. And Concharu, not wanting to notice what's going on downstairs, decides that his death is coming, which means everything he's fought for has been for nothing. And with all his might, Concharu falls into the water, saying goodbye to life and the ability to row. In the meantime, Sosur continues to be on the surface of the water, unwilling to concede anything to Seihi. At that, the look in Burr's eyes indicates that he is clearly beginning to calculate his next actions. Meanwhile, Seihi, having dived into the water, realizes that his business is not good to say the least, and there is no way to catch Sasan without support. Suddenly, Seihi, still underwater, notices with his side vision how the Burr is coming at him, who, even though Seiha has his battle weapon at the ready, doesn't even try to stop. That said, Seihi, knowing that combat weapons don't scare the caster, still doesn't think he has no equal in the water. In the meantime, the Burr is already open-mouthed and ready to strike. And that's what turns out to be needed by Seihi, who also lays his battle weapon out to face the Burr. In doing so, the blow hits the very same Burr that is attacking Seiha's battle weapon. And so Seihi emerges from this battle victorious, and the Burr is defeated, because the impact is so strong that it throws Sasan up a considerable height and away from Seiha. And witnessing all this action is Sori, who doesn't quite know how it ends. At that, all Sori can utter is a sign of admiration and amazement at what he has seen. Just as suddenly, Sori's attention is diverted to a foreign sound, causing her to look away from the burr. And that sound coming from the approaching people is starting to scare Sori. As she leaves Seihi behind, she runs as far away from their place as she can. Seiki, having surfaced again, doesn't understand where the burr is going again, even though he was aiming at the mouth, but still, the blade doesn't take him. But Seihi also remembers Koncharu thinking that he is already in heaven and it was a bad idea to take him along. Seihi was already tired enough to go into the water without clothes, but suddenly Seihi notices that Sori is missing. Suddenly, Seihi hears someone call him out in a rude manner. And then Seihi sees that the one who calls him is the boss of the mercenaries who have arrived at the riverbank, and this boss orders him to come out. And the way the mercenary boss says it is that he has a conversation with Seihi. And so from the word of the mercenary boss, Seiha needs to go out to them to answer a couple of questions they're interested in. But Seihi realizes that these men are in league with the one at the inn, which means they are following Seihi and Sori on their heels. That being said, it's also clear to Seihi that he can't stay in the water without knowing where the monster is, and can't leave without Sori and thus can enter the battle. However, this may be reckless as Seihi doesn't know what these men are capable of and decides to scout the situation out. Meanwhile, the mercenary boss watches Seihi make his way to dry land and turns to his assistant Chilson, which is to do as soon as Seihi shows up, rendering him unconscious while keeping him alive. Seihi comes ashore determined to find out what the mercenary boss wants to talk to him about. At this, the mercenary boss jokingly notes that Seihi looks funny in the water with his sword and clothes on, wondering what he's doing there. But apparently that's not what Seihi expects to hear, and if that's all it is, he'll go back into the water. However, the mercenary boss doesn't expect such an answer, and to smooth things over, he replies that the question was rhetorical. And deciding it's no longer worth the delay, the mercenary boss wants to know where Seihi is hiding Huimori. To which Seihi replies that they'd better look into shamanic rituals since Seihi has nothing to do with the case. But the mercenary boss is unwilling to back down and asks about what it might be the Elder's orders. And then between the boss and Seihi begins a verbal altercation that is not reduced to getting what he wants, and the boss turns to Chilson, who has to show Mr. Seihai their documents, which arouses the latter's undisguised interest. And already, Chilson, following his boss's instructions, holds out the documents for Seihi to read. However, Seihi is in no hurry to fulfill the request and wants to know what's in the document first. But instead of answering, Seihi gets a crumpled piece of paper from Chilson right in the face. And the next thing Chilson does is set up to strike at Sahi, who ducks just in time, causing a bit of confusion there for Chilson, who just missed. Meanwhile, Seihi is behind Chilson, already preparing his battle weapons to strike back. At this, the boss, seeing that Chilson is unable to fulfill his instructions, asks him not to be ceremonious, or else he will turn to someone else. But it seems to hurt Chilson's pride, who realizes it's not a fight, and decides to take care of it himself. And Seihi, seeing that confidence in Chilson, who meets a worthy adversary, does not smack of pondering further action. Chilson, having been authorized by his boss to do whatever he wants to Seihai, is already swinging his weapon at him. And the next thing Chilson does is throw a punch at Seihi standing in front of him, who is equally successful in deflecting another onslaught from his opponent Chilson, who once again attempts an attack on Seihi by cleaving the air with his weapon, which further stuns Chilson, who doesn't realize when Seiki manages to bounce away from him. In the meantime, Seihi realizes that he can still manage without the tiger's power, but he can't overpower the entire crowd. At the same time, Chilson, already in a frenzy, notes in Seihi an exemplary opponent and does not want to give up, not noticing that the burr is sneaking up from behind. But it becomes clearly visible to the mercenary boss, who, trying to save the Chilsons with all his might, warns him. However, it is too late for Chilson, as at that very moment, the burr looms over him and opens its jaws. And already Chilson is trapped in the jaws of burr, dragging Chilson into the water. And then comes the turn of actions peculiar to all crocodiles, which, rotating in a spiral, leave the victim no chance. Which clearly shocks the mercenary boss, who didn't expect such a drastic turn of events, where he loses his man in a matter of seconds. Seihi realizes that because the burr was hiding his presence, Seihi could have been hurt. But what can he do now? Since in case of an attack on Sawson, strangers will see the Black Tiger's power, which is very undesirable for Seiha, who notices that the burr, having eaten Chilson, something says something, but it is impossible to make out, but you can only guess. And Seihi, realizing that he has no way out, hopes that the mercenaries will mistake him for a dark spellcaster. At the same time, Seihi decides to take action and calls the monster on himself, because he thinks he has a better chance of winning on land. But no matter how hard Seihi tries, the burr bypasses him and heads in the other direction, causing Seihi to wonder. Meanwhile, Sassanetz heads over to where the mercenary boss is standing with his subordinates, to which Seihi deduces that the burr decides to start with a light appetizer, which confirms his narrow-mindedness despite the kit. At this, the mercenary boss, noticing that he's the next victim, pulls out a red scrap of cloth, which he points in the direction of the burr's mouth, ordering it to stay away. And it seems to be working, for which the mercenary boss decides to avert his eyes to scout the situation. It seems that the boss's move works because the burr is still standing nearby, but does not attempt to attack. Meanwhile, the mercenary boss is pulling forward a red flap, trying to convey to Salson that they are not rivals. At the same time, what burr sees when he looks at the people are frightened faces with red scraps stretched forward. And in addition to the mercenary boss, two more of his subordinates, repeating after their boss and no less afraid of the Saussure, pulled forward red shreds. And the mercenary boss, realizing that his plan is working, sees the burr bypass him and keep moving, much to Seihi's surprise, who concludes that the burr is not only strange but also behaves strangely, which only plays into the hands of the mercenary boss, who, seeing that Saosunetsu is moving on Seihi, hopes that the latter will be devoured. But to everyone's surprise, the burr also bypasses Seihi, causing genuine resentment in the mercenary boss. Suddenly, the burr stops and turns his head in the direction from which the noise comes to him. And so does the mercenary boss, who follows the movement of the burr, also looks in the same direction. With that said, Seihi is also gazing into the distance and beginning to realize what everyone is so interested in. After all, not far from standing in the bushes with her hands covering her head, a shrunken Sori sits. And now the burr is heading straight to the girl sitting in the reeds. And Seihi realizes how this could end and urges Sori to save himself, who, reacting to the voice of her comrade, raises her head in surprise to see what danger is threatening her. In the meantime, the distance between burr and Sori begins to shorten noticeably, and now the beast is almost reaching its prey. However, Sori, still sitting on the ground, doesn't understand what it all means or how she should proceed. In this case, the boss of the mercenaries watching the picture is already beginning to doubt whether Huimori is in front of him or not. And what's more important is that if Sori gets eaten by a crocodile, there's a chance that the boss will be blamed. Meanwhile, Seihi also heads to Sori, resenting the swamp and the fact that he was distracted by the mercenaries and wasted time. At the same time, Burr doesn't even think about slowing down and continues to advance on Sori, who is just about to notice the huge crocodile's mouth open to attack right in front of her. And Seihi, seeing that these will be followed by the inevitable, realizes that it's all too late for them. But as it turns out, not all is lost for Sori, who senses danger and starts to lose her temper. And starting to release claws, followed by a plume of ice, he strikes the crocodile with all his might, while shouting curses. And already the crocodile is off the ground with a mortal wound flying over the standing Sori. The crocodile, feeling that this battle will be lost for him, falls with his back on the ground, and Sori, continuing to express himself without realizing what he was doing, prepares to strike another blow at Sori. And that blow comes on the very body from Sori, flying accompanied by ice at him. At that, the crocodile is once again understood in the air by a single kick of Sori's leg. And so ends the age of the crocodile Burr, who falls to the surface defeated. Meanwhile, Seihi walks over to Saosun and leans over his scarred body. Sori, still in a furious state, stares silently at the crocodile's wounded torso. And Seihi, realizing that he's ending it all, wants to know how Sori will look at it. Before proceeding further, however, Seihi decides to take care of business first. And already Seiha's battle weapon is slamming into the beast body, and the memories of the caster are beginning to overwhelm Seiha, who sees a man standing behind bars and who has come a long way that will bode well for his reward. And maybe we should give the foreign Sanshin a couple of two simple hints, where one of them becomes stabbing a knife through space, which should make it clearer what is wanted from him. Namely, that not much will be required of Sanshin, and the river will become his haven, where he must destroy everything but humans. And from that, Seihi begins to come to his senses, not realizing what kind of memories from just being able to see. So someone released Sanshin into the river on purpose, but even if they did, what's their purpose? And in general, it may be that this is due to the boss and his group of mercenaries, who are beginning to actively regroup. The mercenary boss still hasn't come to his senses and doesn't realize what he's just seen with his own eyes. However, it's time to get a grip and stop relaxing, for which the mercenary boss orders the summoning of all the guys. And one of the mercenaries should call for the messenger and the others should take up their bows and be ready. And Seihi, watching the whole thing, just thinks the mercenary boss is making too much noise. But even though Seiha has a strong interest in finding out what kind of people they are, you have to be careful and stay out of the way. Besides, Seihi is worried about the condition of Sori, who is once again sitting with her hands covering her head. And when Seiha asks what she's doing, Sori looks around excitedly, wondering if the mercenaries are gone or not, to which Seihi immediately gives the truthful answer that the mercenaries are still here. And how can it be that Sori is afraid of some ragamuffins when he can handle a monster with one left? But that's not the point at all. But the commotion coming from the mercenaries begins to distract Seihi from having a frank conversation with Sori. And seeing the mercenaries rushing towards the lying bows, Seihi decides to attack them, while the tiger's power remains in the battle weapons. However, considering that this is not an option, Seihi turns to Sori and asks if she still wants to ride the turtle. Meanwhile, the mercenary boss on the various sides continues to hand out instructions to keep their bows at the ready. At that, Seihi, getting an affirmative answer from Sori to his question about the turtle, is already putting his hand up for the girl's leg, which bounces high up in the direction of the river with all its might, where he plunges straight into the water, as Seihi, who is still on the shore, can certainly attest. At this, Seihi, himself neglecting the difficult movement through the sinking mud, begins to follow Sori to the water. And approaching the water's edge, Seihi pushes off from the shore and jumps into the waters of the Dona River. Meanwhile, the mercenary boss, not realizing where Seihi and Sori have gone, orders his men to shoot them as soon as they appear. However, no matter how long one waits for the fugitives to appear, Seihi and Sori's mercenary boss doesn't show on the surface of the water. And being confused as to why they don't surface, the mercenary boss suggests that they may have drowned. But this continues until the mercenary boss notices Seihi and Sori on the opposite side of the river from them. The mercenary boss is confused as to how it is possible that they were able to cross so quickly, and Seihi, still seeing his pursuers, realizes that they have time to break away since there are no boats to cross. In addition, Seihi expresses his gratitude to Concha for being able to drop them off, but only Concharu is in turn grateful to Seihi for not only not consuming him, but also ridding these waters of Saucin. However, this answer doesn't seem to please Sehai, who clutches his battle weapon even tighter in his hands. But no matter what, it's time for Seihi and Sori to continue on their way, and Concharu should be on his way back too. However, Concharu is not willing to say goodbye to the Black Tiger so easily, as he asks him to wait a few minutes, which is clearly not in Siha's plans, who also has to calm down Sori, who wants to ride the turtle again. And after getting rejected, Sori is furious because he thinks that this time Seihi wants to ride Concharu alone, who at this very moment swims closer to Seihi and holds out some item to him. And that gift is Seihi's bundle that was lost by Sori during the last turtle ride attempt. This makes Seiha genuinely grateful to Conchar for never telling him about his encounter with the Black Tiger. To which Concharu nods affirmatively and immediately gets the next question of why the Black Tiger didn't devour the turtle. But all the Black Tiger could say at that moment was that there was no use for Concharu. And that's what was said to Conchar, but doesn't Seiha have it in her mind. Seihi, however, throws out that he's not sure what Concharu told him and draws Sori behind him. And Concharu, happily seeing off his guests, says that he will always be happy to see them off, especially the Black Tiger, who says with certainty that he will not return to these waters, but if he does, Conchar better stay out of the water. And so Seihi and Sori leave the waters of the Dona River, leaving Concharu there to drift on the waves, enjoying life. And somewhere else, at another time in another place, a child with tears in his eyes is trying to run away from the chase. And what he clutches so carefully in his hands is a human foot wrapped neatly in cloth. At the same time, the child with such a burden runs away from the uninterrupted chase with all his might. And each time the child gets more and more scared, but he doesn't give up trying to keep going. Even though there is a heartbreaking scream from his pursuer behind him, the boy clutches his leg tightly. And at that moment, the child is followed by the one whose leg the boy stole. And the dead man's goal is to take the leg that's rightfully his. That said, it seems like Stalker is unwilling to give up the chase attempt until he gets the limb back. And already the child is in range of the dead man, who catches up with the boy each time, who, even though he senses the approaching danger, continues to run away with his burden unceasingly. Suddenly, something happens that is not expected by a child, who screams in surprise. All because a boy not paying attention to the road slips and starts sliding down the slope. The child is already rolling down the mountain, trying to protect his head and not paying attention to the leg that flies in the other direction. And the boy himself, having lost his footing, flies down with his eyes closed and arms spread out in fear. And as soon as the kid lands, he starts rubbing where the impact is most severe. Suddenly, a realization comes to the child, and he stares in amazement at his hands where a human foot had just been. And since there is no human leg in his hands, the boy starts looking around for the missing one, until eventually he discovers a foot lying not far from him. And picking himself up under the continued wailing of the dead man, the boy gets to his treasure. At the same time, holding the leg against himself and under the endless sobbing of the child on his feet, continues to run. And this continues until the boy, having found shelter behind a rock, decides to take a break. And the dead man keeps following him around, and the boy feels it. And all that remains is to ask God for help to save not only him, but also his mother, in exchange for the fact that he will live honestly. And tears continue to flow from the closed eyes of a child who does not want to think about what will happen, until his attention begins to shift, forcing the child to open his eyes and scout the situation. And as soon as the boy opens his eyes, he stumbles upon Sori's face looking at him in surprise. And since this encounter occurs suddenly, the boy loses his temper and jumps up in fear. But realizing that the extra sound would attract the dead man, the child clamps his mouth shut to keep from screaming. And then the boy decides that he should introduce himself, calling himself Dihan and wondering what Sori is doing in these parts. A picture of a mercenary boss with a naked weapon stalking her, and Seihi immediately comes to mind. But all Sori can say in response without going into detail is that she's being followed. And the boy doesn't know what he means, but he decides that she's being chased by these dead people. And seeing that Sori, in order to find out who is hiding under the word, these peeks out from under the rock trying to hold her back, where Sori's escort Seihi successfully kills the dead man who was chasing Dihan, who stole his leg. But Daehan, of course not seeing this picture trying to pull Sori down, asks her to keep her head down and hide with him. Daehan wonders where Sori's house is, and seeing the direction the girl is pointing, Daehan decides that it's near his house in Tudonri. But if that's the case, what's Sori doing in the woods at this hour all alone? And Daehan finds out that Sori got lost when Seihi left an order not to go anywhere and went to get food for them. At the same time, Daehan, seeing that even in such a situation Sori doesn't cry, concludes that she is very brave. And Daehan decides that he too should pull himself together because, unlike Sori, he's not lost. Which means Daehan has to help Sori by suggesting she follow him to take her home. But Sori, who seeing Seihi dispose of the dead man, disregards Daehan's request to get down and don't dare turn around. Seihi watched as Sori's head peeked out from under a rock, not even realizing what she was doing. Meanwhile, Sori sees Seihi paying attention to her and starts waving at him, which is not at all clear to Seihi, who doesn't understand what Sori is trying to say. Which, leaving Daehan's hiding place, decides to head after the boy continuing to clutch the stolen leg. And Daehan, not hearing any more pursuit, decides that they managed to break away, asks Sori to go up, thinking that this way they will get there faster. But then Sori's attention turns to the human leg, which Daehan explains is the cure. After all, Dakin's mom is very sick, and yesterday in a dream the boy appeared to a mountain spirit who was able to show him where to get the medicine. Dakin not only had to dig up the dead man, but also take off his leg and then boil it, and feed it to his mother, which would make the disease go away. And apparently this story makes a huge impression on Sori because she loses even the power of speech. And when the speech comes back to her, the first thing Sori asks is whether or not Daehan eats people, to which she gets a negative answer. But does it really matter because Daehan's mom will never know about it, and the boy is ready to be punished by Yamaraji. After Daehan's father went to heaven, his mom invested a lot of effort to raise a boy who is willing to go to any lengths for her. But Sori unfortunately can't understand Daehan's feelings since she doesn't have a mom, for which the boy apologizes to her. However, behind all this talk, Dakin, seeing the forest ahead, realizes that something is amiss here, namely that there should be a wooden bridge at this spot, which means that Daehan is turned the wrong way. Dachin also sees glowing eyes behind the trees that scare him a lot, but there's a chance he's just imagining it. But no matter what, Daehan shouldn't tell Sori about it because it might scare her, but he shouldn't deceive her either. And as soon as Dane decides to tell Sori about it, he notices that the girl is not with him. And if that's the case, then where's Sori going? Has the ghost been haunting the kids all this time? And besides, are there really jackals behind the trees? Because Mom told Dahoni that jackals attack people in the mountains. And since that's the case, Daehan has to do something, and before he runs away, he has to help Sori, who is probably in trouble. Daehan's gaze suddenly stumbles upon an unsuspecting Sori, walking peacefully out from behind the bushes. And it kicks the crap out of a scared Daehan seeing the whole thing. While still continuing to clutch his leg, the boy wants to know why Sori is coming out of there in the first place. To which he gets a completely casual answer that Sori was only leaving to go to the bathroom, which just doesn't sit right with the still anxious boy trying to repeat Sori's words. But anyway, Dakin decides to go back, because besides the fact that they are lost in these places, it is dangerous because of jackals. However, this doesn't scare Sori, who is happy to report that she loves doggies. Daehan and Sori continue their journey to the house, during which the boy learns that Sori has not only no parents, but also no home. Suddenly, Daehan, not wanting to contain his joy, announces that they are finally finding their way. And the evidence of that is the log bridge, which you only have to pass over, and there it is not far to the dam. But you have to be very careful as the rain has increased the current below, and even an adult can be endangered. Daehan is not the first time he has walked across this bridge, so he decides to go first, but when he looks around, he doesn't find Sori, which at this point, having overtaken Dakin, is already flying down the log, disregarding the raging torrents of water. However, such absurdity is very frightening to Dakin, who tries to warn Sori without noticing as he releases the extracted human leg. But when the realization reaches Dakin, it's too late as her foot flies straight into the water. And as soon as a human foot touches the surface, it immediately disappears into the abyss of water with a splash. Without even leaving a trace of its presence, so quickly the water swallows up Dakin's prey, who realizes that this time he's losing a human leg, hard won and risking his life forever. And without even paying any attention to the waters of the river, Dakin follows Sori with a drooping head and tears in his eyes. Who can't believe that Daehan threw away a human leg that he treasured so much? And Sori's partly right. After all, the mountain spirit who came to Dakin in a dream suggested how he could save his mom, and now almost reaching home, the boy loses the chance. But it seems that such an admission and the realization that this is the only chance for salvation is very surprising to Sori, who reiterates that it's a human foot, which pisses off an already frustrated Daehan. I mean, Sori's right, and Daehan must be crazy to believe such nonsense. And it greatly offends the sensibilities of a mountain spirit who is out of his mind that Daehan dares to call him a thing, since most likely the spirit or Sanshin is just an illusion that is formed from Dakin's desires, who bitterly realizing this can't hold back the tears that come to his eyes. But anyway, Daehan pulls himself together because he believes he's responsible for Sori, whom he promised to see off. And as a sign of her help, Dakin extends her hand to Sori, who in turn accepts Dakin's help by putting her own into it. And so Daehan, leading Sori, talks about Daddy's passing due to pneumonia and lack of food, because the spirits of the earth are angry. Daehan's only wish is not only to cure her mom, but to be able to eat her fill for once. But realizing that Daehan talks too much about himself and his desires, he wants to know what Sori is dreaming of, who only holds out a package to him. However, Daehan does not have time to unwrap the package and find out what is hidden there, because at that moment, a woman's voice calls his name. And that person is Daehan's mom, who opens her arms in a hug heading towards her son, who doesn't hide his joy as he rushes to meet his mom. After all, Daehan's mom was very scared when she woke up and saw that her son wasn't around, for which Daehan apologizes to her. But suddenly the boy freezes in incomprehension as he has only one question in his mind for his mom. And it consists of how Daehan's sick mom was able to get up from the settlement, at which mom reports that strange things happened to her. And it all starts with waking up and seeing that Daehan is not at home. His mom overpowered herself to try to leave the house. And just as she reaches the gate, Daehan's mom notices a man standing in the dark, asking if she's the boy's mom. The first thing that came to the woman's mind at that moment was that the Reaper had come for her soul, and it was time to say goodbye to life. But instead, the man who thought he was following Daehan finds himself arriving at the place earlier, and asks for a chance to wait it out. And Daehan's mom finds nothing to give her consent, but the man wants to know what's bothering her, in addition to thanking her. That said, this question seems to cause a bit of a stupor for Daehan's mom, as she doesn't expect to hear something like that at all. However, Sehee continues to say that the cough sounds abnormal, and asks her to let her listen in. But such a request causes conflicted feelings for Daehan's mom, since she is a widow and has no right to extend her wrist to a stranger, who, realizing the seriousness of the consequences, insisted on listening to Daehan's mom. And as soon as Sehee gets his consent, he immediately pulls out the medicine contained in the tube from his bundle, while informing Daehan's mom that the instant cure would not cure her, but would allow her to breathe much easier. But it seems that Daehan's mother does not believe in such a miracle, and by habit rises to her feet expecting her former condition. However, once she realizes that she's actually feeling better, she starts cheering, and Sehee talks about how she needs to eat better to heal. And for this, Sehee leaves a handful of coins on the doorstep, but since the man must not stay in the widow's house, he must leave it. And with that, Sahee leaves Daehan's house without waiting for his traveler, with his mom trying to stop Sahee to say thank you. However, Sehee asks Daehan's mom not to go out since, with her condition, the cold wind is contraindicated. And hearing that Daehan will come home safe and sound, his mom calms down and now notes that Sehee is actually handsome. And so on that note, Sehee from Daehan's mom's story disappears and the boy still can't believe his mom is okay and he's not dreaming. But still, mom wants to know where Deshane went at night, who, instead of answering, remembers that he forgot to introduce his friend. This time, however, like last time, Daehan turned around and didn't find Sori nearby, thinking she was hiding in the bushes. And darting after Sori, Daeheng doesn't notice the bundle given to him fall to the ground next to his mom, who once she opens it and sees the spine, can't believe her eyes. And that's because this package contains not just any bell, but real wild ginseng. But where did such a flower come from in their land? For it could be sold for as much as 200 nannies. And then Daehan leaves his mom behind and takes off without giving any explanation as to where he's going again, since all Daehan can say now is that he'll be back soon and running in Sori's footsteps. And as soon as he notices her, Daehan reaches out to her and tries to call out to his friend. At that, Sori hears Daehan's voice and looks back at his call but doesn't say a word. Daehan tries to stop her, wondering where she's going, and asks her to stay with him for a while. But as much as Sori doesn't want to, she still has to go back to her house too. And on that note, Sori leaps from his seat and, pushing off the ground with all his might, jumps high up. With that, the remaining still standing Daehan does not manage to finish his speech, interrupting in surprise. And all Daehan can still say is to wish Sori a good road and promise to live a righteous life. And so on that note, Daehan returns alone to his still waiting mom still on the road. Meanwhile, Sori lands right where Sehee is sitting, who reminds Sori that they're being chased by mercenaries and asks them to keep their noses out of other people's business next time. But that's not all, as Sehee wants to know if Sori knows where the ginseng has disappeared, to which he gets a negative answer, keeping the way to the village. However, the time is approaching nightfall and Sehee builds a fire in preparation for a night's lodging. But the voice in Seiya's head keeps him on his toes as the Black Tiger's voice reiterates that Seiya's mind is in a mess. In fact, according to Black Tiger, Sehee probably doesn't realize the situation that's going on around him. After all, Sehee could just as easily have absorbed Sori at the very moment she was destroying Burr. And Sehee realizes that everything Black Tiger says is the absolute truth. And in this case, there's no point in arguing, since in all the time spent with Sori, Sehee might have taken the right opportunity to devour the girl more than once. But he doesn't, since Black Tiger feels like everything else is just Seiya's excuses. Even now, with Sori sleeping by the fire, Sehee can use her defenselessness to her advantage. So is Sehee going to say again that it's not the right time for a takeover? In doing so, Black Tiger asks Sehee to remember the past 3 years, and it is now that he gets the chance so easily and easily. Also, the Black Tiger should remind Sehee how many days he's been in hiding in an attempt to catch luck by the tail. For always in Seiya's way, there were only small bipeds that went only one tooth in his path. And in Seiya's mind, pictures of him chasing the Sanshins begin to pop up, where on the first one he takes his battle weapon out of its sheath. But in another picture, Sehee is already unleashing his battle weapon and trying to catch up with his opponent. Finally, Sehee focuses his gaze intently on his enemy without missing an opportunity to use his weapon. However, Sehee should also be reminded of how many times he failed during his hunt. But the way Sehee will do now with Sori will wait for her to grow up and devour her, or everything will happen after finding a name for her. It may not even be 1 year, but 100 years, and Sehee will be waiting all this time. And realizing Seiya's condition, Black Tiger thinks it's just his stupid, inexplicable excuses. And besides, if Sehee doesn't destroy the doubt in his heart, then revenge will never come, so he has no right to hold a gun. As suddenly, amongst all the thoughts in Sehee's head, his hearing begins to pick up some extraneous movement. And Sehee, deciding he hadn't heard that, jumped up and grabbed his battle weapon. With that, Sehee is already preparing to rush forward towards Sanshin, leaving a sleeping Sori by the fire. For it is at this very moment that he notices someone's presence, and does not hesitate to rush towards the third extra. But Sehee's sword slices through the air, and Sehee thinks it's just a shadow, but then, where is its master? and Seiha's eyes catch sight of something leaping out of its seat and darting away at lightning speed. At that, Seihi doesn't abandon his attempt to catch Sanshin's eye and is already flying after the creature. But what Seiha's gaze notices makes him genuinely surprised at what he sees. Since as the supposed enemy, Seihi sees the most common black cat sitting on a rock in front of him. However, Seihi begins to slowly come around as this is not what Black Tiger seems to want to see. But be that as it may, Seihi's task is to catch up with Sanshin, and he is not willing to deviate from his goal under any circumstances. However, to Seihi's surprise, the black cat notices Seihi's attacking pose and immediately snaps out of his seat and disappears off the rock. At the same time, Seihi also picks up speed and begins to chase after Sanshin, still holding his battle weapon at the ready, which also relentlessly continues to follow Sanshin on his heels without slowing down his speed for a moment. Once again, to Seiha's surprise, the black cat sits on a rock as if nothing had happened, watching the black tiger invitingly, who, apparently tired of chasing the cat, thinks he's not as fast as he is. And the black cat, as if teasingly having already turned its face to the black tiger, continues to look at him. Suddenly, he takes off and, having gained the necessary speed, heads towards the forest. Seihi concludes that the black cat is just an illusion, and that succumbing to the spell of a ghost sounds strange. However, Seihi is 100% sure that he was able to recognize Sanshin's energy, which means it can't be a trick. And since this is the case, Seihi hesitates in his actions and decides to leave Sori with his things and go on a scouting mission. But it wasn't to be, because just at that very moment, Seihi notices Sori standing next to him, yawning at the top of her lung, who won't open her eyes and won't go back to the campfire without Seihi, and Seihi can't figure out when she's had time to come over. But instead of asking a question, Sori, still in a dream, hands Seihi his headdress and the bundle of belongings he left behind. At the same time, the black cat stops its movement and looks at the travelers as if inviting them to follow it. And the same black cat once again scurries away, leaving behind only the shadow of its presence. At this, Seihi realizes that the black cat stops as soon as they lose sight of him, but starts running away again when they approach. And Sori, still in a drowsy state, continues to follow the pursuing cat Seihi, who thinks this cat behavior is clear as day since it looks like the cat is luring them in. Suddenly, Seihi stops abruptly because something ahead catches his attention. And this turn of events is not expected by Sori, who is still asleep and crashes forcefully into Seihi's bundle, who is very surprised by what he sees, and this surprise is transmitted to Sori, who is fast asleep, who just can't contain her emotions and under the influence of surprise cries out. And the reason for this is that Seihi and Sori are facing a thick fog in the middle of the night, and only thanks to the black tiger's vision can Seihi see anything. And besides, Seihi is pretty sure that inside this fog is Sanshin's energy, but one question is still unclear: why all this catching up? But to give an answer to his question, Seihi needs to spring into action, and he pulls his headdress harder over his eyes. And the next thing he does is call out to Sori, who thinks they're going for food, but Seihi wants to know who's luring him and where. And so Seihi and Sori follow the lining of thick fog to solve the mystery of the cat taunting them. But what Seihi and Sori see ahead makes them slow their step and eventually stop. At this, Seihi begins to look around to see something that alarms him. And his example is followed by Sori, who is also looking for the reason for their stopping. But ahead there is only fog that shrouds the outline not only of the fence, but also of the house behind it. Suddenly, Sori's attention is drawn to something that causes her to take her mind off her previous thoughts and switch gears. For in front of her, just on the fence opposite her, are pasted the very talismans that restrained the box in which she was being moved. And in order to be sure of this, Sori begins to look at her, which finally convinces her that she is right. But as soon as Sori realizes this, terror grips her so much that she dares not utter a word. And to protect herself from the mascots, Sori hides behind a clueless Siha. And deciding to find out what's wrong, Seihi notices that the girl is so scared that she can't open her eyes. And it's all due to the exorcism talismans that Seiha thinks can't hurt Sori at all. And besides, how could such talismans hurt Sori, who was able to destroy a huge spirit with her bare hands? And hearing that Sori isn't afraid of the talismans at all, Seihi asks him to take his hands off him because he can't move. But then his words are interrupted as Seihi notices someone with fear in their eyes, peeking at them through a crack in the window. However, as soon as the commoner notices that he has been spotted, he immediately closes the window, hiding inside the house. Seihi continues to look around and concludes that neither he nor Sori are welcome in these parts. Suddenly, Sori's attention is drawn to the children running in an unknown direction, creating the appearance of play. At that, the last child who runs by also seems to notice Sori looking at them with an unbroken gaze. As at this very moment, the child's head begins to turn and the glowing eyes notice Sori. And the mouth of the strange child with the glowing eyes begins to blur into a satisfied smile. But that doesn't seem to please Sori, who looks more surprised than pleased by what she sees. And then a wooden child with glowing eyes turns to Sori and calls out to her to join them. And the reason is that the wooden children want to invite Sori to play with them, but you have to approach them to do it. Seihi sees this action and thinks that this time of day is not the best time to play, and besides, children are not simple. But his words fly past the ears of Sori, who is already looking at the received offer to join the game with loving eyes. And if Sori wants to join the kids, she needs to hurry up or they'll start without her. And since that's the case, Sori still doesn't listen to Seihi and doesn't pay any attention to him already flying towards the wooden children. At this, Seihi only just manages to reach out to Sori in an attempt to hold her back. But Seihi's hand, instead of the one Sori just standing next to him, is only grabbing air. And since that's the case, Seihai, thinking he's a liability, decides to take the chance to find out what's going on. And besides, Seiha doesn't think anyone in these parts is capable of doing any harm to Sori, who is already running after the wooden children who keep calling her to their game. And Sori is so excited about the offer that she doesn't even look where her name is called. But as soon as Sori stops, her attention is focused on something standing just across from her in the distance. And what Sori begins to see in front of her takes her by such surprise that she can't hold back the exclamation, since just opposite her is neither 1 nor 3 children, but a whole group of wooden children standing next to a big tree in the fog. And if Sori wants to join them, it's about time they started their game. And the rules are that whoever gets caught next starts driving, which doesn't seem clear to Sori. But the game has already begun and the one who drives starts counting with his back turned to the scattered wooden children. And now the count is up to 6 and everyone is scattering, and Sori, who is looking at them, doesn't understand how she should act. At the same time, the girl running past Sori once again tells her that she should run away or she will be the one caught. And the scary face of the fleeing wood begins to blur into a smile, and the count meanwhile comes to 8. However, Sori doesn't understand what they want from her, as she stands there as before without daring to move from her seat. And so at 10, the water finishes counting and talks about going looking, in the hope that everyone has hidden. But as soon as the wooden child turns his head, he notices that Sori hasn't run away, still continuing to stand still. And since that's the case, it's Sori who's first in line to drive next, since the wooden baby is already headed her way. And it is Sori who will be the next child in line to be caught by the looming wooden boy reaching out to her. However, Sori doesn't like such rules of the game as well as the game itself at all, and doesn't want to play such a game. But such demands of Sori are not at all in line with the one who is driving, and at this very moment approaching the girl. And as soon as the wooden child catches up to Sori, he bites her with all his might on her forward exposed arm, which is even more disliked by Sori, yes, and to whom it causes her unbearable pain. And all Sori can do to respond to the villain's antics is throw a punch that throws the wooden boy back. And Sori looks at his injured arm and notices that there is a strong bite in the very spot where the wooden boy had clung. At the same time, the wooden boy who flew away informs that Sori was caught, and since that is the case, the one who will be caught will be eaten. And echoing his words, others attracted to the game begin to pull up to Sori, saying that whoever is caught will be eaten. And as if by magic from nowhere, wooden children begin to surround Sori, repeating the words of their water. And Sori continues to stand there, not daring to take a step, holding onto his wounded arm. At the same time, the voices of the wooden children appearing in the fog come closer and closer, repeating the mere words eat, which doesn't please Sori, who is caught off guard and looking in the direction the kids are coming from. With the wooden girl on the row, with everyone getting closer to Sori each time she talks about letting herself be eaten, that more than before begins to piss off Sori, from which ice shards begin to fly in different directions. And the wooden children come closer and closer to Sori, starting to surround her from all sides, keeping repeating the same thing. And now each of the wooden children open their huge mouths to bite and then eat Sori, who finds herself in too close proximity to the crazy wooden children stepping on her. Suddenly, Sori's rage spills out, allowing her to break free from the vicious circle of maddened wooden people. But Sori jumps out, not alone, but with her head clutched in the healthy hand of one of the wooden children. And the next thing Sori does is press the wooden decapitated body into the ground, making a big dent around it. Turning to the wooden children still standing in the circle, Sori reiterates that there is no reason to play such games. But it has no effect on the wooden children, who continue to stare at Sori, who immediately jump out of their seats and open their huge mouths to attack the wounded girl, who has pulled herself together and is preparing to fend off a new onslaught of pesky wooden children. Suddenly, Sori's consciousness begins to fog up, and the girl, losing her balance, is already leaning to the side. And the wooden children get closer and closer to Sori each time, wanting to take advantage of her position. But the wish of the wooden children is not destined to come true, as at this very moment, they are overtaken by Seiha's battle weapon, who manages to arrive in time to help Sori, who is losing her ability to navigate in space. And Seihi smashes the wooden children with a single blow, blocking their path to the unconscious Sori. And those wooden kids who weren't hit by Seihi are starting to switch to him, leaving Sori alone. And now the desired object of the wooden children is Seihi, who notices the stares directed at him, which makes him concentrate on helping Sori, who's trapped. And already Seiha's battle weapon was catching up to the wooden child, gaping at him. But instead of one child, the rest of the black tiger begins to come at Seihi in the same way. And now, one by one, the battle weapon touches Seihi, who thinks that this way he is finished with his enemies. Suddenly, Seiha's slanted gaze notices someone standing quite a distance from the black tiger. And that enemy is a wooden girl who apparently senses the emanating danger from the black tiger. Because at that very moment, the wooden girl turns around and starts running in the opposite direction of Seiha. But her fate is sealed, as she is already in the sights of not only the black tiger, but also his battle weapons. And Seiha's battle weapon catches up with the wooden child, who has already managed to run away from him for a considerable distance. And Seihi, seeing the result of his actions, picks himself up to continue rejecting the enemies that overtake him. As at this very moment, a new wave of wooden men are heading towards Seihi with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, the wounded Sori is still unable to move from her position without orienting herself. And just then, Seihi comes to her rescue, where Sori tries to see a familiar face. Meanwhile, Seihi is leaning over Sori, asking her to show him her injured arm, which continues to bear the huge bite mark of the wooden boy who started the strange game. And it occurs to Seihi that what could have caused Sori's condition is nothing but poison, and if it does, you must do everything you can to neutralize it, or it could be irreparable. In the meantime, the wooden baby is starting to catch up with his head reaching out for it, and already the hand from the headless body is touching its part, awaiting reunion, which follows just as soon as both hands begin to screw the head into its rightful place. And although it happens backwards, the head is already sitting on the neck of his body, and his eyes begin to search for his victim. At the same time, this phenomenon is not clear to Seiha, who looks around and begins to assess the situation, in which each of the wooden parts of wooden bodies begin to find each other to assemble into a whole. And Seihi, thinking that what's happening seems too suspicious, decides to retreat. And hearing Sori Seihi's lamentations, Seihi tries to calm her down and tells her that as soon as they return, they will immediately start treating her. While still conscious, Sori tells Seihi that she doesn't like wooden children at all, and Seihi agrees. Also, Sori talks about how she's really hot and wants to get naked, which doesn't please Seihi at all. And what Seihi dislikes even more is that they go back to the same tree. And that's even more displeasing to Seihi, who once again makes sure there's something wrong with this place. And when asked by Sori if they have already come, Seihi is forced to tell the truth and answer no. At that, the wooden children's joyous voices about Sori being back are starting to echo throughout the neighborhood. And Seihi, thus accepting the challenge, decides to determine who will emerge victorious in this battle. But his thoughts are disturbed by Sori's moan, telling him that something inexplicably strange is happening to her, since she can't see anything anymore. And Seihi is left with no choice but to abandon his desire and once again seek help from an exhausted Sori. But it doesn't turn out to be that simple, and to check the situation, Seihi looks back, where they are followed on their heels by wooden children with faces just as distraught with the desire to eat them. And the wooden children now, as in the beginning, do not stop repeating that he who is caught must be eaten. Seihi turns his head and notices that the wooden child, who is repeating the same old phrase, is very close and is about to attack. And Seihi has no choice but to once again call upon his battle weapon for help, which he successfully uses to fend off the wooden man's attack and knock him far back. And now the wooden child is flying, and Seihi is not lowering his battle weapon, preparing for another attack. Because at this very moment, the first wooden child is replaced by another who is ready to eat Sori. And the one that was decapitated by Seihi catches his head on the fly to return it to its rightful place on his body. And Seihi, seeing this resurgence, realizes that he can't handle them at this rate. And to make matters worse, Seihi once again notices the same tree in front of him, surrounded by thick fog. And it didn't seem to Seihi at all, because even going the other way, they return to the original place, which can't be a mistake. And Sori temporarily regains consciousness again, telling Seihi that everything around her is spinning, indicating severe intoxication. Seihi tries to calm Sori down and tells her to be patient, because when they get out of this place, she can rest. And Seihi is correct in thinking that going after the fog was their big mistake, since Seihi couldn't even figure out who their opponent was. And it's all because Seihi relied too much on the Black Tiger's power, but since that's the case, Seihi must destroy the hearth of the wooden children. But it is worth bearing in mind that if the spell covers a whole village, then the hearth must be very large. And then there's this fog that's confusing, so where it thickens the most is the focus of the Karas. And besides, no matter what path Seihi and Sori take, they keep coming back to the giant tree. At the same time, Seihi, having put all his thoughts in order and looking at the tree, begins to realize that it is the epicenter of evil. Once again, Seihi, with Sori looping beside him, is moving towards the huge tree. At the same time, each time approaching him closer and closer, holding his Black Tiger battle weapon at the ready. Once again, Seiha's attention is drawn to the extraneous movement echoing from the side of the travelers. And when Seihi turns his head, he notices a wooden child crawling towards him in an attacking pose, who immediately gets hit with a battle weapon aimed at him by Seihi. Meanwhile, the other wooden children take advantage of Seihi's distraction from Sori and prepare to take her over. But Seihi manages to spot the impending ambush on the unsuspecting Sori just in time, and immediately to protect the child reflects with his battle weapon the attack of the maddened wooden children. And this is how Seihi protects the unconscious Sori once again. But it doesn't end there so quickly, as the wooden children, who have managed to recover, come at him again. However, the movement of these wooden children slows down as a thick fog begins to envelop them. And Seihi has no choice but to breathe a sigh of relief at being able to get rid of the pesky wood. But Seiha's state of relief doesn't last long, as he is again forced to concentrate to catch the extraneous noise, all the while still continuing to move away from the damn tree with Seiha beside him, barely weaving behind him. And just like all the previous times, Seihi begins to realize that he is losing his bearings again. Oh, and besides, the sensation of the presence of an intruder makes him keep his battle weapon at the ready. But what was Seiha's surprise to see an animal-like creature instead of a wooden child, which on closer inspection begins to take on the shape of a very ordinary cat. And this cat, calmly perched on top of the fence, continues to watch Sori and Seihi. He looks at the animal and doesn't have time to finish his guess as he is interrupted by Seihi, who has regained consciousness. But at the words of the cat calling, Seihi finally faints and begins to slump backwards. However, Seihi manages to catch the girl in time to prevent her from falling to the ground. And tasting Sori Seihi's forehead, Seihi notices that she is all burning, and this condition can be very dangerous even for Sanshin. In addition, this time Seihi finally makes sure that Sori was poisoned with poison through the bite. But even knowing now the cause, Seihi will have a hard time finding a cure unless he knows what the poison was. And while Seihi was dealing with Sori, the cat watching them didn't even try to leave his seat. With that, the next thing the cat starts to do is make a loud noise in cat language, and then the cat changes its position and rises to its feet and begins to pull itself up with its front legs, which is followed by stretching the back of the legs, preparing the cat to resume movement. And now the cat stands up on all four paws and starts its movement on the top of the straw fence. But that's not all, as at that moment the cat turns her head and turns to Seihi as if to say follow her. And her call is instantly picked up by Seihi, who, looking at the approaching wooden men, finds the offer very tempting. But be that as it may, Seihi can't help but think that this way they might fall into a new trap. However, looking at the distant cat and sensing the approach of the wooden children, Seihi realizes that they have no other choice. Meanwhile, the cat is already nearing the end of the straw fence, trying not to speed up her step in anticipation of Sori and Seiha. And so Seihi, with Sori in his arms and his sword ready for another attack, follows the cat. At the same time, one thought does not leave Seihi alone, since it was following the cat that they wandered into this village. And even knowing that this is most likely a new trap, Seihi still willingly jumps into it. But only one thing reassures Seihi, and that is that this cat is different than the one Seihi and Sori saw in the forest. And while Seihi continued to ponder the concha, meanwhile disappears from the sight of the Seihi following it, which obviously worries Seihi to some extent, who is already in a tight spot. But since it's too late to doubt, Seihi begins to speed up, changing his stride into a sprint. Meanwhile, the cat stops in the crevice of the fence from which the light comes, meowing invitingly. And once the cat makes sure she's in Seiha's line of sight, she goes inside. The next thing the cat does is walk towards a house with lights on in the windows. And Seihi watching this picture can't understand how such a low fence can protect the house from ghosts walking around. And besides, such peacefulness around rather arouses more suspicion, but Sori's condition leaves no other choice. And that's how Seihi, with Sori in her arms, walks through the low fence and into the courtyard. But before following into the house, Seihi decides to look around. And the first thing he sees are the neatly arranged jugs in one corner. And in the other direction, on neatly tied in stacks of firewood, cats sleep peacefully without paying attention to people. At the same time, behind the ajar shutters of the window, Seihi hears someone talking to the cat that they have visitors. And this obviously makes Seihi, who witnesses the conversation, even more suspicious. Suddenly, a woman's voice from the ajar window addressing Seihi invites them to go inside the house. But before they do, the same female voice asks Seihi, with Sori in her arms, to lock the wicket as tightly as possible. And Seihi, about to fulfill the request, turns to the ajar door of the wicket behind which the ghosts still hover. But as soon as Seihi closes the wicket door, all the extraneous sounds behind it begin to fade, taking the woodies with them. And just outside the fence, as if there was no thick fog, the sun rises. The woman notices Seihi's surprise and realizes that he is confused, so she asks him to come inside to explain. But the fact that the woman addresses him as Mr. Black Tiger throws Seihi off balance, and the woman in turn introduces herself to him as Tan Yen, who is excited to meet the Black Tiger. And on that note, Black Tiger and his wounded companion go inside the house, as their journey was really not easy. At the same time, the woman handing the Black Tiger a drink wonders whether it was easy to find the path in the thick fog, to which Seihi immediately replies that without the cat's help, they would hardly be able to get out of it. And that apparently surprises Tan Yong, who's been wondering where her cat went and if she's brought out Seihi to do something worthy. But Tang Yan doesn't have time to finish her thought as Seihi interrupts her with the fact that they met a panther-like beast in the mountains. However, Tang Yan is pretty sure that there are no such predators in the neighborhood, and that Seihi is probably mistaken. And not getting the expected answer to his question, Seihi switches to Sori, but Tan Yong can't say anything since he's not a doctor. However, the bleeding from the injured arm has stopped, and judging from the fact that Sori has fallen asleep, we can conclude that the medicine is working. But still, Seiha has some doubts about the prescription medicine that can be made if one knows what kind of poison is used. And if the cure works, how is it possible that they could prepare it in such a short period of time, and even late at night? However, the feeling of lack of trust and some sort of wariness did not escape Tang Yen, for which Seihi apologizes, explaining that in the current situation, it is inexcusable for him to let his guard down, and such an answer is accepted by Tan Yen, who says that the medicine was prepared in advance for such cases. But that's not all, as Tang Yan was able to foresee something that surprises Seihi even more. However, if this is true, then Tang Yen must have already known about Seihi and Sori and can predict fates in general. And besides, despite her blindness, Tang Yen's hands move quite naturally, but still, Seihi shouldn't touch or move things around. Since if Seihi moves things even an inch, Tang Yan won't be able to find them, and now Seihi should drink the drink offered. But Seihi resists this, thinking that he is not bitten, but if he doesn't, the poison scattered in the fog will cause him to convulse. And this obviously reassures Seihi to some extent, who also wants to know what's going on in the village. After all, the fog, wooden ghost charms that prevent you from leaving the village, and the talismans on the doors raise a lot of questions. But Tang Yon is in no hurry to start her story, as she reminds Seihi that he doesn't even believe her. So what's the matter with her explanation? And Seihi realizes what's going on and looks at the untouched medicine cup that Tang En is clearly hinting at. That being said, Seihi still wants to know if Tang En's eyes really can't see anything, since he was purposely making gulping sound. But Tang En lets the question pass his ears and asks Seihi if he's seen a huge old tree in an empty field. And this guardian tree in which the spirit that guards the village was still a month ago, pleasing everyone with lush foliage. But since the tree became lifeless, a fog descended on the land, and anyone touched by the poison was taken away, be it livestock or people. And so Tang Yen tried to contain the poison with talismans while instructing the residents to stay indoors, but not everyone was ready for isolation. And anyone who even briefly went out for food, water, or medicine was caught by the dolls and dragged to a tree where people disappeared. That's why Seihi and Sori only saw the people who watched them with fear through the cracks in their houses. But does Tang Yen mean by disappearance that people took their lives in this way? And the same receives the answer that it is so, while among the remaining houses few are still able to hold out. Seihi, realizing the seriousness of the situation, wants to know if there is something on the tree and gets an answer about insects that look like monsters. However, even while talking, Tang Yan makes a remark that Seihi still doesn't trust her because she won't let go of her battle weapon. Seihi finally makes sure that Tang Yan sees everything, but she doesn't since she has a sense that allows her to read outsiders. And since it's true, Seihi wants to take this opportunity to learn about himself, but because the past is shrouded in a black veil, it's hard to do so. But that answer doesn't suit Seihi, who thinks that anyone can answer that way except for his only specialty, which is that Seihi's fate is cut short, but that doesn't mean he's about to say goodbye to life. And it is interpreted that Seihi should have been in heaven long ago, but the two fates cannot overlap, which is confirmed by Tang Yen saying that Seiha's share was always to become one with his battle weapons, which in some ways seems like an unpleasant and inexplicable discovery for Seiha. And since that's the case, Seihi asks Tang Yan for more reading, but the woman refuses, saying that's the end of it. At the same time, Seihi, who had been listening attentively to Tang Yan all this time, drinks the medicine in one gulp, and with a sound returning the empty bowl to its place tells Tang Yan that she'll be back soon. When asked about leaving, Seihi believes that he will pay not only for the fortune-telling, but also for the cure. But that doesn't mean Seihi trusts Tang Yan completely, because if the woman is a monster and Seihi drinks poison tea, he doesn't have time to say anything, since Tang Yan thinks it's impossible with Seihi continuing to talk about letting Tang Yan eat Sori as a reward. Tang Yen can't believe it, since despite Seihi's cruelty, he's no joke and gives him a jade bead, which will help Seihi choose a path to leave the village as the poisonous fog is able to deprive the landmark. Seihi himself looks at the bead and realizes that he doesn't know what he can and can't trust, but he can see the effect. And now standing in front of a huge lifeless tree, Seihi wants to know what kind of insect is playing with people's lives. But as it is, an ordinary tree was able to change so much in such a short period of time. And if the tree continued to grow, it could stand for hundreds more years and fulfill its function of protecting the village. But now Seihi looks at the lifeless tree and regrets that it was the first victim of the village. Meanwhile, the wooden child watching Seihi bear his battle weapon wants to know what he's going to do. After all, wouldn't it be better for Seiha to drop everything and join in to play with the wooden kids? And for this, the most suitable game is the game of hide and seek, where Seihi is given the right to hide first. However, there is one condition. If Seihi is found by the wooden men, he will definitely be eaten by them. But Seihi decides to take the initiative because if the wood spirits like to hide, they'd better hide first, since they should now remember that if they are caught, they will be the ones to be eaten by Seihi. And at such a point, Seihi bared his battle weapon and prepared for further action, standing with his back to the wood spirits. Suddenly, Seihi abruptly jumps out of his seat and flies at the wooden men at a breakneck speed, thrusting his battle weapon forward, which he immediately, without moving from his seat, blows to pieces in one fell swoop. But it doesn't end there, as a new wave of wooden monsters attacks Seihi from behind. However, instead of encasing Seihi in their deadly embrace, the wooden monsters miss grabbing air, as Seihi manages to dodge just in time while keeping his battle weapon in his hands, while successfully fending off an attack by the wooden man while remaining unharmed. But seeing that once again the wood spirits are at his approach, Seihi realizes that this battle is just a waste of his strength, since from the very beginning, Seiha's goal was and still is only the monster that sits inside the lifeless tree. And if it had been an ordinary tree, Seiha wouldn't have had the strength to cut it down. But now it was different, since it was possessed by a ghost. That's a different matter, and Seihi, using his battle weapon, strikes the tree time after time, which each time reaches the realization of Seiha's original plan of already reaching the middle of the barrel, until eventually the lifeless tree trunk begins to lurch sideways. And now, in place of the mighty tree in front of Seihi, the only thing that remains of the former might is a stump. However, it doesn't end there, as Sanshin's power remains the same and Seihi doesn't absorb memories. And if it was over, Seihi wouldn't see any wandering wooden men on the horizon. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded behind Seiha's back, interrupting his musings, who up to this point had been full of mystery as to who had come to him, until he saw that it was Mr. Black Tiger. However, Seihi is unwilling to play riddles and is ordered to show himself to whoever is having the conversation with him. But the speaking voice is not so simple, as it realizes that no Sanshin in Dongha will show himself in front of Mr. Black Tiger, who is now destined to stay forever in the fog where the monster puppets won't let him get bored. In the meantime, the wooden dolls have already climbed on top of each other to form a pyramid overhanging Seihi, and Seihi looks back and sees who he has to confront now. And still the same mocking voice of Sanshin from under the stump wants to know what Seihi thinks about this. And does Mr. Black Tiger even need such a toy belonging to the talking Sanshin? Seihi replies that for the most part he's not picky, but he doesn't have time to say anything as he's interrupted by Sanshin from under the stump. But Seihi thinks it's unnecessary to waste time on idle chatter as the pyramid of wooden dolls continues to grow. And one of them, gritting her teeth, tells the Black Tiger that there are many of them, and if he takes the life of one, two will live. After all, the rules of the game are that as long as one wooden toy lives, the other will live at its expense. And since that's the case, Mr. Black Tiger will never be able to handle all the wood spirits. That said, Seihi notes that the dolls move with charms and speak in the voice of the lurking Sanshin. And the insect's abilities would not be enough for such a creation, so who gave Sanshin such power? But hearing that the leader of everything is Tashan, Seihi is surprised and asks to repeat what was said. However, one of the wooden dolls realizes in time that she has said too much, and to make good on her reservation, she immediately starts attacking Seihi, standing in front of her, who reacts in time and manages to bounce from the very place where the blow is planned. But the wooden puppet quickly gets its bearings and rises again to attempt the throw. And Seihi bounces away, dodging a direct attack from the wooden monsters as before. But the only thing Seihi doesn't have time to do is remove his hand, which is hit by a blow that leaves a bloody scratch mark. The wooden monsters are already presenting themselves to Seihi in the form of an insect, asking him to see the power granted by Takon. And it was unlikely that such a pathetic fake of the Black Tiger could withstand the power of Taechon, which means the current Mr. Black Tiger has no chance of getting out of this place alive. But apparently Seihi holds a very different opinion, as at this very moment his battle weapon is ready to repel the blow, which just as times it hits the topmost wooden doll with a crackle flying off to the side. However, it doesn't end there as the next wooden monster prepares to attack, and now the wooden spirit is already dangerously grinning its maw and heading towards its opponent, Mr. Black Tiger. That being said, Seihi is now as successful in deflecting the onslaught of the multi-legged wooden monster as in previous times. But having managed to duck from the wood spirit's hand, inflicted blow, Seihi doesn't notice the other. Because at this very moment, after a series of blows, he is thrown aside with tremendous force. But having managed to stay on his feet, Seihi assesses the situation and realizes that the monster's speed has increased significantly. However, seeing the moment the bodies reunite to build the pyramid, the principle of how it works begins to dawn on Seiha, and the newly formed pyramid of wooden bodies ready for another onslaught doesn't understand why Seihi is looking away. And before he could say that even Mr. Black Tiger can't handle Taechon, he gets hit, which properly planned Seihi hits the very spot that becomes the final destination for the wooden monster. And just like that, Seihi emerges victorious from the battle with the wood spirits by putting an end to them. At this, Seihi, looking at the downed trunk of a huge tree, hears the question asked of him about whether this is the end. And that contributes to Seihi sticking a battle weapon into the ground to finally put a stop to the matter. At the point of impact, which forms a huge rift dividing the surface into two parts. And now, being inside him and looking down, he begins to ask questions that form the further plan of his actions, which is that Seihi not paying attention to what's going on outside of him is forming a downward rift. However, the impact is so strong that it leaves Seihi unable to move for a while, and the domain mistress looking on was sure that Seiha's battle with her puppets would force the Black Tiger to retreat. In fact, Sanshin is a little confused that Seihi had the temerity to venture into her domain. And on top of that, Sanshin notices a jade bead around Seiha's neck that is supposed to break her spell. But since Seihi happens to be in Sanshin's territory, the Black Tiger is going to regret it a lot. In the meantime, Seihi himself only has to look at who he will be fighting in the very near future. And when Seihi finally sees his immediate enemy, he's glad Sanshin is showing him up, since Seihi is now facing no ordinary Sanshin, but the one who is called the Mother of the Dungeon. But this discovery doesn't matter much to Seiya, and he heads off to meet his enemy without a second thought, who, seeing the pressure Mr. Black Tiger is putting on her, is starting to back away. After all, Sanshin doesn't even have any plans to engage in battle with Mr. Black Tiger, who, if not afraid, should follow her. And Mr. Black Tiger does not hesitate to follow Sanshin, but the thick fog prevents him from seeing. And if it wasn't for the jade bead fortune teller Tang Yen had given him, Mr. Black Tiger wouldn't have been able to see anything at all. Seeing Sanshin disappear into his hole, Seihi realizes that she's trying to lure him in so she can attack him. However, Mr. Black Tiger is not ready to give up so quickly, and keeping his battle weapons ready continues to follow Sanshin, the tale of which is beginning to be seen in one of the many nooks and crannies of her underground domain. And Seihi still keeps up the pace thanks to Tang Yen's jade bead, but he's still as fast as Sanshin's retreating Sanshin. Suddenly, Mr. Black Tiger notices that Sanshin disappears from his sight, causing Seihi to stop in surprise. And as he continues to peer deep into the burrow of the underworld, Seihi falls into a bit of a delusion. Since Sanshin's trail breaks, and that's because she either ran away or hid her presence that way. Yeah, and anyway, Seihi doesn't understand why he's so out of breath even considering that Black Tiger-san is in the cave. And then Mr. Black Tiger's gaze begins to pick up some extraneous movement from outside, which is triggered by the fact that the newfound wooden monsters are taking up their old ways in the form of an attack on Seihi, who, holding his battle weapon at the ready, doesn't quite understand how the wooden monster managed to get to this place. And Mr. Black Tiger has no choice but to strike again with his battle weapon at the wooden monster, which this time, as in previous times, does not have time to dodge and falls under the hot hand of Mr. Black Tiger. But it doesn't end there, as Mr. Black Tiger himself, although he makes a strike, is also captured. During which Mr. Black Tiger not only strikes again, but also tries to grab the monster to finish him off. And actually, the Black Tiger-san is starting to get the hang of it, as Seihi clutches his battle weapon even tighter and strips the monster, which, breaking apart into its component parts, begins to retreat from Mr. Black Tiger, taking the darkness with it. And Seihi himself analyzes the battle and concludes that this is the first time he has used the Black Tiger's power for so long in the last 3 years. But Seiha can't relax for long, because at that very moment, Sanshin's fangs appear above him, streaking the air. And Mr. Black Tiger, who had time to bounce back in time, takes a fighting stance in preparation for Sanshin's new antics. Who was originally going to deal with Mr. Black Tiger quickly, but this failure saddens her. However, Sanshin is only happy that Mr. Black Tiger, having taken a sip of her poison, will soon be unable to overpower himself and will simply fall asleep. Sanshin will make sure to keep Mr. Black Tiger in his body and present it to Mr. Taechan afterwards. But that's not in the plans of Mr. Black Tiger, who doesn't understand how Sanshin could fall for the idea that some of Seihi's poison would stop him. But that's not true, because even Black Tiger, who is very strong and has captured all of Donghei's Sanshin, is powerless from the effects of the poison. If we take into account that the current Black Tiger is not what it used to be, Taechan will be happy to see him in human form. And Seihi couldn't agree more, offering Sanshin to voluntarily take him to Mr. Taechan. And Sanshin, listening to Seihi's speech, decides that he is trying to make a deal with her, but first she asks him to listen to her proposal, which is for Mr. Black Tiger to leave the cave and leave the village forever. Yes, and besides, the Dungeon Mother absolutely did not care what Black Tiger would do, otherwise he would engage in an endless battle with her. However, it is worth considering that Mr. Black Tiger is already poisoned, and therefore more likely to lose. And the mother of the dungeon, deciding to bring Mr. Black Tiger outside, doesn't have time to speak, so a battle weapon cuts through the air above her head. At that, the mother of the dungeon dodged the blow in time to look out from her ambush and try to assess the stoppage. And seeing Seiya's belligerent posture, he concludes that he is thus reneging on the deal and will not leave her domain. Since that was the case, the mother of the dungeon would still wait for Mr. Black Tiger to pass out before picking up his stiffened body. However, the speeches made by the mother of the dungeon have no effect on the attacking Seihi, who is assuming the posture of an attacker. As Mr. Black Tiger looks into the face of the mother of the dungeon and tells her that he will not let her go. But Sanshin is already out of sight of the Black Tiger Master standing there, starting to call out for him once again. And seeing that Seihi doesn't move, the dungeon mother thinks he knows that sudden movements make the poison spread faster through the body. At that, under the incessant stream of Sanshin's endless words, Seihi notices the wooden monster reassembling itself, and in order to prevent the wooden monster from rising again, Mr. Black Tiger simply decides to trample it. At this, Seihi himself, though, using jade bead magic, starts rubbing his eyes with his hand, and when his eyesight returns to Mr. Black Tiger, he starts looking around. The mother of the dungeon, who is moving along her paths, thinks that since the cave is soaked in poison, Seihi should stop moving. And once Mr. Black Tiger takes another 20 breaths, the poison will completely fill him up and Sanshin should hide to wait it out. But the dungeon mother's plans were not destined to come true, as she notices that Seihi is following her. Moreover, Mr. Black Tiger does not look poisonous, rather. On the contrary, his determination says the opposite, and that doesn't sit right with Sanshin, who was 100% sure that the poison was meant to throw Seihi off her trail. To which Mr. Black Tiger replies with confidence that the dungeon mother underestimated Tang Ying's abilities, or maybe also that Taechan, who empowered the mother of the dungeon, couldn't explain everything properly. With that, Mr. Black Tiger had already overtaken the mother of the dungeon and thrust his battle weapon into her body, which causes the mother of the dungeon unbearable pain from which she begins to scream. And Mr. Black Tiger, referring to Sanshin, wants to know if it's true that she was able to stand up to Siha after receiving power from Taechan. But even so, Mr. Black Tiger catches up with Sanshin again, and ignoring her pleas, thinks that Taechan is a coward. At the same time, the mother of the dungeon, realizing that she is doomed and grasping at the slightest chance, wants to tell where Taechan is hiding. But it no longer makes any difference at all to Mr. Black Tiger, who finally catches up with the mother of the dungeon, since having absorbed the mother dungeon, all the memories in her head would still become available to the Black Tiger Master. However, something stops Seihi halfway through and he doesn't finish what he started until the end. At the same time, the mother of the dungeon, not realizing that something is starting to happen to Seihi, is dreadfully awaiting her end, who seems so close to her that the dungeon mother closes her eyes in fear. But to the surprise of the dungeon mother, nothing happens, and to scout the situation, she decides to peek. And once she realizes that the danger has passed, the mother of the dungeon is happy to realize that her poison is beginning to take effect. And it all happens because the mother of the dungeon stabs Seiha's body with her sharp spades, forcing him to stop. Still, that doesn't stop him, and Seiha manages to reach the dungeon mother's head, clutching it tightly. However, the mother of the dungeon also manages to escape the consequences this time as she pushes off Seiha, who notices that at this very moment, one of the dungeon mother's offshoots is clutching his hand, which contains a battle weapon. Oh, and to top it off, the dungeon mother's many legs are beginning to encircle Seiha's entire body. At that, the mother of the dungeon, on whose head Mr. Black Tiger is still leaning, tries to throw him over. And this is successfully obtained by the mother of the dungeon, who is freed from the clutches of Mr. Black Tiger flying over her, who is piloting upside down, trying not to lose sight of the jade bead preparing to fall. And this does not go unnoticed by the emerging victor from this battle of the mother dungeon. But luckily for Mr. Black Tiger, he manages to land on his feet without losing his bearings. And the mother of the dungeon, adopting an attacking posture, aims all her possible weapons at Seihi, who accepts the challenge and is already rushing at his attacking enemy Sanshin, who, realizing that she might lose in this fight to Mr. Black Tiger, decides to put a fog on him, which completely envelops Mr. Black Tiger, throwing him off his chosen path. But once the fog clears a bit and visibility begins to return to Seihi, he notices two fangs pointed at him, which he chops apart with one swipe of his battle weapon, depriving Sanshin of the chance to strike. Suddenly, Mr. Black Tiger's side vision notices a third extra appearing in this game. And that third extra is none other than the wooden monster who grabs exactly the hand where Siha's battle weapon is. And the mother of the dungeon, realizing that an unfavorable outcome might follow for the Black Tiger Master, is happily watching. At this, the wooden monster that had encroached on the Black Tiger Master's martial weapon flew back with force. But the mother of the dungeon herself, who receives a strong blow from Mr. Black Tiger, is not left out, which also throws the mother of the dungeon back with force, erasing the smile of pleasure from her face. And Mr. Black Tiger, although he is devoid of battle weapons, is still infused with the power of the Black Tiger, with which Seihi skillfully wields his fist to continue striking at Sanshin. As suddenly something stops Seihi, causing him to take his mind off the battle and turn his attention elsewhere. Because at that very moment, Seihi notices that his battle weapon is right where the wooden monster is located. Moreover, the monster's wooden clawed hand is just where the hilt of Mr. Black Tiger's battle weapon is, who, assessing the situation though, managed to pull the sword out of his body, but still doesn't know how long the power will last. Which means you have to switch and rush to get your hands on a battle weapon, but so does the wooden monster. And now Mr. Black Tiger, holding his fist at the ready, is rushing to not only seize the sword, but also to throw away the wooden puppet, which, when it fails to reach its target, flies backwards with a crackling and furious force. Meanwhile, Seihi is already a millimeter away from grabbing the hilt of a battle weapon, with which Seihi just has to chop up the mother of the dungeon to stop all the dolls that are starting to pounce on him. Seihi sees each of the wooden dolls trying to bite him, and realizes that all the others are following one of them in pursuit. And to get rid of the pesky wooden monsters as quickly as possible, Seihi decides to fight them off, at the same time grumbling that the wooden monsters make too much noise, which makes your eyes go dark. And to stop it, Mr. Black Tiger blows the wooden puppet apart with a single blow, which, among other things, falls to the stone floor of the dungeon and is crushed by Seihi's foot, who is once again working hard to get to his battle weapons as soon as possible. But no matter how hard Mr. Black Tiger tries, all his attempts are in vain, as it is too late. And seeing the wooden puppets heading towards him again, Seihi realizes that his obsession with revenge will one day take his life. However, even in his worst dreams, Mr. Black Tiger did not think that death would come to him in a place like this. And the mother of the dungeon gleefully looks at Seihi and thinks he's just a loser destined to perish in her domain. And besides, it's too late to fix anything for someone who should have been stiffed a long time ago. After all, it wouldn't even take a breath of poison for the dungeon mother to rip off Seiha's limbs and give the rest to Taechan. Suddenly, something happens that no one expects to see as a child's voice begins to address the wooden monsters, which brings some consternation to the already relaxed Sanshin, so skillfully sharing the victory. As at this very moment, the satisfied smirk is wiped off the dungeon mother's face by Sori's punch, and Seiki, who thought his minutes were numbered, is hit by a shockwave that brings him to his senses. What happens because Sori is out of his mind with anger and starts smashing everyone left and right, throwing ice arrows. And that's how Sori presents himself in front of Seihi in all his glory, admiring his work. And Seihi, barely recovering from what he saw, is probably very happy that Seihi can move. But his joy was premature as Sori's eyes blurred before he could speak, and he began to lurch to the side. And all Seihi wants first and foremost is to help the poisoned girl who came to his rescue. Suddenly, instead of touching Sori, Seihi's hand touches the hilt of his battle weapon, which causes an undisguised mixture of surprise and horror to reflect in Mr. Black Tiger's eyes. Because first of all, it's a battle weapon that Seihi needed, and secondly, it's served by a healthy Sori. But apparently that's not the concern of Seihi, who praises Sori and asks her to gently remove her hands from the blade of the battle weapon, which is immediately done by Sori, whose hand does not take damage from the martial weapon that emanates the Black Tiger's energy. And the mother of the dungeon, who witnessed the whole picture, begins to realize that this will be the end of her. And the dungeon mother's eyes are already reflecting her probable outcome, which comes from the Black Tiger Master looking at her, which now appears in full force in the form of Seiha beginning to advance on the mother of the dungeon, who, realizing what would follow, hesitates to move in anticipation of its end. Meanwhile, Mr. Black Tiger takes his time in enacting his retribution and decides to look around. And the first place Seiha's gaze falls is where the nibbled bones of pets and livestock rest near the wall. And on the other side, numerous human remains are gathered in a neatly stacked pile. That said, it seems that this is enough for Mr. Black Tiger to get on with his immediate mission. And the mother of the dungeon, seeing Mr. Black Tiger preparing to thrust his battle weapon, asks for mercy in exchange for information. But that doesn't stop Mr. Black Tiger, who is completely consumed by his thirst for revenge. And besides, Mr. Black Tiger goes back to what he said earlier about this information not playing a role for him. And thus in the attachments of the mother of the dungeon comes the end of the insect-like Sanshin. With Seihi's destruction of the monster, his memories become available where Sanshin catches the millipede in the form of a girl. And this girl becomes very curious if the insect can also become a Sanshin, for which in exchange she will receive the simplest village to destroy. Yes, and to whom the girl is given a black worm that will have control over small animals and wooden dolls can come to life. That being said, Sanshin can eat as much as her soul desires to spread rumors about it all over Dongha, and she starts with cattle. Small pets like the village dogs are already following. But Sanshin doesn't want the rumors to spread all over Dongha, so he'll do everything quietly following his own discretion. And it will happen very slowly, taking its time until Sanshin consumes the last person in the village. And Mr. Black Tiger, seeing the memories of the dungeon mother, doesn't understand who this woman who appeared to him is again. But it's time to call it a day and get out. And Mr. Black Tiger pulls his battle weapon from the millipede's defeated body. Sori, still under the influence of the poison but firmly in his arms, inquires about the fate of the millipede. And hearing about Sori being trapped in the dungeon, she says she's allowed to come to the aid of Seihi, who can hardly handle it alone. To which Seihi wants to know who gave Sori that permission, but is wrong in assuming it was Tannen, since it was the cat that Seihi and Sori encountered in the village that was able to guide Sori into the dungeon mother's domain. But to shift his focus to being able to get out of the dungeon, Seihi asks Sori to share her power. And with the Black Tiger's power gone, Seihi starts to lose sight again, where Sanshin's spell may still be active. And the only salvation for them may be the jade necklace given to Seihi in Tang En's journey. Meanwhile, the road begins to drive Seihi and Sori into a dead end, bifurcating into several moves. And if it goes on like this, the two of them will disappear in the cave as a familiar black cat suddenly appears on their way again, who deftly jumps aside and motions for Seihi and Sori to follow her. And Seihi, trying to put his thoughts together, doesn't realize what kind of beast it is that has Sanshin's power as well. And since that's the case, Seihi has no choice but to go after the black cat. As Seihi continues on his journey, he begins to second-guess himself, and everything previously incomprehensible becomes quite obvious. And it is particularly worth starting with the deplorable situation in the long-suffering village. Because if you think about it even better and spread it out from the very beginning, the spirit has been leading Seihi and Sori from the very beginning. Meanwhile, at the end of Seiha's movement still holding Sori on his back, a gap was beginning to show. And as soon as Seihi reaches him, he sees the cat frozen in front of him waiting for them, the outline of which begins to fade before Seiha's eyes, promising her eventual disappearance. And Seihi realizes this and begins to think through their next steps, seeing this as the end of the road. Because at that very moment, Seihi looks up and that's where the cat believes the exit from the dungeon to be. And the next thing Seihi does is to forcefully push off the stone dungeon floor with Sori on his back and jump outside. Meanwhile, Mrs. Tang Yan, having already taken on a human form, is patiently awaiting the arrival of her guests, which after making a huge path to the exit with force, collapses in a leap to the ground next to Tang Yan. And the first thing Seihi does is resort to his battle weapon, wanting to use it against someone who didn't hide his name. Since it is Tan Yan, aka Tan Yan, who is the Sanshin, who has taken on human form, now looks up to Seihi. That being said, Tang Yan was genuinely happy that Seihi and Sori were able to escape the dungeon completely unharmed. But this is not to Seihi's liking, who is about to absorb Sanshin to replenish his strength, but doesn't have time. As at that very moment, Seihi along with Sori falls to the ground with all her might, losing consciousness. And looking down on them, Tang Yan now sees how strong the one whose name inspires fear in everyone. But to Sanshin's surprise, he's just an ordinary boy whose heart is filled to the brim with longing. A short time later, Seihi begins to regain consciousness, but now he is lying in bed. And this bed is not somewhere but in a real house belonging probably to a man. But that's not what worries the recovering Seihi, it's where his battle weapon is now. And as soon as Black Tiger Master's hand touches the hilt of the martial weapon, the excitement gradually lets go. At this time, Tang Yan appears in the window opening, seeing that Mr. Seihi has woken up with a tray in his hands, who, with a benevolent expression on her face, offers Seihi what she has. But Seihi, seeing Sanshin in front of him, is unwilling to engage in dialogue with him, only adopting a belligerent posture. However, this does not scare Mrs. Tang Yan at all as she walks inside the room without a drop of doubt. And believing that there is still poison in Mr. Seihi's body causing dry throat, he offers him water before eating. And Seihi, instead of accepting the offer, asks Tan Yang not to pretend since she sees everything perfectly. But Tang Yan, catching on with her answer, says that she knows that even with her strength, she can't escape from Mr. Black Tiger. However, this isn't an argument for Seiha, who doesn't care at all what Mrs. Tang Yan will do in this case. After all, Seihi is more interested in why Mrs. Tang Yan saved him, knowing that he would devour her anyway. After all, Tang Yan could essentially take Seihi's life at any time while he was unconscious. However, Ms. Tang Yan does not pursue the goal of destroying people under the guise of threatening lives. And Tang Yan keeps her eyes open not because she's trying to hide her identity, but because she sees too much when they're open. Still, returning to the original topic of their conversation, Mrs. Tang Yan reminds her about the food for Seiha, which he doesn't have time to answer because from somewhere above, Sori happily announces that she can eat everything. At that, Mrs. Tang Yan immediately informs looking at Sori that she has just recently eaten, but that doesn't convince Sori in any way to give up her desire to eat the food again, if Seihi doesn't want it. And to avoid this, however Mrs. Tang Yan wants, she asks Sori to wait a bit, and the food will be ready. As soon as Sori realizes that she has achieved what she wants, she immediately descends from the roof, landing at the entrance to the houses. And not wanting to waste time, Seihi, with hope in his voice that Seihi will refuse the food, asks permission to eat it. However, to Sori's surprise, after some deliberation, Seihi answers her with an emphatic refusal. A short time later, Seihi is sitting next to Tan Yan and thinks she has a special story to tell, but Tan Yan is just a simple cat who lived with a fortune teller. At the same time, for a long time, Tan Yan absorbed the power of a fortune teller as a result of being able to predict the future. There is also the possibility that Tan Yan was Sanshin from the beginning, but lived like a normal cat without worrying about anything. However, none of the fortune tellers in her generation cared about her appearance, from the daughter of her first cohabitant to the first daughter of her second. Seihi wonders why Tan Yong doesn't call them mistresses but calls them roommates, but asks them not to think about it in time. And that's how Tan Yen, living with fortune tellers for generations, becomes a fortune teller herself. But that's not all Seihi wants to know, as the next question becomes what became of Tan Yun's roommates. Tang Yen replies that decades ago the last of the fortune tellers passed away without giving birth to a descendant, and Tan Yong, following the will of her roommates, began to take care of the house where she now lives. And so ends the story of Mrs. Tan Yen, who decides it is appropriate to address Seihi by his direct name. But Seihi doesn't care how he is treated by Tan Yun, who decides to ask him a question about what will happen to her next. At the same time, Sori, who had recently been sitting at Tan Yen's feet, shifted her attention to a cat passing by. And jumping to her feet, Sori throws herself at the cat, making promises that she will cuddle her very gently. And as the cat from surprise begins to freeze on the spot, Sori, deciding that luck favors her, throws at the cat with a victory cry. But Sori fails miserably, and instead of the warm embrace of a cat's body, she gets a mark on her face from a paw strike. Meanwhile, the cat comes out of the game victorious and continues on its way, leaving Sori to regret the missed opportunity. With Seihi watching Sori chase after the cat, it's interesting how a fortune teller can't know her future. To which Tan Yen quite rightly gives the answer that there are fortune tellers who can read one's destiny. And Seihi, repeating Tan Yen's question about her fate, decides to eat her. But first he wants to know if there's a Sanshin stronger than Tan Yang nearby. And if this question is answered by Tang Yen, she will be rewarded with saving her life from Seiha, who she thinks is asking the wrong question. Because really at this point, Seiha's goal isn't to find a Sanshin who's stronger, since Seihi is now looking for a Sanshin who can answer all the questions that plague his soul. After all, following Tang Yen's predictions, a child named Seihi will never do evil for the sake of getting his own exit. That said, now Seihi is spilling the blood of innocent Sanshins to get answers to all his questions, and Tang Yan continues to talk about Seihi's essence before she can finish, as she is interrupted by Seihi pushing Tang Yan against the wall. And ordering Tang Yen to stop talking nonsense again puts her in a choice to either say goodbye to her life or designate another Sanshin's place. Seihi thinks that Tang Yen will make the right choice, but ends up hearing that cats by nature choose what they like. And besides, how can Tang Yen trade the lives of those Sanshin she likes for her own, thereby asking her to take her life painlessly? And now Seihi is faced with the choice of sending Tang Yen to the other world by absorbing her or keeping her alive. Meanwhile, Seihi's battle weapon filled with black tiger energy was getting closer and closer to Tang Yen's face. At the same time, the cats that were previously lying serenely on the bowls now have their tails tipped and are watching what is going on. And Sori herself, who has gotten her way and grabbed the cat in her arms, is watching Seihi and Tang Yen in bewilderment, on whose neck Mr. Black Tiger's grip unclenches and she slumps unharmed to the veranda floor. And Seihi turned away from Tang Yen, no longer daring to look her in the eye with the certainty of having lost, headed for the exit. And picking up his headdress and knot from the ground, Seihi retreats at this, but he hears the suggestion to stay longer, since Tang Yen believes that neither Seihi nor his traveling companion Sori are fully healed yet. But hearing that Seihi has had enough rest, Tan Yang decides to propose to him, which is so that Tang Yen can tell us about that Sanshin that Mr. Black Tiger wants so badly. And after Seihi meets this Sanshin, he has to show him all his doubts to find a solution. And it seems that this answer suits Seihi, who is interested in the location of this Sanshin after learning about Mount Banwan. With that, after getting answers to all of Seihi's questions so far, calling after him, Sori heads for the exit. And Tan Yang, now acting as the Black Tiger, says that this time he'll let her go, but she shouldn't let him see her. But then there's Han Seihi, who bows his head to Dewa Tanyon to express his sincere gratitude. At the same time, Tang Yen herself addresses Mr. Black Tiger and Han Seihi, saying that the doors of her house are always open to them. And on that note, Han Seihi, along with his wayfarer Sori, leaves Tan Yen's house and the village itself. And Tan Yen sees the guests off and asks them to be careful while expressing her resentment to her cat, who looks at her roommate and has no idea what she's talking about. That said, Tan Yang says that how could her cat take a swing at such a creepy Sanshin who is still a kid? And hearing that the cat is beginning to join Tang Yen on the prairie, her roommate suggests they go home already, because when the villagers learn that the fear and terror of the fog has dissipated, they will be overcome with longing for their dead relatives, which will add to Tan Yen's work. Meanwhile, Seihi continues to follow the path he's on, remembering Tan Yang's words that he knows everything without prophecies. At the same time, Seihi should keep in mind that their pursuers are already heading towards that place, which means they need to be careful. And sometime later, somewhere far away in the snowy mountains in a place surrounded by trees, a silhouette is visible, which on closer inspection looms into the figure of a woman sitting on a rock. In this case, a woman in complete peace, surrounded by nature, seems to be waiting for something by adopting a confirming pose. Suddenly, the state of mind of the woman is interrupted by the appearance of a man addressing her by the name of the shaman Chi-ul, who doesn't realize who dared to disobey her order not to interfere, but stops in time to see who is in front of her. Namely, a stalker of Seiha and Sori named Hong Shik, who doesn't understand what Shaman Chi-ul is doing outside in this cold, who immediately responds that she hunts and the warriors only get in her way, so she sends them away. But that's not the main thing, because is it true what is written in the letter? Namely that Huimori is on the loose, and now they are moving towards Ji-ul. And this surprises Ji-ul, who doesn't understand how, after all, Sori decides to return to Ji-ul's house, who now gets a new chance to catch her. Suddenly, a pile of small snowstones from an unknown direction flew straight at Chiul, who, with a flick of her hand, catches rocks on the fly without even blinking an eye. Meanwhile, Jiwol continues to have a conversation with Hongshik regarding the guy who took Huimori away with a suspicious assault weapon, because even though the girl Huimori herself is directly behind the destruction of the hangnail, but the burr only shrank in size after making contact with Seiha's battle weapon. However, it cannot be said with absolute certainty that Seihi's battle weapons do not draw their power from blood, but it is not certain, and Seihi himself didn't show any unusual strength in the battle, as even Chilson could handle him alone, which explains a lot. After all, it is very common for Sanshins to return to their original form after losing their lives. And since Jiwol's prediction doesn't indicate any particular threat from Seiha, Hongshik doesn't have to worry about it. And besides, according to the predictions of Jiwol Sahi and his traveling companion Sori, they're bound to split up someday. And only when that happens will Jiwol and Hongshik and their men eliminate them one by one. And at this point, the conversation between Hongshik and Jiwol ends as the other case succeeds. But Hongshik doesn't understand what's going on, certain that they're in danger, wonders what's going on. But all of Hongshik's worries are in vain as the shamaness Shiwul happily announces that she has managed to catch the master of this mountain. Immediately, Hongshik, following the mute instruction of the shamaness, Chiul whistles to summon his men, who appear out of nowhere in large hordes from behind the snow-covered hills. With that, Hongshik looks at his men and starts giving orders for the first squad to go to the ridge and the rest to hold on to it. And Shaman Chiul, seeing how organized Hongshik is, manages to praise him for his service, for which Hongshik himself is extremely grateful to the shaman Chiul, as her word alone is enough for him, since the shaman Chiul is one of the most powerful shamans, and Hongshik sees nothing wrong with fulfilling her whims. Still, it's a shame for Hanshiku that after months of hunting, he has no idea what a Huin-wielding Sanshin looks like. However, the shaman Chiwol is in no hurry to answer because she wants to know what Hongshik himself thinks about her question. His guesses are somewhat poor, for perhaps according to Hongshik, the owner of the highest mountain in Dongha must be a dragon or tiger. And the shamaness Chi-ul, hearing such an answer, says that everyone has such a wrong opinion, because the height of the mountain has nothing to do with the size of the host. And to prove the truth of her words, the shaman Hai-ul asks Hongshik to take a look at the master of the mountain himself, which appears as a human roe deer caught in a trap set for it, sitting in the snow. And Hongshik, looking at the master of the mountain, realizes that he could never have guessed who she was even by looking at her. However, this is how the first encounter between the shamaness Chi-ul and the master of the mountain, Mrs. Snow Roe. She looks at her wounded leg and wonders why Ji-wul is doing this, but the latter is just following orders from above. But the shaman's words do not inspire confidence in Snow Roe, who knows that Chi-ul is a shaman from the community, acting on her own accord. However, Chi-wul must let Ms. Snow Roe go, because if she doesn't leave the mountain, a huge disaster will befall this place. And Hongshik, looking at the Snow Roe, thinks that he is under a spell because she has not even said a couple of words, and he already wants to let her go. At that, it seems to Honshiku that Lady Snow Roe hugging him reminds him of the guilt he feels for the unpardonable sin. But Snow Roe's words don't stop Chiul, who believes that if disaster strikes the mountain, then everything goes according to plan. Besides, the Snow Roe doesn't have to worry about it, so all it has to do is sleep soundly in the iron cage prepared for it. And hearing this, Mrs. Snow Roe closes her eyes with a resigned look and begins to accept the inevitable. And the shamaness Jiwul realizes that they can't avoid a clash and asks Hongshik to prepare for battle. But Hongshik is still reeling from the effects of the Snow Roe lady's atomizing charms, but he doesn't have time to react immediately. And as soon as he starts to realize what's going on, he quickly turns his gaze to the warrior squad. At that, Hongshik, seeing that there is someone else besides them that has the strength, orders everyone to disperse. But not everyone manages to fulfill the instructions in time, because at that time a huge bear starts to scatter them. At the same time, a new wave of warriors from Hanshika's squad took an attacking stance and pointed their battle weapons at the bear. And the other part of the trained warriors, on the contrary, adopting a defensive stance to protect Shaman Chi-wul. In the meantime, Sanshin, in the form of a huge bear having disposed of some of the warriors, is already advancing on his opponents. Mrs. Snow Roe, realizing how the matter will end, asks Dodal to stay away from them. But Dodal, full of the desire to protect his named sister, no longer hears the words that they cannot be fought. And already completely enraged, scattering Hanshik's men around, Dodal strives for his goal, which is the shamaness Chi-ul calmly awaiting the approach of Sanshin Dodal. After all, according to Chi-ul, Dodal is not stupid at all if he knows who to attack in this situation. Meanwhile, Dodal stands before Chi-ul and raises his clawed paw to strike. But Dodal misses, and instead of his desired target, he receives a talisman glued to his forehead from the shamaness Chi-ul, who calms Dodal, and Jiwul looks at him and notes that he's well built and could be the master of the mountain. And Mrs. Snow Roe, seeing Dodolshan suffering, tries to divert Chi-ul's attention to herself by asking her to let the bear go. But Jiwul doesn't think it's right, as the gallbladder of the bear endowed with Sanshin's power will add a lot of strength to her own. However, Jiwul doesn't know what to do with the bear and orders Hongshik to deal with it on the spot. And so Hongshik, following his mistress's instructions, and his warriors attacked from behind and plunged their battle weapons into Dodal's back. And Mrs. Snow Roe, seeing that Dodolshan is on the verge of death and life because of her, still tries to help him. At the same time, the shamaness Chi-Wul, looking at Snow-Ro's efforts instead of helping her, asks her what to do with Dodalchon, and learning that Hongshik's subordinates should be at the bamboo grove, he orders the bear to be dismembered and the roe deer to be carried as it is. But then something happens that no one expected as Dodalchon rips off his talisman and tosses Ji-Wul and Hongshik aside. Meanwhile, Dodalchon himself is once again beginning to straighten out his enemies from Hongshik's unit. At the same time, the shamaness Chi-Wul, believing that Dodal is being ignorant by doing so, orders him to stop, and the most important thing Hongshik's men have to do is keep Dodal from getting close to Snow-Ro, who, seeing that Dodal is trying to help her, asks her to leave to avoid capture and not to touch the chain on which the enchantment is attached. But it's too late, as soon as Dodal tries to chew the chain, the enchantment on it hurts him badly. However, Dodal, though very exhausted, still achieves his goal and chews the chain that chained the Snow-Ro to the ground. Already grabbing Snow-Ro in his arms and realizing that the two of them are not destined to survive, Dodog decides to act. And the first thing Dodal does while holding Snow-Ro on her shoulder is ask her to be careful about landing. At the same time, Mrs. Snow-Ro, before she has time to speak, finds herself high in the sky as Dodal tosses her up. And once Mrs. Snow-Ro is at a safe distance, she takes one last look at Dodal, who asks Mrs. Snow-Ro to leave as soon as possible as he himself decides to detain Ji-Wul and Hongshik with the squad. In doing so, Mrs. Snow-Ro must promise Dodal, who is already being approached from behind by Hongshik's men, to take care of himself. And Dodog, realizing that he will never get off the mountain alive again, thanks the Snow-Ro for everything she has done for him. And thus in a clearing among Hoshiku's troop, Sanshin finds his final resting place in the form of a bear named Dodal. And approaching Hoshiku, the shamaness Chi-Wul now surely wants to make sure Dodal is deprived of life, to which Hoshik and his warriors reply that Dodal is really dead this time. However, this doesn't convince the shamaness, since last time Hoshik also said the same thing with 100% certainty, which clearly hurt Hoshika's feelings, who didn't know Dodal could move after his heart had been stabbed 3 times. But since this time the case in destroying Dodal still succeeds, the shaman Chi-Ul resorts to a talisman, which causes Dodalchon's body to become engulfed in fire, completely consuming him. And the shamaness Chi-Wul, having thus put an end to Sanshin, orders Hoshik and his men to follow her. And Hoshik, immediately picking up the instruction, orders his men to divide into 3 groups, from which the wounded must descend to the grove. And another group goes down under the mountain and blocks the passage, and the last group following Hoshik must capture Snow-Ro. Meanwhile, Seihi and her traveling companion Sori reach a place in the forest where the ice mountains are visible. And the picture presented to Sori's eyes makes her stop and stare in surprise. Seihi, confident that they have almost reached Mount Huinami, wants to know if Sori remembers anything, who responds with a look that says she has no idea what Seihi is asking her. And instead of an intelligible answer, Sori points Seihi to where the village is located. That said, a while later, there is already a table completely filled with bowls of food in front of Seihi and Sori, which the always hungry Sori takes great pleasure in devouring. And Seihi keeps trying to ask Sori about the memories he's likely to have, but in the end, he doesn't get anywhere. However, it seems suspicious to Seihi because there's no way Sori doesn't know anything. At the same time, Sori herself continues to pretend that she does not understand the question addressed to her. But if that were the case, Seihi wouldn't have addressed what suspicious things had happened to them last night. When Seihi had already gone to bed after making a fire, Sori went to sleep without saying anything to him. That couldn't go unnoticed by the always on the lookout for Seihai, who wanted to follow Sori. And to test his hunch, Seihi decides to follow Sori on her heels. Seihi finds Sori standing on a cliff, looking in the direction of the snowy Huinami Mountains. And tears appear in Sori's eyes at this moment, flowing down her cheeks in an unrestrained stream. To which Seihi, standing all this time behind Sori wiping tears from her eyes, wants to know the reason for it. But instead of giving any sort of coherent explanation, Sori rushes to Seihi looking for help, and as soon as she touches him, she hugs Seihi tightly, who is already lifting her hand to comfort the girl. But there's something in the look on Seihi's face as he struggles with his feelings. And instead of taking pity on Sori, Seihi, he pulls the girl away from him with a flick of his finger. That being said, all Seihi Sori can say is get her to sleep since the next day promises to be a busy one. Without saying another word to Sori, Seihi decides to return to the place of their broken lodging. And Sori continues to stand there with a strange feeling as she stares after the departing Seihai. And the next day, Seihi, sitting across from Sori, can't believe that the lost memories still haven't returned to the girl. And Seihi didn't expect that with Huinami coming to the mountains, things would be resolved for Sori in no time. And if necessary, Seihi is willing to go to every corner of the highest grief in Dongha to do so. In the meantime, Sori, having finished eating, tells Seihi that she wants to go to the restroom. And Seihi has no choice but to start looking for a secluded place for Sori to cope. But Seihi doesn't even have time to move as Sori is already running towards the exit. Seihi is startled by the speed with which Sori disappears from his sight. And all Seihi can think about now as he looks after Sori is that Tang En's braids are already unraveled. A short while later, Sori comes out from behind the bushes with a satisfied look. But then something extraneous makes the girl not only stop, but become wary. For at that very moment, the 2 wolves staring at Sori are staring at her. And now Sori is in the center of the surrounding pack of wolves, slowly getting closer to the girl. And Sori, while showing no concern, rests her gaze on the closest animal to her. And what Sori does next is fearlessly extend his hand towards the wild beast. The wild beast, instead of attacking the defenseless girl, submissively bows its head before her. And the next thing the wolf does is start running in the opposite direction of Sori, causing her to shriek. At this, all the wolves surrounding Sori begin to follow their fleeing leader. And Sori, left alone in the clearing, doesn't understand where the wolves are running away from her. But then Sori's attention turns to the place in the village where she left her traveling companion Sori for food. With that, some creepy memories in his head begin to cloud Sori's mind. And then Sori comes out of her stupor and starts moving in a direction she doesn't know, namely where the wolves have fled to. In doing so, it seems that the decision Sori makes becomes the best and right decision for her. As Sori moves in unison with the wild animals, she takes undisguised pleasure in it, and the wild wolves have become tame and follow Sori with equal pleasure, which at the end of their journey stumbles upon a cave-like place at the foot of Mount Huinami. And the next thing Sori does is decide to look inside the cave to satisfy his curiosity, but all she sees is a huge pile of something soft that resembles a cot, on which Sori, with undisguised delight, flies at full speed and eventually falls. And now Sori, lying in a place that seems painfully familiar to her heart, finally realizes she's back. Meanwhile, Seihi keeps waiting for Sori, who went out to take a leak. The food provided has long since been eaten, and Sori is still not coming back. However, Seihi doesn't think the wild animals can do Sori any harm, but still decides to check. But then Seihi starts to notice some extraneous movement that changes his plans. As at this very moment, a crowd of warriors dressed as Seiha's acquaintances move through the village, escorting a mule dragging a cage. And this cage is not only tightly covered with cloth, but also completely surrounded by armed men, which can't help but draw the attention of the village gawkers who have appeared, including Seihi himself, who wishes to remain unnoticed. But then the movement of the armed men escorting the cargo stops, but no one dares to move. And the crowd of villagers that has appeared begins to encircle the new arrivals while still whispering. And one of the guests can't hide his excitement and can't believe that the villagers have appeared in the village because Huimori has reappeared. Seihi witnesses this and pretends he doesn't know what he's talking about because he's not from around here and wants to know what Huimori is. And the villager, having expressed surprise at the question he received, now understands why Seihi is asking about it. And in order to give an explanation, he begins the story by saying that one of the rich men of Hakshion once found a little girl on Mount Huinami, which the rich man took pity on and took home to raise her later. But what followed next is still not in the mind of every villager, because this little girl, without knowing gratitude and without blinking an eye, not only took the life of a rich man, but also slaughtered his entire family. All the hunters of the villages near Hakshion were gathered for that. But the loss of life only increased, and people nicknamed the monster Huimori, the name of which is connected with an old story known to all in these parts, namely with an evil spirit who took life by singing a song to the tune of Huimori. And it turns out that when Kimori started taking people's lives, there was a cage accompanied by a woman who looked like a shamaness. But the matter was soon cleared up as no one else talked about Huimori. However, of the local villagers, although they didn't see it with their own eyes, there's a good chance that the warriors caught Huimori, and that's something the wondering Seihi can't help but agree with. In the meantime, Seihi is now realizing that Sori was caught and tried to be transported. And no matter how you look at this case, it still smells like a real hunt for the Sanson. Seihi's uncle was the first to know this information and summoned all his nephews to investigate. It was only after his uncle was sure of the truth that he told Seihi about it. His thoughts are interrupted out of nowhere by the question of where Seihi's daughter has gone. But as soon as the villager learns that Sori has gone to explore the neighborhood, he is horrified, as the area is full of wolves. And Sori, in order to appease the outbursting narrator, assures him that he will immediately go in search of his daughter, in which the local resident who spoke about it in such detail did not recognize Sori, which looks very suspicious. This means that this simple man, no matter how loud the incident was, did not see it with his own eyes, but only passed on rumor, as suddenly Seiha's attention from the distant resident shifts to the one who is drilling him with his eyes, and that someone is one of Hoshika's men who has arrived in the village, but in appearance is much different from the others. Seihi himself realizes that he has unwittingly become the object of scrutiny as the warrior stares at him for too long. And in order to turn the situation in his favor, Seihi decides to quietly leave. But the captain of Hoshika's squad, continuing to see off Seihi's gaze at his subordinate's question, immediately replies about waiting for new orders. However, the squad captain does not expect his subordinate to directly ask about the command of mentor on Hoshika at this moment at all. Since there are many ears in the village, the squad captain orders his subordinate to be careful with his words, to which the subordinate indignantly talks about the resentment of the entire squad since they have been plowing for months, unlike Anhong. And even though Hoshik is constantly hanging around Shamanji wool, no one can quit, and it's time to get back to their duties. In this case, the captain expects to hear the correct answer from the subordinate and, having received it, asks him to wait on the spot. He was looking at Seihi's face as he recalled the conversation he and Hoshiki had had recently. Who will be escorting Shamanji wool and the captain is left to deal with the cage as Huimori has been brought back in. However, this arrangement is not clear to Gensok, for it was Hanshik who saw the face of the one who brought Himori back. And if that's the case, then it's up to Hanshik to go hunting this guy and Gensok to take care of the shaman. But Gensok doesn't have time to say anything as he is pulled back by Hanshik, reminding him that in the event of a dispute, whose order will come first? And Gensok can't argue with this conviction as he realizes that An Hongshik holds the trump card. But this does not suit Yensik, who for a long time fawned before the shamaness and got in the end the role of a messenger. And so if Gensik doesn't do anything to stop Seihi now, Hanshik will take everything away from him in the future. And to prevent that from happening, Jensik has to do something about Seiha. Meanwhile, the wounded Mrs. Snow-Ro continues on her way, thus escaping the chase, which, led by Anhoshik and his squad, is getting closer to Snow-Ro with each step. And Missy Snow-Ro realizes that her powers are running out, which means her end is too near. Especially since above Hoshik is the shamaness Ji-Wool herself, who is trailing Hanshik's squad on a mission. And Hanshik's men continue to run down the tracks left by the injured Lady Snow-Ro, who also hears that her pursuers are after her and she doesn't speed up, she's about to be overtaken. And overcoming the pain, Mrs. Snow-Ro starts to flee, but her maimed leg does not allow her to do so, and she falls. That said, all that now remains for the exhausted Mrs. Snow-Ro lying in the snow is to hope for a miracle. In the meantime, Sori, blissfully lying on the place that is dear to her heart, suddenly opens her eyes at what she sees. Because in the vision that appeared in front of Sori's eyes, the girl sees her mom in trouble. And now Sori, forgetting all rest, jumps up from her seat to decide what she should do. That said, the answer is found very quickly, and is that Sori is heading for the cave exit. And already flying from all feet, Sori, with only one thought in his head, rushes to help his mom. Just as suddenly, Sori stops abruptly and begins to think of Seihi, who is still waiting for her in the village. And then Sori's gaze finds the village at the foot of the mountain, where she last saw Seihi. That said, the bifurcation of feelings between the mom in distress and the waiting Seihi makes Sori hesitate. But Seihi pulls herself together and makes the choice to go with her mom, mentally promising Seihi to come back in a flash. And now Sori is headed to where her vision says her mom should be. Meanwhile, Seihi, as if sensing Sori's presence, turns back around in hope. But nothing but the deserted road leading to the Huimori Mountains catches Seiha's eye. Still, the presence of someone else makes Seihi wary and turn around again. As at that very moment, Ensik grows in front of Seihi holding his battle weapon at the ready. And Jensik really wants to know how some ragamuffin could have anything to do with Huimori, who at the same time, surrounded by her loyal wolves, continues on her way to her intended goal. Seihi notices that the path she follows leads to an unfamiliar cave, and so as not to endanger the wolf, Sori orders him to wait for her here without following. Meanwhile, she is already alone and heading for the entrance to the cave at the foot of the mountain. And to see who's hiding in the cave, Sori carefully peeks inside, where Mrs. Snow-Ro hides in a lump, pulling up her wounded leg. And the first thing Sori does is touch the frightened creature hiding in the cave, to which Mrs. Snow-Ro immediately reacts as she realizes eyes full of tears in response. And now Sori looks at the woman and recognizes her mother for the first time in ages, indicating that her memories have returned to her. At the same time, Mrs. Snow-Ro, continuing to look at Sori, can't believe that her daughter is standing in front of her. After all, this is where Mrs. Snow-Ro is next to Mrs. Snow-Ro, her real-life daughter. Sori, not hiding her tears of joy, replies that she was able not only to survive but also to return to her native land. And then finally, after such a long separation, Sori and her mother, Mrs. Snow-Ro, are reunited. Meanwhile, Jensik, having confronted Seihi, continues to desperately swing his battle weapon, which is the only thing that doesn't concern Seihi himself, who has already sensed the seriousness of Ensik's intentions by the mark on his neck. When you think about it, Seihi didn't even have time to say a word to Jensik's attacks, who, hearing Seihi's outrage, is already starting to wonder if he's mistaken. But then why did Seihi ask about Huimori? To which Seihi, still with the same innocent look of surprise, considers that mere curiosity now equates to a crime. However, Yunsun keeps saying that he knows of some ragamuffin who not only took Huimori, but is leading her to Huinami. And this ragamuffin is dressed the same as Seihi in black robes, and is about the same height. Plus, this ragamuffin has a blunt sword, and that's enough for Yunsun. Seihi thinks that since Yongsun attacked him without warning, he's unlikely to believe that he's mistaken. To which Yongsun replies that if it is true, he will apologize for his mistake. If he's right, he'll get a promotion for taking Seiya's life, and if he's wrong, he'll just hide the body. And now Seihi realizes after listening to Ensung that he's been waiting for the moment to eliminate him without witnesses. But since the outcome for Seiya is clear either way, why didn't Yongsun bring his subordinates with him? Yenzung thinks it's unnecessary work for his subordinates since he can handle Seihi himself, who sees Yongsun regain his fighting posture and begins to guess that he just likes sword fighting. Seihi and Yongsun cross their battle weapons once again and begin to fight a life-and-death battle. Meanwhile in the cave, Mrs. Snow-Ro, while continuing to hug Sori, informs her that a series of disturbances have begun since her disappearance. To which Sori says that she missed you too, but because she couldn't remember anything for a long time, she didn't come. And now finally, Sori is by her mom's side. She came back to see her parent. However, Sori should not be allowed to stay near Madame Snow-Ro under any pretext, because soon there will be scary people coming for Mrs. Snow-Ro, which Sori may suffer from. To which Sori confidently replies that she can drive them away because she is strong and will stand up to them. But first, Sori, seeing Snow-Ro's injured leg, promises her that before they leave, she will free it. Not paying any attention to the Snow-Ro's words that he can't cope with the trap by force, Sori decides to try. And finally, it seems that the snare has loosened its sharp prongs, and Mama Sori's foot will soon be free. However, what happens next surprises Sori as a red glow begins to emanate from the snare, which throws an unsuspecting Sori far back from where she was standing. And the snare with new force closes on the leg of Mrs. Snow-Ro, who holds back a cry of pain so as not to give herself away. At this, Sori, who has returned to Snow-Ro, apologizes to her mother for not listening to her and causing her new pain. But then Mrs. Snow-Ro begins to hear extraneous cries directing people to her hiding place, which means that Sori has to leave this place immediately because the Snow Row herself can't do it because of the trap. However, there's no way Sori wants to be separated from her mom again by offering to carry her snare. And Mrs. Snow Row realizes that it's useless to argue with Sori because her daddy was also a stubborn one. However, Sori can't believe that she also had a dad who she can't remember either. And Snow Row, asking about Sori's real mom, hearing the girl's answer, realizes that she doesn't remember everything yet. But it's time to leave the temporary shelter of Snow Row, which Sori is going to carry because of the difficulty of traveling. And you cannot hesitate for a second because their pursuers will soon come and therefore need to hurry. Suddenly, Sori's gaze stops on the silhouette of a woman who is moving through the ranks of Hoshika's warriors. And this woman leading Hoshika's squad is none other than Ji Wool, a shaman familiar to Sori, who continues to hold a fan of talismans in her hands and stares intently at the trail left by the Snow Row. And the fear together with bitter memories begins to consume Sori, who has tears in her eyes. After all, it was the woman with the fan of talismans in her hands that Sori had seen on that ill-fated day. And it was this woman who then told Sori to fall asleep in confinement, and upon awakening she would be great fodder. Yes, this particular female shaman, Ji Wool, surrounded by her loyal subjects, is currently hunting her mother, Lady Snow Row. Meanwhile, Seihi continues to fend off Yongsuk's blows while trying to find out if Huimori really did take the life of the rich man Hakchon, to which Yensuk confirms what Seihi had heard earlier, but the real story is different from the one that is circulating among the people. In fact, the rich man was a notorious libertine, and finding a child in the mountains could not give in to his proclivities. And so when the little girl was picked up by this rich man, he took her home for selfish purposes. But once the little girl realized what the rich man was going to do to her, she was able to fight back by taking her life. And since the little girl's power was very great, she unknowingly did a lot of damage to the common man. The little girl then ran away to the screams of the surviving villagers, since all that was done by the little girl was done for one purpose, only to survive. And that is the true story of the Huimori girl that people are talking about. And after what happened, the little girl was confined in a cage completely encased in protective talismans. And that's where Yensuk ends his story by promising to answer Seiha's newfound questions as a testament. But the wounded Seihi, listening to Yensuk's story, dares not say another word except that he has no more questions, since what Seihi had just heard was enough for him to draw his own conclusions. With that said, Seihi continues to sit in front of Yensuk in no hurry to get to his feet. Yensuk decides that Seihi has nothing more to say to his story about Huimori and decides to end it, which is even more beginning to anger the already barely restraining himself. Seihi is pondering his next moves, which is to use the following formations. What will defeat Seihi is a hurricane cut, wind flow, plus fusion, which is a high-level skill, and those in the Tangshan residence who do not reach the level of a mentor find it difficult to master them. And no matter how much Yensuk wanted to, using all of his techniques, Seihi was able to deflect his every move without difficulty. Besides, Seiha's gaze on Yensuk suggests that what's going on now is just a training session. After all, Yensuk was 100% sure that he had no peers in the residence besides senior mentor Oh Hensok, but now Yisink has a hunch that he's got the wrong opponent this time. Seihi realizes that Yensuk was hoping that as soon as his subordinates heard swords ringing, they would come to his aid. And as if reading Seihi's mind, Yensuk glanced to the side, not hearing the noise of footsteps, but what if Seihi himself wanted to take Yensuk away from the village? Meanwhile, Seihi distracts Yensuk, wondering if he is really a warrior of the Tanshan residence and a shaman of the shaman community. Yensuk thinks that since he's not a shaman, Seihi won't eliminate him, and if not, Yensuk uses another formation. However, Seihi only answers what he will think since he has the right to take the life of a man who has done much evil. But if the man from the Tanshan residence is standing in front of Seihi, he has no doubts about his decision. And if there's even the slightest chance that Yensuk was involved in the hunt for Huimori, then Seiha has no other choice. Without waiting for the battle to begin, Yensuk decides to use the 11th formation of the Tanshan sword technique against Seiha right now, which is called the Cloud Hurricane, but this time Seihi deflects Yensuk's blow by dodging it. And Yensuk, realizing that the technique he's been using hasn't worked properly, begins to think through his moves. And Seiki in turn believes that Yensuk did not coach the 11th formation at all, as it looked inept against the rest, which severely hurts Yensuk's pride, who threatens to take Seihi's life with his own hands. That said, Seihi admits that he wasn't confident since he rarely confronted people in the past 3 years. Yes, and besides, considering he is facing a talented warrior, and without using the Black Tiger's power, it seems impossible. But there is one big downside to Yensuk, and that is his fixation on the form of technique and his desire to win. And Seihi himself, looking at it, realizes he has a lot of omissions, and all he's been able to learn is movement and rhythm. But that's not the most important thing to Seiha, who sees Yensuk's battle weapon bearing down on him. Immediately, the heat of passion of Yensuk fades away with his unfortunate blow, promising a quick loss for the latter. That said, of greater importance to Seihi compared to hunting Sanshin is his habit of confronting people. Suddenly, amidst all of Seihi's musings, Yensuk's gaze as well as his own freezes on the battle, and Seihi himself, continuing to skillfully wield his battle weapons, is not about to stop just yet. It is only when the job is done to the end that Seihi takes to gathering his camping gear. At that, even without looking at the Yensuk he had defeated anymore, he mentally thanked him for making him remember. Meanwhile, a stunned Sori, staring at the approaching shamaness, is brought to her senses by the voice of Snow Row, who asks Sori to switch from shamaness to her to calm down and listen carefully to the named mom. To which Sori, switching to Ms. Snow Row, tries to pull herself together, At this, Mrs. Snow Row, at the sound of approaching enemies, reminds Sori of her offer to carry her mother in her arms. And if that offer is still on the table, Sori should keep an eye out for when Mrs. Snow Row signals. And the shamaness, seeing Mrs. Snow Row talking to Sori, begins to realize that things are not going to be easy. And to prevent an unpleasant surprise, Ji-Wool turns to Hongshik and asks him to delay his pursuit. Since at this very time, Mrs. Snow Row, assuming the appropriate pose, begins to address the spirit, which is Huinami at this moment obliged to obey the orders of his mistress, Mrs. Snow Row. And what Huinami must do now is turn his body against the approaching Hoshika warriors. And all the while, Mistress Snow Row herself continues to command the Huins until her orders take effect. And it's all clearly not to Ji-Wool's liking as she begins to guess what's about to happen. Yes, and the noise that is starting to echo around the neighborhood is getting her attention more and more, until Shaman Ji-Wool sees with her own eyes the disaster that is about to befall them. The snow lava flow starts heading in the direction where Ji-Wool and Hoshika's squad are located. With that, Mrs. Snow Row, looking into Sori's frightened face, gives her orders to flee from the place. And the shamaness Ji-Wool herself, furious at yet another failure, turns to her talismans. And the next thing that Shaman Ji-Wool's subordinates should do is to get behind her as soon as possible. With that, Sori places Mrs. Snow Row on her back, inquiring about the condition of her leg. But hearing that Sori doesn't have to worry about Mrs. Snow Row is running away, and shamaness Ji-Wool, having stained her talismans with blood, sets out to protect herself and the repaired squad. And once all the preparations have been completed by the shaman Ji-Wool, she blows the talismans into the wind, while addressing the chain of the spirit under her control and the blood beads that guard it, who immediately must erect a barricade of fire, scorching everything in the very place where they are. But it doesn't end there, as the shaman Ji-Wool continues to conjure to maintain the ritual. And each time the tongues of bursting flame meet the sheer force of the looming pile of snow. At the same time, the power of the summoned Huinami spirit is so great that the shamaness's wall of fire must be constantly maintained by it, which requires great effort from Shaman Ji-Wool, unlike the Hoshika squad warriors trying to take cover. Meanwhile, Sori, with Lady Snow Row behind her back, also continues to flee from the oncoming Huinami force. And Sori has enough strength not only to carry a burden greater than herself, but also to avoid getting caught in an avalanche, which is about to devour her escaping captives until an object catches Sori's eye, which is a sturdy rock capable of providing temporary shelter for Sori and Mrs. Snowy Row. And so Sori jumped over to the other side of the rock, while doing so, asking Miss Snow Row to follow Sori's example and huddle against the side of the rock she indicated. And Sori herself becomes the protector of her mother Snow Row, trying to protect her from the approaching elements, which soon catches up with Sori and Mrs. Snow Row, starting to sweep them away. Meanwhile, Seihi, standing in front of the mountains, begins to ponder why Sori isn't coming back to him, probably because the memories have come back to her. So what should Seihi do? He can't stand by and wait, as Gensik's body will soon be discovered in the village. And besides, Seiha's mind is filled with words telling him not to set foot on this land with feet stained with Sanshin blood. Seihi can't help but agree, as he feels that this is the end of his business, and he won't be scouring the entire mountain for Sori. Suddenly, Seihi's thoughts are invaded by the voice of the Black Tiger, resenting Seihi for showing sympathy for his victim. But hearing that Seihi only missed Sori Black Tiger says he can always find a kid who can't cover his tracks. However, this will not happen, as Seihi is not allowed to set foot on Mount Huinami for the previously described reason. The Black Tiger, who wants to know to whom these words belong, believes that there is no land where he cannot set foot, which means Seihi is bound to chase after her, and if Sori's memories have come back to her, then her true name has come to light. Suddenly, Seiha's internal dialogue is interrupted by an extraneous noise from somewhere, and that noise is a huge avalanche that is coming down Huinami Mountain at breakneck speed. But even though avalanches are common this time of year, there is still something about Seihi that makes her wary. And to add to the unknown, a large pack of gray wild wolves begins to surround Seihi, who notices one of the gray wolves eyeing Seihi warily, taking a pose to prepare the wolf for a jump. And Seihi, acting in self-preservation, first grabs the hilt of his battle weapon. But after a while, Seihi's hand weakens until eventually he completely unclenches the hilt of the battle weapon, as the very wolf who was giving the impression of a striker now looks at Seihi trying to tell him something. And Seihi, looking at the wolf in surprise, realizing that it wasn't Sanshin in front of him, accepts the challenge, asking to lead him. At that, the wolves get an answer to their request with a glance at Seihi and make a run for it. Meanwhile, Sori's excited voice through the veil of snow calls to Mrs. Snow Row, her mother, who hears Sori begin to come to her senses and opens her eyes in pain to the call. And the first thing the recovering Snow Row asks about is Sori's condition, who is overjoyed to see her mom with a smile on her face saying she's fine. And that means we need to move on in search of a safe place, and besides, according to Snow Row, she is much easier and has nothing to worry about. But Sori doesn't like the fact that her mom treats her like a child because she has the name Seihi gave her. And it is he who will be able to cure Mrs. Snow Row, as he is, even though he can be scary but really good. Yes, you can say that Seihi is kind, and Sori, remembering his enraged look, makes an edit in favor sometimes. But as it is, Sori will deliver Mrs. Snow Row to Seihi and protect her if need be. Mrs. Snow Row, still on Sori's back, decides that her words can be believed and therefore trusted. But something is starting to bother Mrs. Snow Row, who asks Sori to take a break to take shelter from the wind. And who does Mrs. Snow Row feel is getting worse want to tell Sori something? Who, thinking that the conversation can be had on the fly, still gives up as she realizes that Snow Row is still in pain. And having found the right place to hide, Sori invites his mother to ask if the bad people are alive after the storm. But Mrs. Snow Rowe is not able to answer her question because if it were not for Sori, this power would have consumed her as well. And refusing Sori's help in breaking the trap, Mrs. Snow Rowe asks her to sit down next to her and listen carefully. Since in reality, Mrs. Snow Rowe is actually very sad that she didn't get to spend more time with Sori. After all, Sori was too young at that point, and Snow Rowe had a lot going on, and it was time to tell all. And Sori hears her mom talking about how she's about to go into the next world, and doesn't want to believe it because they just found each other. But Mrs. Snow Rowe asks Sori not to interrupt her, and starts the story by saying that Sori's father's name was Arigashi, who was Sansan and had protected the queen for 200 years, and everyone paid him homage, whether it was Cupid Paleface or a dragon. But one day Arigashi picked up a human child who had been thrown to his death, mistaking him for an unclean creature because of the wool all over his body. At first, Arigashi only wanted to raise the child, but after a while he became attached to him and kept the child for himself. But as the child grew up, feelings arose between him and Arigashi, resulting in Sori. However, 20 years ago, when the cloud of death descended on Huinami, Sori's mom was in trouble, which was that Sori's mom passed away, leaving her knowing nothing. And on the same day, Arigashi asked the Lady of Snow Row to take care of his daughter, to which Mrs. Snow Row, trying to dissuade Arigashi, reminded her that her body is not capable of raising a child in love and care. But that didn't stop Arigashi, since his child has had Sanshin's power since birth and will be able to fend for herself. And Arigashi himself, answering the Snow Row lady's question, must leave them to do his duty. Mrs. Snow Row informs him that Arigashi can't handle the monster alone, and it's better to wait for Paleface. But Arigashi realizes that if he delays even a quarter of a day, all life on Huinami will perish, and only he can prevent it. As suddenly the voice of the child Arigashi calling for his daddy causes him to interrupt and freeze for a while. And Arigashi, so sure of the rightness of his actions, now can't answer his daughter's simple question about where he's going. At that, unable to hold back her tears any longer, Arigashi turns to face her child. And all he can say when he looks at his child for the last time is that she should live well. And for Sori to be happy no matter what, because that's what Arigashi sacrifices himself for. But Sori doesn't understand a word of what her father told her and wants to hug him even more. But instead of a hug, she only hears that she can't. However, Sori still manages to free herself from the embrace of Mrs. Snow Row and opens her arms to wait for them from her father. But that doesn't happen as Arigashi finally leaves Sori in the care of Mrs. Snow Row for good. And an uncomprehending Sori stares at the back of the departing Arigashi for the last time she can see him. After all, Arigashi goes to the place where there is a monster that brings death to the land of Huinami, and that monster is a multi-headed serpent. And each dragon head has glowing eyes, fangs, and a huge maw from which fire bursts out. At the same time, each of the mountain monsters' heads is ready to tear to pieces anyone who dares to invade its domain. Arigashi is the brave man who comes to face the monster, who using all his Sanshin power is ready to confront the monster to rid the land of Huinami of misfortune. Which means Sori must never forget the last moments of her father, the brave Arigashi, whose name is now the mistress of Mount Huinami. And with these words, Mrs. Snow Row ends not only her story, but also passes into the next world. At the same time, Sori, looking at the breathless body of his mom, can't believe that she is no longer around, continuing to call out to Snow Row. And at this time, in the middle of the huge thickness of snow, the female shaman, Ji-Wool's female hand appears outside. And following the hand, the shamaness Ji-Wool herself appears with an effort, climbing out of the snowy captivity. At that, Shaman Ji-Wool is beyond furious that Lady Snow Row and Sori managed to escape again. Which means they must be caught at all costs, and the warriors have no reason to act helpless. Meanwhile, Seihi keeps running down the trail the wild wolves are pointing out to him. And Seihi, though he runs after the animals, doesn't understand where the gray wolves are leading him. And besides, the farther up the mountain Seihi climbs, the harder it becomes for him to breathe. But then something starts to alarm Seihi, who senses that something fishy is going on. Because at that very moment, the life force of the mountain changed, and even though Seihi can't tell what happened, he has a bad feeling about it. And turning to the wolves accompanying him, Seihi hopes to find Sanshin among them, whose strength he could use to harness the black tiger. At the same time, seeing the surprised look of the wolves directed at Seihi, he realizes that such reasoning is futile. And having thrown off the excess weight, namely the headdress and hiking bundle, Seihi again rushes after the wolves, leading him forward. Meanwhile, Sori changed the position of her untimely departed mom to lying down. And leaning over her mom, Sori apologizes to her for keeping her promise to protect her. And it was at this very moment that Sori finally remembered her dad and mom and Mrs. Snow Row herself. And also what Snow Row told Sori about not wishing the child a sad fate like her or Arigashi's. And that's why it would be better for Sori to become a wandering Sanshin than to take on the burden of defending the mountain and become the mistress of Huinami. But for now, Sori must live freely, and if someday the child, having found a name, wants to stay on Huinami, the burden of responsibility will be hers to bear. However, Sori still doesn't understand what it means to find a name because she only knows the name Seihi gave her. And all Sori wants is to just live together with Mrs. Snow Row, and suddenly the rope starts to tightly wrap around Sori's leg. At the same time, someone on the other side of the cave starts pulling Sori, who has not recovered from her grief. Since Sori can't do anything to free himself while the one who pulls is already close to his prey, and the hands of the one trying to pull Sori outside belong to the woman continuing her efforts, which soon succeeds and Sori hits his head on the ground and flies out of the cave. and the shamaness Ji-Wool, who meets Sori, forcefully grabs Sori by the throat and presses the child into the ground. While looking at Sori, the shaman Ji-Wool finally realizes that this time little Huimori is in her hands. As Sori tries to free herself from Ji-Wool's grip, she says that she can't get away with what happened. After all, it was because of the shaman Ji-Wool Hoshik and his troop that her mother, Mrs. Snow Row, lost her life. And besides, Sori will never forget that it was shaman Ji-Wool who imprisoned her in an iron box covered in talismans. But then shaman Ji-Wool's grip around Sori's neck tightens without letting her say another word. At that, shaman Ji-Wool, seeing that Sori is not even putting up a pathetic resistance, is extremely upset about it. And the next thing shaman Ji-Wool does is to tie ropes around the unresisting Sori's arms. But not only are Sori's arms now immobilized, but both legs are now firmly gripped with rope. And shaman Ji-Wool herself is tightening the knot of the rope as hard as she can. At the same time, Sori, who now can't move her arm or leg, has her face resting on the ground. But shaman Ji-Wool is more interested in whether Sori's statement about Snow Row Madam is true or not. Yi Hong-shik answering the shamaness, Ji-Wool's question confirms that Lady Snow Row is indeed dead, which completely messes up the plans of shaman Ji-Wool, who thinks she used too much magic to trap Lady Snow Row. But there was no other way to do it, and if Hong-shik's men had taken Snow Row right away, she wouldn't be ballast now. However, it is now too late to talk about it, and since proof may be demanded from above, it is necessary to back it up. And Sori hears the order given and shouts curses at the shaman, asking her not to touch her mom. However, instead of answering, Sori gets kicked in the head by shaman Ji-Wool's foot, which seals her into the ground. The shamaness Ji-Wool can't understand how Huenemi's child could have picked up such words. Apparently she liked it in the iron box. And since that's the case, the shaman Ji-Wool announces that this time, the ban in Sori's iron box is for a whole year. And besides, Sori will be locked up in an iron box with no way to say goodbye to life. And already completely losing her temper, the shaman Ji-Wool is pushing Sori's face into the ground harder, asking her to repeat what she said. But instead of an answer to her question, shaman Ji-Wool hears only one word spoken by Sori, and that word is Seihi. And Sori is completely exhausted and mentally crushed again, calling Seihi to ask for his help. Ji-Wool's shamaness Ji-Wool turns to Hoshik and doesn't understand who Seihi is or who Sori is even talking to right now. To which Hoshik, with complete uncertainty in his voice, thinks that this is Sori's way of calling someone out. But Hoshik doesn't know for sure, but only guesses that Seihi is the same guy who's been hanging out with Huimori. However, Ji-Wool, a shaman, doubts this because according to her predictions, Seihi should have been in heaven long ago. Suddenly, the same Seihi, holding his battle weapon at the ready, appears from nowhere above Ji-Wool's head, who looks up in surprise and doesn't quite know what's going on yet. Seihi was already bearing down on Ji-Wool's shamaness, who had time to react at the last moment, only to be thrown aside. At that, Hoshiki shouts curses at Seihi, holding his battle weapon at the ready and rushing at the boy, which successfully deflects a series of punches from Hoshika, giving him the clear victory in this bout. At that, shaman Ji-Wool herself is once again caught under Seiha's hot hand and flies backwards with force. And following shaman Ji-Wool's example, squad leader Hishik himself flies in the opposite direction of the mistress. And Hoshika's men, seeing the disorder around them, having lost their commander for a while, cry out for an attack. At that, Seihi himself, getting to Sori without trying to untie her, asks her to grit her teeth tighter. And the next thing Seihi does is to toss the bound Sori high up away from her enemies. With that, Sori flies a considerable distance away from where he collided with the shamaness Che-Ul, thanks to the power of Seiha's throw. And eventually Sori lands in the snow as evidenced by the resulting fountain of snow spray. Ji-Wool, who has regained consciousness and is on her feet, looks around in a hurry and doesn't realize what Seihi's boy is doing. Because if you look to one side, you can see the gray wolves carrying Sori on their backs and running away. And on the other side is Seihi, who also starts running in the opposite direction of Sori's movement. At the same time, the shaman Ji-Wool, who is still in a state of shock, only watches her fleeing prey. But as soon as Ji-Wool realizes what has happened, she immediately gives the order to capture and take Seihi's life. Meanwhile, subordinates concerned about Hoshika's condition are ordered to leave him and rush after Seihi. At that, Hoshik himself turns to the shaman Ji-Wool to clarify about the orders on Huimori. But the shaman Ji-Wool thinks that Huimori will take over the case and Hishik and his squad should catch Seihi. And so Hoshiki and his squad, having been instructed by the shaman Huimori, rush after the fleeing Seihi. And shaman Ji-Wool, looking at the trail of wild wolves carrying off Sori, thinks everyone around her is miserable. But no matter how it is, no one will be able to resist and escape from shaman Ji-Wool herself. And the next thing Ji-Wool does to catch up with Sori is to use earth compression. Meanwhile, Seihi continues to run away from Hoshika's pursuers without slowing down for a second, who at this time, following on the heels of Seihi running away in the snow, spot him in their field of vision. With that, Seihi begins to hear commands as a unit from Hoshika's squad should run to the left. And Seihi realizes that Hoshika's men will catch up with him any minute now, and he's convinced himself that he's been foolish. After all, when Seihi arrived at the place the wolves had indicated to him, Sori had already been captured by the shaman Ji-Wool, and that's when the plan that formed in Seiha's head was incredibly simple and was to attack. And Dal Seihi wanted to use Sori to summon the power of the Black Tiger to his aid and put an end to everything. But in reality, things happened differently since Seihi didn't want to wait for Sori to act on instructions. Besides, Ji-Wool's shaman was able to scare Sori, and if you remember her past experience, there's nothing she can do. And Seiha's mind immediately replayed everything as he instructs the wolves to grab Sori as soon as he saves her and run away. At that, as soon as Seihi finished signaling commands to the wild wolves, they immediately turned and ran away. Seihi is left to stare at them, wondering if they can understand him or not. But as it is, Seiha has no time for long deliberation and decides to act. Seihi throws himself down the cliff after hearing Sori's call for help and throws himself at Ji-Woo, the shaman. However, now that Seihi is about to catch up, he realizes that he should have thought twice and he didn't expect the shamaness to stop his sword. And besides, Seihi didn't think the guys in Hoshika's squad would be so fast in practice. Suddenly, a blow to Seihi's face from nowhere slashes his still uninjured cheek. And that man turns out to be one of Hoshika's warriors, who thus catches up with Seihi. A warrior from Hoshika's squad, however, noting Seihi's dexterity at being able to get by with little bloodshed. But Seihi should not hope to escape, as warriors from Hoshika's squad have been chasing Snowro for months across the snowy mountains to catch her. So what's the hope for Seihi, who's engaged in a battle with a man from Hoshika's squad, trying to fend off the onslaught that has befallen him? Yes, and in addition to the first, is already rushing to the aid of the others, who are apparently accustomed to running in the snow that threatens Seihi encirclement. Meanwhile, Seihi's attacker sees him distracted and takes it as a disrespect to his person. But as soon as Seiya manages to repel his opponent's blow again, the latter falls into confusion. And already Hoshika's human attacker on Seihi was flying off to the side before he could dodge in time. At the same time, the oncoming backup, seeing that their comrade Ushik is wounded, must still move to catch Seihi, who, having fought off the first attacker, not wanting to be surrounded again, goes on the run. And now Seiha's path goes sharply down the snow-covered mountain, which gives him extra speed. But no matter how hard Seihi tries to evade the chase, two of Hoshika's squad waving their battle weapons threaten to turn on him. And now Seihi, forced to stop, must confront not one but two serious-minded guys. In doing so, one of the attackers gets hit by Seihai's battle weapon and begins to drop out of the battle. And another of Hoshika's squad, knocked down by a precise strike from Seihi's battle weapon, falls to the snow. Once again, Seihi, barely free from the onslaught of his pursuers, decides to go on the run. But Seiha's plans are not destined to come true, as at this very moment he begins to deflect the next attacker's kick, who bypasses his defeated comrades and decides to attack Seihi with this body mass, which the same man from Hoshika's squad slams with all his might against a nearby tree trunk. And the next thing Seihi's opponent is going to do is stab him with his battle weapon. But a man from Hoshika's squad misses, and instead of Seihi's head, he sticks his battle weapon into a tree trunk. However, Seihi manages to pull himself together in time to be the first to deliver a precise strike with his battle weapon against Hoshika's man. And now this Hoshika man, having lost all orientation in space, falls backwards into the snow. Seihi, who had already jumped to his feet, swung his battle weapon at him with all his might. But just as Seihi is dealing with the latter, he notices a new wave of Hoshika squad men spotting him. And Seihi has no choice but to start running again, because if he stops, he will be surrounded. But Seihi doesn't make it in time, as just before his nose, an enemy spear is thrust into the trunk of a tree, who had managed to pull out his battle weapon and held it at the ready, wondering where Seihi was going. And the next thing the man with the spear does is lunge at Seiha with it, who begins to realize that he must act quickly to avoid his doom. And Seihi enlists the help of his battle weapon and begins to successfully repel every bayonet of the enemy, who, seeing that he's no match for Seihi in this battle, helps himself to an intimidating shout. However, the rhythm technique used by Seihi to distract the Hoshika man's attention helps him shatter the spear. But then Hoshika's newly emerged men from behind Seihi threaten him with immediate retribution. And Seihi has no choice but to turn to face them and start a new battle with them. Seihi notices that Hoshika's men have higher abilities than normal warriors. That means you can't relax when you're being mobbed, and usually Seihi's the first one to get mobbed. Suddenly, Seihi realizes that something wrong is going on as his attackers suddenly stop. And then Seihi sees a new blow coming from the side, aimed at him, from which Seihi manages to deflect and land in one piece on the snowy ground. Hoshik, who appears in front of Seihi, once again notices that the guy manages to avoid getting hit, which is really starting to annoy him. And now Seihi is beginning to understand the reason why Hoshika's very first encounter with him left him wanting to take his life. But now that Seihi is surrounded by Hoshika's men, the latter gets his chance. And now Seihi, assessing his real situation, realizes that things are very bad for him. And besides, the wound on his back left by one of Hoshika's men is too deep. Meanwhile, the Grey Wolves carry the immobilized Sori to safety and gradually begin to surround her. And the next thing one of the wolves closest to Sori does is untie the knot in her arms with his zoomies. In doing so, Sori eventually finds herself freed from the ropes that restrained her, surrounded by the pack, which means this is how the wolves are saving her, which they always did after her daddy passed away. But it's getting very strange for Sori that even though she remembers everything, she still doesn't know who she is. So what is Sori's real name, and who is she in reality to Manhwa? For all Sori knows, she is Sori, since that is the name that was once given to her by Seihi. And with thoughts of who Sori really is, she turns to him sinking in thought, until she notices a stranger looking down on her silently watching, and that someone is Shaman Ji-Wool, who thought that because Sori was in a hurry, she had traveled a greater distance. But even if Sori wanted to, she still wouldn't be able to escape from Shaman Ji-Wool. And besides, the warrior named Seihi had committed a great folly and recklessness by his action. And on top of that, Shaman Ji-Wool is very sorry that she can't take Sanshin's life for Tashon. Meanwhile, Seihi is surrounded by warriors from Hoshika's squad, waiting for further action. At the same time, Hongshik recalls the shaman's prediction that Seihi should have been in heaven long ago at the hand of Ensuk. But even shamans can make mistakes, and Seihi begins to run the name Ensuk through his head, and it's likely that he's met him before. And assessing his situation, Seihi hears Hoshiki still wanting to know what really became of Enshock. However, Hoshika's goal is to catch Sanshin, and they are not interested in ordinary people like Seihi, and if he surrenders, they will release him at the foot of the mountain. When Seihi hears Hoshika's tempting offer, he looks at his battle weapon and weighs the pros and cons. When suddenly Seihi reacts in time to be struck by one of Hoshika's subordinates from behind his back. Immediately, Seihi actively works his battle weapon to deflect the blow, causing irreparable damage to the enemy. And so one of Hoshika's men is eliminated from the squad, preventing any further attacks. And Seihi realizes, after recovering a bit, that the technique used is too obvious and resembles the one used on the Khan River. And Hoshik couldn't agree more because it usually always works, but not in the case of Seihi, who ducked again. At the same time, Seihi realizes that if he stays stuck in this place, more of Hoshika's henchmen will come, which means he needs to take the initiative. But before he begins, Seihi decides to exhale and gain the strength that will allow him to break through the enemy. And as soon as Seihi does, he rushes at Hoshika's warriors with his battle weapons at the ready, who have no time to waste and are already fully armed, waiting for Seiha to come at them ready to repel the onslaught. And Seiha succeeds, as in addition to being able to slip past the warriors, he also strikes them. Oh, and on top of that, Seiha manages to knock his battle weapons out of his opponent's hands, and now Seiha has them in two hands, which clearly doesn't please Hoshiki, who is already starting to lose his temper, which means you need to use the Tanshan sword technique third formation called Swift Hurricane, and Seihi in turn, seeing what technique his opponent is resorting to, goes to the rhythm technique. And now Seihi, having prevented the Hoshika warrior from striking him, is the first to oppose him. In addition, Seihi also uses his speed, which gives him a significant advantage over his opponent. And the next step Seihi resorts to in his further actions is Flow, which allows Seihi to deliver a lethal blow to an opponent by lifting him off the ground. But already the next of Hoshika's men is rushing to his comrade's aid and attacking Seihi from the side, which in time to react reflects, and it's an attack by the men of Hoshika's squad. And now this opponent of Seihi's is completely immobilized, unable to resist any further, which is confirmed by the doom-laden look with which Seihi's opponent stares at his place of defeat. Oh, and on top of that, Seihi kicks his enemy with his foot, throwing him aside. However, it doesn't end there, and a new wave of Hoshika's attacking men rush at Seihi. With that, Seihi re-enters the fray, successfully fending off blow after blow. Suddenly, a battle weapon from nowhere pierces the unsuspecting Seihi. And the owner of this battle weapon is none other than Hoshik himself, who sneaks up on Seihi. Seihi, who has been hit hard, tries to continue the fight. And trying not to give up, he brings his battle weapon over Hoshiki but misses due to his injury. But Seihi's strength is failing, and he has no choice but to bang his back against a standing tree, looking for support. And Hoshik, satisfied with his work, still holding his battle weapon at the ready, looks at the wounded Seihi. In fact, Hoshik didn't think Seihi would be able to dodge, but now it was over for him. Oh, and also Hoshik reminds Seihi of his back wound, and it's still amazing that Seihi can stand. But however it is so, and Seihi, just as not dropping his battle weapon standing, stares the enemy in the face. Meanwhile, Jiwoo continues to verbally abuse Sori, suggesting that she run away as she did last time. And besides, watching Sori's pathetic grimace gives Shaman Jiwoo great pleasure. However, this does not apply to the Grey Wolves, who, sensing the danger coming from the shaman, rush to Sori's defense. But Sori, realizing what will follow, asks the Grey Wolves to run away, but in return gets only that they will protect her. And now a pack of Grey Wolves, seeing in the face of Shaman Jiwoo, their enemy rushed to kill her to fulfill their duty. But it seems that Shaman Jiwoo is ready for any outcome and is already starting to pull out her talismans. And throwing them in front of her, Shaman Jiwoo forms a wall of fire between her and the wolves. That said, what begins to happen next brings denial and tears to Sori's eyes as she watches the horrific scene, in which the Shaman Jiwoo successfully wields her battle weapon through a wall of fire to eliminate wolves. And Sori, seeing her defenders losing their lives, asks the Shaman Jiwoo to stop. At the same time, the Shaman Jiwoo hears Sori's pleas and stops her bloody mission for a while. And Sori, feeling helpless, turns to the wolves again and says that they should not protect her. Since the moment Mrs. Snowrow went into the next world, Sori became the mistress of the mountain, and it is she who must protect everyone. Meanwhile, Seihi leans against a tree and realizes that the wounds on his back and side are fatal to him. And even if Seihi could still move now, soon enough, whether he wanted to or not, his muscles would begin to stiffen. But better still for Seihi to move to eliminate at least one as a new group of warriors approached Hoshiki. And Hoshik, seeing them, is puzzled that the warriors are not in the bamboo village and where Yensok even is. But the warriors are in no hurry to answer Commander An Hoshiku and hesitate to choose the right words. Since the warriors found Yensok in the middle of the road with no signs of life, and this fact can no longer be hidden. However, at the site of Yensok's death, there were traces that led the warriors to this very area, and the sounds of battle could be heard. And Hoshik, hearing this news, must be underestimating Seihi, who got the chance to take down Jensok. But now Seihi is no threat, and Hanshik decides to team up, and as soon as he is done with the case, he will return to the bamboo village. Meanwhile, another wave of Hoshika's subordinates run to the aid of their commander, who shows his displeasure at his direct reports being late. Hoshik decides that as soon as he's done with Seihi, he'll train the basics with the warriors. Seeing that Seihi is still holding his battle weapon at the ready despite his injuries, Hoshik decides that he is not willing to surrender. After all, it would have been a better outcome and more painless for Seiha if he had humbly bled out and bid farewell to life at the end. Seihi gathers his remaining strength into a fist and rushes at Hoshiki with his battle weapon, who manages to react in time to counter the onslaught of the resisting Seihi. But it's Hoshika's battle weapon that suffers at the end, as he realizes that even now, Seihi still has a lot of power. After all, Seihi has other plans for Hoshika that involve taking him to heaven with him. And Seihi attacks him with renewed vigor, ignoring Hoshika's warriors who rush to his aid. At the same time, Hoshik, seeing that Seihi's finally deciding to fight back, wants to finish him off, since at this very moment, the technique called Tanshan's Sword 11th Formation Cloud Hurricane was coming to help. And with renewed vigor, Hoshik lunges at Seihi, trying to deflect blows from his opponent. At the same time, Seihi sees Hoshiki's moves and realizes that he's using a familiar technique. And just like last time with the Anshoka case, Seihi comes crashing down with a blow to the unsuspecting Hoshiki's head. He falls dead, and Seihi, who thought the power would leave his hands, rejoices that it didn't, and that the blow was powerful. But as Seihi falls to his knee, he realizes that he can't take it anymore, and it's a good thing that the warrior will die by the sword and not by the poison of the mother of the dungeon. Seihi's only regret is that he didn't succeed in stretching time and preventing the remaining warriors from uniting with the shamaness. At the same time, Shaman Ji-Wool stopped the massacre for a while and didn't quite understand the meaning of Sori's words. There's no way Sori misspoke, and Shaman Ji-Wool wants to make sure what she heard. At the same time, Sori, still in a rage, orders Shaman Ji-Wool to let the wolf go. And as if pretending to obey the new mistress of the mountain, good-naturedly releases the wounded beast. However, it was an ostensible moment of weakness, and Shaman Ji-Wool responds to Sori's words with a new wave of rage. Seeing the brutality of Shaman Ji-Wool still grinning, she could barely stay on her feet. Meanwhile, Shaman Ji-Wool is already preparing to strike again at Sori with her battle weapons at the ready. And the next thing Shaman Ji-Wool does is boomerang her battle weapon at Sori, which flies straight into the neck area of Sori in time to see its point and proximity. However, Sori manages to dodge in time, and the battle weapon only fleetingly touches the girl's cheek, who also realizes that a battle weapon that has not reached its target will now return to its mistress, which at this time gives certain signs of guiding and directing her battle weapons. But Sori dodges Shamaness Ji-Wool's battle weapon with equal success this time too. And it's back in the hands of its owner, who is forced to recognize how much Sori has grown up, since the current picture is quite different from the one that pops up in the shaman's mind in the form of a ducking Sori, who couldn't even resist the first time she was captured by Shaman Ji-Wool. However, now as soon as Sori lands on the ground, she immediately assumes a belligerent stance. And now feeling the power of Sori's four limbs, he heads straight for his opponent, the Shaman Ji-Wool, who at this very time deciding to meet Sori dignifies the chain of the spirit under her control. And by pulling out certain talismans, the Shaman Ji-Wool, using the power of fire, hopes to protect him. This happens just as Sori releases her claws and lunges at the Shaman Ji-Wool. And now the wall of fire shielding its mistress from Sori is forcibly throwing the latter back. And the Shaman Ji-Wool, watching Sori throw herself at the talisman without any hesitation, once again convinced that the girl has grown up. But that doesn't stop Shaman Ji-Wool from using the following technique. And now Sori, seeing that he's becoming more and more out of reach of Ji-Wool's shaman, doesn't understand what's wrong. In addition, that airstrike from Ji-Wool's shamaness throws Sori back again with renewed vigor. And this fire wave is so strong that it consumes everything around it, including the surviving pack of wolves, and scorching the ground around it. And Sori is left to defend herself with her hands covering her face from the all-consuming fire. But no matter how hard Sori tries, she is not destined to know the depth of the charms of the Shaman Ji-Wool, who is going to show her what real fear is. And Seihi, realizing that he's about to be finished, wants to know Black Tiger's opinion on the fact that the latter's plan fell apart because of a stupid prank, and how the Black Tiger will now act is likely that he will leave this sword and find another soul vessel. But no, if Seiya's life is cut short, not only will his vengeance end, but the Black Tiger's vengeance will end with it. However, switching to Hoshika's warriors, Seihi doesn't understand why they are standing still and not moving. And besides, Hoshika's immobile warriors are probably waiting for Seihi to bleed out and then pass away. The warriors do not look stunned that now their commander is not alive, as suddenly the last one begins to speak. Seihi can't believe what he's heard, and even more, he can't understand how Hoshik survived because he was sure he was dead. But Hoshik is already firmly on his feet and tells Seihi that with this body, he will never go to the next world even if he wants to. At the same time, Seihi, still reeling from the surprise, is betting on the fact that Hoshika has fortitude. But in fact, the opinion of the spirit is utter nonsense and the very reason in Takon, who bestowed the power that Seihi can't even think of. After all, Hoshik hadn't planned to use the power he had been given from the beginning, but the situation calls for it, and he's sorry for that. At the same time, Ji-Wool's Shamaness Ji-Wool is holding another batch of talismans and asking Sori why she stopped fighting back. And since Sori's fervor is gone, Shaman Ji-Wool decides to start the battle first. In doing so, the first thing Shaman Ji-Wool does is to enlist the help of fire by initially reviving it. And already the first wave of fire is heading towards the frightened Sori waiting to strike, which the advancing fire forcefully throws backwards away from the advancing Shaman Ji-Wool. And so Sori, trying to protect the face of the scorching fire with no way to support herself, continues to fall. That being said, Sori doesn't realize what kind of technique Shaman Ji-Wool is using that makes her very hot, hurt, and scary. Meanwhile, the shamaness Ji Wul continues to taunt the girl and prepares new fireballs to attack. And Sori, in fear and incomprehension, awaits what she will have to experience again and maybe even worse. And the new fireballs released by Shaman Ji Wul's hand were already heading towards the defenseless Sori, who, sensing danger, gets to her feet and tries to escape from the fiery blast that bursts out behind her. No matter how much the girl tries to escape the fire attack, the surviving fireball still catches up with her. And having already caught up with his victim again, bursts over Sori with a fiery blast, forcing the girl to cover her face with her hands. Ji Wul, a shaman, rubs her battle weapon and informs Sori that this is not the end, and she will soon lose her arms and legs. And now once shamaness Ji Wul's battle weapon is ready, she boomerangs it towards Sori, who just like last time dodges the first strike of the shamaness Ji Wul's battle weapon. But Sori doesn't fully expect it and gets hit by a combat weapon that lands just in the area of his right arm. And now Sori has no choice but to fall to the ground and cover his head with his hands from the endlessly repeated blows. Each blow reverberates in Sori with unbearable pain, and the girl has no choice but to turn to Seihi for help. And then Sori also addresses her named Mother Mrs. Snow Row, who continues to rest in the cave. But Sori realizes that for now she is alone and hope for her salvation is only in her hands, and decides to take a look at her opponent, who even though he wants to play with Sori, but since he's out of talismans after he loses his hand, he'll cast an arrest spell on her. And Sori, seeing that the matter is about to come to an end, even though he is still under blows, still looks at the shaman Ji Wul. With that, what no one dares to expect happens next, as Sori begins to slowly blur into view. That couldn't help but escape the gaze of Shaman Ji Wul, who was in a bit of a state of shock. While Shaman Ji Wul is looking at the place where Sori should be, the girl leaps at the shaman, who has time to react thinking that Sori is not a beast to run away the same way every time. But it wasn't to be, and Sori had passed the shaman Ji Wul and was already flying at her from the back, which leads to the strongest blow to shaman Ji Wul, who now can't stand on her feet, losing her balance. Meanwhile, Sori leaps and flies straight at his worst enemy, the shaman Ji Wul, who, although not standing firmly on her feet, still manages to make the necessary manipulations with her hand towards Sori. And now the girl, deprived of all ability to move in an attacking posture, hangs in the air. And Shaman Ji Wul once again makes sure that she was able to prepare an arrest spell for such an occasion. Ji Wul, the shaman, thinks she's being frivolous, and after losing the snow row, Sori's life is devalued. Meanwhile, Seihi is looking into the face of a smirking Hoshiki, wanting to ask him just one question, which is that the power that is bestowed upon Hoshiku happens to lie not in the black worm. And Hoshik, hearing that Seihi is getting hit, makes sure once again that the guy is dangerous and wants to know how he knows. Seihi dodges a direct answer, only to be told that before Hoshika was the one who told it, and that someone is none other than the widely known Sanshin, who goes by the name of the Mother of Dungeon. But it's not only that Seihi is interested in, but also whether others from the Tanchan residence can resurrect. However, this definition is not to the liking of Hoshiki, who makes an edit in favor of not going to the other world available to the Chosen One. And if even Yongsuk, who had reached the rank of captain in the Tanchan residence, didn't possess this power, it wasn't easy to obtain it. And since Hoshika's strength has long gone beyond the rank of captain, he is the only one among all to possess spirit powers. And this interrogation is very amusing to Hoshika, who, seeing that Seihi is about to go to the grave, is trying to find out more. Meanwhile, Seihi, having felt the power of the Black Tiger, without hiding the smile on his face, now realizes who he must destroy last. Hoshik decides to put Seihi out of his misery after seeing his power. And putting his words into action, Hoshik strikes at the still squatting Seihi, who, without much effort, with his bare hand stops a live weapon coming in his direction. And now holding Hoshika's battle weapon in his hands, Seihi doesn't know what he means by scared. And in an instant, Seihi shreds Hoshika's battle weapon into small pieces with a single squeeze of his hand, feeling joy. And afterwards, Seihi appears before a surprised and uncomprehending Hoshiki at full height. That said, all Seihi can thank Hoshika for is the latter becoming a spirit. At the same time, Sori was already lying on the ground in pain as if pierced by needles and continued to move, since Sori can't let everything on Mount Huinami disappear if you take her life, and all Sori has to do is move towards the fiery battle weapon flying at her, which Sori, in pain with her bare hands, tries to stop just at the very spot where it almost touches the girl's face. And Shaman Ji Wul, seeing how desperate Sori is to resist her, thinks she's a very persistent monster. But I don't agree with that definition of her. Sori is not a monster that eats people. However, if Sori is not this monster, then who is to blame for this demon ogre or ravenous spirit? And Sori to inform the shaman Ji Wul at the top of her voice that she is neither Huimori nor a demon, but the mistress of this mountain. Which makes Ji Wul, the shaman, very happy, who thinks that once she's done with Sori, Mount Huinami will fall. Sori continued to cover her head with her hands from the blows attacking her, and decided that she would stay alive. And what's more, Sori will not only stay alive, but he won't let anyone die on Mount Huinami. And then Sori's memories are interrupted by the words of her father, who, looking at the mountains, tells his daughter that she will have to defend this land. But then little Sori doesn't understand what her father is trying to tell her about someday. And it could be the day that Sori herself can find her real name. Seeing that Sori doesn't understand what her father wants to tell her, the latter thinks that everything will become clear when the time comes. And now Sori, looking into the face of her enemy, knows exactly how she should act and what she should do. And the first thing Sori does is to face her fear and catch the Shaman Ji-Wool's battle weapon that is causing her such pain. After all, Sori must never forget her mother's words about being the noble guardian of Hunami, and the daughter of her father's brave Arakashi, which gives Sori strength and allows her to resurrect with new powers. After all, Shaman Ji-Wool is now facing not just Sori, but the mistress of the Snow Row Legacy Mountain. And now Sori is beginning to realize what name suits her best, until finally clarity starts to come to Sori, and now the girl knows her name for sure. It's called the Wind Eves, which is a perfect fit for Sori, who's ready to reclaim what's hers. Meanwhile, the wound on Seiha's back that had received the Black Tiger's power was beginning to heal, leaving only a mark as a reminder. And now Hoshiki is facing not an exhausted Seihi, but a young man full of strength and partially healed. Hoshik sees Seihi's transformation and can't believe he's using the power of evil spirits. But how ridiculous that sounds, because Hoshiki is not just an evil spirit, but the strongest of the Sanshin. At the same time, Seihi, already fully armed, begins to radiate the Black Tiger's power from him. And as soon as Hoshiki approached Seihi, he was immediately thrown back to the warriors by a shockwave, where Hoshik musters up the courage to tell Seihi that if he is Sanshin, they as hunters will catch him. But that doesn't stop Seihi at all, and the young man begins to advance on Hoshiki without fear, who senses the approaching danger and orders his warriors to destroy Seihi as soon as possible. And as soon as the order was given, the Hoshika warriors, with their battle weapons at the ready, rushed at Seihi, who is ready for any outcome and immediately rushes to his battle weapon as a defense. In doing so, Seihi only has to make a small effort to separate himself from the attacking wave of Hoshika's subordinates, and turn the oncoming wave of the enemy into one solid mess. But as soon as Seihi is done with some of them, he immediately moves on to the other Hoshika warriors with a look of bewilderment. And already these Hoshika's subordinates are being sent to the other side as soon as Seihi uses his battle weapon. However, what happens to Hoshika's army cannot help but go unnoticed by Hoshika himself, who is beginning to realize what to expect from Seiha in the near future and what will happen to himself. In the meantime, Seihi is vaunting the fact that there is only one Sanshin hunter in Dongha, and it's himself. In doing so, Seihi doesn't seem to notice one of Hoshika's subordinates attacking him from behind. But it's not really true, and Seihi reacts in time to grab the warrior's face with his hand. And at this point, the existence of this warrior who tried his luck to attack Seihi ends, who, after killing one so dashingly, is ready to settle scores with the next Hoshika warriors. When Seihi swings his battle weapon, Hoshika's men drop dead. And so it comes to Hoshik himself, who loses all hope for his salvation. For it is now that Seihi himself appears before him, in the form of the Black Tiger, ready to fight him. But as it is, Hoshik still doesn't understand who Seihi really is. And this introduces some confusion to Seihi, who is surprised that Hoshik doesn't recognize even seeing his appearance. But immediately, Seihi picks himself up and decides to make some correction to his words. And in order to make his identity more important, Seihi takes a swing at Hoshiki, thinking he's not worthy of knowing his name. And Hoshik, seeing that he's coming to his end, makes a last-ditch effort and begs for mercy. But that doesn't stop Seihi, who is already beginning to devour the frantic Hoshiki. And thus comes the end of another follower of Tachan in the form of Hoshika. And Seihi, having emerged victorious from this battle, concludes that the energy he absorbed is the most powerful energy in existence. At the same time, Shaman Ji-Wool was looking at Sori and at first mistakenly assumed that the girl was just a simple, unclean spirit, incomparable even to Dodal. And now Shaman Ji-Wool feels unable to stand up to such a Sanshin and turns to Madame Sangmi's warning. To which Shaman Ji-Wool came after running an errand and also to listen to Sangmi's concerns. And Mrs. Sangmi in turn asks Mrs. Ji-Wool not to get angry and to listen to her carefully. After all, even though Shamaness Ji-Wool's battle sorcery art has reached or even surpassed Sangmi, there is a danger for her. And even though there seems to be no threat to Ji-Wool's shaman in the Donghae lands, they don't know everything about the Sanshins. Which means that Shamaness Jadai-ul needs to forget her pride and go back to the community to bring all the shamans, including Sangmi. And as soon as Shaman Ji-Wool comes to this conclusion, she immediately turns to the chain of the spirit under her control, with only one goal in mind, and that is for the spirit to protect her mortal body. And the first talisman should create a barrier. The second will be able to restrain 3 bears, the third will repel 3 tigers, the fourth will burn 2 oxen. With that, the fifth will amplify everything else twice, and the heavenly chains should light up in flames. And as soon as all the manipulations were completed, the shamaness Ji-Wool starts to launch talismans towards Sori, who is standing in anticipation and preparing for what will happen next, seeing the mascots flying at. And at one time, the shaman Ji-Wool thought that she could confuse Sori in this way and could sneak away or even hit her. And so as soon as Ji-Wool's shamaness plan reaches its goal, she freezes in anticipation. But what happens next is something that is not part of Ji-Wool's plans at all, as she sees Sori flying at her with a grin. However, no matter how much Sori wants to, she is still stopped by the fire curtain between her and the shaman Ji-Wool. And Sori only manages to strip in front of shaman Ji-Wool's face without reaching her. Ji-Wool realizes that her plan isn't working, but she's still trying to protect herself. With that, Sori landed just next to Shaman Ji-Wool in an expectant pose, waiting for the right moment. The moment finally arrives and Sori, having done all the necessary manipulations, strips Ji-Wool's shamaness. At that, as soon as everything ends, Sori finds himself just behind the back of Shaman Ji-Wool, frozen with a look of surprise on his face. Meanwhile, Sori is still unmoving, waiting to reap the rewards of his long suffering. And when the end finally comes, Ji-ul Sori tearfully apologizes to her mom for being so late. At that, Sori has nothing further to do but to join the remaining wolves in honoring their fallen comrades by howling. Meanwhile, Seihi, still surrounded by the Black Tiger's energy, begins to move towards Sori. Meanwhile, Seihi already knows that Sori has finally found her name, which is Yinawin. And the Black Tiger is happy that Sori has a name, because they have a prey that can compete with Yechuk. But Seihi is silent for some reason, and it's starting to alarm the Black Tiger, waiting for some sort of reaction. Meanwhile, Sori no longer looks like a normal girl, but appears as Sanshin, with ears on her head and claws on her hands and feet. And so Seihi, being under the power of the Black Tiger heading to Sori, once again makes sure that she has found her name, Aini Wind. However, if one were to look back in Seiha's past, it had been 3 whole years since the power of the Black Tiger had been infused into his sword obtained from the Blue Waters. And so from that point on, Seihi devoured many Sansins, including the Marten, which was not common. Yes, and it wasn't enough to replenish the Black Tiger's power, so Seihi needed Yuju. And Yuiju's possession was as valuable as if Seihi had absorbed the strongest Sanshin dragon. But suddenly a prey appeared on Seiha's path in the person of Sori, who exceeds the life energy of the dragon that consumed Yeju. That being said, even the energy of the Black Tiger itself is able to completely heal Seiha's wounded body. And that's why Seihi is once again forced to resort to his battle weapon to use against Sori. However, now there's another question that is troubling Seihi, and that is whether he will be able to suppress a force equal to that of a dragon in this state. And to test it, Seihi has to turn her against Sori, and the Black Tiger keeps pushing him to do so. After all, it was Seihi who had once said he would wait for Sori to find his real name, and now that moment had come. Only when Seihi absorbs such power twice, 3 times or more will he be able to resist Tachan himself. That being said, Seihi must never forget the reason he once took the Black Tiger's sword. Meanwhile, Sori, surrounded by the beasts protecting her, is slowly approaching Seihi, who realizes that the distance between him and Sori is slowly shrinking and he has to react to that. And now Sori is jumping up to jump the path that separates her from Seiha, who is still under the influence of the Black Tiger, brings his battle weapon to bear on Sori. Suddenly, Seiha's eyes are confronted by an acquaintance who asks him not to overdo the bullying. Since the child named Seihi is never capable of creating evil for its own sake and is now only deceiving himself. And then Seiha's gaze stops on Sori's face, so stubbornly continuing to strive for him. Seihi clamps her eyes shut to avoid direct eye contact with Sori. But as soon as Seihi does, a picture of Sori clinging to him for protection comes to his mind's eye. And that very night, instead of pushing Seihi away, the only thing he wanted to do was to stroke the girl's head. However, Seihi now only sees Sori as his enemy prey, and thus makes no effort to lower his battle weapon. And it's too late to change anything in the memories of Seihi, who sees Sanshin in the form of Sori moving towards him, which is now Seiha's lightning-fast Sanshin opponent, not allowing even a moment of delay. However, what happens to Seihi beyond clasping his eyes like that is just a sense of calm. And to check what makes such feelings arise, Seihi opens his eyes without lowering his battle weapon and wonders. For instead of fighting Sori, finally seeing her savior cling to his body, and a stream of bitter tears floods the girl's face from the fact that her mom is gone because she protected her. And from the words of Sori, Seihi learns that the girl's father is also dead and she is left alone again. With Sori continuing to snuggle up to Seihi, she can't figure out what she's supposed to do now. Seihi is dumbfounded by this news and doesn't know what to do, even though the Black Tiger orders him to kill Sori. But Seihi, still looking at Sori, thinks he can't do that because it's wrong. However, this answer absolutely displeases the Black Tiger, who thinks it's foolishness and once again asks what Seihi picked up the sword for. However, Seihi tries to get rid of the idea and thinks that there must be another way, because there are many other Sanshins. But even this offer does not suit the Black Tiger, as it has spent 3 years searching for a suitable prey. Yes, and Seihi shouldn't give in to senseless feelings. After all, he has absorbed so many Sanshin and one can't. And the reason being, it's a child. But Seihi thinks that what the Black Tiger says is completely irrelevant. Just as suddenly, Seihi hears him being called a wimp and reminded to take revenge even if he has to drain all of Donghei's Sanshin to the bone. And now looking at Seihi, his spirit being under the Black Tiger's power is starting to hit a sore spot. At the same time, Seihi feels the memories starting to come back to him and tries to justify his feelings for Sori. And to make those memories more sensitive, Black Tiger transports Seihi back in time. And it's at the point where the Seihi boy's gaze shifts from a field full of destroyed people to the woman approaching him, who is running away from something scary, asks Seihi to get away, as he must not stay in this place any longer. And Seihi can't contain himself any longer and rushes towards the woman named Chinin running towards him. Yet only a few steps separate Seihi from his Chinin, who is so eager to be with him. Suddenly there's an explosion that throws Seihi backwards, enveloping him in a blaze of fire. And the Seihi boy, losing his balance and trying to protect his face from the fire, flew a long distance and landed on the ground. Seihi is confronted by a huge multi-headed dragon with flames spewing from its mouth. And now that the chance for revenge is so close, Seihi must overpower himself or lose the power of the Black Tiger. And with that, Seihi will go back to the desperate times when he was completely weak and helpless. But Sori, not feeling any danger and trusting Seihi, completely continues to snuggle up to him. Suddenly, some sixth sense makes the girl pull away and try to figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, Seihi once again raises his battle weapon over Sori, pointing it directly at the girl's head. And Sori looks up to see what Seihi is doing, and to realize what's going on, he calls his name. But instead of answering Seihi being under the power of memories and the Black Tiger lowers his battle weapon on Sori, who is still crying from being attacked and can't come to her senses and try to defend herself. And instead of the Seihi she once held dear, Sori sees only the stone face of her executioner, from whom she sought protection. At that, Sori's gaze moves from Seiha to her bloody hands, and the girl still doesn't understand what's going on. And to get an answer to her question, Sori turns to Seihi for why he hurt her and why he did so. While falling to the ground in front of Seihi and still looking at her hands, Sori thinks she did something wrong, and instead of feeling sorry for the girl, Seihi just looks down at his victim. And only one word comes out of Seiha's mouth looking at Sori, and that word is forgiveness. And once in an unknown place, a boy standing on the edge of a cliff staring off into the distance. And the wide-open eyes of a very young man say that he expects to accomplish something. Suddenly, the voice of a man who had come to the same place calls out to a boy named Boodle, who, seeing that there's a familiar master standing behind him, tries to give an explanation as soon as possible. And it's because Boodle doesn't want to miss the moment when the dragon ascension begins. Master Yvonne, hearing such an answer from his pupil, begins to wonder what was the will of the Almighty if he sent him this child. And if Bodil had such a talent for public office, he would have succeeded in many ways, but he became a shaman. Suddenly, the master's musings about what he could not understand interrupted Bodil by the latter's address. And the master, sensing some excitement coming from Bodil, rather wants to know what could have happened. And the reason for all that is that at the bottom of the abyss begins to occur some kind of cycle that indicates the beginning of the ascension of the dragon. And each time the cycle of air masses grows stronger, towering high in the sky. Amidst all this movement within the air wind mass, the body of a dragon begins to loom, and Bottle is watching the action, not wanting to miss a moment of the action. The dragon, still inside the air vortex, begins to rise high up, which further captures Bottle's attention, causing him to be filled with rapturous emotion. For at last the moment Bottle has been waiting for is at hand, when he sees with his own eyes the dragon's ascension. And Master Yuan, seeing that some water serpent has taken hold of Yuju, says that having become a dragon, he will never come down to earth again. And now the dragon will sail the skies and from there watch from on high everything that happens below. However, for all his story, Master Yvonne notices tears in Bottle's eyes, which raises some questions for the master. And for his part, instead of making long excuses, Bottle says that the dragon is beautiful. Master Yvonne, looking at his pupil, had not suspected earlier that Bottle had such a side, because the master was concerned about his peacefulness. But then Bottle's attention is drawn to someone who causes the boy to be distracted by the dragon's ascension. And this is not just because at this very moment the black tiger appears in front of Bottle, who moves confidently toward his prey, beginning to bared his teeth in anticipation of the coming battle. But as soon as Bottle sees an outsider and tells the master about it, the latter can't believe that the black tiger is here too. And the first thing the black tiger does is sink its teeth into the body of the newly revived dragon, which, sensing danger from the tiger, begins to wriggle in an attempt to throw the enemy off. With Master Yvonne struggling to stay on his feet from the force of the attack, he is shocked that the black tiger has taken advantage of the dragon's power. This means that Master Yvonne and his apprentice Bottle need to leave the scene of the battle immediately to avoid trouble. But it seems that Bottle has a different point of view and doesn't want to hear Master Yvonne's warning. Meanwhile, the black tiger continues its attack on the dragon, injuring it. And no matter how the revived dragon tries to resist the attack, it fails as the black tiger is already digging into its neck. Master Yvonne and Bodil, realizing the outcome of the case, cannot leave their place. And the defeated dragon with the black tiger on its head is already rushing down from a great height. And Master Yvonne, seeing that the newly revived Dacron is coming to an end, can't think how this is possible. In order to get confirmation of his words, Master Yvonne turns to his apprentice Bottle, who is already rushing to the crash site. But no matter how Master Yvonne tries to stop Bodil with all sorts of warnings, the latter does not want to listen to him, as Bodil flies to the very spot where the dragon defeated by the black tiger has fallen from the heights. And now Bodil is hurrying through the trees to the place where the dragon rests on the blood-soaked ground. In order to decide on a location, Bottle looks around, paying attention to the terrain. And following behind Bodil, Master Yvonne rushes in, still trying to stop his apprentice. In fact, once Master Yvonne catches up with Bodil, he wants to know where his courtesy went. However, the mute look full of questions in Bottle's eyes makes Master Yvonne silent for half a word. Master Yvonne himself glances behind Bottle's back, causing the latter to turn around as well. And it is not without reason, as the black tiger moves towards them in the same leisurely march, who looks at Master Yvonne and his apprentice Bodil as a warning and bares his teeth. And Bodil, seeing that from the fight between the dragon and the black tiger, it is the latter who comes out victorious, looks at the black tiger in anticipation. And while waiting for further action, not only Bodil freezes, but his master Yvonne doesn't dare to move. And the black tiger, full of determination, still continues to loom over the people in front of him. But then something happens that no one seems to expect to see as the black tiger turns his head to the side at the last moment. And starting to turn around, he heads to where his gaze has just been directed. At the same time, the silhouette of the black tiger becomes blurrier and blurrier each time, indicating that it is finally leaving. And Bottle sprawls on the bloody ground with a sense of relief and survived fear. Master Yvonne sees the condition of his apprentice Bodil and tries to find out his condition. However, no matter how hard Bottle tries looking at his hands, he realizes that he was powerless in what happened. But Master Yvonne, still worried about Bodil, does not understand what his apprentice means by his words, and Bottle feels guilty that even though the Black Tiger shattered his expectations, he didn't get anything done. But Bodil, now determined, promises that things will be different when he meets the Black Tiger again. And when that day comes, Bodil will surely show himself and take revenge on the Black Tiger. In the meantime, those memories continue to linger in the soul of Bottle, who is not about to back down. After all, it had been many years since the Black Tiger had disturbed Bottle's sanity, who now stands next to the gate disregarding warnings and decides to start as soon as possible. And the monk, realizing that something bad is going on inside, thinks it's time to wait. However, this does not stop Bodil, who, addressing the venerable monk, still insists. After all, if the perpetrator of the deaths is an evil spirit, they can get evidence and prove the innocence of the temple. But this does not calm the monk. In order to lighten the mood, Bodil asks the monk to reconsider his address to him, and makes an unfortunate joke. Since the joke about unmarried girls puts the venerable monk in some fear, Bodil, informing that it is only a joke and opening the doors of the monastery, wants to start as soon as possible. After all, there is no time to delay any longer, and it is time to go inside the temple to deal with what is happening. And as soon as Bodil enters, he immediately bolts the temple door, leaving the venerable monk outside. And at the same time, starting to advance into the depths of the room, he notes the extremely unpleasant odor prevailing in the room. But it's not just that makes Bodil stall, it's the fact that everything around him is stained with human blood. In addition, Bodil notices a creature sitting in the corner of the room among the human bodies, and Bodil begins to understand what's going on when he looks at the creature and sees that it's not an evil spirit at all, but Mr. Sanshin himself, who in turn wants to know who Bodil is and why he's not running away from Sanshin. Bodil himself, not forgetting the rules of etiquette, introduces himself as a shaman and asks what brought Sanshin to the human abode. And as soon as Bodil's question reaches Sanshin's ears, he turns and speaks the Black Tiger's name, from which the just quite poised Bodil immediately tenses up with anticipation of the sequel. For in Bodil's eyes is still the Black Tiger's grinning face on the day they met. And so that Sanshin does not escape the story, Bodil prepares his talismans, saying that he has been searching for the Black Tiger for a long time. Taking a belligerent pose and holding his battle arsenal at the ready, Bodil warns Sanshin that the latter will not leave without talking. But such threats are absolutely unafraid of Sanshin, who believes that the common man will do nothing to him, but only has to accept the inevitable. And Bodil in turn is already unleashing his talismans charged with special magic, which are immediately directed at Sanshin, who clearly didn't expect such a lunge from Bodil. Oh, and besides, Sanshin doesn't take seriously the pieces of paper Bodil sends at him and throws himself at the young man. But Sanshin misses, and instead of Bodil's body, he sinks his teeth into the very spot where the young shaman had just stood. And Bodil, seeing that Sanshin is starting to give up, continues to attack with talismans, thinking that Sanshin doesn't like them. In fact, the talismans are not empty. They completely envelope Sanshin's body, immobilizing him, who, seeing that the talismans are hurting Sanshin, still wants to know what provoked him to come down to the humans. And besides, Sanshin knows about the Black Tiger, which means Bodil is willing to break the spell for telling him about it. And such a deal is to the liking of Sanshin, who says that everything that is happening now is the fault of the Black Tiger destroying the Sansins. And since that was the case, the restrained Sanshin had no choice but to go down to the humans and use them as food. And that's how Bodil, having learned the real reason, fulfills his part of the bargain and dispels the spell, from which Sanshin, who had just hovered in the air, immediately found himself on the floor of the temple room. But having decided that Bodil had agreed that Sanshin could leave the temple, the latter was immediately going to fulfill his promise as well. However, Sanshin's plans do not come to fruition, as he immediately lets out a scream of terror with his mouth, which comes from the fatal blow of Bodil believing he has no right to let go of Sanshin, who tried the man. And since all this action takes place in the temple, Bodil will pray for Sanshin to be reborn in paradise. And as soon as all the crime-solving business was over, Bodil decides to leave the temple assignment, as Bodil still has the desire to find the Black Tiger and take revenge on him. After all, the situation has reached the point where the Sansins are beginning to descend to the human habitat, which means we must hurry to catch the Black Tiger. And Bodil still remembers how 10 years ago, after the battle between the Black Tiger and the dragon, his teacher suddenly and irrevocably fell ill. And after the teacher passed away, Bodil followed the trail of the Black Tiger, as suddenly, many years ago, his tracks were cut off. However, as soon as Bodil became aware of the Black Tiger's return, he immediately chased after it, which revealed two dubious facts. And the first of these is that on the bodies of fallen Sansins, not teeth, but sword marks are found, and the Sansins return to their original form. And secondly, Bodil found Sanshin, who, according to the tracks, had been kidnapped and dragged somewhere, and thus Bodil concluded that the above cases are directly related to the Black Tiger. Which means that the one who uses the sword is Sanshin, but as soon as Bodil started studying evil spirits, his uncle showed up, who told Bodil about Huimori, who first appeared in the village of Hakshion and fell into the hands of a local rich man. But this rich man was a notorious lecher in the neighborhood who used to buy children for pleasure. However, no one could not think that the rescued child will be Huimori herself, who was able to take revenge not only on the rich man, but also on his family. And Bodil, listening to his uncle's story, wants to clarify the case of Huimori's capture and the subsequent death of the evil spirit. At the same time, Bodil's uncle, realizing that the case is starting to reach a dead end, confirms the death of Huimori's child. But Bodil continues to insist on his own and reports a known fact that Huimori has been moved somewhere else. However, the uncle, believing in the truth of his words, confidently informs Bodil that Huimori is no longer alive. Bodil, when he goes to get the payment, is once again convinced that there is always something missing in his uncle's information, and deciding that the data he had gotten would be enough for Bodil, he arranges for another meeting with his uncle in Dokkan. Suddenly, the uncle stipulates that he has another nephew, which perplexes Bodil, who must be careful. However, Bodil does not need to know from his uncle about the danger of the case he is involved in, because he already knows the danger. And so after talking to his uncle, Bodil continued to track the Black Tiger, having learned from Kuncharu that the warrior in black robes was the Black Tiger. In addition, Kuncharu also confirms Bodil's words that the black-clothed warrior was accompanied by a girl with incredible strength. And Kuncharu, as a sign of confirmation of all of the above, holds out a bark to Bodil where the portraits of Sori and Seiha are drawn. However, Bodil, in order not to offend Conchara, looking at the portrait, reports that the people depicted are easy to find, and it is a balm on the soul of Conchar, who, satisfied with the praise he has received, thinks he has drawn them one and the same. That said, after meeting Concharu, Bodil temporarily ends his investigation into where Huimori and Black Tiger's tracks joined. And now the target of Bodil, who does not notice that he is being followed, is the village of Bamboo where Huimori was captured. Suddenly, Bodil, completely immersed in his thoughts, lets out a wild scream as he meets someone else on his way. And that someone is Sanshin in the form of a magpie woman who is incredibly excited about Bodil's return, who still hasn't come to his senses, asks to be treated as befitting human laws. And Mrs. Magpie, at Bodil's request, immediately transforms into a human form. And Bodil, trying to get his senses in order, tells Mrs. Soroka that he just destroyed Sanshin, who had come down to the humans. And as soon as the Soroka woman hears that the Black Tiger is to blame, she immediately begins to shiver in fear. That being said, Bodil seems not to notice this reaction of the Soroka woman, wants to know her opinion regarding the Black Tiger. And the Soroka woman, as much as she would like to, has to agree with Bodil's words, who in turn still wants to make sure it's about the Black Tiger and is advised to check it out in person. However, it seems that this is not what Bodil expects to hear from Mrs. Soroka, but still agrees with her. And since Mrs. Magpie's eyes can do no wrong, Bodil is not hesitating to set off right now. At the same time, Mrs. Soroka herself rushes after him, not wanting to be alone. Meanwhile, the action takes place somewhere deep in the forest at the foot of the mountains, where some Sanshin-like creature is humming to himself while picking mushrooms. And this creature of Sansina, looking into her full bowls, is immensely happy that she was able to collect so much today. But Sanshin doesn't even realize that someone else is watching him, namely Seihi, who notices Sanshin and senses the Black Tiger energy emanating from the sword and begins to sneak up on him. And besides, Seihi, focused on the hunt for Sanshin, keeps his battle weapons at the ready as before. A split second passes before Seihi decides to face Sanshin and swings his battle weapon at him. And the unaware Sanshin only caught a glimpse of Seiha's hand reaching for him in a grip, who with all her might grabs Sanshin by the collar of his clothes, thus holding him in place. And all Sanshin can see at that moment is that Seihi is bringing his battle weapon over him. That said, it seems that as soon as Seihi lowers his battle weapon, Sanshin's end will come immediately. Suddenly, Seihi, who is looking at Sanshin's face at this moment, seems to be looking at him as Sori herself as she was in his memories. And Seihi realizes that he's been seeing Sori again and starts to come to his senses, which means that instead of destroying Sanshin right now, Seihi sticks his sword next to where Sanshin was just standing, who, still reeling from the horror of the experience, flees from Seihi, who, drenched in sweat, kneels before his sword to catch his breath. And then Seihi realizes he's starting to vomit and can't hold back any longer. And Black Tiger, watching Seihi fail, starts his tired song about where Seihi's desire for revenge has gone. After all, with this very act of his, Seihi goes back 10 years to when he was a foolish and pampered child. But such accusations against Seiha pisses off the latter, and he starts venting his anger, which is manifested by Seihi swinging his sword from side to side in an attempt to destroy the voice he now hates. Meanwhile, Sanshin, who was saved from danger, continues to run away and hears sounds that he doesn't understand. At this, Seihi, still in an unstable emotional state, switches to swearing. And in order to somehow get rid of the guilt and his current helplessness, Seihi starts to scream. But every day is followed by night as it is now when darkness descends on the mountains, illuminated only by the moon, and only one of the few reptiles that can't sleep at this time of day. Namely, a huge snake climbing on the branches of a tree and taking a waiting pose begins to look somewhere. And another creature in the form of a beautiful woman with a huge red tail also waiting for something. Suddenly, the woman turns her head and notices that there is none but Gasil has appeared to her. And all Manhwa wants to know is why the fox woman didn't go to Mount Bonhwan and stayed here to party. However, the female fox, pointing at the man she is holding with her foot, says that she is not in the mood for fun as she is currently teaching a lesson. But the fox woman's words do not inspire confidence in the serpent who descends from the tree and begins the transformation into a man. And now the female fox is facing the human sister Manhwa, who believes that the fox herself has seduced the human. However, such words seem to offend the female fox who was bathing at the time the man jumped her. And Sister Manhwa realizes that she's being bullied and reminds him that Mr. Machunil might get angry and doesn't want to get involved. However, such a tone is totally unacceptable for a female fox who asks in a threatening way not to bare her teeth in front of her. And Sister Manhwa, realizing that the situation could escalate into a conflict, decides to back off and turn a blind eye. And the female fox looks at her victim begging for mercy and thinks about whether to take the man's life or not. But the man's fate has long since been decided by the female fox, and she dispenses with him in a flash. At the same time, the foxwoman thinks that the shamaness Ji Wool can catch a bird, and she is not interested in hunting Sanshin. And Sister Manhwa, asking the foxwoman to move for lack of time, only hears that the latter will catch Sanshin herself. And then the foxwoman, thinking she doesn't like all this, rushes after Sister Manhwa, who has taken the form of a snake. Meanwhile, the night is entering its full force, and the moon still illuminates the mountains and everything around it. And only one campfire becomes an unnatural witness to the loneliness of whoever sits next to it. And the man who is warming himself next to the fire is only looking at his hand, which immediately clenches into a fist as evidence that whoever owns that hand is completely helpless. And that someone is none other than Han Sei-hee, who once again failed to take Sanshin's life. At that, the image of the not-so-long-ago cheerfully smiling Sori reappears before Seiya's gaze, which starts to drive Sei-hee crazy, causing him to slip back into his guilt-ridden thoughts. And this feeling becomes absolutely unbearable as it begins to destroy Sei-hee from the inside out. And Sei-hee realizes that it's going to be hard for him to get out of this hole and starts to think about the moment he made a mistake. And the first thing Sei-hee shouldn't have done in the beginning was climb Mount Huinami. What's even better is that Sei-hee didn't need to ever meet Sori on his life's journey. Or actually, Sei-hee should have been done with Sori the moment he first saw her. And remembering how Sori sought protection from him, Sei-hee realizes he shouldn't have waited for the girl to find her name. But Sei-hee did otherwise, and what he did to Sori is now seen as a boy's weakness. As Sei-hee continues to blame himself and use profanity, he notices that there is someone else at the campfire besides him, and that someone is none other than a male warrior serenely sipping a drink from a charka. And Sei-hee's still hesitant to move, and looking at the stranger begins to ask a series of questions. And the first thing is how long at the campfire across from Sei-hee sits the Tokebi, who also hesitates to speak. Suddenly the Tokebi looks up from the fire and notices Sei-hee scrutinizing him. And all Sei-hee can offer him for now is to drink with him the cup that the Tokebi brought with him. And Sei-hee takes his time accepting the offer, realizing that if he accepts, things will come to a head inside again. Still, Sei-hee decides to accept the offer and takes the cup from the Tokebi's outstretched hand. And Sei-hee, realizing that he had nothing more to lose, drank the contents of the cup in one gulp. And Tokebi, observing Sei-hee's behavior, decides to ask what the latter is worried about. However, Sei-hee, still feeling distrustful of the uninvited guest, declares that it's none of his business. At this, the Tokebi explains to Sei-hee that he's interested in this, not because he wants to know, but because he's just willing to listen. But such a statement begins to piss off the already unstable and now tipsy Sei-hee, who rudely asks Tokebi not to get cocky just because they've been drinking together. And as a sign of his anger in an orderly tone to leave Tokebi, Sei-hee, throwing the cup on the ground, breaks it. However, it seems that such a response is not to the liking of the Tokebi, who is restraining himself from snapping. And instead of walking away from Sei-hee, the Tokebi offers to fight him in a duel. But Sei-hee thinks that if a Tokebi just wants to swing his fists, he should go to the village in search of a lame drunk. However, instead of taking Sei-hee's advice, Tokebi throws a stick at him, hitting him in the chest area. And Tokebi does it because he wants to help Sei-hee, because while the swordsman is breathing, 9 out of 10 problems are hidden in the sword. But Sei-hee, who had always thought his problem had nothing to do with the sword, now cut his objection short. And the first thing Sei-hee does is look at his sword, which is hanging from his belt like nothing happened. With each passing minute, doubts creep up on Sei-hee, who is beginning to believe that the sword is the problem. However, if the Tokebi is right, then why does he choose a stick as a weapon? And a too light one at that. To which Tokebi gives the explanation that he once managed to send a man to the other world with a wooden sword. And Sei-hee, hearing this, accepts such a weapon of battle, presenting the stick like a real battle weapon. However, this grabbing of Sei-hee's stick causes the Tokebis some confusion and a number of questions. And to make things clearer, the Tokebi decides to ask if this is how Sei-hee always holds his sword. But Sei-hee, who is still holding a fighting stance, doesn't understand what Tokebi means by that. However, Sei-hee thinks that the arrogant Tokebi is only laughing at him. But Sei-hee doesn't care if the sword in front of him is wooden or real. And Tokebi, in turn, throwing back his stick, thinks he was wrong about Sei-hee being an outstanding swordsman. And to see Sei-hee's reaction, Tokebi apologizes to him for the inconvenience, considering the battle will be boring. But such words seem to hurt Sei-hee, who in an orderly tone tells Tokebi to turn around and don't you dare leave. And as soon as Sei-hee hears the Tokebi start to doubt that he can beat him like this, he clenches the stick harder. And just as the situation begins to peak, Sei-hee lunges with a stick at the Tokebi, standing with his back to him. At that, it seems that the Tokebi doesn't notice that an enraged Sei-hee is flying at him from behind. However, this opinion is a misconception, and the all-understanding Tokebi is beginning to open his eyes. And just where Sei-hee's sticks are applied is empty from the presence of a Tokebi who maneuvers perfectly. And Sei-hee turns back to see that his opponent has managed to avoid the blow and is at his back. But worse, just in front of Seiya's nose appears the tip of the battle sword of the Tokebi assigned to him. And now the very same Tokebi who had just stood with his back to Sei-hee was staring the latter right in the face. And Seihi, who doesn't understand how this could happen to him, only stares at the sword itself in surprise. That said, all Seihi can say for himself is that he lost to the Tokebi this time. However, the Tokebi, instead of any words, simply hands Seihi the sword he just had drawn to him. And Seihi, taking his battle weapon from his opponent's hands, learns that the Tokebi standing in front of him is named Saribi. Seihi in turn introduces himself to Saribi with his name Wang Seihi offers to match forces once more, to which Saribi glares intently at Seihi and seems to be in a bit of a dilemma with the answer. And it seems that this time Seihi is determined for the upcoming battle, letting it pass his ears that it could be dangerous. And Seihi takes the wooden sword. As a matter of fact, he believes that if he falls from the wooden weapon Tokebi, it is his fate. However, no matter how hard he tried to get used to Seihi's wooden sword, he had forgotten how to handle it. And Saribi, seeing that Seihi is ready, wants to make sure that all the preparations are really finished. That being said, Seihi, looking at his current wooden battle weapon, is starting to amaze him more and more each time. That's because it's just a wooden sword and weighs more than his real one. However, nothing can be done about it, and Seihi needs to focus on confronting Saribi and asks to attack him first. At that, the Saribi doesn't take too long to get to it and thrusts himself at the peacefully standing Seihi with all his might. And so the wooden battle weapons of the two opposing sides begin to cross in a blow. With that said, Seihi decides to attack Saribi from above after the first clash, and is already swinging his wooden sword at him. But Saribi manages to fend off the blows of the wooden sword under Seiha's control, time after time, who has no intention of backing down and pounces on the advancing Saribi with renewed vigor. However, what happens next is that the two wooden swords still in tandem fly off to the side, and Seihi side-eyes the wooden battle weapon falling just behind his back. In this case, one of the wooden battle weapons belongs to Seihi, which is also noticed by the latter. And not to be outdone by Saribi, Seihi immediately rushes at them, grabbing the battle weapon he spotted. But once Seihi with the wooden weapon in his hands rises up, he can barely resist the strong wind. And it can't help but escape Seiha, who starts swearing profanities. After all, looking at the stick in Seihi's hand notices how it vibrates, and what kind of power this Saribi has in general, who, still in a serene state of mind, claims to Seihi that he knocked his gun away from him twice. And such a remark infuriates the already destabilized Seihi even more, who regains his strength and lashes out at Saribi, thinking it's too early to settle the score. Seihi had already reached Saribi and was now leaping over him, swinging his wooden sword at him. However, Saribi manages to fend off an oncoming punch from Wang Seihi. Suddenly, Saribi's gaze drifted downward to the exact spot where Seihi's hand had just been, who for some reason tries to grab Saribi's belt with it but gets spotted. And Saribi, not stopping to mostly reflect Seihi's offensive free strikes, asks him to be careful. However, Wang Seihi is not going to stop and tries his best to harm the unshakable Saribi, who, seeing Seihi's effort and maneuverability, immediately notes that the latter is a skill. Seihi continues to pummel the motionless Saribi without slowing down. Meanwhile, Seihi is at his limit and can't figure out who Saribi is that can do anything. After all, Saribi fends off all of Seihi's attacks that he directs at his entire body with such ease. And Seihi immediately gets the feeling that the battle with Saribi reminds him like he's pounding a huge boulder. That said, Saribi, looking at Seiha's efforts, fails to point out what seems obvious to him. Meanwhile, Seihi continues his attempts to overpower Saribi, standing in front of him like nothing happened, who looks at Seihi and declares with certainty that Seihi has an emptiness in his soul that can't be hidden. And at that very moment, in the midst of the battle, the splinters of someone's wooden sword soared high into the sky. And at the same time, there is some movement in a place resembling a cleft in the rock, and there's someone using his battle weapon to free the leg of Mrs. Snow Row from the trap. And that someone is Wang Seihi, who arrives at the resting place of Mrs. Snow Row trying to pull her leg out. With some effort, Wang Seihi manages to break the shackles of the trap, and Mrs. Snow Row herself is still in the position he left her in. At the same time, Wang Seihi believes that it is his duty to carry Miss Snow Row away from its hiding place. However, not only does Wang Seihi do that, but he also apologizes to her for being late. And now Wang Seihi decides to escort Mrs. Snow Row to where her soul will find peace. And that place becomes the green abode atop the icy snow-covered Mount Huinami. And inside this mountain in the middle is a clear blue lake surrounded by trees. And now Wang Seihi, looking at the serene, breathless body of Lady Snow Row, realizes how long he has wandered in search of an answer. That said, the image that stands in front of Mrs. Snow Row is entirely Wang Seiha's choice. However, it was more likely that Madame Snow Row was disappointed with Wang Seihi, but he couldn't do otherwise. And now Wang Seihi stands beside the body of the Snow Row lady and looks at Mount Huinami. At the same time, Wang Seihi is sure that he will come back here for an unknown amount of time. In the meantime, Wang Seihi lies on the grass and the memories that have arisen in his mind raise some questions. And once Wang Seihi picks himself up and starts to get up, he can't tell if it's a dream or not. However, if this is a dream, then why is Wang Seihi now lying on the grass at the very spot where his nighttime confrontation was? Yes, and in addition, where the Tokebi once sat, there are now 2 pieces of food and a flask with some contents left behind. But that's not all. Next to Wang Seihi's real battle weapon is a broken wooden stick used as a sword. And the last thing Wang Seihi remembers is the image of the Tokebi and the words that his soul is still empty. There's also a mark on Wang Seihe's forehead that says that's where he was struck. With that said, Wang Seihe still picks himself up and, repeating the Takebi's words about the soul, grabs his battle weapon. And now Wang Seihe is ready to continue his journey onward, leaving the unpleasant memories at the place of lodging. But still, some strange feelings and incomprehensible moods make Wang Seihe feel uncomfortable. That's because Wang Seihe can't even remember how long it's been since he was last beaten with a wooden sword. Meanwhile, in the forests leading to the resting place of Mrs. Snowy Row, there is talk of hurrying up in view of the severe delay. And now the travelers reach the place of the last resting place of Mrs. Snow Row, which is visible for many miles. At the same time, travelers seeing the mound, though they guess that it is the grave of Mrs. Snow Row, but they have no idea who made it. And just to be sure, Mrs. Soroka makes a suggestion to dig up the grave and take a look. But Bottle is against such vandalism as he believes that one does not have to show such disrespect to be convinced. However, Bottle is alarmed by the fact that he smells iron, and Mrs. Soroka suggests that humans are to blame for the roe deer's death. And then Soroka brings up the fact that there have been rumors lately that the shaman community has been fishing out Shin. But what they have heard does not fit Bottle's mind. And besides, Mrs. Soroka does not know what kind of warriors are helping them in this. And it pisses off Bottle, who turns to profanity and doesn't understand how the community can touch the respected Sonsons. And Mrs. Magpie sums up the conversation by asking what exactly humans have done to Mrs. Roe Deer. However, Bottle doesn't want to believe it and blames the Black Tiger for everything. But Mrs. Soroka doesn't understand such antics of Bottle, who just claimed it was the work of humans. That said, Bottle still decides to correct himself, and refers to the man imitating the Black Tiger to clarify the details. For as Bottle obtained information of interest, he came to the conclusion that the target of the community was the living Sanshin. The Black Tiger's goal is to destroy the Sansons, and he uses a sword. It is quite obvious that Mrs. Snow Row has gone to the next world not by her own will, and her grave is shrouded in the smell of iron. And since the outlaw imitating the Black Tiger is prowling the mountains known to man, Bodil is going to go there. However, such mountains in the area are Mayon and Bonhuan, and Bodil and Mrs. Soroka have yet to descend. And besides, Bottle doesn't understand why the mountain is still cold even though the snow has melted and avalanched. And Mrs. Magpie, having already taken her former form, tells Bodil that she will fly to Matmehayan. Bodil immediately says that if he gets Bonhuan, he'll go there. And sometime after Bodil bids farewell to Mrs. Soroka, the action unfolds in the village of Mehian, and there on the counters of one of the outlets already hangs goods resembling therapeutic ingredients. Wang Seihe gets the components he needs from the merchant and decides to pay off the old man. And learning that Wang Seihe owes 15 nyang and 24 fun, he immediately pays off the vendor. But the merchant, wanting to help Wang Seihe, tells the latter that he can get the healing herb he has not found from Sori. And the old man, seeing the bewilderment on Wang Seihe's face, explains that she is a lonely woman living on Mount Bonhuan. At the same time, the merchant answers Wang Seihe's question and tells him to go to the mountain as soon as it gets dark, as Sori leaves lit fires for visibility. However, once Wang Seihe realizes that he has to go to the mountain in the evening, a real drama unfolds behind him, namely that three strangers start abusing a young girl. At the same time, the old man sees what is happening and realizes in fear that the gang has come to the village again. And one of the gang turns to the old man and tells him to prepare last month's payment, which to the tune of 22 nyanga is immediately handed to them by an old man asking them to count the money outside the village. And Wang Seihe, seeing this picture, concludes that it's not the state warriors who give him a bad feeling. At this, the seeming head of the gang, ignoring the old man's request addressing Seihe, informs him that he is seeing him for the first time. And since that's the case, Wang Seihe should not only come right away, but also pay the tax for the things he bought. And the Vansays are happy that the gang decided to be the first to get in the door. However, Seihe doesn't have time to take a step before he notices that someone's foot is forcibly pushing the gang leader. And such an act and the person to whom that foot belongs brings undisguised surprise to Vane Seha's face. After all, it is at this very moment that one of the gang members is lying face down in the village dust at Wang Seihe's feet. And the one who did this to the man is none other than a regular girl spewing filthy swear words. Since this is the day the gang members are out of luck, because this is when they're going to get a big kick out of Sori. With that, all Seihe has to do is stare at the gang member lying there with a footprint on his back. And such an act from the girl who appeared confuses Seihe, but he begins to be attracted to the conversation, in which one of the gang members pointing a finger at a girl wants to know what she's doing, and if she even knows who she's dealing with. But the girl, instead of answering with all her might, thrusts her fist right at the speaker's face. And following the punch to the face is a punch to the man's most vulnerable spot, which is right in the groin. And standing next to the writhing bodies of the gang members, the girl says she knows who they are. Suddenly, a girl named Sori notices that the point of one of the bandits' combat weapons is aimed at her. The man claims that since Sori hasn't paid taxes for 6 months, he'll pay in full today. However, such threats will not take Sori, who believes that before raising taxes, the bandits should return the stolen goods. But talking in such an offensive way is totally inappropriate for the gang leader, and he decides to strip Sori of his tongue first. And now the bandit, with an aggressive mood and with intentions to kill the offender, throws himself at Sori, which is not thinking of retreating, but taking the posture of a defender preparing to repel an attack. But then the gang leader notices that the sword he just held in his hand has disappeared. And deciding to find out where his battle weapon is, the gang leader freezes half-heartedly when he notices the spearhead pointed at his face. which belongs to the battle weapon Wang Se-hee used to defend a girl named Asura. And all Wang Se-hee can say is order the gang leader to return all the money they stole. The gang leader takes his time to ask Wang Se-hee if he knows who their older brother is. But such arguments have no effect on Wang Se-hee, who puts a sword to the throat of the gang leader. And Wang Se-hee turns his gaze to the gang leader and tells him not to make him talk twice and to return the money. As soon as the gang leader sees the gaze directed at him, he immediately loses the power of speech from fright. And the next thing the gang leader does is throw a bag of money on the ground. And a girl named Sori sees the crooks running away and turns to Se-hee and thinks he handled them coolly. Wang Se-hee, in turn, introduces himself as Sori and wants to know if this is the girl the merchant told him about. However, Sori picking up the bag of money from the ground doesn't quite understand what Wang Se-hee means. The old man immediately explained that he had sent Se-hee to her because he needed stream herbs and dried ginseng, and Sori in turn reports that she has dried ginseng but no stream herb, which she will try to find. And if Wang Se-hee needs them so badly already, he can come back for them later tonight or another day. And in order for Wang Se-hee to understand where to go, Sori makes it clear that he needs to climb to the top of Mount Banhuan, where her home will be. But first, Sori decides to restore justice and returns the old man's sack of money stolen from him to the merchant. And with the words that Sori must find ginseng and a request to divide the money among the people, she leaves Se-hee, who doesn't understand why he has to do what Sori tells them to do because it's not his plan. And Sori asks to see it through to the end in exchange for that's what the weed payment will be. Se-hee looks at the bag of money and realizes he's in for something unpleasant, but he can't do without the weed. But soon night falls and it's time to head to the top of Mount Banhuan in search of the thatched roof cottage belonging to Sori. Wang Se-hee gathers his thoughts and begins to climb the path the old man has indicated to him. Wang Se-hee notes that the Banhuan mountains are very steep, and it is surprising that a woman lives alone in such a place. But though as strange as it may seem to Wang Se-hee, Sori doesn't seem ordinary to him. However, before continuing the climbing path further, Wang Se-hee decides to drink some water. As Wang Se-hee approaches the river, he notices a woman standing alone near the water. At the same time, Wang Se-hee sees such a picture and becomes somewhat confused, and the woman turns to Wang Se-hee and notes that she has a lot of guests today and immediately expresses her greetings. But Wang Se-hee, on the contrary, does not think he is obliged to show the rules of propriety since he is not the woman's guest. However, the woman, pretending to be a little offended, still insists on her own, since everyone who complains to her is her guest. And the first thing a woman does when she looks at Wang Se-hee's face is to note his attractiveness. At the same time, the woman also talks about Wang Se-hee's eyes that radiate goodness, but hide the man's great power. And all the woman so far wants to know from Wang Se-hee is where such omnipotent power comes from. But instead of answering, Wang Se-hee grabs his sword hanging on his belt, immediately pulling it out of its sheath. Wang Se-hee swung it at the place where the woman had just been standing and managed to jump back. The woman not only manages to dodge, but also lands with her toe on the caiman, laughing. And now presented to Wang Se-hee in the form of a nine-tailed fox, the woman cannot believe that there are those who do not succumb to her charms. And Wang Se-hee, looking at the nine-tailed fox, really doubts she can pull it off. That said, the fact that Wang Se-hee further pronounces her name Gasil is no less surprising to the nine-tailed vixen, as she wonders how a person could know her name, maybe because of her growing popularity. But then something happens that begins to make the nine-tailed vixen think of seeing Wang Se-hee himself transform. Namely, that she recalls rumors of a black tiger that hunts Sanzens like them, and the black tiger himself in front of her. However, Wang Se-hee does not understand what nine-tailed fox means by we in hunting, and so there are others. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed vixen, believing she has discovered the secret, continues to laugh at Se-hee, pointing at the dispossessed people. And the nine-tailed vixen does not hide his deed, saying that he was hungry, but before he massacred the men, he showed them paradise. Meanwhile, Se-hee, who is under the black tiger's power, concludes that the nine-tailed fox is hunting humans. And even if the black tiger takes her life, the nine-tailed fox won't say anything. But instead of being scared, the nine-tailed fox thinks about what kind of liver the black tiger has. However, Wang Se-hee, with a martial weapon filled with black tiger energy, jumped upwards and was already flying towards the nine-tailed fox, which also bared its sharp claws and prepared to not only break loose, but to strike back. And as you might expect, Wang Se-hee misses and only slides into the spot where Gasil had just been sitting, who in turn manages to jump back and avoid the deadly blow of Se-hee's battle weapon, which swung again only to strip the air beneath the feet of the nine-tailed vixen hovering in the air. At this, the nine-tailed vixen Gasil, still taunting Wang Se-hee, informs her that it's too much and he doesn't give her a break. In addition, the nine-tailed fox Gasil leaps backwards to avoid the black tiger's sword again. And not only does it land on the ground, but it picks up speed as it continues to maneuver in front of Se-hee. That being said, the next thing the nine-tailed fox Gasil tries to do is launch his attack on the black tiger, who notes that the nine-tailed fox Gasil is just around the corner preparing to repel her invasion. Suddenly, the image of Sori, wounded by him, appears in front of Se-hee, asking why he did it. At the same time, Wang Se-hee can't believe that Sori's image is once again preventing him from concentrating on catching Gasil now. And instead of fending off Veen Se-hee's blow, he misses it and gets sprawled out by Gasil's claws. With that, Wang Se-hee not only flies backwards, but also begins to feel blood on his body. But to Wang Se-hee's luck, the nine-tailed vixen Gasil's punch turns out to be quite shallow. Once again, WPN Se-hee takes up his battle weapon, but just like last time, he misses. And the nine-tailed fox Gasil is just like the last time he stripped Wang Se-hee's body, who notices that even in this he is still inferior to the nine-tailed fox Gasil, only receiving injuries from her. And while Wang Seihe is trying to concentrate in any way, the nine-tailed fox Gaisel finds himself behind him. That said, although Wang Seihe sees it coming and looks like he might try to counter with a punch but misses, and the nine-tailed fox Gasil finds herself next to Wang Seihe and notes that Mr. Black Tiger is very slow. Once again, as in previous times, Wang Seihe is struck by the claws of the nine-tailed fox Gasil. At the same time, although Wang Seihe is in a lot of pain, he is still trying to hold back and focus. Wang Seihe swings his battle weapon again, but the nine-tailed vixen reacts in time and bounces back from the blow. And the nine-tailed fox not only recoils, but also does an acrobatic backward somersault, thereby securing himself. At that, landing on the rock with her toe again, the nine-tailed fox Gaisel cannot believe that the black tiger is so weak. And it's likely that this is so as the wounded Wang Seihe is forced to crouch down and lay down his battle weapons for the time being. And the nine-tailed fox Gaisel, feeling victorious, mistakenly thought that the battle would exhaust all her strength. However, Wang Seihe has no intention of surrendering to the nine-tailed fox so quickly, and only clutched his battle weapon tighter. Once again pulling himself together despite his injuries, Wang Seihe tells the nine-tailed fox not to think too much of himself. But it's still hard for Wang Seihe to step up and start further confronting Gaisel for the time being, who, anticipating an early victory and a long-awaited feast, is already preparing to attack. And now with his mouth open, Gaisel flies straight at Seihe, thinking he's the one who thinks a lot of himself. And Wang Seihe still continues to sit on the ground holding his sword at the ready and watching Gasil from under his fingers. In doing so, Wang Seihe orders him to not only come to his senses, but also to focus on his opponent, who is getting closer and closer to Wang Seihe with every fraction of a second, attacking him from above. And already Wang Seihe sees Gasil preparing his clawed hands to attack and tries to prevent it in any way. But Gasil proves to be faster than Wang Seihe this time too and enjoys watching his work, namely the way he slashes his claws across the face of Wang Seihe, whose head is forcefully turned aside by the blow. However, it doesn't end there, and Wang Seihe, overcoming the pain, decides to look at Gasil, who's too baffled as to why Wang Seihe not only doesn't fall down but stays upright. And at that very moment, Wang Seihe, in a semi-recumbent state, strikes Gasil with his battle weapon. But Gasil seems to be managing to avoid the strikes thrown at her by Wang Seihe's battle axe once again. However, Gaisel does not expect that one blow will be immediately followed by the next and does not have time to react in time. And as soon as Gasil collapses down to the ground with force, Wang Seihe immediately rises to his feet. And the next thing Wang Seihe does is swing his sword in a leap about to rain down a blow on Gasil, who is still reeling after failing miserably after her last encounter with the Black Tiger. And now Wayun Seihe is flying at Gasil, anticipating that he's about to take her down. But further begins to happen that does not expect in Wang Seihe himself, as he feels a strong pain from the snake bite, which slams into Wang Seihe's shoulder as he tries, and the Sanshin is thrown off by the impact of his battle weapon. Still, Vanseki is forced to stop his attack on Gasil and come down to earth. Meanwhile, the huge snake Sanshin is already waiting for Wang Seihe below, peering down at its prey. At this, Wang Seihe, realizing that his hunt has been thwarted, sees that there is another Sanshin besides Gasil, who at this very time is beginning his transformation and acquiring outerwear. And not much time passes as a woman emerges from the snake just standing in front of Wang Seihe. But the snake woman is not going to attack Wang Seihe, but looks back at the weakened nine-tailed fox Gasil. At the same time, Wang Seihe himself is under the influence of the bite, in anticipation of watching the further actions of the snake woman, who comes up to Gasil and starts lecturing her that you should immediately take the life of the one you catch. And as a sign of help, the snake woman extends her hand to the nine-tailed fox Gasil, but gets turned away. And all because the nine-tailed fox Gasil is going to kill Wang Seihe herself, and then have a nice meal with him. But at this very time, Wang Seihe begins to gain his power by feeding off the Black Tiger's energy. And the next thing Wang Seihe does under the influence of the Black Tiger is shout Manhwa's name in a raised tone of voice. At the same time, what seemed to be a scream already turns into a deafening roar, demolishing everything in its path. The wind is so strong that Gasil and Manhwa can barely stay on their feet. However, Manhwa still tries to see his opponent through the rising wind and dust, and Wang Seihe, still being out of his mind, continues to emit the strongest energy of not letting anyone near him. And when everything calms down, Manhwa looks at Wang Seihe and can't understand how such a creature can even walk the earth. And Gasil, hearing Manhwa's speech regarding their opponent, wonders how she knows him. However, no one, even Manhwa, could think that the Black Tiger was just some boy swordsman. And now Gasil and Manhwa stand waiting for further action to come from the Black Tiger, who turned to Manhwa never thought he'd cross paths with her again in a place like this. But then something strange starts to happen and the picture in front of Seihe's eyes becomes distorted and floats. And Seihe, seeing this, begins to realize what can cause such a vision and clouding of consciousness. To be sure, Seihe turned his attention to the shoulder where Manhwa had sunk her teeth into. And now Wang Seihe begins to realize that it's because of the very real poison he's been poisoned with. And Manhwa and Gasil, who is already adopting an attacking posture, are still waiting for the action to continue. However, Wang Seihe, who is separated from Manhwa and Gasil by the river, can now do nothing more. After all, he is as poisoned by the poison as his teacher was on that ill-fated day, and it is quite obvious. Which means Wang Seihe must destroy Gasil and Manhwa before the poison can spread through their bodies. However, Manhwa, turning to Gasil, suggests that she leave the scene of the confrontation and walk away. But that's not in the plans of Gasil, who wants to finish off Wang Seihe now and taste his liver. And in turn, Manhwa informs him that Wang Saehi will have a heart attack in an hour or two, and then he won't resist. However, Gasil still wants to stay and finish what he started, as he thinks that hunting is much more fun than waiting. But that's not convincing to Manhwa, who thinks it's too late to leave. And Wan Sehi walking as Manhwa and Gasil start to leave doesn't understand what's up and why they aren't attacking. In fact, he was determined to finish off Gasil and Manhwa. That being said, Wang Sehi still and realizes that the Black Tiger's strength doesn't help him recover from the bite. Or maybe it was true that Manhwa and Gasil had retreated to wait for the poison to spread through Wang Sehi's body. And then Wang Sehi notices the path leading to Sori's house on Mount Bonhuan begin to light up with lights. Seha's mind flashes back to the old merchant's words that it's better to climb Bongwan in the evening when Sori is lighting the fire. And if that's the case, then surely Sori has an antidote to Manhwa's poison, though it will be very difficult to get it out. And with these thoughts in mind, Sehi begins his search for Sori while he still has some strength left. And so Sehi moves along the path that is illuminated by the lighted fire left for Sori's people. They turn out to be little lanterns that hang from the branches of the trees leading to Sori's house, and Wang Sahi is hurtling down the road, bypassing the flashlights signaling the correct path. At the same time, Wang Sehi is getting worse each time from the poison spreading through his body, and he begins to lose his bearing. And as Vane Sehi grows weaker, he doesn't notice a tree root protruding from the ground, clinging to his leg. And Wang Sehi starts flying downwards with no way to hold on to anything. This continues until Wang Sehi is face down on the ground. And to check where he is, Wang Sehi struggles to lift his head and looks around. Seeing the number of lights getting smaller, Wang Sehi realizes he's almost there. Suddenly, an extraneous noise causes Wang Sehi to come to his senses and take hold of his sword, and in addition, his sword begins to emit energy. That means Wang Sehi needs to step up and keep moving forward, even though it's hard for him to do so. After all, Gasil and Manhwa are already somewhere near Wang Sehi, waiting for the snake venom to take his life. And in fact, Wang Sehi's instincts do not fail because at this very moment, Gasil is looking closely. At this, Gasil cheerfully informs Manhwa that Wang Sehi is already running out of breath and starting to stop. And that brings joy to Manhwa, who realizes that the poison is starting to take effect, and it will bring pleasure to Mr. Makanal. However, Gasioi herself is just as excited, because she's just dreaming of examining what the Black Tiger's liver looks like. Meanwhile, Sehi, drenched in sweat, continues upward towards Sori's dwelling. But as much as Wang Sehi would like to, he can no longer do without help, and can barely move around leaning against a tree. In addition, Wang Sehi begins to realize that his body is gradually failing him and stops obeying him. And now, having completely lost control of his body, Wang Sehi falls to the ground, exhausted. Suddenly, a stranger appears next to Wang Sehi's immobilized body, as evidenced by the leg he sees. And that someone surrounded by two foxes is none other than Sori herself, who has come to Sehai's rescue, who, at the very last moment before his powers are completely gone, notices Wang Sahi. But sometime later, Wang Sehi is still with his eyes closed, which he's starting to open gradually, indicating that he's already regaining consciousness. And the first thing that Vani Sehi sees in front of him is hanging bags and bars with medicinal gatherings and herbs. However, as soon as Wang Sehi realizes where he is right now, he immediately jumps up from the bed. Still, the small room in which Wang Sehi was placed does not give an accurate idea of his whereabouts. At this, a sound outside his room causes Wang Sehi to stumble back a bit. Yet, despite the fact that Wang Sehi gradually begins to realize in whose house he is located, he decides to make sure, however, and stares at the bars of the window where the sounds of chanting can be heard. That said, after a while, Wang Sehi returns to his resting place and continues to listen. And when interest overtakes Wang Sehi, he goes to the window again, deciding to peek through the slit. And what the first thing Wang Sehi sees in front of him is the not insignificant fox face that surprised him. And it's not just one fox, but a whole pack of them surrounding a young woman who is humming while hanging things. And then Wang Sehi can't stand it and is surprised to see his savior Sori in front of him, who doesn't seem to be expecting to see him, thinking that Wang Sehi is still asleep after suffering an injury. But Wang Sehi not only doesn't continue to stay in bed, but also comes out to make sure that it was Sori who saved him. And Sori immediately confirms this by saying that the foxes running around Wang Sehi made noise, and these worried Sori. While accepting this, Wang Sehi realizes that he is not allowed to be in the house of an unmarried girl, who upon hearing Wang Sehi's speech immediately rushes up and hides in the room, asking Wang Sehi to stop. And Wang Sehi decides to obey her and freezes in anticipation of what will follow. Just as suddenly, a dish of appetizingly cooked chicken carcass appears in front of Wang Sehi's eyes. And Sori, inviting Wang Sehi to the table and pointing to the dish, asks him to keep her company and eat. But no matter how much Wang Sehi, who accepted the invitation, resists Sori's assertiveness, he still agrees to eat. And once a piece of chicken leg enters Wang Sehi's mouth, he can't help but notice that the food is really delicious. And to achieve this flavor, Sori added only 34 medicinal plants to the food, and there is no such thing even on the king's table. But despite the bragging, Sori can't give an answer as to why exactly she cooked the chicken in this way for Seha. And to change the subject, Sori switches to Wang Sehi's healed shoulder, talking about the cost of the medicine that went into it. However, Sehi, completely confused by Sori's chatter, doesn't understand what exactly Sori is getting at by pointing at his shoulder. But since it's about payback, Wang Sehi wants to know how much money he owes Sori for the care he gave him. That said, it seems that this kind of conversation doesn't sit well with Sori, reminding Wang Seihi of his politeness last time, and that makes Wang Seihi even more uncomfortable trying to get out of the unpleasant situation. And Sori, accepting the apology, decides that Wang Seihi can pay with his body first. And now Wang Seihi is on the roof knotting knots on a rope to pay for the medicine spent on his treatment. At the same time, as the work assigned to Wang Seihi comes to a close, he wants to make sure that it will be enough. And Sori, completely satisfied with the result, reports that it is difficult for her to do such a job, and thanks the warrior for it. And Wang Seihi, hearing such praise, seems madly pleased that he was able to be of use to someone. But suddenly the sounds coming from the forest begin to alarm the just smiling Wang Seihi, who realizes that Gasol and Manhwa are still lurking in the forests of the mountains. That means neither Wang Seihi nor Sori is safe in this house, and if he delays, he will endanger the girl. And to avoid this, Seihi must leave as soon as possible, and to do so, telling Sori that the job is over, he climbs down from the roof. At this, Sori, all the while watching Wang Seihi, sincerely thanks him for the labor he has done. However, Wang Seihi immediately apologizes to Sori for the surprise and informs him that he has to leave. But this statement is not what Sori expects to hear, who believes that it takes at least 2 weeks for a wound to heal. That said, Wang Seihi, insisting on his decision with confidence, reports that everything is indeed fine. And Sori, realizing that her words have no effect on Wang Seihi, decides to go on the offensive, and refers to the fact that she guessed that Wang Seihi wanted to avoid doing the rest of the work. However, Wang Seihi is caught off guard trying to change Sori's mind, informs him that he didn't mean it at all. But Sori has no intention of backing down and reminds Wang Seihi that he has to work off the expensive medicine. Wang Seihi realizes that his presence at Sori's house puts her in danger, but he still tries to insist. And Sori, seeing that Wang Seihi is in a hurry, citing that he is from Donghae, where people work fast, decides to speed up his work. While dragging a stubborn Wang Seihi behind him, Sori leads him to a pantry of medicinal plants. And pointing to the medicinal plants, Sori asks her to help her organize them by species, thinking that the two of us will be faster. And Seihi, in turn, has no choice but to accept the job Sori gave him. That said, Sori notices that Seihi is pretty quick with the medicinal herbal raw materials, and Wang Seihi's work rate can't help but note Sori, who thinks he studied fencing. However, Wang Seihi, on the contrary, says that he was mostly a laborer rather than a swordsman. And Wang Seihi, having finished one job, treating Sori like a young lady, gets the next, which is to roll up the canvases into a bag. That said, Sori wants to know how long Wang Seihi is going to address her in this manner. But Wang Seihi, immersed in his work, doesn't know what he means by what Sori said. Who asks Wang Seihi to never call her a word like Miss Sori again? And Wang Seihi, hearing such a request, wants to know how he should address Sori now. Sori realizes that Wang Seihi doesn't understand what she would like him to call her, and calls her name. But it's not that Wang Seihi doesn't like this kind of treatment, he just doesn't want to call the girl by her name. And Sori, seeing that Wang Seihi won't give in to her, suggests that she will be Soren and Wang Seihi Seihi. At the same time, Seihi, hearing that it sounds cuter with the letter Ian on the end, still wants Sori to call him by that name. And Sori, who seems to have expected Seiha to hear a different answer, annoyingly reports that he is very boring. However, such a statement does not offend Wang Seihi in the slightest, who has heard such things said to him before. But as soon as Sori finds out, she starts rolling with laughter, saying she knew it. And wiping the tears from her eyes with a smile on her face, Sori compliments Seihi, saying he's cute even though he's a warrior. However, Wang Seihi doesn't understand such a joke and thinks that Sori is starting to bully him. And although Sori tells Wang Seihi that it's a compliment, the latter doesn't think the man will like it. And not wanting to do anything about it, he still insists on saying that Wang Seihi is really cute. And now Wang Seihi, scrutinizing Sori's glowing face, doesn't know how he should behave in this case. However, it's worth noting that it's getting too late, and if Seihi is hungry, Sori is ready to set the table. At that, Seihi tries his best not to annoy Sori in a hurry and informs him that it's unnecessary. But if you think about it, Wang Seihi is really hungry, so he'll eat and leave right away. After a while, Sori appears in front of Seihi with a tray full of food, asking for his opinion. At the same time, Wang Seihi looks at the tray of food and immediately says that everything looks delicious. But that's not at all what Sori had in mind when she asked Wang Seihi's opinion upon entering the room. And that's what Sori wanted to see, how she looked in her new dinner outfit. And Wang Seihi, trying to smooth over the conflict by looking at Sori, says that it suits her very well. That said, it seems that such praise is to the liking of Sori, who reports that she wouldn't have fed Seihi otherwise. Wang Seihi has been listening attentively to Sori all this time, and as soon as he hears that it's time to start eating, he can only wish her a pleasant appetite. And so sometime later, a tray previously filled with food is now littered with empty plates. And Wang Seihi, sitting across from Sori, dares to ask her a question, for which he asks her permission. At that, Sori, hearing Seihi call her a young lady again, reminds her of what they had agreed on earlier. But Seihi, saying that there was no such agreement between them, in turn wants to know if Sori knows the Sanshins on Mount Banhuan. However, Sori is not in a hurry to give an answer and tries to avoid it, but only utters incoherent words. Meanwhile, Wang Seihi continues his questioning and wants to know why Sori lives so far away in the mountains with the foxes. And Sori immediately gives the answer that she had her own reasons, and besides, there was a house in the mountains, and she got used to foxes quickly. Still, it doesn't sound convincing to Wang Seihi, and Sori thinks he's confused her with a nine-tailed fox. And even if she does, Sori doesn't care what people call her, because she doesn't hurt anyone and people don't want her to get hurt. At this, Wang Se-hee tries to joke around and asks Sori how he will realize who she really is if she doesn't show her tails. However, Sori doesn't get the joke and thinks that Wang Se-hee is hinting to show her what's hidden under her skirt, and thereby driving Wang Se-hee into the red, which is not what he meant to say and never meant such a thing. But then something sudden happens for Seiha and Sori starts getting too close to him. And the reason is that Sori, pointing at Wang Se-hee's scar, wants to know its origin because the scar is old. At this, Wang Se-hee tries to get his face away from Sori's hand, waving away the fact that the tiger left him that scar. But Sori thinks this scratch reminds her of a regular fingernail mark, and Wang Se-hee says he has his reasons. And by doing so, Wang Se-hee intrigues Sori, who smirks, convinced that these reasons are interesting. Suddenly, Wang Se-hee turns his gaze to Sori and starts to look at the girl differently, who notices it and responds with a stare back, not daring to say another word. Next, Sori moves closer and closer to Wang Se-hee, saying that he has unusually light-colored eyes. At that, Wang Se-hee doesn't dare to take his eyes off of Sori's face, but still tries to retell what he just heard. And Sori confirms it once again because Seiha has really clear and bright eyes, illuminating the farthest corners. But that's not all, because Wang Se-hee's eyes reveal to Sori that there is a deep sadness hidden in the bottom. But that's not all Sori is going to dwell on as he continues to list the confusion tormenting Seiha's soul. The anguish, 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 anguish conflict. And the main thing that Sori notices when he looks into Seihi's eyes is that it's a complex feeling that can't be put together. And there's a swirl of feelings inside Seiha that can't be described in one word. So what a life he's lived. That said, even though Sori doesn't know the reasons that were the root cause, she asks Seihi not to try to take it all on herself. And you have to try to counteract that load no matter how hard it is for Seihi to do it. And sometimes you need to let yourself rest and then you can move forward, leaving the past behind you. With that, Seihi, not daring to utter a word with bated breath, waits for what will follow next from Sori after the conversation is over. Meanwhile, Sori comes close to Seihi and puts her hand on his head, trying to comfort and cuddle Seihi, who in his own way responds to Sori's offered help by submissively bowing his head to her. And all Seihi can say in response is to thank Sori for being able to comfort his soul. That being said, Sori is equally dutiful in accepting such gratitude from Seiha, continuing to enjoy his company. But what happens next is something that is not part of Sori's plan at all. And all because Seihi can't help but think that no matter how good he is with Sori, it's really time for him to leave. And Sori immediately reacted by letting go of Seihi's hands, thinking he didn't like her at all. But it's not really true, and Seihi admits that young lady Sori is wrong, as she's actually very nice. Sori doesn't seem to be expecting to hear such a response, however, and looks at Seihi standing next to her in surprise. Sori doesn't share Seihi's opinion that since the latter is going to leave, he should collect the laundry and take the medicinal ginseng. But among other things, Wang Se-hee must be willing to pay off Sori, to which he immediately agrees. Meanwhile, it's pitch black outside, indicating that nighttime is in full bloom. With that, Wang Se-hee follows Sori's instructions and removes the laundry he washed from the clothesline. But Seihi is not at peace and continues to stare into the darkness where the Sanshins hunting him await. There's another issue Wang Se-hee is worried about, and that is how much he has to pay. His wallet is not rubber. But then Wang Se-hee has another thought that brings him out of his insecurity. Seihi decides that if he remains indebted to Sori, it will serve as a gadfly for him to return. Just as suddenly, a crashing noise causes Wang Se-hee to tense up and stare in horror at what had become his original source. And then a huge snake tossing aside Wang Se-hee appears in the yard belonging to Sori. At this, the huge snake preparing to attack Wang Se-hee opens its huge mouth, showing venomous clicks. Wang Se-hee, who was able to react in time this time, habitually throws himself to the belt where his battle weapon usually hangs. But unfortunately for Wang Se-hee, his battle weapons are not in place, which puts the latter in a difficult position. And on top of that, just as Wang Se-hee is about to rush into the house to his battle weapon, someone's hand from the side reaches out to him. And on top of everything else, a hand belonging to a nine-tailed fox grabs Wang Se-hee by the throat, lifting him off the ground. That said, the attacker admits that the smell of foxes confused her, and so she spent a lot of time trying to find the black tiger. However, seeing that Wang Se-hee is not offering any resistance, the fox is disappointed, believing it to be the effects of poison. And since that's the case, tossing Wang Se-hee in Manhwa's direction, the vixen suggests she deal with the black tiger herself. Sister Manhwa, not wanting to miss this opportunity, immediately wraps her body around the resisting Wang Se-hee, who notices how the snake's powerful body not only coils around him, but also begins to gradually squeeze him. This causes unbearable pain to Wang Se-hee, who does not try to hold back his screams, thus pleasing Manhwa. At the same time, Wang Se-hee is still trying to resist the deadly embrace of a viper named Manhwa, who temporarily shifts her gaze to whatever catches her attention. And the reason for all of this is Sori, who is horrified to see Wang Se-hee being captured. However, Sori doesn't manage to make a sound because at that moment, a sharp fox claw starts scratching her cheek. At that, Sanshin capturing Sori warns her that if she doesn't want a hole in her cheek, she should sit quietly at her place. And Wang Se-hee, still being in the grip of Manhwa and seeing Sori being bullied, asks for only his life to be taken. And that only makes the nine-tailed vixen even more amused that Wang Se-hee thinks Wang Se-hee is funny for having managed to fall in love with Sori. At the same time, the nine-tailed fox finds it amusing that Mr. Black Tiger himself sacrifices his life for a human. While addressing Sori, the nine-tailed vixen, knowing that she is aware of all the Sanshin on Bonghuan, offers her a deal. And Wang Se-hee, seeing that the nine-tailed vixen is blatantly bullying, Sori asks her to stop this game. However, Wang Se-hee's conversation is interrupted by Manhwa, who squeezes him even harder, believing that nothing will end with his death. And Sori witnesses how painful and difficult it is for Wang Se-hee, whose eyes start to pop out of their orbits from suffocation. At this, the nine-tailed vixen once again turns to Sori, very eager for her answer to the question posed earlier. And Sori starts talking about how the Sanshins of Banhuan are so stupid that even when they were alive, they didn't remember their home. However, this is not clear to the nine-tailed vixen, and Sori is already moving on to personal insults saying that the Sanshins are no longer alive. And as soon as Sori stops talking to the nine-tailed fox, she begins to turn to Manhwa, ordering her to let Wang Se-hee go. With this disrespect, the nine-tailed fox is starting to piss off the nine-tailed fox, which is starting to release its claws. And despite even Sis Manhwa's subsequent opinion, the nine-tailed vixen wants to destroy Sori. But Manhwa senses that Sori is being tricked by her strangeness and tries to stop the nine-tailed vixen. However, it becomes too late and Sori's face is sprinkled with Sanshin's blood spurting towards her. And the nine-tailed fox, seeing what Sori is doing to her, can't move away from the horror of surprise. And all the nine-tailed vixen has to do is start screaming from the pain inflicted on her by the seemingly harmless Sori. That said, in Sori's attempts to find out if this is the Sanshin who is fishing out men and taking their lives, she gets tails. And the nine-tailed vixen, still reeling from the shock, can't believe Sori is one of them. But Sori, instead of giving an answer to the question posed, throws back the nine-tailed vixen with force, which fails to react in time and flies far back from Sori with great speed. That said, Sori, still in her fighting stance, is just outraged at how she could be put next to the likes of these Sanshins. After all, if the nine-tailed fox had looked closely, it would have been able to see how many tails Sori had. But the nine-tailed vixen was no longer able to do anything as the blow threw her right onto the standing pile of stone. And this is seen by Manhwa, who is in mild shock and can't believe her sister is immobilized. Sori, who is not far away from her, turns her gaze to her, and it is not a friendly one. Namely, all Sori needs from Manhwa now is for the latter to let Wang Se-hee go, or else she'll have an unfavorable outcome. And Manhwa looks at Sori and realizes that the latter is not kidding, which means it's time to backtrack on the original plan. And since that's the case, Manhwa forcefully throws Wang Se-hee backwards, unclasping his deadly embrace. As he does so, Wang Se-hee crumples to the ground with force, trying to stall but not really doing much. And so Wang Se-hee finds himself between the morally defeated Manhwa, who is about to leave the field of confrontation, and Sori, who is still in a rage and doesn't realize where Manhwa is going to sneak away from her without accepting the challenge. But to Manhwa's delight and to Sori's surprise, there's a noise in the very place where the nine-tailed fox flew in. And that means that the nine-tailed vixen is going to strike back at Sori. After all, if you eat only humans, you can't do much, but if she eats Sori's liver, she'll rise in level. However, this version of events amuses Sori, who thinks the nine-tailed vixen is a simpleton, since she has such views on Sori. But it doesn't seem funny at all to the nine-tailed vixen, who is absolutely confident in her ability to beat Sori. And so just as the nine-tailed fox becomes ready to attack Sori, she prepares to strike. With that, the nine-tailed vixen unleashed its sharp claws with all its might and headed towards Sori, who still remains in her seat watching the nine-tailed fox soar above her. But as soon as the nine-tailed vixen turns on Sori, she immediately gets a well-deserved comeuppance, which with a single strike from Sori throws the nine-tailed vixen back upwards to a safe distance for Sori. Meanwhile, Sori continues to stand his ground, only throwing punches to keep the nine-tailed fox from getting any closer. And besides, Sori is watching the nine-tailed vixen closely, trying to anticipate her next moves, which consists of a nine-tailed fox baring its fangs and claws and flying down with all its might. But Sori is prepared for this outcome and meets her opponent with dignity, inflicting deep wounds on the nine-tailed vixen. And the nine-tailed vixen in turn meets with Sori and frankly misses. And not even the clawed hands of a nine-tailed fox can save her from the inevitable blow with the subsequent loss of the battle. Meanwhile, Sori is still standing with his back to his opponent, waiting for the result of his actions. And as soon as Sori straightens up, the nine-tailed fox falls to the ground without a sign of life, signaling its irrevocable end. That said, Sori, coming out of this battle victorious, thinks the Sanshins are causing too much trouble. After all, a lot of effort was put into fixing the roof, and now you have to do it all over again to restore it. But it becomes completely irrelevant to Wang Se-hee, who has already managed to reach for his battle weapon while waiting for the right moment. And Sori continues to complain that the roof of her house is ruined again. And it was done by Seihai, by the way, and the bad fox ruined it. However, such blatant chattering of Sori is not at all touched by Wang Se-hee, who continues to stand with his battle weapon exposed. Wang Se-hee is also disappointed that he didn't realize that he was looking at a Sanshin named Sosori because he thought her name was Sori. And his words are confirmed as if nothing happened by Sori, who knows that her name is often confused with the true pronunciation. But Wang Se-hee is starting to get sick of Sori's idle chatter, and so he rudely orders her not to say another word. And as soon as Wang Se-hee points his battle weapon at Sori, Mr. Black Tiger himself starts looking at her with his maw grinning. However, this does not scare Sori at all, but rather confirms her hunch that Mr. Black Tiger is in Wang Se-hee's body, who's getting more and more agitated and threatening Sori with taking her life. Sori wants to know what Se-hee is going to do with that sword, if he's going to take the life of such a beautiful woman. Immediately, memories of spending time together around Sori begin to flash before Wang Se-hee's eyes. That said, it seems that such visions are beginning to have the opposite aggressive effect on Wang Se-hee, and Sori, still unwilling to back down, continues to exert her magic on Wang Se-hee. At the same time, Wang Se-hee, seeing that his anger as well as the Black Tiger's energy is beginning to fade, doesn't realize what Sori is doing. After all, now Wang Se-hee was no longer under the influence of Mr. Black Tiger. And this reaction is somewhat confusing to Wang Se-hee, who sees the Black Tiger's energy dissipating. And Sori, seeing Wang Se-hee put his battle weapon in its sheath, wants to know if Wang Se-hee understands her feelings. Seeing that Wang Se-hee is not going to linger any longer, Sori wants to know where he is headed into the night. But such arguments do not stop Wang Se-hee, who decides to leave the house of the now hated Sori. And how can Sori offer Wang Se-hee to share her bed with her for the night? Sori seems very surprised because she has never eaten humans, and if she wanted to, she would have tasted Wang Se-hee long ago. And it seems such words spoken by Sori make Wang Se-hee stop in some contemplation. But common sense wins out over Wang Se-hee, and he decides to check out what's bothering him. And leaving Sori's question about where he's running to unanswered, Wang Se-hee takes off and runs away. And Sori, realizing what Wang Se-hee means, really hopes he didn't go fishing for Banhuan. At the same time, Sori, knowing that Wang Se-hee won't just leave, decides to rush after him in case he needs help. And then, sometime later, a lonely mountain begins to loom on the horizon. And Wang Se-hee, seeing such a picture, seems not only somewhat concerned, but also partially dumbfounded. And it is not by chance, for in front of Wang Se-hee stands motionless the frozen figure of a huge bird. Sori explains that the bird has been standing like this for 200 and 300 years, which is why Meiyan became Banhuan. However, Wang Se-hee was sure that Banhuan had been resurrected, but in reality it turns out that it was just a rumor. At the same time, Sori confirms the truth that Banhuan has been resurrected, but because of his stupidity, he continues to stand. And since Banhuan is resurrected, why can't Wang Se-hee eat him is of great interest to Sori. And Wang Se-hee, looking at his battle weapon that doesn't emit energy, admits that he's happy to do it, but his soul is unpalatable. However, deciding to go back to the original conversation, VPN Se-hee is very interested in why Sori is following him. Sori immediately finds something to say to Wang Se-hee and informs him that not only did he not take his things, but he also forgot his medicine. But Sori, behind all his chatter, notices Wang Se-hee starting to grab his battle weapon. And the reason is that Wang Se-hee is very angry that Sori doesn't take it seriously, that he's not strong enough to take her life. At that, Sori, holding out his stuff to Wang Se-hee, doesn't realize how he can be harsh on whoever brought his stuff. To which Wang Se-hee still strains to understand what Sori is trying to accomplish. And unable to find anything to say to her, Wang Se-hee grabbed the bag in Sori's hands with force. Who, seeing that Wang Se-hee is turning away from her to leave again, wonders where he's going now. And without getting an answer, Sori is already shouting and trying to get through to Wang Se-hee to find out where he's going again. At the same time, Wang Se-hee, thinking that he doesn't have to answer to Sori, continues to walk away without any reaction to her shouting. And then before Wang Se-hee's eyes comes his conversation with Tan Yang regarding who can give him the answers to his questions. And since the conversation was about the nine-tailed fox, Wang Se-hee doesn't get what he wants and makes sure that Tan Yang's predictions aren't true. At the same time, Sori looks at the departing Wang Se-hee and once again makes sure that Black Tiger and Wang Se-hee are both pathetic and need help. And since they can make trouble on their own, Sori thinks it's right to step in and prevent it. And seeing the foxes scrutinizing Sori's face, she realizes that this is their way of expressing their agreement with her. And on top of all that, Sori feels that this trip will turn out to be a lot of fun for her. Which means that Sori has to follow Wang Se-hee, which she immediately puts into action. And just like that, Sori rushes after Wang Se-hee and asks her to wait for her to continue the journey together. Meanwhile, the case takes place in a forbidden forest, the entrance to which is fenced off by thorny tree branches. And it is through these lifeless branches that a huge snake takes the form of Manhwa. However, Manhwa doesn't just arrive at this place where she seems to have an appointment, and so she is wary of it. And once the snake realizes that there is no threat to it, it begins its transformation into a human. But Manhwa doesn't even realize that someone from the outside is secretly watching her. And this someone, in the guise of a huge tiger, rushes at his victim, who resents the spikes that she has to overcome every time. But as soon as Manhwa sees the huge striped beast flying at her, she only has time to shriek. And it is at that very moment that a beast with glowing eyes rolls the terrified Manhwa to the ground, who, in an attempt to protect herself, urges Mr. Shadow to recognize the guest as Manhwa. However, this does nothing to lessen the anger of Mr. Shadow, who reminds Manhwa that it is forbidden to walk on the road she has chosen. Once again, Manhwa has to apologize to Mr. Shadow for being an uninvited guest, but an urgent matter forced her to do so. That being said, it seems that such an argument by Manhwa is a little comforting to Mr. Shadow, who really hopes that it is indeed true. And Manhwa, having recovered a little, already assuming a sitting position, begins to reaffirm the seriousness of his appearance. And the first thing Manhwa does is tell Mr. Shadow that the Black Tiger has risen. It seems that such news not only does not surprise Mr. Shadow, but partly frightens him. And Manhwa goes on to say that the Blue Water Swordsman's apprentice most likely has the power of the Black Tiger. Of all that had been said, however, it was the doubt in Manhwa's voice that was beginning to irritate Mr. Shadow the most. And Manhwa, sensing that he's in trouble, in addition to the above, says that the Black Tiger met the nine-tailed fox Sori from Mount Banhuan. And in addition to Manhwa and Gasil failing to confront them and stop pursuing Manhwa, adds that Gasil is no longer alive. But Mr. Shadow is not interested in information about Gasil. He wants to know more about Black Tiger and Sori, who are now together. And Manhwa responds by saying that Black Tiger and Sori have just recently reunited, but she knows nothing about further movement. At that, though Mr. Shadow was worried when he saw signs of Black Tiger's resurrection, the fact that he was in the form of a man was to his advantage. However, Master Shadow is more interested in what really became of Yuju, and Manhwa reports that Songmi and Master Deng Chunwon left together. At the same time, Mr. Shadow knows that Black Tiger will target Yeju, and also realizes that 2 won't be enough. But hearing that Manhwa doesn't know what he's talking about, Shadow-san becomes furious, saying that he and Manhwa won't be enough for the battle. Once again, Manhwa is forced to bow down to Shadow-san, admitting that she's been foolish this time too. To which Mr. Shadow orders Maui to find 2 more, but in case the situation worsens, to come to their place and report everything. Manhwa still dared not get up from her knees, and trembling with fear, she certified to Mr. Shadow that she understood his order. But the meeting between Mr. Shadow and Manhwa does not end there, for Mr. Shadow remembers one more thing. And suddenly, Mr. Shadow begins to emit a deafening roar, which with its force demolishes everything in its path. And Manhwa, barely able to stay on her feet out of fear, doesn't understand what Shadow-sama is doing. But as soon as Manhwa sees that Shadow-san's growl is causing an air cycle to form, she begins to guess. However, is what Manhwa sees in front of her exactly what she is thinking at the moment. And at the same time, inside the air cycle, the outline of some creature named Neural Mira begins to emerge. And Manhwa's speculation is confirmed by the words of Mr. Shadow, who informs her that in order for Neural Miri to stand up to Sori, he needs order. Which means that the reborn Neural Miri must help Lord Shadow and Manhwa first take possession of Yuju. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a common gray mouse runs to the smell of blood, but more likely to the one to whom the blood belonged. And what the basement gray mouse sees in front of him is a human leg lying in a pool of blood. But suddenly that leg starts to move, and the person it belongs to makes heavy noises. And the man, beaten and ragged, begins to come to his senses and tries to rise from the floor of the room in which he is imprisoned. At the same time, the man does not remember at all the count of times since he has been locked up and why they are doing this to him. And the first thing that comes to the man's mind is that there is something wrong with the uncle's letter for his nephews, and he was seen receiving it. But the man has absolutely no idea what the letter says, and in fact, it turns out that he was caught for nothing. And most likely, the man was mistaken for either a merchant for his clothing, or a spy for secretly exchanging letters with outsiders. But this is impossible, and the man wants to know at least the reason why he was beaten so brutally. And as luck would have it, the man had arranged to meet Wang Sahi on Thursday to deliver a letter from his uncle. And on Friday, the man made an appointment to meet Bottle's nephew. Well, on Wednesday, he is caught beaten and imprisoned. But then the man begins to hear extraneous sounds outside the door and sees a light approaching his dungeon. And the man begins to replay in his mind a scene in which he is beaten with clubs by several men, which means there's a chance these mercenaries will come back to him for further retribution. But then the door opens, and the first to appear in the dungeon is a burning lantern illuminating the way in. And this light from the lantern sharply hits the eyes of the prison hostage, whose eyes are not accustomed to such harsh light. And following the lantern at the passage to the dungeon appear 3 men, and the one in the middle is the main one by appearance. And the prisoner of the dungeon begins to remember whether he sees these men for the first time or not, and also the familiar smell of perfume. But suddenly the man in the middle starts talking about the name of the man who was being held captive. And the captive, still not recovered but already regained the power of speech, tells his captors that his name is Moon Sanchik. The gang leader says nothing about himself but says that the name Moon Sanchik is a good name. And Moon Sanchik decides that this is his chance for salvation, and decides to approach the gang leader to explain everything. But Moon Sanchik's further path is blocked by 2 spear guards who do not allow the prisoner to get close to the leader. And all Moon Sanchik has to do is look at the gang leader being protected by his guards. However, Moon Sanchik does not give up hope through the spears to report that his captors were wrong, and he does not understand why he is being kept locked up. At the same time, the gang leader still continues to remain silent and asks Moon Sanchik to be quieter. And then the gang leader takes the floor and orders Moon Sanchik not only to listen to him but also to respond, or else their meeting will take place in 5 days. But Moon Sanchik doesn't understand why exactly the gentleman voiced such a time span as 5 days. However, the master did not give Moon Sanchik the right to ask questions, because he should only answer the questions asked. And if Moon Sanchik doesn't take this opportunity, then he won't have it because the doctors will show up in 5 days. Which, as the Lord knows and as they say themselves, they just can't wait to see what's inside a person. And this information deprives Moon Sanchik of the power of speech, which leads him to temporary paralysis. And the gentleman holding out the opened letter to Moon Sanchik suggests that he read the contents first, and Moon Sanchik can't believe it's his uncle's orders for Wang Se-hee to pass on. Although the order contains few words, it clearly states that what Wang Se-hee is looking for is in the possession of Yang Juhong of Dokeng. And in order for Moon Sanchik to see with his own eyes the contents of the letter, the gentleman holds the paper up to his face. At the same time, the gentleman demands an explanation from Moon Sanchik as to why Yang Juhong's name appears in this letter. And Moon Sanchik now shifts his gaze to the gentleman and begins to guess that Yang Juhong is in front of him, who is not only a top Doken man, but is also known for his crimes of gambling and untold riches. And if Mr. Yang Juhong is really Yang Juhong, then Moon Sanchik is in trouble, and since the letter is sealed, the latter has no right to open it. But such an answer doesn't suit Yang Juhong, who reminds Moon Sanchik of the 5 ill-fated days. At the same time, Moon Sanchik once again tries to convey to Yang Juhong that he was only entrusted with the letter and it is pointless to deceive him. However, Yang Ju-hong thinks that Moon Sanshik is not taking their conversation seriously and signs to his man to bring the chest, which Yang Ju-hong picks up and brings up to the surprised face of Moon Sanshik, who makes no attempt to speak. And then Yang Ju-hong, enjoying Moon Sanshik's reaction, starts to slowly open the lid of the chest. With that, Moon Sanshik is out of breath in dread of what is to come. And as soon as Yang Ju-hong opens the chest, he shows Moon Sanshik the limbs of whoever brought the letter. And besides, the man who owns the hands really didn't know anything, and it's likely that Moon Sanshik now wants to take his place. However, Moon Sanshik doesn't understand at all how he should inform Yang Ju-hong that the contents in the letter from just exactly learned. Meanwhile, the action unfolds in the heart of the market stalls on the streets of Dokane, where Wang Se-hee is walking amongst the people who come to shop here and there. And what brought Wang Se-hee to Donghyun was that his uncle told him to meet at his good aunt's house, which meant he had news. Suddenly, Wang Se-hee's thoughts are interrupted by Sori's cries of joy that not only is everything beautiful, but also delicious. And Sori can't find his place because there are so many interesting things everywhere, and such tall buildings look amazing. In order to share her surprise with someone, Sori asks Wang Se-hee to look where her gaze is directed. And Sori herself realizes that she's acting like a hillbilly because she's turning her head, and it's very noticeable. But Wang Se-hee doesn't even have time to say anything back, and Sori continues to resent the fact that this behavior of hers is embarrassing. At the same time, Wang Se-hee looks at Sori and realizes that he was wrong to show weakness and take her with him. And the first thing Wang Se-hee is going to do after leaving Sori's house is to destroy the robbers from Mahon Village, based in a stone house just across the street from Wang Se-hee's where he's come to reprisal. But before you start, you need to decide whether to pour water on the house at night, or to fight face to face, or to follow up, and then decide. However, Wang Se-hee is not destined to fulfill his plan because at that very moment he is called by a familiar voice, which belongs to a waiting Sori complaining about Wang Se-hee being late. And the fact that Wang Se-hee sees Sori in front of him is surprising to say the least. At that, Wang Se-hee doesn't even dignify Sori with a greeting and immediately rushes inside the house to test his hunch. But once Wang Se-hee finds himself on the doorstep of the stone structure, he notices that there are village robbers scattered around. And Sori pretty much reports that she was able to deal with them herself before Wang Se-hee arrived, while scaring their boss to death. Immediately, Sori switches to Wang Se-hee, informing him that she has decided to follow him, which can't help but make him happy. However, all Wang Se-hee can say in response is that he is grateful for the favor he has received. But this answer does not please Sori, who expected a different reaction to the proposal from such a beautiful young lady. And besides, Wang Se-hee doesn't want to know the reason for this decision, saying only that he can't help but be grateful to have Sanchin around. However, if Sori just tries to show her strength, Wang Se-hee will immediately chop her up with his battle weapon. But such threats don't scare Sori at all, who will still go after Wang Se-hee no matter what. And since Sori and Se-hee agree on that, it's time to go, and Sori suggests that Se-hee follow along. But since Sori doesn't know where Wang Se-hee is going, she decides to ask him. And now being in Dokkan, Wang Se-hee finds it hard to get comfortable with Sori's impression of the city. However, Wang Se-hee decides to focus on finding his good aunt's house where he has an appointment with his uncle. But since Wang Se-hee doesn't know where this place is, he keeps trolling with his eyes looking for the shop. Suddenly, the sounds of Sori's voice distracted him from his search for a while, even though he had instructed himself to ignore it. Oh, and besides, Wang Se-hee notices how people around him are starting to whisper at Sori's behavior. And to see what the people of Dokkan are staring at, Wang Se-hee decides to check out what Sori is up to. With that, Wang Se-hee's gaze drifts to the crowd of Sori, who is surprised by his behavior, who takes a jar of makeup and tries to put it on her face while looking at it in surprise. But Wang Se-hee doesn't understand why Sori took to applying makeup at a time like this. And to justify his behavior, Sori tells Wang Se-hee that he's trying to behave like a human being in Dokkan. But after all, Sori is human, so what is her intent and who does this kind of makeup? However, such a tone is not to the liking of Sori, who knows that all the ladies in Dokkan do this, which means Wang Se-hee doesn't have to keep up with what normal people do. And grabbing Se-hee by the head, Sori orders him to stand still. And as soon as Sori finishes her manipulation of Wang Se-hee's appearance, the latter waits with bated breath for a reaction, which doesn't take long because Sori in the presence of Wang Se-hee had been stuffy up to that point. But after the transformation, everything changed. He promises her that he will walk around with a ribbon on his head, which can't help but please the girl. Since this, like last time, Wang Se-hee once again succumbs to Sori in her next scheme. But Wang Se-hee decides to go back to looking for his aunt's house where he has an appointment. And Sori, satisfied with her small winnings, watches with a sneer at Wang Se-hee trying to appear serious. Meanwhile, Yang Ju-hong, manipulating Moon Sanshik's severed limbs, wants to know if he really doesn't know anything. But since Yang Ju-hong is not getting anything out of Moon Sanshik, he orders his men to deprive him of one finger every hour. And Moon Sanshik, still sitting in a dark room looking at his limbs, realizes he's doomed. However, Moon Sanshik really doesn't know what the letter says, but knows for sure who should receive it. And this information seems to interest Yang Ju-hong, who returns to find out the details. And Moon Sanshik, in order not to screw up and lose track of time, finds out what day it is today, because it was on Thursday that he made the appointment. Upon hearing that today is the appointed day, Moon Sanshik informs that he is to have lunch with the recipient today at the dog hour. However, it's chicken hour and there are 2 hours left until the appointed hour, which means we need to find out the place where the meeting will take place. And Moon Sanshik has nothing else to do in the name of saving his life to inform that the meeting will take place at the house of a kind aunt. It seems that this answer satisfies Yang Ju-hong since he allows him to give Moon Sanshik wine and rice. However, Moon Sanchik has to pray that the recipient arrives at the meeting on time and calls his name Wang Se-hee. In the meantime, Sori continues to enjoy shopping at the market in Dokkan, picking up all sorts of things to please the vendor. Oh, and to top it off, Sori gets complimented on being beautiful and accepts a gift from the seller. And so, happy with a huge pile of makeup, Sori heads back to Wan Se-hee's place, who notices that prices are much higher in Dokkan, which means where does Sori get so much money for cosmetics and products? But Sori frankly admits that she doesn't have a penny of money, and doesn't look at Wang Se-hee with the slightest bit of embarrassment, who almost continues his questioning, immediately guesses what's going on, and rushes to his wallet. And Sori confesses to Wang Se-hee that she borrowed money from him for all her purchases. However, this outcome does not suit Wang Se-hee, who grabs Sori by the pecs and lifts him off the ground. It's because Van Se-hee's starting to freak out and wants to know what Sori's doing. But then two outsider men intervene and see how roughly Se-hee treats Sori but are rebuffed. And as soon as Sori's defenders retreat, she tries to convey to Wang Se-hee that she'll give it all back when she gets the chance. And men can't believe that girls like men who treat them roughly. That said, Wang Se-hee, still trying to keep his cool, wants to know why Sori went after him in the first place. And he gets back what he doesn't want to hear, which is that Wang Se-hee likes Sori, who is immediately kicked to the curb for making such a revelation to Wang Se-hee. And to prove the seriousness of his intentions, Wang Se-hee immediately grabs his battle weapon expecting a response. And an uncomprehending Sori only says that Wang Se-hee himself agreed to let her go with him. However, Wang Se-hee hurriedly reminds him of the condition he agreed to, namely that someday he will destroy Sori, who decides she's not going to use force this time to keep the Black Tiger out. But hearing from Seiha that it doesn't matter, Sori thinks he won't dare to do such a thing without Black Tiger's help. And Wang Se-hee has a different point of view, saying that if he doesn't have enough strength, he will fall at the hands of Sori or someone else will lose their life. And such a statement fundamentally not only offends, but offends Sori, who now looks at Wang Se-hee with arrogance, with whom Sori does not want to clash, and instead of a verbal altercation, decides to remove himself. And Wang Se-hee, seeing that he's losing this battle as well, can't figure out where Sori is headed. But the girl does not dignify Wang Se-hee with her reply, and leaves him standing alone among the crowd. And Wang Se-hee realizes that the nine-tailed fox is an opponent he can't defeat. And this fact saddens Wang Se-hee, who wants to wait for the right opportunity. After all, the first thing Wang Se-hee must do is to find his good aunt's house where he has an appointment. And it is sometime later that the good aunt's house opens its doors to the guests. In front of the entrance to the good aunt's house stands none other than Bottle, who has come to Dokkan, who realizes it's hard to find a 3-story building in Kansen, and there's a 3-story beer hall in front of him. And inside this building, there's already a perpetual bustle among the lodgers and visitors of Dokkan. And enthralled by the sight, Bottle still feels that even within him, everything is glowing. And besides, Bottle is surrounded by a whole lot of other people hanging around and chatting over a beer. But as soon as Bottle is brought a menu, he decides he needs to stop turning his head so he won't be thought of as a villager. And the waiter who brought Bottle the menu says that if he wants to make an order, it is necessary to order from 2 lands for 1 table. And Bottle stares at the menu with a look that says he's choosing and starts going over the amount in his head. After all, although the institution is called the House of Good Anti-Prices, in it are not kind. And since Bodil refused the money offered to him at the time, he is now forced to order the cheapest macaulay and vegetable soup. And besides paying 1 liang now, Bodil needs a night's lodging, the cost of which starts at 6 liang. But of all the money, Bodil has only 5 liang left, and so here too, Bodil must limit himself. And it hurts Bodil's ego that he doesn't understand why his uncle made an appointment for him in this particular place. And since Bodil is in distress now, he needs to team up with Olkachi sooner rather than later. And besides, Bodil wants to meet the old man as soon as possible in the hope that he has orders from his uncle. And with that, Bodil decides to stay at the good aunt's house until the next day, in anticipation of the upcoming meeting. And while there is time, Bodil decides to think about the fact that while he was on his way to Banhuan, he went into Meian, where he learned that some warrior had handled the bandits. At the same time, Bodil learned that there was a woman living in the Banhuan Mountains, whom the warrior had met to find the herbs he needed. And after receiving this information, Bodil decided to go to the woman's house where he found traces of the Sanzend. But apart from this, Bodil found nothing special to say whether it was the work of the Black Tiger. And after Bodil left the woman's home, he met Ulkachki, who was exploring the Meian Mountains alone. And as a result, Ulkachki informed Bodil that she hadn't found any information about the Sanzend hunt, but one case she was very interested in, namely that the village of Takibi was completely burned, but Bodil doesn't know what that means. To which Ulkachki informs that the attack on the villages of Tokabi, Red Lightning, and Havirak is the work of the group. That said, even though Ulkachki believes that Black Tiger does not eat Tokabi, Bodil holds a different opinion. After all, if this goes on, all the northern Sansons will be exterminated, which means they must make every effort to get ahead of them. And Ulkachki, hearing this, starts to analyze which next village after Virak and Red Lightning will be destroyed. At the same time, a hunch appears in both Bodil and Ulkachka, who are talking about the village of Motenkoge. And since Bodil was promised to meet the old man at Dokkan, he followed to that place and Ulkachki went to Motenkoge. And for all these reflections, Bodil does not notice how he eats everything that was brought to him. But then a waiter shows up with a Bodil's menu with a picture of a kind auntie on it. And this is all being done to get Bodil to contribute another liang, as previously voiced. And that pisses off Bodil, who is pounding his fist on the table he's sitting at. That said, Bottle's plight is beginning to stress him out, and he's already looking for additional ways to make money from the undead. And at this time, the door of the institution opens, and the waiter hurries to greet the guest, wondering about the number of arrivals. And it catches the eye of Bottle, who realizes he's meeting an old acquaintance when he looks at Wang Se-hee. With that, Wang Se-hee, standing in the doorway and looking around, gets an invitation from the waiter to follow him. And Bottle, while continuing to watch Wang Se-hee, recalls the name of someone whose face is very familiar to him. At the same time, Bottle realizes that he saw the man sitting across from him, definitely not the other day. After all, he's probably seen him long enough ago that he can't remember his name. But as soon as Bottle begins to look more closely at Wang Se-hee's face, a hunch comes of its own accord. And out of sheer joy, Bottle exclaims that the name of the warrior sitting across from him sounds like Wang Se-hee. But Bottle can't believe why Wang Se-hee has changed so much, specifically his facial expression. So Bottle decides to go unnoticed, pretending not to recognize Wang Se-hee. But then a bottle of Busan wine catches Bottle's eye, indicating that the man is rich enough to place such an order. And then, to Bottle's surprise, the waiter brings a bottle of expensive wine to the table where Wang Se-hee is sitting. However, this can no longer be tolerated by Bottle, who immediately jumps up from his seat, thus marking himself. At the same time, Wang Se-hee, who has not yet had time to try the drink brought to him, notices the guy, who grabbed a charka and a wine flute, already approaching the slightly dumbfounded Wang Se-hee, who recognizes in the guy who appears suddenly with him his old acquaintance named Bottle. And Bottle, not holding back his joy, immediately announces that it's him, and Se-hee himself has changed beyond recognition. It seems like 1,000 years have passed since they last met, and if Wang Se-hee is drinking Busong wine, he must be in the money. But as soon as Bottle notices the waiter, he immediately says that since there are 2 of them, there is no need to order for 2 lan. Wang Se-hee ignores Bottle's chatter and returns to the original conversation, saying that 3 years have passed. However, it doesn't seem so important anymore to Bottle, who extends a cup to Wang Se-hee, offering him a drink and socializing. And Wang Se-hee, without much persuasion, begins to drink the wine offered by Bottle, who, followed by Wang Se-hee, who is watching him closely, proceeds to empty his cup. And Wang Se-hee decides to take over the conversation and tells Bottle that he's changed since the last time they met, and immediately rushing to answer Bottle Wang Se-hee's question, reports that the latter looks distracted. However, even before that, Bottle didn't look anything like what he would have liked to hear, namely a sword blade aimed at Wang Se-hee. But that doesn't hurt Bottle one bit, who thinks he's been sharpened so much that he's finally stumbled. Bottle, switching to Wang Se-hee, wants to know what he's doing, because he looks like he's been through a lot. However, hearing that Wang Se-hee has already finished studying the sword art, Bottle notes that he has become not only more confident, but also stronger. Wang Se-hee does not dignify this question with an answer, but only tips another cup of wine. And deciding to resume the conversation, Wang Se-hee, turning to Bottle, wants to know if he is still with his master. But as unfortunate as Bottle is from memory, he says that Master Bottle has gone to the other side of the world. And so on this sad note for Bottle, the conversation between the boy and Wang Se-hee is cut short by the silence of both. And after a pause, Bottle asks Von Seki if he has any mail left, but gets the answer that he doesn't communicate much with Seki's people. That said, Wang Se-hee is also unwilling to have a conversation about the blue waters from whom Bottle just spoke. Who isn't going to continue talking about this topic since it's getting unpleasant for Wang Se-hee? However, Wang Se-hee in turn wanted to know with whom Bottle had cut off contact in time to restrain himself, and Bottle was left with the feeling that Wang Se-hee had thus scolded him. But in fact, the guy had been busy after the master's death. At this, Bottle tries to add wine to his cup, but only small drops drip into it, which enrages Bottle, who can't believe there's so little wine in such a big bottle, and Wang Se-hee starts to take a breath out of indignation, which catches the attention of Bottle, who is watching him, who notes that even though he's changed, Wang Se-hee is still himself for the most part. However, Wang Se-hee notes that Bottle at the beginning of their meeting talked about how he had changed, but as it turns out, it wasn't about appearance. And Bottle in turn notes that it is the preserved absent-mindedness and awkwardness that makes Wang Se-hee stand out, who barely restrains himself from boiling over and puts the wine glass on the table. Wang Se-hee does not understand what Bottle means by this and waits for an explanation. And Bottle says that whatever has happened to Wang Se-hee in these 3 years, he's still a wounded soul and hasn't changed a bit. That said, Wang Se-hee doesn't want to hear at all that he seems weak and subtle to outsiders. And Bottle immediately confirms this by saying that even though Wang Se-hee has gotten better at swordsmanship, his character is still the same. However, this finally starts to piss off Wang Se-hee, who immediately grabs his sword and places it on the table with a clatter, and thus ends the friendly conversation between Wang Se-hee and Bottle, who didn't realize he'd said too much. And Wang Se-hee, looking serious and very focused, thinks that Bottle wants to check it out. But Bottle, as if joking to diffuse the situation, tells Von Seki that he has no desire to do so. After all, Wang Se-hee has no reason to be angry since Bottle meant that his soul is still good. And as if switching to another topic, Bottle asks the waiter to bring them another bottle of Busan wine, but bumps into the warriors. And the warriors are already surrounding the table where Wang Se-hee and Bottle are sitting, who wants to know who all these people are. At the same time throwing from side to side Bottle, very much wondering where all the employees of the institution have gone. The stranger leaning over Bottle and Wang Se-hee asks the latter if he is Han Se-hee, but he hears that he is mistaken. However, instead of retreating, the stranger holds out papers to Wang Se-hee, on which is a portrait of a man, which bears a great resemblance to the seated Wang Se-hee, and the stranger is willing to bet that the blade of his sword is black in color. At the same time, Wang Seihe, realizing that he has been exposed, is quite surprised that they know about his battle weapons. Meanwhile, to test his hunch, the stranger orders Wang Seihe to draw his sword from its sheath. At the same time, Wang Seihe looks at Bodiel and realizes that if he witnesses his elimination, he'll be glad he did. And since that's the case, Van Seihe only wants Bodil to keep his nose out of his business. And in order to forestall the interference, Wang Seihe grasps his battle weapon in a sudden movement, with which he sends an empty wine glass to Bodil, which the guy easily fights off. But the empty wine cup, instead of shattering, ricochets back into Wang Seihe's battle weapon, which is forcefully slapped on the face of the mercenary who just turned to Wang Seihe. With that, a flying wine cup smashes into the face of another uninvited mercenary. And that's how Wang Seihe and Bodil eliminate 2 men from the mercenary gang. Meanwhile, Wang Seihe's gaze touches the one who so insistently asked to show the blade of his battle weapon. Bodil quickly jumps back to his feet, eliminating his opponents. And just like that, Bodil is ready to come to Wang Seihe's aid and strikes an appropriate pose. That said, Van Seihe, who is also ready for a confrontation, believes there is nothing more to talk about with Bodil. Meanwhile, the mercenary commander can't understand why his subordinates are standing around doing nothing and gives the order to attack. However, this is what the already ready Wang Seihe expects in terms of further developments, who reacted in time to hit one of the mercenaries in the face with his combat weapon with all his might. And now Wang Seihe is ready to use his battle weapon strike on the next willing mercenary, who is also ready to meet Wang Seihe in hopes of successfully countering his onslaught. But to the surprise of the mercenary who lunges towards Wang Seihe, he misses as the latter manages to dodge, and instead of hitting Wang Seihe, the mercenary receives from the latter a blow with a combat weapon in the abdominal area. This blow is so powerful that it causes unimaginable pain to the warrior who is curled in half, and thus coming out of the scuffle unscathed, Wang Seihe stands above his enemies. And Bodil, who only kills the first enemy, can only contemplate this picture in amazement. For as Bodil remembers, Wang Seihe is now good at punching people, although he used to be afraid to do so, but the latter denies it. But it doesn't end so quickly because another man from the mercenary gang appears in front of Wang Seihe and Bodil. Bodil is of the opinion that the matter must be brought to an end, and if they let the man go, he will surely return. A man from the mercenary gang threatens Wang Seihe and Bodil, trying to intimidate them into leaving Dokkan. And when Bodil asks who the mercenaries were sent by, the man immediately says that it was the work of Mr. Yang Juhong. But the said name of a gentleman known in Dokkan does not mean anything to Wang Seihe or Bodil himself. And this fact simply shocks the mercenary because, in his opinion, such a famous gentleman even knows every dog in Dokkan. However, this is not interesting to Wang Seihe, who in turn wants to know why Mr. Yang Juhong needs him. But the mercenary cannot give an answer to the question posed, since he and his comrades were acting under instructions. However, this answer does not satisfy Wang Seihe, who turns to Bodil for help, and the latter immediately pulls out his 2 working talismans that will surely lead to a result. However, the mercenary, without even realizing what was in front of him, already sensed that there would be something unpleasant for him. After all, the first amulet having a blue color pulls out memories, but there is an unpleasant side effect, and the red amulet in case of deception burns fire, and it is the best tool for interrogation, but after that no one survived. That said, even Wang Seihe thinks one medium is disgusting and the other is cruel, but nothing can be done about it. But since things are this way, it's a great idea to let the mercenary choose for himself. And now Bodil, leaning over the mercenary holding 2 cards to his face, offers him a choice, which is to pick a yellow card, which means now the mercenary is left to stand in his own puddle. And the mercenary doesn't hesitate to tell Wang Seihe and Bodil that the name of the one who told them everything is Moon Sanshik. That said, neither Bodil nor Wang Seihe expects to hear the name of their uncle with whom they had an appointment. Immediately, Bodil rushes to the mercenary and learns that Moon Sanshik is at Mr. Yang Juhong's house and that he can't report anything. And Bodil turns to Wang Seihe and wants to know what Yang Juhong has a grudge against him, but Seihe doesn't know anything about it. And besides, Wang Seihe, to whom the name Yang Juhong doesn't mean anything, has no idea why he's doing this. At the same time, the mercenary also can't say anything to the question Wang Seihe asked because he doesn't have the information. However, this is not believed by Bodil, who very much doubts that the mercenary is now telling them the truth. And Van Seihe offers his help in choosing the amulet that falls on red, and this idea is supported by Bodil. But even despite his fear in using the red amulet, the mercenary repeats with all his might that he knows nothing. But it's too late for the mercenary as Bodil is already placing a red amulet on the warrior's head, which causes not only a sense of fear, but also great pain to the defeated mercenary, who even while under the influence of the talisman and writhing in pain can't say another word. And Bodil, seeing this picture, can't believe he's wrong since the result shows that the mercenary didn't cheat. And Wang Seihe, who agrees with Bodil, wants to know if the amulets he's using are real. But there are no fakes among amulets, and there are different levels, each of which is darker in color. And that's how Wang Seihe and Bodil, having killed the mercenaries without getting any information, leave the house of the good aunt. That said, Wang Seihe doesn't understand why Bodil is following behind him, and it raises some questions. To clear up the misunderstanding, Wang Seihe wants to know why Bodil is following him, and gets the answer that the latter also needs to go to his master. But Wang Seihe doesn't need it as he thinks he doesn't need any help as it's his own business. That said, Bodil has to admit that he, like Wang Seihe, also needs Moon Sanshik. And getting asked by Wang Seihe how Bodil knows him, the latter informs him that Moon Sanshik is his uncle. But as Wang Seihe is stunned by the information he receives, he begins to interject, with Bodil thinking it's a swear word. And Wang Seihe lashes out at Bodil, telling him that he used a swear word and said, "Uncle." Bottle comes to his senses and looks at Wang Sehee with fear, but he can't believe that he is also Moon Sanchik's nephew. And Wang Sehee immediately admits that his uncle Moon Sanchik knows about it too, which is hard to believe. But Bottle doesn't fully believe yet that Wang Sehee is directly related to their now mutual uncle Moon Sanchik. It seems that this revelation has the opposite effect on Wang Sehee, as he decides to leave without dignifying it with a response. And Bottle, remaining standing, decides to ask Wang Sehee if he knows where Yang Juhong's house is. To which Wang Sehee confidently informs that people like Yang Juhong live in big houses, and Bottle, pleased that Wang Sehee has given a hint overtaking the latter, honors him with praise. At the same time, Bottle turns to Wang Sehee and says that since he has an urgent need to go first. However, such antics infuriate Wang Sehee, who honors Bottle with a cuss word, and deciding not to lag behind Bottle, Wang Sehee immediately rushes after him in pursuit, wanting to arrive on the spot in the first ranks. Meanwhile, Sori looks in her purse and realizes with regret that the money she has left is not enough to rent an apartment for two. And the only right thing to do would be to take a couple of mountain ginseng roots with you on the road. However, Sori, name on hand a small handful of coins, decides that there is no need to despair as they will still manage. But to rejoice Sori remains not long, as at this very moment, a young man pushing the crowd of people steals her purse. And Sori still can't believe that at this very moment the thief has stolen her last coins. And besides, the thief did it in the most ugly way, taking the last of it out of his hands and therefore not the subject of forgiveness. And Sori gathers all her anger into a fist and rushes after the thief running ahead of her. That said, Sori's speed is so staggering that many passersby start to think she's a Tokbi, and the thief with his wallet in his hands continues to run only in a direction he knows himself. And the idea that the thief has is that Sori is stupid enough to just walk around with money. I mean, if you think about it, this thief in Dekkan is the only one who sees and knows everything. But just as the thief begins to enjoy the thought of Sori sitting somewhere crying, he notices her face next to him. And then the thief stumbles from surprise, and with surprise manages to look at the hand where Sori's wallet was, which continues its run at breakneck speed only to notice the thief doing a somersault. It is only after the thief falls to the ground that Sori decides to stop and turn around on the thief, who doesn't quite know what's going on after hitting the ground trying to come to his senses. But then Sori's hand appears in front of the thief's face, showing that he should return the stolen goods. And this is actually true because Sori, looking at the thief's face while continuing to hold her outstretched hand, asks for her money back. But instead of his item, Sori barely has time to remove his hand, as at that very moment, the blade of the thief's battle weapon scrapes the air. The thief has already adopted a militant posture and is holding a battle weapon at the ready, threatening Sori with a scar on his face. In response, Sori, without ceremony, lightning fast knocks the combat weapon out of the thief's hands, explaining that he doesn't want to be injured. And the next thing Sori does is take his wallet and money out of the thief's hands. In order for the thief to be forgiven by Sori, she sets him a condition that consists in answering the questions posed. But Sori's desire for her forgiveness is starting to make the thief laugh in some ways, who starts talking about forgiveness and gets punched in the face by Sori. And now the thief is lying on the ground with a mark on his face, testifying to the blow that came. And Sori, seeing that the thief has finally woken up again, continues to say that thieves are not allowed to argue with her. The thief does not fully understand what happened to him, but just smiles stupidly in response. However, Sori, not paying any attention to him, decides that she will call the thief bad and he will call her sister. But this nickname given to the thief does not suit him at all, as he has his own name, to which Sori reminds his terms. That said, the next thing I'm interested in is how to make 100 whole in the remaining day out of 4 liang. And Badass, starting to chuckle in response to the question posed, gets a warning from Sori and has to change his tone. And from this it follows that the bad guy, with a little bit of brainwashing, starts talking about some kind of game common in Dokkan. And this information interests Sori, who remembers that Dokkan is also called a gambling village. Bad Boy is of the opinion that dogfights are interesting but low budget, and since it's Thursday, everyone's playing hodgepodge. And Sori, having learned about such a game, wants to learn about it in more detail, while the bad guy warns that this game is dangerous but very profitable. And this further excites Sori, who asks Bad Boy to show her where she needs to go. Before Badass can even react, he notices Sori dragging him by the scruff of his neck into the biggest gambling house in Dokkan. And Sori herself, inspired by the upcoming excitement and the profit that promises her, orders Bad Guy to stop talking. And sometime later, Sori and Bad Boy find themselves at the gates of a brightly lit gambling house, in which a huge number of people are divided into groups engaged in a game watched by a watcher. And the game of hodgepodge is no stranger to those playing and watching the game, especially among men. At the same time, not everyone manages to go out quietly, as a fight immediately follows. And now, among all this crowd of people playing, Sori is already sitting with a satisfied face looking at the cards, and opposite, an excited bad guy. Meanwhile, a deck of cards intended for the game lies unfolded in front of Sori. But not only is that surprising to Bad Boy, but also that Sori, who's obviously lucky, started with 4 liang. And Sori, seeing Bad Guy getting worried, asks him to calm down and explain the rules of the Hojan game to her. And Badass starts talking about wooden cards with 12 different animals on them, in pairs for which points are awarded. In this case, each animal is assigned its own number of points, and when the 3 pairs will be laid out, you can put the desired amount. But as soon as the cards are turned over, the one who bet on the strongest pair doubles his profit, and the others lose. And if the same animals appear, then automatically accrue 24 points, and further in ascending order. But that's not all, as there is another rule called the double tiger, and this is the one that always wins. At the same time, even though a pair of mice has the most points, they always lose to a pair of tigers, increasing the sum 5 times. And Bad Boy, hearing that Sori doesn't believe in it, says that even though people know about it, they still play the betting game. And now Sori, though full of doubts, is beginning to realize what's what and is ready to fight. And besides, Sori's self-confidence is too great, as she's ready to show everyone what her big sister is capable of. And after some time, the host of the game, pointing to the pair of animals in the middle, says that it is this pair that has won. And one of the players, not stinging to believe in losing, regrets about his pig, which amuses those watching, with Sori oblivious to extraneous noises, seriously focused on the game. Besides, Bad Guy, seeing the condition of Sori's older sister, decides to call out to her. And it's all because Bad Boy doesn't understand why Sori, after missing 5 games, already just sits back and watches. In addition, 2 large guards standing behind Plotkin's back create an unfavorable atmosphere for Sori and her companion. And so the huge hand of the gambling house security guard grabs Bad Boy by the head in the truest sense. And all because the guards recognize in Bad Guy a thief and want to talk to him. But the latter manages to say that soon their game will begin. And as always, it's about time Sori comes to the rescue and thinks it's time to place a bet. Immediately, without thinking long, Sori pulls out all the money and puts it on a spread pair of cards. At the same time, Bad Boy is mad to know why Sori is betting all the money on the cow, which promises an imminent loss. But at that very moment, the game's host announces that the couple Sori bets all his money on is winning. And Sori, still reeling from her victory, only hears from Bad Guy that she got lucky this time. And in turn, Badass advises Sori to start separating. But the latter doesn't even hear what her name brother is telling her. But then a new pair of playing cards appears on the playing field, on which Sori bets all his money. At the same time, Bad Boy is grabbing his head and wants to know why Sori bet all her money on the rabbit. And Sori, continuing to remain calm, asks Badass to pull himself together and not to worry. After all, Sori is a gorgeous woman sitting in front of Badass and the men around them. And now the host of the game announces that the winning pair is a pig and a cow. And Sori is overjoyed, and to the surprise of Bad Boy, can't believe she won again. That being said, Sori gets her well-deserved winnings along with congratulations, for which she is certainly grateful. But Bad Boy doesn't seem to believe in the luck of Sori, who is holding on to win for the first time, which means it's all about stealth. However, Sori pretends not to realize what trickery Badass is talking about, because every game has a pattern. Yes, and it's probably what you'd call trickery by human standards, since Sori has learned the shape of each card's tree. Meanwhile, the opponent sitting across from Sori informs her that preparations are over, and she can bet on the desired pair. And Sori doesn't hesitate to say she's betting on the couple across from her. And since that's the case, most of the people sitting next to Sori start betting on the couple she's chosen. But Sori can't believe that people have also started splurging, and Badass realizes that everyone has realized that she's unusual. However, this view is not shared by all present. One observer watches the game with suspicion. And then the host of the game starts flipping the card, keeping everyone present in suspense. However, what happens next is that, although it was quite expected, but still a share of risk remains. Namely, that Sori wins again to the delight of all those who followed her and bet on this pair of cards. At the same time, the person who is watching the game starts whispering something in the ear of his close friend. However, those who are expecting to get their winnings start to press the presenter, who asks them to wait a little longer. And Badass enjoys watching Sori once again confirm that she's really cool. Without noticing that the hall attendant is standing behind her, Sori tells them that as soon as they have earned 100 pounds, they will leave the place. However, as soon as Sori notices 2 impressively sized guards behind her back, her speech is interrupted, and the man accompanying them turns to Sori and asks her to follow him further. But Sori doesn't particularly care that the offer was addressed to her, rather she wants to know where her money is. At the same time, the hall attendant says to Sori that since the amount is large, it should be given elsewhere. And that statement is fine with Sori, who, along with Bad Boy, is about to leave the room. But Badass, even though he is Sori's named brother, is a thief by profession and can't go with them. And all because the place where Sori will be escorted is only for big guests and there's no place for thieves. And Sori begins to notice how the face of the just stoically looking Badass in front of him changes. To whom Sori takes a handful of coins and asks him to deduct that amount from her winnings. The bad guy doesn't even expect Sori to pay him back for the favor, and Sori thus suggests him to get rid of his shameful status and start living honestly and not stealing. But Bad Boy, who has already become attached to Sori, can only regretfully watch her leave him. At the same time, Sori warns Bad Boy that if she finds out that he continues to steal, he will be in trouble. And the next time they meet, if Bad Boy is an honest man, Sori will change his name. And Badass tearfully assures Sori that he will do anything not to disappoint her. And just like that, Sori leaves the gambling establishment and follows the man who invited her to pass on. And now before Sori stands a house whose entrance is lit by brightly lit bowls and guarded by armed mercenaries. But as soon as Sori, accompanied by the man who invited her, goes inside, he immediately informs her. And the manager of the house, who comes out to meet them, begins to show hospitality by inviting them inside. However, Sori still wants to know where her money is because even though she shared it with the thief, she is owed 200 liang. At that, the manager, disappointing the girl, informs that according to the regulations, they give out every 100 liang in gold, which has now run out. But there is another option, which is to pay off the girl with golden toads if she wins 500 liang. And Sori, hearing this, realizes that it's a pretty obvious ploy and they won't let her go until Sori loses all the money. How dare they cheat a 9-tailed fox who agrees to try his luck again? Sori says that he can only play Hojun, but the manager sees nothing wrong with that and suggests choosing this game. And Sori agrees to these terms with the understanding that she'll be given her fair share of the money first. To which the manager asks Sori to join the players and they will prepare her money. But when Sori sits down in the seat indicated to her, she notices that the place has a different atmosphere, and the players around her and those watching look at the new arrival with interest, seeing her as a rival. But then the manager shows up and hands Sori her money, apologizing for the wait. At this, the manager informs Sori that he will pay her back with PHE, which is the currency in this place. And to give clarification, the manager says that white is 10 liang, red 50 liang, and black 100 liang. And Sori, picking up the cards, asks that she be given 3 games to familiarize herself and then proceed. After all, the only goal Sori has is to fulfill her promise to make money for her and Seihin. In the meantime, 2 armed mercenaries with torches in their hands are circling the area to warn of unwanted guests. The mercenaries don't even notice that at this very moment Bodil, standing around the corner, is following them. And once the threat of detection has passed, Bodil rushes with all his might to keep running. Upon reaching the wall of the building, Bodil dashingly swings over it with a single jump. And now Bodil sees the area where the alleged house belonging to Yang Juhong is located, which, judging by the impressive size of the house and grounds, says he's not so simple. But then surprisingly, Bodil lands next to him, and Wang Seihe is also doing surveillance on Yang Juhong. And the next thing Wang Seihe does is to get out of his seat and start running without waiting for Bodil, who, seeing the injustice of asking Wang Seihe to wait for him, rushes after him. And so now toe-to-toe, Wang Seihe and Bodil are rushing toward the home of their common goal called Yang Juhong. Bodil is still on the move and wants to know where Wang Seihe is going, who thinks there's no time to search for his uncle. But Bodil is of a different opinion, namely that they don't know the area, it's better to catch someone and interrogate them. And with that offer comes Wang Sahi, who agrees that it's best for both of them. However, Bodil becomes very strange that on their entire journey has not met a single guard, which is very suspicious. But at that very moment, lighted torches in numerous numbers appear on one side of the wall. Immediately, the other wall opposite the first wall also begins to be colored in red light, indicating intruders. Bodil, seeing the large number of lit torches, doesn't understand what's going on. And Wang Sahi, who is beginning to get the hunch, tells Bodil that Yang Johan's men knew they were coming. That said, what's going on right now is literally an organized trap for Van Sahe and Bodil. And soon, Wang Sahi notices that Yang Johung's armed men are appearing in a crowd from behind, covering his back passage. And Bodil, looking back, also sees another group of armed men blocking another path of retreat. And thus, Van Sahe and Bodil are surrounded by the men of their enemy who have encircled them on all sides. Bodil still wants to ask Van Sahe what they usually do in such situations, to which he gets the answer that they surrender. Oh, and to top it off, the leader of Yang Johong's squad of men shows up and starts laughing at the surrounded Wang Sahe and Bodil, who are apparently very stupid to be so fearless and have no idea where they're going. But in any case, with any answer, Van Sahe and Bodil should be prepared to lose an arm and a leg each. And this statement makes Bodil a bit stunned, who only points out his opponent's prominent teeth while Sae doesn't think anything of it. Bodil agrees with Wang Sahe and decides to use the only way out, which is to use the amulet. And to do so, Bodil asks Wang Sahe to cover for him while he casts a spell over his precious amulet. And Wang Sahe is determined to make this arrangement work, yet he still wants to know how long he should last. But instead of answering, Abupan Sahe notices a mercenary falling from the roof in place of the Bodil who had just been standing next to him. Meanwhile, Bodil apologizes to Wang Sahe and jumps up on the roof to leave, saying that he really has to go. And with words addressed to Wang Sahe that he is counting on him, Bodil leaves Sahe, leaving him alone to confront the mercenaries. And Van Sahe is furious. All he can do is swear at Bodil. Meanwhile, the head of the mercenary squad orders his warriors not to stand, but to grab the unexpected guests. And now left alone, Wang Sahe prepares to repel the oncoming mob of mercenaries from both sides. But at that very moment, a mercenary waking up from his fall, complaining of a headache, begins to come to his senses. And Wang Sahe takes advantage of the situation to jump on the mercenary's head, finding a foothold in it, and to use a mercenary to jump up on the roof of a fence and run away. The leader of the mercenaries is left to watch as Wang Sahe runs away along the roof. And besides, the leader of the mercenaries doesn't understand what his soldiers are looking at instead of catching the fugitives. And despite the fact that this time the agile guys have arrived, but they have no chance to get away from the mercenary leader alive. Meanwhile, the case continues at the house where Sori has been invited as a special guest. And it is here that the game host tells the assembled players that he wins with a pig and a cow. With that said, Sori is beyond excited to sincerely thank the game's host for such news. But Sori thinks it's time to stop because she's earned too much and Seihin is waiting for her. And the house manager addressing Sori suggests that she now make a choice on the desired one. However, Sori, lost in her own thoughts, doesn't quite understand what the manager means by what he said. And then on the table where the game of hodgepodge is being played, when the deck of cards in pairs is laid out, a tiger falls out. But it seems that this is not expected by the manager of the house where the game is played for special guests. And besides, the rest of the players at home are surprised to see Sori get such a chance. Sori herself, embarrassed by the attention, does not understand what she has done. And the man sitting across from Sori says that if she bets on a couple of tigers, which she's doing now, she'll stand up to him. And Sori, catching a note of excitement, wants to know what the rules will be if she decides to fight alone. In this case, the manager says that if she wins that her winnings will be multiplied tenfold. If not, she will lose a third of the money. However, seeing that Sori doesn't quite understand, the manager offers to cancel the bet, but if he does, he can take 5 times as much. And Sori is already looking forward to the upcoming game. And since that's the case, Sori doesn't spare the money he won and throws it on the table where the game of hodgepodge is being played. At the same time, Sori declares that if he wins this game, he will take 5 golden toads. And Sori's opponent has no choice but to agree to her terms, even though it's not to his liking. And so the game begins, and the game's host announces in a loud voice that he's starting to flip the card. In this case, the first pair that comes into view is a pair of cows. And the next pair on the game table is a pair bearing the appearance of a pig and a dog. At that, the game host finally starts to inform Sori that the last one is her bet. And then comes the moment when the game's host eagerly drags out the waiting prepares to flip the pair. At this, not only Sori, but everyone around him freezes in mute anticipation of the picture that appears. Oh, and besides, the amazement on their faces indicates that the image speaks for itself, and the opponent himself in the game of Sori is in suspense, waiting for the image to appear on the card. Suddenly, the game announcer announces out of shock that the last pairing is a double tiger, and Sori is overjoyed to have won. All she hears is that she won. And since that's the case, Sori asks the house manager to bring her the golden toads she promised earlier. But the house manager agrees to fulfill Sori's request, but she has to follow him again. The manager informs that the winners of the double tiger not only become the pride of the gambling house, but also get a special treat. Despite this, however, Sori asks to still bring her the promised toads, since there is a man waiting for her. But the manager informs her that if she leaves, she'll regret missing out on an unforgettable experience she never dreamed of. And these words duly begin to work on Sori, who immediately becomes interested in the promised experience. At this, a picture of various tricksters and trick-or-treaters begins to pop up in Sori's mind. However, even though foxes are very curious, Seihi must be looking for her and is only chilling because he has no money. And even if Seiha doesn't have the money, he's still not desperate, which means we can wonder what the next thing is for Sori. And the house manager, satisfied with Sori's agreement, informs him that the stove has already been prepared outside, and we should follow him. At that, Sori follows the manager when asked where they are going, and learns that they are going to visit the owner of this house. But Sori has no idea who we're talking about and wants to know who owns the house and if it's a famous person. And the manager, not believing his ears, asks Sori if she doesn't know the greatest man in this settlement. Sori concludes from what he has heard that he is the richest man and wants to know his name. But instead of an answer, he receives silence and is already beginning to frown at the long wait for the master of the house, even though Sori is sitting at a table full of a variety of dishes. And Sori is very angry that the owner of the house makes people sit here and makes them wait for him, and the wine has run out. Suddenly, a voice from outside addressing Sori recognizes if she alone drank the entire jug of wine. And the man who appears as the owner of the house makes a caustic remark to Sori that her appetite for wine is good. But immediately the owner of the house changes his mood and smilingly tells the guests that he is glad to meet them and introduces himself as John Ju-hong. And Sori, missing the greeting, notes the pale look that clearly indicates Yang Ju-hong's ill health, but still decides to introduce himself. At the same time, Yang Ju-hong, addressing his subjects that Sori's wine has run out, orders to bring some more bottles. And sitting down at the table next to Sori, Yang Ju-hong said that he heard that the girl had won 2,000 won, to which Sori happily points out that she is very lucky today. And since she did the damage, that's the reason they decided to meet with her. However, Yang Ju-hong is of a different opinion, saying that a couple thousand yuan is not money for him, but curiosity is more important. And Sori in turn immediately reminds about the toads promised to her, since she needs money for what she learns she will get more than that. But their conversation, which seems informal to Sori, is interrupted by Yang Ju-hong's subordinate bringing bottles of wine. And Yang Ju-hong, taking one of the bottles, offers Sori to fill her glass with the renewed wine. To which Sori happily agrees, stating that the wine smells wonderful, indicating its quality and expensive. At the same time, Yang Ju-hong tells Sori that the value of the wine is about 1,000 liang, and puts a condition in case of its full absorption he will let Sori go. And Sori, interested in Yang Ju-hong's offer, notes that the bottle is quite large. At the same time, Yang Ju-hong, saying that he is not boastful, reports that since he has a lot of money, Sori should not worry. To which Sori seems quite sincere in saying that Yang Ju-hong is cool and worthy of respect, simply for even his condition. However, surprised by this compliment, Yang Ju-hong tells Sori that this is the first time he has heard such a thing about himself. And Sori, continuing to pour balm on Yang Ju-hong's soul as a man who has achieved more than others, compares him to a warrior doomed to rest. But still, Sori is very curious to know how Yang Ju-hong earned such an impressive fortune. And such frank to Yang Ju-hong's eyes, conversations are beginning to drive him into the red. However, it is hard to disagree with Sori's words, and Yang Ju-hong decides to tell her his story full of ups and downs. In the meantime, Wang Sai-hee is overtaken by the mercenaries from the unit under Yang Ju-hong's command. And as soon as Wang Sai-hee disposes of another wave of mercenaries, he smirks in relief. But Wang Sai-hee is in no hurry to celebrate his victory as the head of the mercenary squad appears before him at that very moment, celebrating his skills. And that's because even on such a narrow street, a gang of bandits can't defeat one Wang Sai-hee. But that doesn't concern the leader of the mercenary squad, who orders everyone to disperse as Seiha's opponent will be him. At this, the leader of the mercenary squad introduces himself as Kim Taemin, with a satisfied smile that speaks of his impending victory. But this kind of play absolutely does not move or impress Wang Sai-hee, who chooses to remain silent in response. However, this behavior does not please Kim Taemin, who orders Si-hee to give his name as real warriors do. And Wang Sai-hee, thinking Kim Taemin is a nerd, suggests the latter pray to his ancestors that he can attack Seihi. To which Kim Taemin, already losing his temper, informs Wang Se-hee about the latter's lack of military honor. And since that's the case, Kim Taemin already has his battle weapon ready and orders Wang Se-hee to lose his life. And that's how Wang Se-hee, holding his battle weapons at the ready, meets the angry Kim Taemin in a fight. He swings wildly at Wang Se-hee, who manages to dodge and avoid the punch. At the same time, Kim Taemin begins to notice that things are not going well for him, to put it mildly. Because at this very moment, Kim Taemin's battle weapon is spoiling the nearby wall by getting stuck in it. And Kim Taemin's blunder doesn't escape the keen eyes of Wang Se-hee, who tangentially notices it. At the same time, Wang Se-hee rises to his feet to strike at Kim Taemin, who Wang Se-hee thinks is very clumsy even though he's trying to be cool. But much to Kim Taemin's dismay, his battle weapon gets stuck in the brick of the wall. At the same time, Wang Se-hee looms over Kim Taemin and strikes him with his battle weapon with all his might. And just like that, Wang Se-hee now finds himself standing over the body of the Kim Taemin he defeated. And Kim Taemin's men standing nearby can't believe this could happen to their boss. Besides, no one seems to expect an unfavorable outcome for their commander, Kim Taemin. Se-hee notices that his battle weapon is stuck and repeats Kim Taemin's words about the street being narrow while waving his spear. However, Wang Se-hee came to his senses from his thoughts, and the warriors assumed a belligerent pose waiting to see who would be next. But more willing to confront Wang Se-hee in the battle is not found, which makes the latter think, it can't be that only the warriors standing next to them run away just because their leader is defeated. And seeing that nothing else would follow, Wang Se-hee decides to back off for a while, which means it's time to go looking for any clues that might lead him to Yang Ju-hong's imprisoned uncle. Meanwhile, Yang Ju-hong and his guest Sori continue the story of how he took off the hands of someone who tried to cheat him. At the same time, Sori, who only remains to maintain the thread of conversation, although he agrees with the gentleman, but finds him boring to say the least. But at that moment, a subordinate of the mansion owner cuts into the conversation between Yang Ju-hong and Sori, who tries to keep his cool by reminding him of the established rules when he has guests in his house. However, the subordinate still insists and informs Yang Ju-hong that the burglars have managed to break in. Sori, who witnesses this conversation, listens attentively. And Yang Ju-hong, still trying not to show his anger, orders Taemin to deal with it. And as soon as the conversation ends, Yang Ju-hong turns to Sori and tells him that riff-raff doing game should be grateful to the patron. At the same time, Yang Ju-hong, deciding to return to the conversation, starts repeating the story about the merchant who tried to cheat him. And Sori realizes with regret that Yang Ju-hong wants to continue his boring monologue. And Sori starts looking for a way to avoid this conversation, or else she'll just go crazy. The first thing that comes to mind Sori is to turn the mug over, citing the drunken state and fatigue. But at this very moment, Yang Ju-hong begins to approach the climax of his story. And Sori, hearing that Yang Ju-hong's business is going up, decides to find out if he really has the missing beads that belong to the dragon. To which Yang Ju-hong immediately gives an affirmative answer, which is also an answer to Sori's question about his wealth. And Sori, once again being the center of attention of Yang Ju-hong's conversation, can't understand how the beads could be in the hands of someone like Yang Ju-hong. But still, Sori wants to see for herself the beads that Yang Ju-hong speaks so highly of. However, according to Yang Ju-hong, this is impossible as Yuju was broken into two parts which were stolen by the Takebi. And Sori, even though he pretends to be very sorry about it, is still of the opinion that Yang Ju-hong stole the beads from someone else. However, if it was the work of the Tokebi, it is clearly the work of the elder Hong Duka, who is still in good health. But Sori knows that she's not interested in Yeju, unlike Wang Se-hee, who is more interested in her than a couple tens of thousands of liang. And Yang Ju-hong, not seeing that Sori is already on his feet, decides to continue his story about how he came to live in Dogshin. At that, Sori, no longer paying any attention to Yang Ju-hong, thinks it's time for her to go home. But it's not clear to Yang Ju-hong, who doesn't understand where Sori is going. And clinging to Sori, Yang Ju-hong very much asks her to stay because the most interesting is just beginning, and the golden toads have not yet been brought. However, Sori is serious about leaving Yang Ju-hong's house right now and forcibly rips his hand out of hers. It's because Sori thinks Yang Ju-hong's stories are too boring to wait for the golden toads to arrive. And to Yang Ju-hong's question of how she can keep the golden toads, Sori suggests he use them himself. But such treatment is not matched by Yang Ju-hong, who reminds Sori that she just asked to tell stories herself, and now she's leaving. At the same time, Sori notices Yang Ju-hong saying that he hasn't told her what he wanted to say yet, and decides to attack her. And already Yang Ju-hong has put his clawed hands forward and leaps towards Sori, wanting to stop her. But instead of the desired target, Yang Ju-hong receives such a blow in return that it forcefully pushes him back onto the food tables. And Sori freezes in a belligerent pose in the doorway, looking at the result of his work as Yang Ju-hong's reclining body. And besides, Sori realizes that Yang Ju-hong put something in the wine, and now he's getting mean thoughts in his head and pouncing on it. Meanwhile, the action unfolds near a room that is closed by massive doors guarded by a Yang Ju-hong warrior. And this warrior, being alone and bored, starts yawning sweetly with his big mouth. At the same time, the warrior resents that all his comrades in the service have gone to catch burglars and he is engaged in some nonsense. But the warrior, for all his whining and indignation, doesn't notice someone watching him from the sidelines. At the same time, the warrior keeps complaining that this is the day his duty fell on, and his battle buddy is bored and sad, but the mercenary has no time to speak before a hand strikes the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. And that someone is Bottle, who has emerged from the shadows of the fence and quietly struck a blow at the mercenary. However, Bottle's gaze begins to slide to the massive doors of the room the mercenary was guarding. At this, Bottle looking around the entrance to the unknown room arouses considerable interest in Bottle by its strangeness. And to quench his thirst for curiosity, Bottle decides to look inside the room. And realizing at first that there is no threat from inside, Bottle opens the doors of the room wider, wanting to enter it. The first thing Bottle does is try to open one of the many doors by grabbing the handle. But to Bottle's even greater surprise, the door proves to be tightly shut without yielding to the young man's efforts. And to get to the bottom of it, Bottle decides to bend down to look underneath. But as soon as Bottle's gaze slides to the interior of the room, he sees a man lying on his side in front of him, and Bottle realizes he's looking at the body of a real man surrounded by rats. But maybe it is Uncle Bottle who decides to call out to him, but only scares the rats away without getting an answer. And besides, the rats from all sides of the human body start their escape to the door where Bottle is, who, seeing such a huge number of rats, can't understand who keeps such huge rats. But then the head lying against Bottle's eyes begins to slowly come into motion. At the same time, what Badil sees further leads him to a shock, because the man opposite is not only dead, but also eaten by rats. But then to Bottle's surprise, he hears the voice of a fully alive man asking who is at the door. And then Bottle begins to realize that the voice belongs to his uncle, who, as a sign of confirmation, must say his name. At the same time, a voice on the other side of the door and a hand extended into the doorway says his name is Moon Sanshik. And Bottle is overjoyed at his discovery and immediately tells his uncle his name is Bottle. At the same time, the uncle, to personally check whether it is not a deception, also looks into the gap between the door and the floor and sincerely rejoices. However, Bottle decides that now is the time to let his uncle out of his confinement. But the whole problem is the door, which is very tight. And since that's the case, Bottle decides to find out who holds the keys to that thick door separating him from his uncle, which suggests that the person who runs the place must have the keys, and that's Kim Taemin. Bottle decides to immediately go in search of Kim Taemin and has to stop at the request of his uncle, which informs Bottle that Kim Taemin is a warrior who is feared even by the authorities and can fight dozens without damage to himself. And Bottle, listening to all this, realizes that he's talking about Kim Taemin as a swordsman he's heard about. But his uncle thinks otherwise, because you can't become so strong with just one sword art, because Kim Taemin is immortal even when surrounded by enemies. Oh, and besides, Kim Taemin can withstand any even massive defeat with the swords of his enemies. Bottle begins to guess what his uncle wants to warn him about and thinks it's the demon's power, which means that Bottle should heed his uncle's warning and advice and be careful. And so Bottle, having promised his uncle to be extremely careful with Kim Taemin, leaves his relative's place of confinement. However, it becomes very interesting to Bottle that there are people who use the power of demons. And since that's the case, Bottle is determined to defeat Kim Taemin. He opens the massive doors that he's previously been interested in. Meanwhile, the action unfolds near the door of the room where Sori was invited to have an audience with Yang Juhong. At this, Sori is very amazed that the servant's expression says that they expected tears, but Sori leaves on her own and everyone should know about it. Just as suddenly, behind her back, Sori hears Yang Juhong's voice booming out an insult at her. And to check the situation, Sori decides to turn around and see what's going on behind her. But instead of Yang Juhong, for now, Sori only sees the clawed hand of the Lord grabbing the door of the room with force. And then Yang Juhong himself appears, who, having lost his former appearance, starts shouting threats towards Sori. At the same time, Sori, disregarding such a narrative and believing that Yang Juhong is talking nonsense, asks where the exit is. But instead of answering, Sori sees the transformation of Yang Juhong, who calls himself the Golden Dragon, whom no one has ever insulted in this way before. At that, Sori, not believing his eyes and what he has just heard, decides to ask again. However, in the place of Yang Juhong, who is just standing there, a giant-sized rat appears with a huge maw. At that, Sori, instead of fleeing, only looks at the rat that has appeared in the doorway in disgust. But this reaction does not extend to Yang Juhong's attendants, who immediately scurry away with shouts. And Yang Juhong, enjoying it, only notes that the servants are always so noisy when they see him like this. Sori still can't believe her eyes that there is a real rat in front of her, which is a rat of the largest size that still has human clothes on. To which Yang Juhong proudly announces that this is his real image, and he is indeed very dangerous. But that's not what worries and scares Sori, it's that Yang Juhong is the ultimate gutter rat. And realizing this fact disgusts Sori, who looks disdainfully at Yang Juhong as a rat. And Yang Juhong in turn is extremely angry that he's getting such a reaction from some Sori, who has no right to call Yang Juhong's body disgusting and dirty. That said, Sori still can't come to grips with the fact that she just drank and ate with a filthy gutter rat. And Yang Juhong, hearing that Sori keeps calling him names, also turns to harshly insulting the girl, which Yang Juhong, with his huge rat mouth open and claws at the ready, is about to tear apart. In the meantime, Wang Se-hee, having killed a group of mercenaries, continues his surveillance, which should lead him to his uncle. And looking carefully around, Sori's gaze rests on the doors of a large mansion that no one is guarding. But since this is the case, Wang Se-hee decides to immediately descend from his hiding place and thus expose his presence. However, one question still bothers Wang Se-hee, namely why the neighborhood is full of rats but no humans. And then Wang Se-hee begins to notice one of the rats sitting fearlessly at his feet. But it doesn't end there, and Wang Se-hee's attention shifts to what makes him think. Namely that right now, Wang Se-hee was no longer beside her, but a huge mob of rats with glowing red eyes. And this sight brings feelings of disgust and squeamishness to Wang Se-hee, who tries to keep them away. However, at this very time when the night is in full swing, the moon emerges from behind the clouds covering the sky. In this case, once the moon becomes fully visible, it represents the truest full moon. And from this phenomenon, the rats that surround Wang Sai-he are beginning to develop clawed paws. And the rat's eyes begin to burn with a suspicious red glow that suggests that what is happening is not normal. But as soon as Wang Sai-he notices the transformation happening to the rats, he begins to guess what's going on. And further down the path of Wang Sai-he, surrounded on all sides by abnormal rats, appears alive and unharmed Kim Taemin, who, holding his battle weapons at the ready, begins to move towards Wang Sai-he accompanied by rats. And Kim Taemin's eyes are glowing with a frenzied light, indicating that he's insanely excited to meet Wang Sai-he, who in turn can't believe his eyes to see that he's facing the mercenary leader whom Wang Sai-he thought was dead. Kim Taemin reminds Wang Sai-he that if he surrendered, he would only lose his arm. And Wang Sai-he, not responding to threats, wants to know what Kim Taemin did to himself since even his wounds couldn't stop him. Kim Taemin, seeing that Wang Sai-he is surprised, says that he has faced many talented warriors who eventually fell by his hand. Kim Taemin starts maneuvering with his battle weapons. Without making the necessary motion, Kim Taemin directs his subject rats with it towards Wang Sai-he, leaving a furrow on the ground, which, creating a significant crevice, stops just at Wang Sai-he's feet, limiting his forward progress. And Yang Juhong explains that his abilities lie in the power that Yang Juhong gave him, which no human can match. To which Wang Sai-he concludes that this power is not Sanshin's, but part of the spirit rat, and probably Yang Juhong himself is the same. At the same time, Kim Taemin thinks that if Wang Sai-he knows anything, it's useless because Yang Juhong is 10 times stronger. And Wang Sai-he, hearing such a revelation, once again convinces that because of Yang Juhong's strength, he is more valuable in his capture. However, Kim Taemin thinks it's useless for Wang Sai-he, who will eventually fall by his hand. Kim Taemin decides that he's had enough of talking and launches a direct attack on Wang Sai-he, which is ready to be attacked and awaits the invasion of rats flocking to it from all sides. And Wang Sai-he sees that these rats are being controlled by Kim Taemin, who is standing on the sidelines giving them instructions. The first wave of rats attacking Wang Sai-he is successfully repelled by him. But as soon as Wang Sai-he tackles some possessed animals, he immediately switches to others. Meanwhile, the rats indiscriminately continue to advance on Wang Sai-he in a huge, endless wave, who, though he continues to fight them off, realizes that the number is so large that it can't be counted. Just as suddenly, Seiha's attention shifts to something that begins to drive him into unkind amazement. Namely that a multi-meter wall rising high above Wang Sai-he is about to collapse on him. And with all these rats jumping up from the back holding their battle weapons at the ready, Kim Taemin flies at Wang Sai-he. But Wang Sai-he, though preparing for the influx of rats, still rallies and fends off the blow, and Kim Taemin himself. However, Wang Sai-he's plans are not destined to come true as a wave of maddened rats begins to completely consume Wang Sai-he, who, bound hand and foot, can no longer resist with his head in the thick of the rat crowd. And this whole process is being led by Kim Taemin, who's making sure the Wang Sai-he is out of sight. That said, Kim Taemin's emitted victory flick suggests that his victory over Wang Sai-he is imminent, which means it's time to rush into the rat infestation right where Wang Sai-he was just standing. But now all that remains of Wang Sai-he is a single knoll with rats swarming around it. However, what Kim Taemin didn't expect to happen is that the tip of his battle spear flies off, and then Wang Sai-he's gaze appeared with a blue glow emanating from him, indicating that Black Tiger had intervened. Kim Taemin himself notices this, but he doesn't expect to see Wang Sai-he, who, with a single swing of his battle weapon, kills Kim Taemin, throwing him high up in the air. Coming up, we have a light heavyweight bout between Kim Taemin and Wang Sai-he. But not only is Kim Taemin defeated, but the rats that just besieged Wang Sai-he are lying there with no signs of life. Wang Sai-he, confident that this time he has really defeated Kim Taemin, decides to go to catch Yang Juhong. Suddenly, the familiar voice of Yuadil, who witnessed the end of the battle, makes Wang Sai-he stop. And Wang Sai-he, still under the influence of the Black Tiger's energy, raises his gaze to the named nephew, who at this very time, addressing Wang Sai-he directly, wants an answer to his question of whether he is indeed the Black Tiger. And Bodil, seeing that Wang Sai-he was in no hurry to give an answer to the question, began to demand it in an orderly tone, grabbing the medallions. But losing patience, Bodil shouts his guess to Wang Sai-he with all his might, holding his medallions at the ready. And Wang Sai-he himself does not take his eyes off Bodil, and begins to realize that the latter had some business with the Black Tiger. And besides, Wang Sai-he remembers very well that Bodil has been a genius since he was a child who killed his older comrades with a single trunk of bamboo. Which means Wang Sai-he should be wary of Bodil, who is unknown to an unknown degree with a past grown up. At the same time, Wang Sai-he regrets facing Bodil in such an environment because he would have liked to fight him without the Black Tiger's power. But at this time, Bodil, seeing that Wang Sai-he's battle weapon is enveloped by Sanshin's power, wants to know if it belongs to the Black Tiger or just similar. However, Wang Sai-he is unwilling to justify himself to Bodil, who in this situation must think as he pleases. And Bodil, already holding his medallions in readiness, decides to confront Wang Sai-he. Without waiting for an answer, Bodil throws the medallions at Wang Sai-he as he realizes that he is right about Wang Sai-he. And Wang Sai-he, seeing Bodil's amulets flying at him, decides that if he leaves this case unresolved, it will annoy him. And throwing himself towards the amulets, rushing straight towards him, Wang Sai-he considers immediately on the spot to deal with it. Meanwhile, Bodil, who manages to pull the gloves over his hands, accurately notes that Wang Sai-he's sword skills have improved significantly. Wang Si-hee is already flying at Bottle with his sword and doesn't realize when he has time to put on his gloves. But that doesn't stop him. And besides, Van Se-hee is sure that you can't give Bodil a break. But at this point, something happens that is beyond Se-hee's comprehension. After all, every step is now difficult for Wang Se-hee, and this is because his body has become heavier than ever. At the same time, Bodil, seeing Wang Se-hee's efforts, explains that the technique he uses is called limb paralysis, which is formed by Wang Se-hee touching the amulet and consequently freezing. But then Bodil prepares something great for him. And to launch a further attack, Bodil claps his hands with all his might, encasing the amulets. But as soon as Bottle does so, his entire body is immediately covered in light from the resulting fiery glow. At this, Bottle, knowing that he is causing pain, still advises Wang Se-hee not to move to minimize it. And Wang Se-hee, still immobile against the pain, now realizes that he was wrong about thinking Bottle was a normal human being. But as much as it pains Wang Se-hee, he simply has no right here and now to lose to his enemy Bottle. And as soon as Wang Se-hee gives himself such an attitude, his battle weapons as well as himself begin to emit a strong black tiger energy. Meanwhile, Sori is still standing at the entrance to Mr. Yang Ju-hong's apartment, still resenting her interaction with the gutter rat, which at that very moment is thrown towards Sori, who recoils in time. At the same time, Yang Ju-hong, seeing that he is not reaching his goal, starts to turn his head from side to side looking for Sori with his eyes, who is sitting on a rock just opposite Yang Ju-hong, waving happily at him from there. And Yang Ju-hong, seeing that Sori manages to dodge his attacks, begins to doubt that she is an ordinary person. But then a hunch begins to reach Yang Ju-hong, who mistakenly believes that Sori is aiming for Yu-ju, and after learning that he doesn't have her, decides to leave. Sori decides that she doesn't have to answer to Yang Ju-hong and firmly tells him that she intends to leave and bids him farewell. And all Sori can say goodbye to Yang Ju-hong is that he can cheat gamblers for another 1,000 years and not get sick. At the same time, Sori, who confidently believed that she was able to get rid of Yang Ju-hong in the end, lands on the roof, from which Sori has a view of the village. However, there is something that catches Sori's attention and makes her stop for a while. But at that very moment, Yang Ju-hong appears behind Sori and opens his huge mouth, preparing to attack the girl. And this appearance of the rat is so sudden and strong that Sori can barely stand on his feet with a lot of effort. And Yang Ju-hong continues to keep his mouth open and declares that he won't let Sori stay alive now. But Sori is not at all frightened by this threat, as she in turn warns Yang Ju-hong to stay away from her. And all because as soon as Sori's tail comes out from under her dress, things will end badly for Yang Ju-hong, but that doesn't stop him. And so Yang Ju-hong, now growing over Sori, continuing to show his power, trying to intimidate the girl. But at this very moment, Sori, who asked Yang Ju-hong to take advantage of the moment, while she's being kind, starts to have a tail. And now Sori has her armed finger ready to fight back against the annoying Yang Ju-hong, who doesn't understand anything and therefore deserves to be attacked with a laser beam coming from Sori's finger. And just like that, Sori drew a line at Yang Ju-hong's neck, causing him to freeze in some incomprehension. But as soon as Sori finishes her attack, Yang Ju-hong falls at her feet with a sound of incomprehension. And just like that, Sori emerges victorious in a seemingly stupid clash between her and gutter rat Yang Ju-hong. However, Sori no longer pays attention to Yang Ju-hong's body, but switches to the hem of her dress, which is stained with the rat's blood. And Sori is grief-stricken, trying to wipe away the drops of blood, can't believe her new skirt is now dirty. At the same time, Sori, knowing that rat's blood will not wash off, also realizes that it is useless to ask a bereaved rat for it. But at that very moment, Sori, busy with her work, starts to hear extraneous sounds coming from outside. And to test her hunches, Sori leaves the hem of her skirt alone and turns her head at the sound of the noise, from which she also notices that not too far away from her can be seen an aura belonging to the black tiger. And Sori is overjoyed to think that this aura belongs to Wang Se-hee, who is under the influence of the black tiger. As soon as this realization comes to Sori, she immediately rushes to the very spot where the glow is visible. And now Sori is flying across the rooftops towards Wang Se-hee, thinking that his appearance is no mere coincidence. Namely that Wang Se-hee showed up in these parts to come to the rescue, or rather to save Sori, which with each time she achieves her goal makes sure that Wang Se-hee is a true cutie. Meanwhile, Bodial, still holding Wang Se-hee hostage, notes that his black tiger energy has increased significantly. At the same time, Wang Se-hee himself tries to overcome the effects of Bodial's amulets by overcoming pain and resistance, who is already starting to go over in his head all sorts of attack options, one of which is to use a chain spell. Meanwhile, Wang Se-hee tries to resist the power formed by their owner Bodial's amulets, who finally decides which attack option to go with and orders Wang Se-hee to keep his mouth shut. And at this moment, the black tiger that was released from the battle weapon is about to attack Bodial, who is still holding Wang Se-hee by using amulets, can't help but notice it. And Bodial's surprised look speaks for itself that his nemesis, the black tiger himself, has appeared before him, which, under the control of the sword-wielding Wang Se-hee, is already heading for Bodial. Bodial is not afraid of the black tiger's power at all, but rather prepares to strike at him himself. And so Bodial's hand, being in control of the magical power of the amulets, begins to touch the black tiger's muzzle. With that being said, this is how Bodial, holding both hands at the black tiger's upper and lower jaw, prevents himself from being engulfed. But the black tiger's strength is strong enough for Bodial to stand firmly on his feet. And the black tiger, though it feels the effects of the amulets, continues to try to absorb Bodial, who is inexpressibly excited that his long wait to fight the black tiger has finally come to fruition. For Bodial is now more certain than ever that he can catch the black tiger with his bare hands. And each time Bodil, fueled by his thirst for revenge, resists the Black Tiger's onslaught more and more. At the same time, Wang Seihe, who is aiming his battle weapon, also notices the reading going on between Bodil and Black Tiger. And now Wang Seihe, who is at this stage of the battle on the Han, orders Bodil to keep his mouth shut. However, further developments make Wang Seihe begin to doubt the favorable outcome for him. That's because even though Wang Seihe can't see Bodil, he keeps fending off his fiery attacks. At that, Sori, who by this point reaches the resistance field and seeing the unfolding picture finds it dangerous. And climbing up to the roof, Sori, still holding his tail at the ready, sees the battle between Wang Seihe and Bodil in front of him. And besides, Sori realizes that Wang Seihe didn't show up to save Sori, who believes that in confrontations, he's always first. At that, Sori hides her tails back and decides to watch from the sidelines at what she sees as an interesting sight. And Bodil, preparing to strike again, realizes that Wang Seihe was able to repel even ghosts with his great power. However, Wang Seihe, who continues his offensive against Bodil, thinks the latter talks too much. But Bodil, who is already using a new technique that forms a fire whip, only grins in response to Seihe's words. And Bodil, who's already waving a flaming whip, explains his chatter by saying he's having a lot of fun. The fire whip that is formed from the amulet that Bodil controls is already headed for Wang Seihe. At the same time, Wang Seihe realizes that although he tries to repel the fire whip, he doesn't quite succeed. And the fire whip, making spiraling movements in the air, begin to wrap around the Black Tiger's energy. And Wang Seihe sees this action and thinks that the new technique Bodil is trying out on him. Bodil himself, being in a concentrated state, regulates the movement of the fire whip with the movement of his hands, which circled around the branching branches in midair, swirling around Wang Seihe's battle weapon. Wang Seihe begins to realize that this is a failure for him, as the Black Tiger's powers are waning and Bodil has not yet shown his full strength. At the same time, the fact that the Black Tiger's strength was beginning to grow weaker did not escape Bodil's gaze. And if it is true, this fact will play into the hands of Bodil, who with one hand holding the sword reaches for the other amulet. At this, Bodil throwing at the resisting Wang Seihe suggests that the latter start to give up. However, Wang Seihe, who keeps trying to keep his battle weapon to himself, doesn't understand what Bodil means. And besides, Wang Seihe has given himself from the very beginning not to dare to lose to Bodil, so it is necessary to resist to the last. Bodil wants to know why Wang Seihe took out the Sansins, because the man Bodil knew was kinder and more honest and wouldn't do such a thing. But such chatter doesn't sit well with Wang Seihe, who doesn't have to ask Bodil's permission for his actions. However, such a response is not acceptable to Bodil, who can barely hold himself together while continuing to repeat Wang Seihe's words. Bodil's patience comes to an end, and directing his amulets against Wang Seihe, the young man shouts that everything must be answered for. After all, taking the life of Sanshin and a human is not like destroying mountains and lands, and so Wang Seihe has to pay the bill. However, Wang Seihe is not moved by Bodil's words, and he confidently informs her that he will not stop his craft. And Bodil, continuing to hold Wang Seihe's battle weapon for a while, freezes, hearing his enemy continue talking. Who's gathering all his strength to go after Bodil and tells him that only taking his life can stop him. And now Bodil, who previously thought he had the upper hand over Wang Seihe, is forced to back off. Meanwhile, Wang Seihe holds his battle weapon in his power and awaits the encounter with Bodil's amulets. They immediately attack Wang Seihe, who tries to resist them, but is in a lot of pain. Immediately transcending himself amidst the flashes of fire and pain, Wang Seihe decides to look at Bodil, who takes advantage of the situation to close an unsafe distance right to Wang Seihe. And now Wang Seihe can definitely see that his opponent is too fast to hit him. There's a look of bewilderment on Bodil's face at what could happen to him right this second. And then Wang Seihe overcame the power of Bodil's amulets and released his battle weapon from the shackles of the fiery whip and prepared to strike. At the same time, the bewildered Bodil notices that the tip of Wang Seihe's battle weapon is already touching his neck, and Wang Seihe is absolutely determined to win, is serious in his intentions of striking Bodil, who he doesn't hurt, but he does leave a mark on his clothes from his battle weapon. With that, Wang Seihe immediately changed the position of his battle weapon to prepare for the next attack on Bodil, who this time as well as last time notices the point of Wang Seihe's battle weapon touching his body. But that's where Wang Seihe's business ends, as the latter notices that something is preventing him from finishing what he started. Namely, that Wang Seihe can't move because Bodil manages to fire 2 amulets at him, which not only immobilizes Wang Seihe, but forces him to kneel before Bodil. At this, Bodil, towering over Wang Seihe, only wonders why his sword is sharper without using the Black Tiger's power. But be that as it may, Bodil confidently reports that this is where it ends for Han Seihe. And with the next batch of amulets at the ready, Bodil decides it's time to take responsibility for his actions, which means it's time to resort to using the next Fire Whip amulet. At the same time, this very same Fire Whip starts heading towards Wang Seihe, who is immobilized under the influence of other amulets. And now that very same fiery whip is wrapped around the neck, waist, and arms of Wang Seihe, who realizes with horror what this will lead to. In addition, Wang Seihe could no longer resist the magic and fell to the ground without releasing his battle weapon. And standing in front of Wang Seihe, Bottle holding him under control was already preparing his other amulet for action. At the same time, Wang Seihe himself has nothing else to do but to obediently look at his enemy now ruling over him. And Bottle himself evaluating Wang Seihe with his eyes can't believe that the black tiger is in front of him, because according to him, he must be insane. And before finishing the case, Bottle wants to know one thing from Wang Seihe, and that is whether or not the black tiger really did take Nonori's life. After all, Nonori is the same Mrs. Rowe who now rests in the territory of her domain, fallen at the hands of humans. And in Wang Seihe's memories, the image of the lifeless body of Mrs. Rowe, who is Sori's mother, appears. Knowing that Wang Seihe's explanations would not play any role, he admits that it could be considered his fault. To which Bottle, having already activated his amulet, once again makes sure that Wang Seihe is indeed crazy. If that's the case, there's only one right way out for Wang Seihe, and that's to take his life. However, just as Bottle is about to put his plan into action, a voice from outside asks him to stop. And that voice belongs to Sori sitting on the roof watching the confrontation. As soon as Bottle notices the girl, he immediately wants to know who she is and why she came to the scene of the massacre. And Sori, not the least bit embarrassed by Bottle's tone and still sitting on the roof, immediately announces that her name is So Sori. Bottle, having pulled himself together, immediately informs her that she is a nine-tailed fox, and Sori wants to know how he knows this. And Bottle now respectfully admits to Sori that the old man with the white face told him about her. At the same time, Sori notes that Bottle is well-mannered, so he can just ask Seihe to let go without using force. But Bottle hears this and wants to know if Sori knows that Wang Seihe is the Black Tiger, and gets an affirmative answer. However, one thing Bottle can't understand is why Sori, knowing this fact, did nothing to stop Wang Seihe. At the same time, Sori starts swearing on his name and promises Bottle that Wang Seihe won't just take the lives of the Sanshins. To which Bottle, hearing that Sori is taking control of Wang Seihe, has absolutely no faith in the nine-tailed vixen, who is about to come down to earth, realizes that there is only one way out of the situation. And so touching the ground, Sori lands just in front of Bottle, standing and looking at her, who notices the fire lighting up in Sori's eyes and hears her suggestion to start fighting for Wang Seihe. And now Sori begins to appear before Bottle in his true form, showering him with his powerful energy. And Bottle, seeing Sori ready to confront him, notices that even in human form, she has the strongest energy. Sori looks directly at Bottle and repeats what Yang Juhong said earlier, saying that it will be too late when the tails appear. To which Bottle, though he does not utter a word, still prepares himself to accept the challenge, which gives away the seriousness of his intentions. And it can't escape Sori's gaze that her words not only don't scare Bottle, but have the opposite effect. After all, even though he knows ahead of time that he will lose to the nine-tailed fox, Bottle is still willing to confront it. And this fact arouses the interest of Sori in the persona of Bottle, who does not understand what the nine-tailed fox means by this. Who, looking at Bottle with interest, realizes that to catch him, she has to take his life, which she doesn't want to do. At the same time, Bottle, even though he hears that he has been pardoned by the nine-tailed fox, is still in tension with the situation. And Wang Seihe, at this time deciding to take advantage of the pause that has arisen concerning him, sees the free end of the fire whip. To which Bottle, also noticing this, informs Wang Seihe that for another quarter of a day, the power of the amulets will work, and it is better to lie still. But it is absolutely still Wang Seihe who is trying to get to his feet by overpowering the effects of the amulets. And the first thing Wang Ji does when he meets Bottle's eyes is to find out how things are with his uncle. He gets an answer from Bottle that the latter found him and saved him, and Wang Seihe just needs to find a man named Kim Taemin, whom Wang Seihe suggests to Bottle to find Kim Taemin among the mountain of rats deprived of life by the Black Tiger. And once Wang Seihe realizes that this is the end of his conversation with Bottle, he tries to finally get back to his feet. That said, the first thing Wang Seihe does as soon as he starts to feel more confident is to pick up his battle weapon. Bottle, seeing that Wang Seihe is leaving, wants to know where he's going, because this time he's keeping him alive. And Sori, following Wang Seihe, informs Bottle that Black Tiger is wandering and has no support in life like Bottle. Bottle, hearing Sori's words and continuing to look at the departing Wang Seihe, thinks that the latter is very stubborn. However, this comparison of Wang Seihe to Bottle doesn't suit the latter, who doesn't understand how Sori makes such a comparison, seeing him for the first time. So Sori tells Bottle that a man with strong faith would not stand up to a nine-tailed fox. And this admission is somewhat flattering to Bottle, who admits that he had no plans to confront the nine-tailed fox. However, Sori is still of the opinion that Bottle is very strong, unlike Wang Seihe, and Sori should be with him. In doing so, Bottle tries to warn Sori that she is dealing with the Black Tiger and will end up regretting it. To which Sori informs her that ever since Wang Seihe met her, he hasn't absorbed a single Sanshin, which should be evidentiary. And deciding to say goodbye at this point, Sori suggests that Bottle not be enemies next time. And just like that, Sori leaves Bottle at the site of their first meeting, and leaves by jumping over the roof of the fence. And Bottle, left alone, can now catch his breath and recover from his encounter with the nine-tailed fox. For it is only now that Bottle is beginning to realize that it was madness to confront the nine-tailed fox. And besides looking at his hand, Bottle notes that it's wet from nervous tension. At the same time, Bodil, looking at the moon addressing the master, wants to know that he sent him this man, to show him that he still lacks much. And at the same time, somewhere in the depths of the forest thicket, there is some movement around the fire from which the light is visible for a great distance. And it is in the place where the fire is burning that a huge number of people representing the village are celebrating something. Some of them take musical instruments in their hands and make melodies to which they dance around the fire. And just at that very moment, Mrs. Soroka appears among the revelers and starts calling out to an old man named Hong Duka, who, seeing Mrs. Soroka and hearing that she continues to look for him, calls out to say that he is behind her back. However, Hong Duka, although he hears his name called, does not know who is looking for him. And Mrs. Soroka, finally seeing the man named Hong Duka in front of her, is sincerely happy to meet since they haven't seen each other for a long time. Meanwhile, Hong Duka still does not recognize Lord Soroku believes that she was the one who spent the night with him and came back because she couldn't forget. But this statement pisses off Miss Soroka, who shouts that she is Ulkachi Sansan of Ulsan, and Hong Duke, realizing that he was mistaken, apologizes for what he said to her earlier. At this, Mrs. Soroka decides to omit what she said and tells Hong Duka that she has come to talk about something important. But it seems that this turn of conversation was not expected by Hong Duka, who opens his mouth in surprise. Mrs. Soroka answers in the affirmative, as the fate of the village will depend on this conversation and its outcome. And Hong Duka, beginning to understand the meaning of Ms. Soroka's words, still dares to ask again, receiving a reply of general awareness. But as soon as Hong Duke finds out that all the people need to be summoned, he immediately gets excited and thinks it's a good thing. However, this was not expected by Ms. Soroka, who was mildly surprised by this reaction coming from Hong Duka, who now addresses his people to the whole neighborhood and tells them that Sanshin of Ulsan has come to tell them some news. Immediately, the people who had just been celebrating begin to look over to where Hong Duka is standing with Lady Crow. However, as soon as the villagers realize this, they immediately rush to Sanshin of Ulsan, who is about to tell them something. And now Hong Duka and Lady Magpie are surrounded by a crowd of villagers. And Hong Duka, passing the word to Mrs. Magpie, eagerly awaits what Ulkachi is about to tell them, who, seeing people looking at her timidly, begins her story by saying that trouble is coming to this village. However, such a beginning disappoints one of the listeners, who is immediately interrupted by the person sitting next to him with a suggestion to start the story himself. Immediately, a squabble begins between the arguing villagers about who will tell the story, smoothly devolving into threats. In this case, soon between these disputants begins a frank fight, which gathers around the gawkers betting on the winner. But this confrontation is not destined to continue, as at this very moment, Hong Duka calls for silence. And that's because Hong Duke is asking everyone to listen to what Ulkachi has to say first, and then go back to what he started. And Hong Duke's words have the proper effect as everyone freezes obediently looking at the village elder. At this, Mrs. Soroka pulls herself together and starts a story about how the Scarlet Rose and Huimak should be known to everyone. And the village people immediately pick up the question, giving answers that someone either saw them or when visited them with different frequency. To which Mrs. Soroka says that, as she knows some time ago, Scarlet Rose and Huimak were destroyed by someone, and the Tokabi were deprived of life. And the next target of these unknowns will most likely be the village to which Mrs. Soroka has come with a warning. But then, as suddenly in the midst of her narrative, Mrs. Magpie notices a hand extended to her with a question, which comes from a boy who knows for a fact that Tokabi are immortal, which means they can't be destroyed. To which Mrs. Forty immediately gives the answer that for the Tokebi, the deprivation of life is equal to the inability to sing, dance, and fight. At the same time, the boy who asked the question last wants to know if it means that he can't move in the light of day, having turned into a footstool. And Mrs. Soroka is forced not only to give an affirmative answer, but also to warn that the boy will not be able to move at night. But as soon as the villagers begin to get the meaning of Mrs. Soroka's words, they immediately begin to panic for want of desire. And Mrs. Soroka, continuing to press the colors, informs that unknown people are already aiming at this village, which means that the feast should be finished. However, Hong Duka, to the end standing silent and not interfering, now wants to ask his question who still wants to take their lives. Mrs. Soroka must admit that she does not have exact information, but there is a high probability that it is the Black Tiger, the pronunciation of which makes the unshakable Hong Duka start to go into an undisguised panic, and his mood begins to shift to the other villagers who repeat a name that inspires genuine fear in them. But then, in the midst of the ongoing conversation, a woman appears who is happy to meet Ulkachi, which is about to take place. And the woman who intervenes in Mrs. Soroka's story is introduced to the latter as Hanegoma, who apologizes for interfering and reports the widely known fact that the Black Tiger is not alive. However, Ms. Soroka must make some corrections, since the rumors of Black Tiger's death are inaccurate, since many Sanshin have disappeared. Meanwhile, Hanegoma insists she's sure the Black Tiger isn't interested in the Tokabi, because he looked at her like she was a rock and walked on by. But even this argument cannot change the mind of Mrs. Soroka, who asks not to ignore her warning, and reporting that the next target of the attackers is the mountain dwellers makes both Hong Duka and Hanegoma wonder. Suddenly, Hong Duka takes the floor and asks Mrs. Soroka to look around her. After all, they as mountaineers exist only for feasts, and if the feasts are not held, there will be no sense for them. And if the Highlanders have lived with this way of life for hundreds of years, they will not stop them. Because of the danger, they are different from other Sansins. That said, it seems that Hongduka's words have convinced Mrs. Soroka, who wonders how one can believe this if she knows something. Namely, that among the Highlanders there are residents who love battles, but Mrs. Magpie is interrupted by Hongduka saying that they only reflect them. Mrs. Soroka is going to fly away and says that she will be nearby and her friend will arrive at this place as soon as possible. At the same time, Hongduka wants to know if Mrs. Soroka's friend belongs to the humans and what name he goes by. When Mrs. Soroka is already leaving, she throws the name Bottle after him, and Hongduka promises to remember it. And Mrs. Magpie has already soared high into the sky, and holding a course in a direction known only to her, begins her complete transformation into a magpie, who, seeing a block of stone ahead of her, decides to head straight for what seems to be the right place. But suddenly, Mrs. Magpie, during her flight, picks up extraneous sounds that cause her to be distracted. And these sounds belong to a group of people gathered in a clearing in the middle of the forest, led by a man sitting on a rock. And Mrs. Magpie, having stopped her movement, decides to sit on a branch of a tree near the group of people to find out who they are. After all, it seems suspicious to Ms. Soroka that people are on territory belonging to the Tokabi that is usually avoided. And besides, Mrs. Soroka clearly notes that the man who sits on the stone, even though he looks like a man, but with an unclean power. And deciding that Mrs. Soroka has unusual warriors in front of her, she decides to get close to them to hear what they are talking about. But Mrs. Magpie's plans are not destined to come true because instead of taking off, she lets out a piercing scream. Immediately, Mrs. Magpie starts howling downward from the branch on which she had just been sitting. However, at the very last moment, Mrs. Magpie manages to prevent herself from falling by grabbing a branch with her hand. At the same time, Mrs. Magpie, swinging on the branch without the possibility to fly up, does not understand what has just happened to her. And all of a sudden, the girl on the branch from wherever she came from addresses Mrs. Magpie and wants to know why she's interested in what's going on with people. Moreover, the girl Sanshin appeared, addressing Mrs. Soroka, calls her name Mrs. Ulkachi, who at this very moment, having already gained wings, is surprised to be known while claiming that these people are dangerous. And having decided that first she must escape and then look around, Mrs. Ulkachi rushes straight upwards. And the girl watching her, realizing that Mrs. Soroka thinks the land belongs to them, however, not on this day. At this, Mrs. Ulkachi, as soon as she soars into the sky, looking ahead of her again, asks herself a question to which she does not yet have an answer. For right in front of her, opening its maw from which the flames are about to burst out, is a dragon. And Mrs. Ulkachi, flying closer and closer to the dragon, wants to know what Sanshin is doing in these parts. At the same time, Sanshin in the form of a dragon is already opening his huge maw in preparation to release flames outward, and Mrs. Ulkachi, who was at an unsafe distance, not only sees this but notices the clawed paw next to her. Meanwhile, the action takes place in a village at the foot of the mountains. It was here that Wang Sai-hee, sitting at the table waiting for his meal, first learns from Seori about Yuiju in the hands of the Tokebi. However, because the village is full of people, Sori asks Wang Sai-hee not to say the word Yuju out loud. After all, according to Seo Sori, you can't talk about Yuju so loudly because there's a risk that someone will hear it, and it's better to replace the word with beads. But Wang Sei-hee is not at all happy that So Sori is talking to him with his mouth full of food since he doesn't understand what Edu and Buddha are. And besides, Sei-hee thinks there's no need to talk about important things over a meal, and besides, his money has been stolen, which affects his position. Seo Sori realizes that she's the one who did it and apologizes to Seiha, saying that she earned a few thousand liang while she was playing. But Wang Sei-hee doesn't let Seo Sori talk, forcing her to admit that she ended up spending all her money gambling. However, Seo Sori continues to eat as if nothing is wrong and wants to change Wang Sei-hee's mind, saying that everything she says is true. At this, Wang Sei can't stand it any longer, and asks Seo Sori to tell him about the beads they use to encode the word Yoiju. And so Sori begins by saying that a rat named Yang Juhong once possessed several beads, but the beads were taken away from him by the Tokabis and immediately stipulates that the rat returned the beads to their original owners. At that, Wang Sei-hee is embarrassed that Yang Juhong returned the beads, to which So Sori says there's nothing a rat can do against a Tokabi. And to summarize his story, Sori ends it by saying that the mountain Tokabis have finally gotten their beads back. But Wang Sei-hee also knows that the beads should be on the dragon, and he doesn't understand at all why the Tokabi has them. However, the answer to this question does not know Sori, but it is obvious that somewhere there is a dragon wandering around without his beads. Wang Sei-hee sees Seo Sori devouring rice balls and decides that they need to take Yuju away from the Tokabi. But such a suggestion seems silly to Sori, who thinks that Wang Sei-hee is going to have a battle with the mountain Tokabi. However, if circumstances demand it, Wang Sei-hee is willing to confront the mountain Tokabis to get the beads. But this option seems too stupid to Sori, which makes Wang Sei-hee angry because it's likely that Sori doesn't believe that he will be able to do it. At this, So Sori, noting that Wang Sei-hee is too sensitive, reports that before even the black tigers didn't dare cross the Tokabi's path. And it seems that this answer suits Wang Sei-hee, who wants to know if mountain Tokabis are really that strong. To which Seo Sori informs Wang Sei-hee that he just doesn't know how scary Tokabi can be, and asks for more Injolmi and Sujonghwa supplements. But the woman who appears apologizing informs So Sori and Wang Sei-hee that she's already closing and offers to pack up. However, So Shri regretfully remarks that the sun has not even set yet and the shop is already closing. But this news doesn't become a significant excuse to close the shop, and So Sori wants to know if it's bad luck. The shopkeeper said that on Barimnal Tokebi always organize their festivals with feasts and raffles. And it is this fact that all the villagers start coming home early, for there is an agreement that the Tokebi of the 29th day is released for people who give the Tokebi of the 15th. At the same time, Sori said that she also heard something interesting. Specifically, she witnessed some guys she didn't know fighting all night. But as soon as morning came, one of the struggling men turned into a tree, leaving his opponent standing in bewilderment. Plus, so Sori said that some old man with a big lump on his neck sang very well. At the same time, in the end, a lot of Talkbees gathered for the song, and the old man ended up getting rid of the lump and got a lot of gold. And the owner of the shop asks not to continue Sori, as she herself regretfully reports that at home, every Borimnal appeared Tokebi. Plus, she has 5 kids coming to her house asking for 1 plate of rice cakes. At the same time, the Tokebi children gave the shopkeeper 1 liang as payment, which turned into a leaf after they left. However, it's not a pity, as Sori thinks. Because it's not a pity on the Kasure, the main thing is not to bring trouble on yourself. And the woman is startled to realize that she has not noticed how dark it has gotten. And deciding to leave to wrap up the rice cakes, Suri and Wan Sehi, the shopkeeper notices a child in front of her, who, handing the shopkeeper 1 liang, asks for a plate of rice cakes. At this, the shopkeeper, trying to get away from the Tokebi child, realizes that he has arrived. But so Sori, having the opposite reaction of being mortified at how sweet the child is, invites him to the table. And the Tokebi child standing in the doorway of the shop deciding whether to follow the invitation or remain standing where he was. And Sori, seeing the confusion the child is in, asks him not to be afraid of her, who promises not to eat him. Meanwhile, Wang Sehi takes the rice cakes from Sori and holds them out to the child to see if he wants to eat. To which the child still hesitates to take his hungry eyes off the rice cakes, so generously offered to him by Wang Sehi, who asks the Tokebi child to sit next to them in parallel, asking the shopkeeper to give another plate of cakes. And the Tokebi baby finally gives up, finally accepting the invitation, and starts gorging on rice cookies. And Wang Sehi, in turn, satisfied with his deed, begins to ask what the child's name is and where he came from. That being said, so Sori, as soon as he hears the kid's name is Keijinibi, trying to mock him with his torn mouth, learns that it's properly broken. And Wan Sehi, continuing to chase his stick, keeps asking, Keijinibi, will there be a Tokebi festival today? A shopkeeper with a tray of rice cookies is surprised to hear that her customers are invited to the festival. And the Tokebi kid gets a tray of rice cookies from Wang Sehi without saying a word, which makes the kid drool. That said, the Tokebaby is about to pounce on a nearby tray of rice cookies right now, which immediately disappears from the sight of the Tokebaby with a deft move by Wang Sehi, who is about to set the stipulation. Namely that Wang Sehi, in exchange for rice cookies, asks a Tokebi child to take him to a festival where everyone is not allowed, to which the child Tokebi informs that they come to people's festivals, and therefore people can come to the festival to the Tokebi. And Wang Sehi, having received the answer to his question holding out a plate of rice cookies, asks the Tokebi child to escort them out, who, as soon as night falls, sells out for a plate of rice cookies, and starts escorting his benefactors to the festival. With that, so Sori looks around and doesn't notice the stranger sitting on a tree branch, and wants to know how much further to go. And then in front of Wan Sehi, who was walking in front of him, the same Tokebi who was sitting on a branch with a huge mouth and 1 eye appeared upside down. However, no matter how hard Tokebi tries to scare Wang Sehi, the latter's face is rather perplexed by what he sees. And the next thing Wan Sehi does is walk past the upside-down hanging Tokebi to announce that they've arrived. And the Tokebi hanging upside down, staring at the departing Wang Sehi, wants to know why this man is so boring, and his pondering continues until So Shri suddenly starts screaming right above his head. At the same time, the recently hanging upside-down Tokebi immediately falls out of the tree and hits the ground out of fear and surprise. To which So Sori, hearing that Tokebi wants to know who she is, only calls him an incredible wimp. And looking at Tokebi with his shining eyes, wondering if he calls it bullying or not, So Sori, seeing that his prank is making an impression, decides to teach him real pranks. And Tokebi, looking at So Sori with incomprehensible eyes, can't understand what the person standing in front of him is talking about. Wang Sehi asks, so Sori not to teach the Tokebi strange things, but that doesn't stop the girl from thinking that not knowing how to prank is a failure. Suddenly, So Sori's conversation with the still uncomprehending Tokebi is interrupted by the sound of stomping feet. And the resulting group of Tokebi kids now want to know who So Sori and Wang Sehi are so they can teach the Tokebi kids how to prank. And since neither So Sori nor Wang Sehi have the right to do so, they must be punished immediately. But So Sori is not frightened by this, but on the contrary, he is very pleased with Wang Sehi's words about the appearance of 5 babies during the full moon. At that, the little Tokebabies switch to the 5th of them, whom they call Toothless, and want to know if he bought rice cakes. The child who came with Sori and Wang Sehi says that the purchase has not been made yet, but it will be made any minute now. However, this answer doesn't satisfy his comrades who want to know why Toothless hasn't done it yet and call him a coward. And now it's starting to get out in all ears this shameful word for a toothless man who is trying to give an explanation for it. And besides, the toothless one with a plate of rice cakes near his face wants to prove to his comrades that he is not a coward. And Wang Sehi, seeing that the Tokebi children are very eager to eat rice cakes, immediately offers them in exchange if they will guide them to the mountain pass. And Tokebi children, seeing a mountain of rice cakes in front of them, start drooling, mesmerized looking at the delicacy. And Van Sehi, talking about Toothless, would buy such promises to give the kids everything if they show them the mountain pass. However, one of the Tokubi children, who previously kept his word by wiping drool and silencing other comrades, says that this should not be done. But Wang Sehee doesn't stop that and continues to bend his line, saying he is aware that people can get into the celebration. At the same time, the chief of the Tokubi kids insists to Wang Sehee that if such a boring person comes to the party, he will ruin the atmosphere. Wang Sehee can't believe that he's been given such an offensive definition, and Sayosori laughs. And instead of putting the rice cake roll in the hands of the Tokubi children, Wang Sehee simply throws it on the ground. And the next thing Wang Sehee does is pull out his battle weapon and threaten the Tokubi children with it. Wang Sehee explains that he is thus forced to use force to get the children to accompany them to the mountain pass. And the Tokubi children are startled as they stare at Wang Sehee's battle weapon, from which black energy begins to radiate. But just as Wang Sehee is about to use her threat on the children, as a sudden loud laugh from outside interrupts her. And so Sori, addressing the Tokubi kids, can't believe that people like them can talk about fun. After all, what makes a person feel fear brings joy to Tokubi and people who heard the stories, respectively, amusement. And all of these things put together call a Tokubi prank, and that's exactly what the Tokubi babies need to hear. Who, even after forgetting about the rice cakes, continue to stare at So Sori performing in front of them, mesmerized and mesmerized, which in turn, to the surprise of Wang Sehee, invites the Tokubi kids to come closer to show them the basics. And the little Tokubis, oblivious to the threats of Wang Sehee and his fearsome weapons, rush past him to Suri, who now towering amongst the Tokubabies surrounding her, decides that the moment has come to begin. And for her example, So Sori opts for a small pebble that just lies near her feet. Oh, as soon as Sori picks up a small pebble from the ground, he immediately starts yelling all over the neighborhood. Sori, seeing that this stone is also a Tokubi, apologizes to him, and when asked what his name is, he learns that his name is Toldol, and deciding to continue Sori addressing the kids says that if Toldol kicks a man, he will fly quite far away. But there is another option. For example, if you don't notice Toldol and step on it wrong, even an 8-pound man will fall. And Wang Sehee, all the while standing not far from Sori and listening to her narration, doesn't understand what kind of nonsense she's talking about. But then when Sehee's gaze falls on the other Tokubis around him, who decide to watch the performance by So Sori, who has already gathered an impressive crowd of Tokubis in front of her and continues to raspy before them, actively gesticulating with her hands. But at the same time, Wang Sehee, standing not far away from Sori, starts to pick up some foreign sounds. And these extraneous sounds cause Wang Sehee to look away from So Sori's story and switch to their source, which is just behind Wang Sehee's back in the thick of the forest that is illuminated by blue flashes. And their feast becomes a feast in full swing, which is organized by mountain Tokubi. And these mountain Tokubis take musical instruments to play music and dance to it around the fire. And Hong Duka, sitting among the mountain Tokubi, is enjoying the festivities with his own kind. Suddenly, just as Hong Duki is about to enjoy his drink, Wang Sehee appears in front of him, holding his battle weapon at the ready. Although Hong Duka pretends not to notice the uninvited guest, he opens his eyes to meet the stranger. And Wang Sehee, in turn, not even hiding his infusion of Black Tiger energy, keeps his battle weapon at the ready. At that, Hong Duka, looking straight into Wang Sehee's face, wants to know what the Black Tiger forgot at the Tokubi festival. And as soon as the name Black Tiger was uttered by Hong Duka, it immediately begins to spread through the mouths of the other Tokubi. Wang Sehee tells Hong Duka that he has come to the Tokubi festival to take Yuiju away. But if that's all it is, then Wang Sehee has no business being at a Tokubi party where Yuiju isn't present. However, this answer absolutely displeases VPN Sehee, who demands an answer as to where Yuiju is. To which Hong Duka is brave enough to say that he will never tell where Yuiju is. And such a reckless prank on Wang Sehee's mind is really starting to piss him off. With that, the Black Tiger's energy begins to emerge from Wang Sehee's battle weapon with no-nonsense force. In front of him is now not one Hong Duka, but two muscle-bound Tokubi. At the same time, Hong Duka asks Wang Sehee not to take things lightly because even though he's a Black Tiger, he can't handle a Tokubi. However, Wang Sehee tells Hong Duka that he has no intention of confronting the Tokubi right now and needs to know where Yuiju is. To which Hong Duka, looking straight into the eyes of the Black Tiger, wants to know how he will act if he doesn't get the information he is interested in. Wang Sehee tells Hong Duka with 100% certainty that otherwise there will be a battle between him and the Tokubi. But then a Lady Tokubi appears in Wang Sehee's path, interrupting his conversation with Hong Duka, displeased with Black Tiger's tone. And since that's the case, she'll be the one to teach Black Tiger manners by asking him to show his strength. But Wang Sehee, now addressing the Tokubi girl seriously to her, states that he is not showing his strength. It just does to all who stand in its way what eventually devours everything without a trace. And as soon as Wang Sehee utters her threat to the Tokubi, Paper Girl launches her attack tactics. Since the Paper Girl Tokubi, continuing to multiply, creating a roundelay, believes that Wang Sehee, in which the Black Tiger's energy is very self-confident. At the same time, Wang Sehee is on the alert, trying not to lose sight of the Paper Girl Tokubi spinning around him, which, forming a large number of clones, imprisons Wang Sehee in a circle without giving him the right to escape. However, Wang Sehee, though confused by the large number of Paper Girl Tokubi clones, still tries to keep the situation under control. And the Paper Girl Tokubi, in turn gaining already considerable speed around Wang Sehee, tries to confuse him. But Wang Sehee is not so simple and tries to keep his guard up in case the paper girl Tokabi attacks. And in order to stop these games, Wang Seihi starts waving his battle weapon around, driving away the Tokabi clones. But for all that, Wang Seihi only catches a glimpse of the true Tokabi that is just behind his back. And it's getting to the point where Wang Seihi continues to wait for the incoming strikes, which at this very moment hits the very spot where Wang Seihi was just now. But Wang Seihi manages to dodge it and is left to contemplate how where he just stood is now a large dent. In this case, the paper girl Takabi, standing next to her comrades, gives her verdict that the Black Tiger is definitely in front of them. However, this time the Black Tiger will have to evade all the Tokabi attacks, and if he wants to keep his life, he must surrender. But Wang Seihi, instead of taking the advice of the paper girl Takabi, points his battle weapon in their direction. At this moment, Wang Seihi, who thinks that the above should belong to him, asks about Yeoju once again. However, Paper Girl Tokabi, seeing that Black Tiger is not going to make concessions, realizes that a conversation between them will not work. Which means there's only one thing left, and that's the coming attack from Wang Seihi, which contains the energy of the Black Tiger. And in this way, Wang Seihi, holding his battle weapons at the ready, becomes the center of the militant Tokabi. And since things are as follows, Wang Seihi is also not going to give in, and is preparing to repel the attack of his opponents. But at that very moment, a voice belonging to Sori behind the Tokabi asks them to disperse to clear the way. And now Sori, standing next to Wang Seihi, wants to know why there's a confrontation wherever he appears. While switching to the identity of Hongduka, Sori asks him to come out to her as soon as possible in an orderly tone. However, at this very moment, the paper girl Tokabi takes over, who turns to Sori and wants to know who she is. But the paper girl Tokabi, wanting an answer to her question, in no way expects this reaction from Sori, who stares at her absent-mindedly. It's because Sori recognizes the paper girl Tokabi as the last work of artist Choi Seong-chan, who took his own life. That said, if Choi Seong-chan were to see the behavior of his creation now, he would clearly be disappointed beyond a shadow of a doubt. And then interrupting the conversation between Sori and the paper girl Tokabi, Hongduka himself appears, who recognizes in the arrived girl Sori wants to know how and why she was in the land of Mountain Tokabi. Sori avoids a direct answer and asks Hongduke to stop confronting Wang Seihi, who has other goals in mind. However, Sori's words don't change Hongduke's mind, who believes that the Black Tiger himself is in front of him, devouring the Sanshin. At that, Sori asks Hongduke not to worry about it anymore since he knows that Yuiju doesn't need the Tokibi, and asks him to just give them to Wang Seihi. To which Hongduka reiterates his earlier words that the Mountain Tokabi don't have them, despite the fact that they were the ones who once took them. And the absence of Yuiju from the Mountain Tokabi is explained by the fact that once the Tokabi had already made a deal with the people and gave them Yuiju. At the same time, Sori doesn't believe his ears, but still wants to know for sure if Yoju's Tokebi was exchanged for something useless. But as soon as Sori hears Hongduke's doubts about the answer, she immediately hurls insults at him. Hongduke laughingly tells Sori that he was only joking, and that the lady herself might fall for such a trick. And Sori, seeing that she's becoming a laughingstock in the Mountain Tokabi circle, can't believe that she's being made fun of by such a silly trash from society. At the same time, Hongduka believes that it is the person who is being made fun of who is stupid, and that is the main rule in jokes. However, Sori can't accept the fact that Hongduka dares to joke about the nine-tailed fox so stupidly. And Hongduke, seeing that the situation is starting to heat up, tells Sori that he has traded Yuju for the Emperor's sword. To which Sori is now coming to his senses from what he heard, looking at Hongduke with surprise. After all, everyone knows that when Donghae was an empire before the division into two parts, there was a sword that only the emperor could wield. And to this day, there is a legend that the emperor's sword was possessed by the spirit of a woman in love with him, who was deprived of life by this sword. That said, Sori continuing to hold Hongduka by the beard thinks it's an appropriate deal, but why would Tokebi need a sword? Hongduka says that among the Tokebi, there are those who want a good blade and they don't need Yuiju. And now it seems that this answer suits Sori, who when asked who the new owner of Yoju is, finds out that it's Joe Gebben. Wang Seihi, who also witnesses the conversation, cannot believe that the official's name is familiar to him. After all, if this is the man Wang Seihi thinks he is, Cho Gebben has more power than the king himself. And this information plays into the hands of Sori, who believes that because of his fame, Cho Gebben will be easy to find. But that's not all Hongduke Sori has to say, because he feels it's his duty to warn the nine-tailed fox. It's because Hongduke didn't know at the time of the deal that Cho Gebben already owns the other half of Yuju. And this revelation by Hongduke shocks Sori, who realizes that Joe Gebben is not a simple man. But this statement in no way intimidates Wang Seihi, who openly begins to scoff. At the same time, Hongduke, seeing that his story has amused Wang Seihi, wants to know which of the things he said could have amused the Black Tiger. To which Wang Seihi, without losing his cheerful attitude in turn, asks that isn't everything working out well. After all, Wang Seihi will not need to look for a second half later on since he will take the whole Yuju from Joe Gebben. And the statement from Wang Seihi is extremely puzzling to everyone present, including Sori and Hongduke, who in turn addressing. Sori claims that Wang Seihi looks overwhelmed with greed right now. Sori, who is about to follow Wang Seihi, thinks that she should warn Hongduke because it's a difficult time for the Tokebi. As soon as Sori finishes her speech, she immediately rushes after Wang Se-hee, leaving Hong Duke in a puzzled state. After all, he can't understand why, and Sori warns the Tokebi of impending trouble. But the paper girl Tokebi thinks that since dawn is approaching, nothing should happen, and Hong Duke agrees. Meanwhile, a lonely Tokebi traveler looking at the moon regretfully realizes how much he misses his broom. After all, it is now in the midst of the mountain Tokebi celebrations, and he is far away from them, which means he needs to hurry. At the same time, the Tokebi looking at the wooden sword realizes that ever since he entered the battle, there has been no better man wielding that sword. And as soon as the celebration of the mountain Tokebi is over, the wanderer makes a promise to himself that he will definitely search for him. Meanwhile, Sori and Wang Se-hee are stationed near the village, plotting their next course of action. At the same time, Sori clearly notes that because of the full moon, there are no lights burning in any of the houses in the village. But seeing that Wang Se-hee not supporting her conversation made a fire getting ready for bed, very surprised by this. Because Wang Se-hee is usually very active at night, so there's a good chance he's got something going on. But Wang Se-hee, like last time, does not dignify Sori with any response, not wanting to keep the conversation going. And so Sori, taking the lead in the conversation, thinks that because of the long journey ahead, Wang Se-hee wants to go down for a horse the next day. However, Wang Se-hee again decides to remain silent, and so Sori sits down next to him without getting any answer to his question. But Wang Se-hee's reticence and his pensive facial expression puzzles Sori to some extent, who makes a new attempt at interaction and believes that Wang Se-hee is avenging something. All the while, Wang Se-hee pretended not to hear Sori and wanted to know what the nine-tailed vixen meant by what he said. Who, returning to their long-ago conversation, wants to know the reason for Wang Se-hee's hunt for the Sanchin and whether it coincides with the Black Tiger. To which Wang Se-hee in turn wants to know from Sori if she really knows the reason for Black Tiger's hunt for the Sanchin. And Sori, who's giving Wang Se-hee the benefit of the doubt, decides to show him something. And for that, Sori informs Wang Se-hee that she met Black Tiger earlier and exposes her shoulder. And by doing so puts Wang Se-hee in an extremely awkward position, forcing him out of balance. While still doing what she wants, Sori shows Wang Se-hee the scars left by the Black Tiger on her body. And Wang Se-hee, looking at the Black Tiger's marks, can't believe that Sori could ever stand up to him. To which Sori says that although the Black Tiger was never her equal in strength, it still decided to attack the nine-tailed fox once. With which the Black Tiger confronted for about 2 days, and as a result of which, Sori almost lost her life after receiving this wound on her body. And once Wang Se-hee learns that at that moment Black Tiger possessed Yuju, he wants to know the details, eventually bringing everything down. That being said, Sori once told Wang Se-hee her secret wants to know how Wang Se-hee knows Black Tiger and why he has his power. To which Wang Se-hee once again chooses to remain silent without giving any answer at all to the question. Sori asked, who also tells Wang Se-hee that when she was treating him for poisoning, he kept repeating Blue Waters is where the fencing academy is located. And Sori, seeing that Wang Se-hee once again decides to remain silent, continues to say that the Blue Water Academy was created for Sanchin guards. But Wang Se-hee, listening intently to the speculation and common knowledge from Sori's mouth, continues to remain silent. In doing so, Sori, seeing that she is hitting the target, must now learn how the Blue Waters native is destroying the Sanchin instead of protecting them. However, Wang Se-hee, instead of keeping the conversation going, holds out the pastries he saved to Sori, which Sori immediately pounces on, knocking the package containing the pastries out of Wang Se-hee's hands. And while enjoying her meal, Sori wants to know why Wang Se-hee is treating her to these pastries. Wang Se-hee immediately says that he realized that when Sori eats, she doesn't talk, and that Se-hee has some pies for that. And Sori, hearing that Wang Se-hee has figured her out, can't understand how he could have gotten to know her so well in such a short period of time. At the same time, Wang Se-hee, thinking that he had put an end to the unpleasant conversation, prepared for the night. And so Sori notices that as soon as the makeshift bed was prepared by Wang Se-hee, he immediately rolls off to the side. And Sori finishes the last pie and, licking his fingers, begins to think over his plan of further actions. Wang Se-hee unsuspectingly continues to lie there with his eyes closed, trying to sleep. But then something causes Wang Se-hee to wake up to find out what's wrong, and what caused him to open his eyes. And the reason for that is because Sori decided to follow Wang Se-hee's example and lay down next to him. At the same time, Wang Se-hee has finally come to his senses and wants to know what Sori is doing, who offers Wang Se-hee a conversation. Who seems to decide to support the proposal, but in the event that Sori moves away from him. However, Sori is of a different opinion, because if they stay in this position, she will be able to better convey her message to Wang Se-hee. After all, even if Sori can't see what's going on in Wang Se-hee's heart right now, he's trying his best to do the impossible. And besides, Bodil also said last time they met that Wang Se-hee wasn't always like this and was trying to be someone he wasn't. And continuing his monologue, Sori finally reveals his hunch that something obviously bad happened to Wang Se-hee recently. In doing so, Sori doesn't even realize that he's getting to the heart of the problem, causing Wang Se-hee to be surprised. Who, in an effort to keep the situation as non-threatening as possible, tells Sori that he most likely met her along the way. But hearing that Sori is trying to get the conversation back on track, Wang Se-hee wants to know why Sori thinks this way and no other way. Who lists all of Wang Se-hee's aggravating emotions and asks him not to worry too much and not to lose himself, or he won't get anywhere. Instead of agreeing with Sosori, Wang Sai-hee warns that if she doesn't move away, he will take her life. However, Sosori, not taking the threat to her seriously shifting to laughter, wants to know if Sei-hee didn't like lying down like that. But this inappropriate joke pisses off Wang Sei-hee, who wasn't kidding when he talked about his threat to the nine-tailed fox, who miraculously dodges the blow of Wang Sei-hee's battle sword as it slices through the night air. At this, Wang Sei-hee is not on the fritz, really grabbing his battle weapon, ready to attack Sori, who lands on the opposite side of Wang Sei-hee. Can't believe he really wanted to destroy Sori. Wang Sei-hee, still in an attacking stance, warns Sosori again that if she uses her power, he will follow her. However, Sosori, picking himself up, still mocked Wang Sei-hee to report that he was extremely careless with her this time. And instantly switching to something else, Sori is already starting to think about his next actions. At this, Soy does not hesitate to jump off the ground and start jumping on the branches. And once Sori finds a safe place for her to rest, she recognizes that her current lodging is just as good. And Wang Sai-hee has no choice but to silently stare at Sosori, who reports that the lights of the Tokebi can be seen from her seat. Wang Sei-hee, not wanting to hear Sosori's voice anymore, throws himself onto the pillow to fall into a deep sleep. But the thoughts in his head don't give Wang Sei-hee any rest, depriving him of any sleep he was ready for earlier. It's because the recent memory of Sosori snuggling up to him pops into Wang Sei-hee's mind, who is trying with all his might to drive them away by twirling his head from side to side with all his might. After all, Wang Sei-hee can't give in to temptation, as he is determined to set aside human emotions for himself. And Wang Sei-hee, feeling that it's getting harder each time to resist Sosori's attention, recognizes his weakness. And when Wang Sei-hee confronted Bodil, he was also weak despite the latter's innate abilities. At the same time, Wang Sei-hee lost to Bodil without even considering that he contained the energy of the Black Tiger. So, to prevent this from happening again, Wang Sei-hee needs more Sanshin, and he should definitely find Yeoju. Meanwhile, another man of another army looking at the moon patiently bides his time, looking at the lights of the celebrating Tokubes. And not only is this man awake, but his entire army, which follows the orders of its leader, is in full readiness. For as soon as their leader is given the signal, they will immediately begin their invasion of the mountain Tokebi territory. Meanwhile, the mountain Tokebis unsuspectingly continue the celebration gathered around the fire. At this, one of the Tokebi children tells those around him how Black Tiger was at first surprised by Toothless' antics and then fainted. And it was for this reason that the Black Tiger did not come to the forest by himself, but was dragged here by Toothless because he was unconscious. But Toothless, being present at this deception, tries his best to prove that it is not true, as he only showed the way for rice cakes. And besides, Hongduka seems to believe that Toothless was so able to play a joke on the nine-tailed fox that it got scared and ran away to the distant mountains. However, in fact, this statement is also an outright lie, and Toothless doesn't understand why, and Hongduka believes it. And Hongduka, seeing Toothless very upset by this conversation, tries to calm him down and send him to bed since it's too late. So Toothless has no choice but to take Mr. Hongduka's advice, which he willingly agrees to. But suddenly Toothless's attention shifts to what he sees in the sky, and thus asks Mr. Hongduka a question. And in the night sky at this very moment, fiery flashes surrounded by an aura of light begin to appear. Even though Mr. Hongduka finds this phenomenon suspicious, the rest of the Tokebi admire their beauty. And then Mr. Hongduka's memory begins to recall the warnings coming first from Lady Magpie and then from the nine-tailed fox. And as soon as Mr. Hongduka begins to realize the approaching danger, he immediately orders his people to flee as quickly as possible. But it's too late, and the night sky is already illuminated by flashes of fire sending their rays all around. And as soon as the rays begin to touch all the mountain Tokebi, who have not had time to take cover from the enemy, they begin to cause great pain. In addition, these rays paralyze the bodies of the mountain Tokebi, preventing them from moving. Suddenly, explosions form in the very places where the mountain Tokebis had just been. And at the site of the explosions, instead of mountain Tokebis, there are now objects that the mountain Tokebis turned into. And the paper girl Tokebi, who sees this transformation, asks Hongduka about it and learns that this is what the Sanshins warned them about. At the same time, Toothless, who has been near Mr. Hongduka all this time, admits that he is very scared of what he has seen. To which Mr. Hongduka, ignoring Toothless's sobs, only sums it up by saying that their enemies are already here. And indeed, in the clearing where the mountain Tokebis had just been celebrating, armed men under their leader appear, who doesn't hesitate to order his subordinates to spread out all over the neighborhood. In this case, all the armed soldiers should do is follow the orders that will come from their elder. And Toothless, hiding in Mr. Hongduka's beard looking at the chief, doesn't understand why he doesn't look like a human or a ghost. And then the one that instills fear into the already terrified Toothless starts grabbing the hilt of his battle weapon. The next thing the leader of the squad does is to point his battle weapon at Hongduka K to find out where Yeoju is. But Mr. Hongduka does not have time to give an answer, as at that very moment, a paper girl Tokebi rushes at the leader of the squad, who, about to strike at the uninvited guest, orders him to stand where he is now. But the paper girl Tokebi misses, and instead of defeating the uninvited guest herself, falls under the tip of his battle weapon. And now in front of the already scared to death Toothless instead of the Tokebi girl who just flew in, there are scraps. With Toothless seeing all of this, he realizes that his sister is no longer around with the rest of the mountain Tokebis. And the squad leader doesn't even look at the aftermath of his Tokebi strike, and continues to bring his battle weapon to bear on Hongduka. In addition, the leader of the armed group now wants to know if Mr. Hong Duk-K really understood the seriousness of his intentions. And Hong Duka, ignoring the threat of the uninvited guest, only notices that he is using displacement magic in such a wide space. At the same time, the leader of the armed squad says that he can change it to annihilating at any time and demands Yuju. To which Mr. Hong Duka asks to make a deal that the enemy will retreat as soon as he gets the information. And the leader of the armed squad continues to keep an eye on Mr. Hong Duka and makes him his promise. And Mr. Hong Duka, satisfied with the promise, says that Yoju is at Chogabong's place, but the uninvited guest doesn't believe it. Mr. Hong Duka tells him that the Takaibi can't lie and asks him to let his men go. And it seems that the leader of the armed detachment is satisfied with the answer received and gives orders to his men. But to Mr. Hong Duka's surprise, instead of letting go of the mountain Takibi, the uninvited guest clenches his hand into a fist. And waiting for their leader's orders, the armed men begin to stomp their feet on the objects that the mountain Tokbis had previously turned into. And the destruction of the objects that the Takabi have turned into continues until every single one of them has been smashed and destroyed. And Mr. Hong Duka, who has watched the extermination of his people, demands an explanation for these actions from the uninvited guest. For if one believed the earlier promise made by the leader of the armed men, he was to let the mountain Takabi go. But the leader of the mountain men, continuing to keep Mr. Hong Duka on guard, says he lied. To which Mr. Hong Duka, not wanting to believe his eyes and ears, wants to know why his enemy does not fear the god of heaven and earth. But it seems that such a warning is beginning to amuse the leader of the armed squad. Because even if the god of the earth and sky actually existed, he would be an excellent prey for the leader of an armed squad. And this statement offends Mr. Hong Duka so much that he uses his power to threaten him. As soon as Mr. Hong Duka finishes his preparations, he turns to his god, asking him to wake up. And then stone blocks begin to grow in the way of Mr. Hong Duke's, leading Mr. Hong Duke to the uninvited guest. And the next thing Mr. Hong Duka does is clap his hands with all his might. And now the huge tentacles formed from Mr. Hong Duka's hair and beard were beginning to rise up. And each of the tentacles, as soon as it lifts into the sky, locks into a ring of lights floating in the air. And Toothless, who has been hiding in Mr. Hong Duka's beard all this time, suddenly pays attention to his body, which becomes light. With that, Mr. Hong Duka, turning to Toothless, run off to find the nine-tailed fox and ask for her help. And Toothless is already off the ground for the last time looking at Mr. Hong Duka and promises to bring the nine-tailed fox. And Mr. Hong Duka, as he watches the ghosts of the surviving Tokebi depart, hopes that they will all survive. Suddenly, the leader of the armed group appeared from behind and swung at Mr. Hong Duka, who, when he hears from his enemy that he has to take care of himself, realizes his end is coming. And this end is very near, as at this very moment, the leader of the armed squad strikes at Mr. Hong Duka, who, looking at his enemy for the last time, can't believe how this could have happened to him. And the leader of the armed detachment continues to stand in his place, only indifferently looking at what has been done. Where Mr. Hong Duka had just stood, there was now a smoking wooden stick, and Toothless, who is now just a floating cloud and seeing what happened to Mr. Hong Duka, does not believe what happened. Suddenly, Bezabik's attention shifts upwards, causing the Takabi to be startled. Because at that very moment, a huge sky-flying dragon appears in the path of Toothless, floating in the air, who has already opened his fire-breathing mouth and thinks that Toothless is counting in vain to escape from Neural Myra. After all, a huge dragon opening its huge maw is already preparing to devour the Tokebi Toothless, who has become in his way. In the meantime, Seosori and Wang Se-hee get caught in the pouring rain and get wet and decide to hide in the roots of a huge tree. And all the while in the shelter, Sori resents the fact that the rain coming down has interfered with her beauty sleep. Wang Se-hee, who hasn't said a word yet, decides to find out if Seosori is alright, saying she's a little cold. But that's not what Wang Se-hee is referring to at all. Instead, he recalls the moment he pulled out his battle weapon. However, Seosori can't find the words to reply, but only watches what Wang Se-hee is going to do next, who, in consideration of Seosori's earlier words, decides to give her his outerwear. And as soon as Wang Se-hee finishes with that, he immediately holds out his outerwear to Sori. And Seosori can't believe his eyes and wants to know why Wang Se-hee has become so caring, but he's only thinking of himself now. At the same time, Seosori realizes what's going on and decides to play a joke on Wang Se-hee, saying that she thought he wouldn't care even if she wasn't wearing any clothes. However, this statement is starting to piss off Wang Se-hee, who is already shouting, forcing Seosori to wear the proposed item. But suddenly Seosori, who had just agreed to take the thing, notices that they are not alone in the clearing, as heading towards them, ignoring the rain, is that little toke baby named Toothless. Suddenly, Toothless slips and falls straight to the wet ground before reaching Seosori and Wang Se-hee. So Sori leaves Wang Se-hee to rush to the aid of the baby Toothless, who continues to lie on the ground. That said, once Sori reaches the exhausted Tokebi baby, she wants to know if he's okay and what happened. And little Toothless continues to lie in the rain and informs Sori that everyone is dead, including Mr. Hong Duka and his little sister. At that, Wang Se-hee, who came up from behind and heard Sori and baby Toothless talking, wants to know who could have done it. But Toothless, continuing to cry, can't string a single word together, only mentioning the man with the sword and the shaman. However, Wang Se-hee, seeing that Toothless is feeling very bad, asks him not to say anything, and to take shelter from the rain as soon as possible. And little Toothless, sensing that his end is coming, says only that he's only recently learned to be a real prankster. And before he could speak, Toothless shattered into tiny pieces in the hands of Wang Se-hee, who was leaning over him. At that, Wang Seihe regretfully looks at his hand and realizes that Toothless is no longer in this world. Suddenly, Wang Seihe's attention turns to his battle weapon, which begins to emit Black Tiger energy. And this is all because So Sori decides to reincarnate and use his power as a nine-tailed fox, since she just doesn't understand how such a scoundrel who created all this horror with the mountain tokubis could just make her his enemy. And no longer paying attention to Wang Seihe, Sori rushes to the very place where the mountain Takabi festivities had just recently taken place, and Wang Seihe is left alone to watch the nine-tailed fox move with lightning speed. Still, Wang Seihe decides to look at the hand in which the completely exhausted and then cracked Toothless lay, from which the only thing left as a memory is a piece of plate that shattered. And Wang Seihe decides to keep this piece as a reminder that there was once a Toothless that needs to be avenged. The next thing Wang Seihe decides to do using the Black Tiger's energy is to go after So Sori. After all, it now seems that Wang Seihe is now serious about getting to the bottom of this case and ending whoever took the Tokebi's life. And not wanting to stay in their place of shelter from the rain any longer, Wang Seihui wasps rushed out with all speed. Meanwhile, Tokebi Sarabi, arriving at the supposed site of the Tokebi celebration, sees only devastation. Immediately, Saribi's memories begin to flash back to his encounter with the mountain Tokebi, who are genuinely happy to see him. But now only the broken and charred remains of the Tokebi are in place of the Saribi siblings. And then in Saribi's mind, the voices of the Tokebi reappear, asking him to teach him how to resist. However, now where the Saribi people should stand lie the unrecoverable remnants of them. At the same time, Saribi remembers how Hongduka laughs at him and wants to know if he's gotten better at pranks, but his sister suggests a competition. But no more Tokebi Saribi will be able to meet his fellow mountain Tokebi, neither Mr. Hongduka nor his sister Paper Girl. For now, instead of them, Saribi is staring at the lifeless remains of the once great leader and the girl from the painting. And Tokebi Saribi can't even guess who could do such a thing to the harmless mountain Tokebi people, as suddenly Tokebi Saribi's gaze begins to pick up some movement catching his attention. And the first thing that Tokebi Saribi expects to see is his enemy coming to the scene of the robbery. Which means Tokebi Saribi needs to prepare to be ready to fight back and avenge his people. And clutching his wooden sword as tightly as possible, Saribi decides to head to where the noise is coming from. Meanwhile, Wang Seihe flies from tree to tree, surveying the area where the massacre of Mountain Tokebi took place. But something causes Wang Seihe to be distracted from his venture and turn his attention to the extraneous noise. And then Wang Seihe takes one look and notices the armed Tokebi Saribi staring at him point blank. At that, Wang Seihe decides to come down to earth to find out if Saribi was there the last time they met. And Tokebi Saribi, ignoring the question asked to him in turn, can't believe that Wang Seihe is in front of him. However, it seems that it's not the mere appearance of Wang Seihe that makes Tokebi Saribi come to a standstill, and what's in the hands of Wang Seihe, who doesn't quite know what Tokebi Saribi means by that. And deciding to satisfy the curiosity of Tokebi Saribi, Wang Seihe unclenches a fist containing a shard belonging to Toothless. That being said, Wang Seihe, looking at what he is left to remember from Toothless, doesn't understand what Saribi needs. Who's already changing from grace to anger, can't believe it's the rest of the baby he thinks he's got. After all, Tokebi Saribi is now 100% sure that this shard belongs to little Toothless. At that, Wang Seihe, determined to keep the shard for himself, only nods affirmatively at Saribi's Tokebi's guess. Who now wants to know for sure if it was Wang Seihe who massacred all the mountain Tokebi? However, Wang Seihe continued to stare at the fist in which the memory of Toothless now rested, only remaining silent in response. At that, Wang Seihe finds nothing else to do but tell Tokebi Saribi that he could do that to anyone who comes his way. But Tokebi Saribi doesn't understand what Wang Seihe is trying to say and asks him to tell him the truth. At the same time, Wang Seihe thinks that everything is clear, because if Toothless and Hongduke were beneficial to him, he would have absorbed them. And it seems that this statement by Wang Seihe was the last straw in the already intense grief of Tokebi Saribi, who can't hold back any longer in front of Wang Seihe breaks his wooden weapon. After all, Tokebi Saribi thinks he gave Wang Seihe a chance to justify his actions, but now things will be different. And now it's Tokebi Saribi's turn to pick up a real battle weapon, which he immediately pulls out of its sheath. And all because this time Tokebi Saribi intends to confront Wang Seihe using real battle weapons. But Wang Seihe doesn't quite know what that means, because can a Tokebi really wield a real battle weapon? And to Wang Seihe's question whether Tokebi Saribi has a teacher, the latter replies that there is none. However, in Tokebi Saribi's life, there was still someone he wanted to call his teacher. And it all starts the moment Saribi realizes he's a Tokebi. A man appears in front of him. And that man's name is Shin Mengi, for whom Saribi was no more than a broomstick. However, even when Shin Mengi saw Saribi's transformation into a Tokebi, he didn't react in any way and only offered his occupation. And it wasn't just a skill, but it was like a special dance that only a person with martial prowess could do. Moreover, Master Shin Menga's movements were so beautiful that Saribi was even speechless when he looked at him. And so it went on day after day until at some point Saribi's Tokebi began to repeat his movements. And Master Shin Menga only silently watched sitting opposite the now Tokebi Saribi's Tokebi dance, who continued practicing every day trying to imitate the still just sitting and watching Shinmong. And so after some time through a great number of nights, Tokebi Saribi was able to repeat Master Shin Menga's dance. That being said, the very day Saribi was able to replicate Shin Menga's dance, he replicated his moves exactly to the last. And so, unable Unable to believe his joy and expecting praise from his master, Shin Menge Tokubi Saribi turns his gaze to him. But Master Shin Menge, still continuing to sit from his observation seat, no longer looks at his apprentice Saribi. Slowly begins to lean on his side, threatening an impending fall and no longer showing any reaction to what is happening. And Tokebi Saribi is horrified to realize that his teacher, who had just been watching him, has breathlessly fallen. At the same time, Tokebi Saribi decides to rush to the aid of her teacher, Master Shin Menge. He was already lying there without any signs of life, and Saribi, who was leaning over him, did not understand the cause of his death until the last moment. And Master Shin Menge just lay there with a frozen smile on his face that Tokebi Saribi had been looking at all night, and thus ended the life of Master Shin Menge. And then Tokebi Saribi immediately realized one thing, which was that Tokebi would never have a place in the human world no matter how hard he tried. And it was when Tokebi Saribi had nowhere else to go that he was welcomed into his family by the mountain Tokebi, which means that no one has the right to treat this sacred place like this in the opinion of Tokebi Saribi. And now Tokebi Saribi, standing in front of Wang Seihi, is beginning to regret not using a real sword in their previous confrontation. In this case, Wang Seihi concludes that if Saribi is the master of the most ancient style of swordsmanship, he is a disciple of the master Shin Menge himself. And since that's the case, Wang Seihi agrees to give Tokebi Saribi a chance to not regret the missed opportunity anymore. And as soon as Wang Seihi finishes his conversation, Tokebi Saribi immediately rushes at him, holding his battle weapon at the ready. However, Wang Seihi anticipates a possible strike from Saribi's Tokebi, and also draws his battle weapon to attack, who seems to be in this image in no way expected to be caught off guard by the Tokebi Saribi, who manages to dodge an attack on him by Wang Seihi, who is equally adept at wielding his battle weapon. At the same time, Tokebi Saribi, seeing Wang Seihi's capabilities, realizes that with such incredible energy, he can't defeat him with his old sword. And Wang Seihi all continues to cut through the air in a threatening direction, confronting Saribi's Tokebi, who begins to evaluate the methodology of fencing. Wang Seihi believes that, even so, it will be easy enough to win. And without giving any respite to the Tokebi Saribi, continues his offensive actions. And each time Wang Seihi's Tokebi Saribi's strikes get closer and closer. This continues until Tokebi Saribi starts to notice that the outgoing energy is decreasing. And so, when the energy of the battle weapons is about to run out, Tokebi Saribi decides to take a chance and attack Wang Seihi. In doing so, Tokebi Saribi uses one of his dances that he was taught by his master, Shin Menge. And Wang Seihi, who was expecting this strike, also prepares to strike back by stepping on the Tokebi Saribi striker, which bounces right back to the exact spot where Wang Seihi was standing on the opposite side. At this, Wang Seihi notices that Saribi's Tokebi was able to wound him in the shoulder area. And Tokebi Saribi, after giving himself a break, notes that although he doesn't know what kind of power it is, Wang Seihi seems to have run out of it. But that's not all Saribi's Tokebi learns, and the moment Wang Seihi saw Toothless's demise, he was saddened. And now Tokebi Saribi becomes quite clear that Wang Seihi is not guilty for destroying the mountain Tokebi, but why behave like this? Saribi decides to disarm his opponent Wang Seihi to prevent the case from going too far. But then Saribi's Tokebi's attention shifts to where his spot shines the abdominal wound Wang Seihi inflicted on him, who at this very moment is already rushing with battle-ready weapons at Saribi's Tokebi. However, Tokebi Saribi manages to deflect a punch from the attacking Wang Seihi by deflecting it to the side. But that doesn't stop Wang Seihi from attacking Saribi's Tokebi again. That being said, something does cause Tokebi Saribi to shift his gaze and become more focused. Namely that at that moment, Saribi's Tokebi is struck by Wang Seihi's battle weapon, which he successfully deflects. Although Wang Seihi does not achieve his goal, he quickly regroups and prepares a new offensive. And Tokebi Saribi, looking at this action, can't figure out if he stood up to him last time, because now it was a pretty fast and clear attack. Once again, the martial weapons of Wang Seihi and his Tokebi opponent Saribi cross paths at the point of confrontation. At the same time, Wang Seihi notices that Saribi's Tokebi manages to counter his attack, and he manages to deflect the blows. And the speed that Wang Seihi uses is as fast as Saribi's own Tokebi. And Wang Seihi, realizing this, gathers all his strength into a fist, prepares to strike a decisive blow to Tokebi Saribi, who in turn also went into a frenzy and emitted a victory shout at Wang Seihi. Once again, Wang Seihi, holding his battle weapons at the ready, attacks his named enemy, Tokebi Saribi, who expects this outcome and again attempts to successfully fend off the onslaught of Wang Seihi. However, as soon as the opponent's battle weapons cross paths, one of them fails to survive the impact and is blown to splinters. And one of the component parts of the defeated battle weapon, forming a pirouette in the air, falls directly into the hands of So Sorry, who looks at the two opposing men and realizes they're fighting again. And Wang Seihi comes to his senses and realizes the stupidity of the situation of confronting Tokebi Saribi. And Wang Seihi begins to gradually realize what is happening, and as a result, everything becomes clear to him. Namely that after Wang Seihi gained the power of the Black Tiger, he had never once confronted a sword properly, only used the power. And now standing in front of his newly made enemy Tokebi Saribi, Wang Seihi realizes this. And besides, Saribi's Tokebi is left with only a pathetic stump of a fighting weapon, if you can call it that. And Wang Seihi, seeing this picture and not thinking for long, immediately put his battle weapon back into the scabbard. The next thing Wang Seihi does is bow his head in respect to the still on guard Saribi. And Takebi Saribi, sensing that Wang Sahi's hostility has passed, also bows his head to his opponent. But Sori, standing next to them and contemplating the picture of exchange of pleasantries, does not understand what men do. And Takebi Saribi, seeing the nine-tailed fox in front of him, can't believe his eyes that he sees so Sori in such a place. Who, ignoring Saribi's Tokebi's reaction, reports that she has been to the mountain pass that Toothless spoke of before his death, and then going back to the source of the confrontation between Wang Sehi and Saribi. So Sori says that Wang Sehi had nothing to do with what happened, to which Tokebi Saribi, as if answering Sori's mute question, says that he understood what she said during the confrontation. And seeing that Sori is starting to lose her temper because she doesn't understand why the men are confronting each other, then apologizes. However, when Sori hears that Takebi Saribi is addressing her as an elder, she starts to yell at her because she is not old. And to make it as clear as possible, Takebi Saribi, and no offense to Sori, she asked to be called her sister. And Takebi Saribi immediately apologizes again, but now addressing Sori as a sister, who is already heading towards the mountain pass, invites the men to follow her as she has discovered something curious. But Sori notices that not everyone present is following her and turns back to check what's wrong. Wang Saehi is still standing in his seat without taking a step, and Sori urges him again to follow her to the scene. However, Wang Saehi's attention was drawn to the item that deeply imprinted a wound on his heart, namely that chipped piece of what used to be Toothless, who said goodbye to his life in the arms of Wang Saehi, who, not thinking twice, bends down to the ground and picks up a shard of the object that had been Toothless when he was alive. And now that shard, just as it had been at the moment of Toothless's demise, rested in Wang Saehi's clenched hand. However, this gesture is not noticed by either Tokebi Saribi or Sori, who thinks that Wang Saehi is very slow this time. After some time, Sori, surrounded by two travelers in the person of Tokebi Saribi and Wang Saehi, arrives at a mountain pass. At the same time, Sori's attention is drawn to the traces of magnesium, which she emphasizes because if you look closely, it is the work of human hands. Yes, and besides, the remnants of magic at the scene match those found on the mountain range, which means a lot of people are involved. Wang Sahi realizes that this is the work of a warlord, and the man who uses such magic is a shaman from Dangolcho. At the same time, Sori doesn't understand why such a rather famous squad in Dongha would do such a thing. But Wang Sahi doesn't know the exact reason and only suggests that Yuju Hong Duka was a possible target. At the same time, Takebi Saribi, when he hears what they are talking about, cannot believe his ears that his travelers are talking about Yeju. After all, Takebi Saribi knows that Elder Hong Duka once traded Yuiju for the Emperor's sword, which Takebi Saribi wanted to possess, and Elder Hong Duka should not have done such a deed. Meanwhile, Sori, who saw Saribi's Tokebi battle weapon shattered, wants to know if it's the Emperor's sword, but Takebi Saribi reassures Sori that he hasn't used it yet because he hasn't met an opponent worthy of it. And so if the destruction of the mountain Takebi was caused by the Imperial sword belonging to Saribi, then he will take revenge. However, Sori, as sad as it may sound to Saribi, believes that the Emperor's sword is not to blame for anything. And looking at the traces of magic and what's left of the mountain Takebi, Sori often blames herself because she should have stayed with them. But then Sori notices Wang Saehi starting to gather the remains from the Tokebi items into one pile. However, it doesn't immediately begin to make sense to Sori what Wang Saehi is doing right now. Who had already gotten the job done was able to gather what was left of the once celebrating Tokbis into one small pile. That being said, the next final step should be what has been in the hands of Wang Saehi so far. And when Wang Saehi opens his fist, the piece that was once toothless still rests in his hand. And who with all the forfeited lives of the Tokbi falls into the common pile, finally completing all the preparations for burial. At the same time, sometime later, a memorial hillock forms at the site from the remains of the Tokbi, as it once did at the burial site of Ro, and thus ends one of the most cheerful nations led by its elder Han Duka. And Takebi Saribi, who has been speechless for a long time, wants to know where Sori and Wang Saehi are going, who immediately replies that they are on their way to Cho Gebong of Daejeon, who currently has Yuiju in his possession. At that, Takebi Saribi asks to take him with him to give him the right to avenge all the fallen Tokebi. However, Sori doesn't understand why Saribi is asking him to take him along since he can just follow them. To which Takebi Saribi, behind whose back it is already beginning to dawn, tries to say that it will be inconvenient to travel alone. But Takebi Saribi does not have time to finish what she has already started, as the rays of the rising sun are already illuminating the area. And in the place of the Tokebi Saribi that had just stood in front of Sori and Wang Saehi, there was now only a broomstick. At this, Sori, holding a broom and unable to contain his laughter, agrees to take Saribi with him like this. However, Sori still wants to know if Wang Saehi is okay with such company and is given a right of action. But Sori needs to keep in mind that Tokebi Saribi in this form won't have a chance to carry out his revenge. To which Soy is pleased to note that her thoughts and Wang Saehi's thoughts are similar in this regard. And yet for the last time, Sori decides to look at the place where the mountain Tokebi have now found peace. However, instead of the idle people, Sori now faces a silent hill that has united the mountain Takebi as before. At the same time, Sori sadly realizes that in this way, another human connection with nature is interrupted, and asks for forgiveness. Meanwhile, events are unfolding somewhere in a flattering thicket at the foot of Dajon, and a maiden foot indicating that its owner is in an observation position is perched on a tree branch. In this case, the girl to whom the leg belongs is climbing a yelder tree looking in the direction of a nearby settlement. And now, before the eyes of the girl's observing shamaness, the one and only Daechon appears, and the girl shaman addressing her elder from on high is pleased to announce that they have arrived at Daechon. In this case, the elder, who is also the leader of the armed detachment, addressing his warriors informs them that the goal has been reached, which means it's time to give precise instructions that their opponent is Jogabong, and their goal is to take Yeoju. But one must put aside all thoughts that the one who owns Yuju is an ordinary person. All need to think that one is opposing Sanshin. And that means that no one should spare their lives in accomplishing the task and goal at hand. And a squad of armed men, as soon as they hear their elder's instructions, immediately say in a voice that they understand. And sometime later, the action begins to unfold on the territory of a closed settlement named Taehin. And it is here in the gated community that the Taehin Defense Squad resumes their training. That being said, Taehin's army doesn't just train with wooden swords, but under the careful guidance of their petty officer, who has been around the whole time, concludes that Taehin's skills have improved a lot lately. Suddenly, a girl bearing down on Petty Officer Gino causes him to turn his attention from the trainees to himself, and a girl named Henhee immediately informs Petty Officer Gino that a high-ranking official has arrived in Taehyun. A high-ranking official has arrived in Taehyun. At the same time, Petty Officer Gino realizes that if it's a high-ranking official, it's Chogabong who needs something again. And immediately pulling himself together, Petty Officer Gino asks Hanhee to welcome the official with a table set and alcohol. Meanwhile, Petty Officer Gino turns to Songguk and asks him to be in charge of training during his meeting with the official. At the same time, Songguk, speaking to Petty Officer Gino, wants to know the reason for Chogebong's reappearance in Taehyung. However, Petty Officer Gino cannot give an answer to this question, as he himself does not know, and leaving promises to return soon to the place of training. And so Petty Officer Gino, as soon as he left the training place of his men and entered his personal quarters preparing to meet Chogabong. And in order to look proper in front of a high-ranking official, Petty Officer Gino changes his usual clothes. But then Petty Officer Gino's gaze turned to something that seems to have always been honored. And before leaving his quarters, Petty Officer Gino decides to linger for a while. And all for the sake of looking again at the crack of the inscription on the plaque hanging on the wall. That said, Petty Officer Gino seems very surprised that this crack occurred in this exact place and at this exact hour. However, time is of the essence, and Petty Officer Gino, dressed in his official attire, heads to meet Chogabong. But before reaching Chogabong, Petty Officer Gino is forced to stop as his attention turns to another guest, and that someone is a completely unlikable person forced to hide his face under a headdress. And besides, the limbs of the one who appeared give away his non-human identity. Suddenly, Sanshin, seeing that Kang Jino is scrutinizing him, decides to address the elder, omitting all greetings. And Kang Jino, seeing that he's facing an old acquaintance named Baru, wants to know why he joined the guards. To which Baru, without going into explanations, says that the reason is that he just wanted to go for a walk. At the same time, Kang Jino, noting the strangeness of Baru's conversation, can't believe him because he thinks he doesn't like sunlight. But according to Baru, the reason is that he doesn't come out because he's embarrassed to be seen in public. And when asked by Kang Jino why it's like this, Baru points his finger up and says it's because of the sky. However, Kang Jino, listening to Baru's explanation, doesn't understand what the man who arrived with Chogabong is trying to say. Meanwhile, Baru, looking at Kang Jino, is completely unaware of the meaning of the facial expression he sees on Kang Jino's face, who, instead of dignifying the question posed, turns his attention to the two pairs of shoes at the front door. And immediately losing his temper, Kang Jino begins to guess that one of the pairs of shoes belongs to Joe Gebon, who is at risk of getting his old case retaken by the already oncoming Kang Jino. But suddenly, Kang Jino stops Baru, who tells the foreman that Chogabong's order is to stay away for the time being. However, that doesn't stop Kang Jino, who immediately throws Baru's limb holding him off his shoulder. And once the obstacle has been removed, Kang Jino rushes inside the room where Chogabong is. That said, as soon as Kang Jino reaches the entrance to the premises, he immediately swings the doors open to find out what's going on inside. But the first person Kang Jino meets is Chogabong, who exclaims in bewilderment, not expecting to see Petty Officer Taehyun. And all Chogabong can say when he sees Petty Officer Kang Jino is that he dared to open the door. At the same time, Chogabong has no idea what prompted Petty Officer Kang Jino to do such an unceremonious act. But Petty Officer Kang Jino doesn't dignify the high-ranking official with his answers, shifting his gaze to the floor, on which lay the removed garments belonging to the girl Henhee, who had once come to him with news. At that, Chogabong disregards Petty Officer Kang Jino's emotional state and wants an answer to his earlier question. And the girl Henhee, shedding tears and being in the so-called captivity of a high-ranking official, Chogabong heeded to the elder, who is furious at what he's seen and starts hurling insults at poor Henhee. And the first thing Kang Jino's petty officer does is grab Henhee's hand and wrestle it away from Chogabong. After all, does Henhee really want to tarnish the reputation of the people of Taiken if he dares to resort to seducing a high-ranking official? And to prevent disgrace, Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino throws Henhee away, threatening to punish her later. At the same time, a high-ranking official, Chogabong, has been watching this picture all this time and wants to know what Kang Jino is doing, who, again ignoring the question addressed to him from Chogabong, immediately bows to the high-ranking official. And all Petty Officer Kang Jino can say for himself is that it won't happen again. But it seems that such an answer doesn't suit Chogabong at all, who continues to look condescendingly at Kang Jino, who hears that Chogabong is talking to him and asks a high-ranking official to continue. And Chogabong, who has been watching Petty Officer Kang Jino all this time, seems to be beginning to appreciate the seriousness of the situation. And to prevent it from becoming critical, the official agrees that it will be enough if Kang Jino takes action on Hen-hee. Suddenly, Baru, who had been outside all this time, appears in the doorway behind Petty Officer Kang Jino's back. At the same time, Petty Officer Kang Jino, sensing Baru's presence, doesn't realize what may follow. And Baru, addressing Petty Officer Kang Jino for his latest behavior, says he will not show him any more leniency. However, a senior official asks Baru to stop the battles as he does not want his men to confront each other. And Baru, seeing that high-ranking official Chogabong doesn't need him now, decides to leave the room. As soon as Chogabong is alone with Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino, he tells the latter that he has one thing in mind for him. And even though Chogabong is grateful to Kang Jino for the stability of his status, he can't help but notice the aloofness of the elder. For which Petty Officer Kang Jino asks Chogabong to forgive him, and refers to his work in which he is extremely focused and doesn't notice much. And a high-ranking official, seeing that Petty Officer Kang Jino is very uncomfortable, realizes that he's fulfilling his duties. However, no matter what, tonight, the elder urgently needs to report to Chogabong's resident. When he hears Kang Jino mention Sobok, he starts laughing, because he wouldn't have come to the Chief Petty Officer personally because of her. And then Chogabong switches to another conversation and starts describing Sobok's advantages over other women. But then Petty Officer Kang Jino interrupts Chogabong, reminding him of exactly what the high-ranking official wants to talk to him about, who immediately pulls himself together and informs Kang Jino about the arrival of the people from Dangcheon on the day of the Weaver's celebration. And it is most likely that Petty Officer Kang Jino must know the representative of those arriving from Dangcheon as he is known. To which Petty Officer Kang Jino, realizing who we are talking about, says that this man is Petty Officer Oh Hensok. At the same time, Chogabong notes that judging by the look on Kang Jino's face, the latter knows that the man has made a name for himself. And Petty Officer Kang Jino, remembering the rumors of Oh Hensok becoming the head of the Royal Military Battalion, asks Chogabong's intentions, who in turn says he wants Kang Jino to guard him because he's the only one besides Baru that Chogabong trusts. However, Petty Officer Kang Jino reminds the high-ranking official that Pyongmun's men are not his personal guards. Chogabong immediately reassures Kang Jino that if that's the only problem, the authorization has already been received from his superiors. But as soon as Petty Officer Kang Jino hears this, he starts to lose his temper, which is evident on his face. And a high-ranking official tells Kang Jino to tell Sobok that Chogabong is waiting for her at night. At the same time, Petty Officer Kang Jino realizes that even if he refuses, Chogabong will make him do it. Which means Petty Officer Kang Jino has no choice but to agree to honor Chogabong's orders regarding Sobok. And with that, Chogabong tells Petty Officer Kang Jino that he's going to take over all his duties. The high-ranking official then turns to Baru and suggests that he should leave. And that's how Chogabong, accompanied by Baru, leaves the meeting place with Senior Kang Jino, which, as soon as Chogabong and Baru are out of sight, goes to where the still naked Hen-hee is sitting. But instead of putting his threat into action as punishment, Petty Officer Kang Jino asks Hen-hee about her mother's legs. After all, Petty Officer Kang Jino had heard rumors that Hen-hee's mother had a knee problem, and since next week Kang Jino, his men, and Hen-hee will be busy next week, she will need to meet her mom beforehand. However, Hen-hee is still not calming down and is trying to convey to Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino something about what happened to Chogabong. But Petty Officer Kang Jino, not wanting further conversation, says that Hen-hee can safely dress and leave without being disturbed. And with that, Petty Officer Kang Jino leaves the place where Hen-hee still remains. But bad thoughts begin to brew in his mind. After all, there will come a time when Petty Officer Kang Jino will definitely meet with a high-ranking official. And now Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino has come to Daejeon on Chogabong's orders and is on duty with his soldiers. Suddenly, Sobok appears in Daejeon's territory, announcing her presence with a bell on her leg. And Petty Officer Kang Jino and his men notice that the one Chogabong longs to see is arriving. As Sobok continues toward the entrance, she notices that she is being greeted by Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino himself. And wanting to show all her courtesy, Sobok immediately notes that she hasn't seen Petty Officer Kang Jino in a while, who, unlike his confused warriors, does not show the slightest bit of hospitality and only continues to look suspiciously at the guest. And only one sharp movement of Petty Officer Kang Jino's head brings his men to their senses, who immediately turn away from Sobok. However, before letting Sobok into the chambers of high-ranking official Chogabong, Petty Officer Kang Jino decides to search Sobok. And a very young man from Petty Officer Kang Jino's squad apologizes to Sobok and hurries to carry out the commander's orders. But despite such a frank view of Sobok that leads the Kang Jino man into embarrassment, yet one thing makes him doubt. And in order not to overdo it and to make sure of the rightness of his suspicions, the young warrior turns to Yeoman Kang Jino. With this as the object of his suspicion, the young warrior from Petty Officer Kang Jino's squad wielded a pointed stick made from Sobok's hair. And Petty Officer Kang Jino, also seeing this accessory as a threat, orders Sobok to pull out or he won't let her through to Chogabong. However, this arrangement does not suit Sobok, who reminds that everything on her body is a gift from the official. Besides, Sobok is not liked by some people, and that's why she hasn't seen Chogabong for a long time, but even so, Kang Jino can't miss Sobok. At the same time, Sobok again being refused to follow a high-ranking official in such a manner also also disagrees with Kong Jino, who starts to lose his temper and turns to a threatening tone, interrupted by a man putting his hand on his shoulder. And that person who appears is none other than the high-ranking official himself, inviting Sobok to come closer. And Kong Jino can't believe that Zhou Gebong actually came to meet Sobok because even the royal inspectors he met from his seat. Meanwhile, Sobok throws herself into the arms of a high-ranking official and confesses to him that she missed him very much. At this, a high-ranking official, leaving Kong Jino aside and fully immersed in Sobok, invites her along. And left out, Kang Jino is now wondering if Sobok was able to get Zhou Gebong on her hook and why she's not asking for money. But whatever the case, Kang Jino's suspicions about Sobok have only grown stronger, as Sobok is no ordinary shaman with a purpose. However, Petty Officer Gang Jino's thoughts are interrupted by a report that guests from Dongcheon have arrived in Daejeon. And now fully focused on the guests from Dongcheon, Petty Officer Kang Jino watches them approach him. The first thing the guest does is shake Kang Jino's hand, introducing himself as Oh Hensok from Dongcheon. And Petty Officer Kang Jino shakes hands with Oh Hensoku and introduces himself with his own name and can't believe he's understood. However, Oh Hensok remembers Kang Jino as being disappointed because he showed his ineptitude with martial weapons when confronted. But Petty Officer Kang Jino is of a different opinion, because even though Oh Hensok was young, Jino's spirits were low for a long time because of that defeat. At the same time, Oh Henson, who sees some weirdness in this situation, only says that Kang Jino is flattering him. And Petty Officer Kang Jino continues to evaluate Oh Hensok, noting that he's calm and cold, which means it's something else. And this awkward fact of silence causes Oh Hensok to ask a mute question and the yeoman to have an epiphany, which is that Kang Jino, confused by his encounter with Oh Hensok, completely forgot that there was a table with snacks and alcohol inside. And so sometime later, when night has descended on Daishin, the lights continue to burn in the reception house of Dangshan. Inside the house, Petty Officer Kang Jino and Oh Hensok are sitting at a table across from each other. And Petty Officer Kang Jino, keeping his eyes on Oh Hensok, is likely asking a bunch of questions of the guest. For all his time at the table, Oh Hensok says nothing at all and just sits in one position. And seeing that the guest from Dongcheon still shows no reaction, Kang Jino wonders the purpose of his arrival. Suddenly, the door to the room opens and a high-ranking official, Cho Gaebong himself, appears on the doorstep. The guest from Dongcheon, Oh Hyun-suk, immediately rises to his feet and starts making signs of greeting to Cho Gaebong, a high-ranking official, who, apologizing to Oh Hensok for such a long wait, wants to know the purpose of the guest's arrival on the Weaver's Day. However, Oh Hyun-suk tells Cho Gaebong that the coincidence of days is a coincidence because he had no intention of being in Daejeonu by that day. But since that's the case, Cho Gaebong's interest in the appearance of the guests from Dongcheon is growing, and he is even more curious to know the reason for the guest's appearance. And the guest from Dongcheon, Oh Hyun-suk, still standing in front of a high-ranking official, starts talking about the rumor that's going around. At the same time, the guest from Dongcheon is in no hurry to continue the conversation, and as a result, intrigue begins to grow. Suddenly, a guest from Dongcheon informs him that Zhou Gebong is preparing a conspiracy, causing the latter to be very emotional. And the statement also alarms the nearby sitting high official, Kang Jino, who doesn't quite know what he's talking about. And the guest from Dongcheon, Oh Hensok, continues to say that it is most likely that the sword that belonged to Emperor Donghae and Yuiju is in Cho Gaebong's possession, which from what he hears begins to come to some bewilderment, slowly blurring into a smile. And it continues until Zhou Gebong can no longer contain himself and laughs at the top of his lungs. After all, the Emperor's sword a high-ranking official tried to recreate by pictures and records about him, and then simply gave a fake. And besides, the high-ranking official was very tired of hearing rumors about Yoju's existence. However, Oh Hyun-suk, a guest from Dongcheon, tries to get out of the unpleasant situation by saying that he only wanted to verify the rumors. At the same time, Cho Gaebong notes that Oh Hensok's questions sounded as if he had caught an official red-handed who was interested in the true purpose. To which Oh Hensok says it was only a courtesy visit because when he becomes the head of Dangshan, he won't have time. However, Cho Gaebong, hearing such ambitions from Oh Hensok, thinks that they are just empty excuses that take up his valuable time. However, according to Oh Hensok, a guest from Dongcheon, this is not the only reason for his visit to Cho Gaebong, who is eager to continue the conversation. And Oh Hensok immediately states that he wants to establish another branch of Dongcheon residence in Daishin. At the same time, it seems that what he heard leads to some inexplicable horror of the petty officer Kang Jino, who is present at the conversation. Cho Gaebong says that there is already one Pyongmun residence in Daecheon, so this conversation should be with Chief Petty Officer Kang. But instead of switching to a dialogue with Senior Angino Oh Hensok, informs him that this conversation is not necessary. And with the words that he will meet with Cho Gaebong, Oh Hyun-suk decides to bow out of the meeting. However, this doesn't please Petty Officer Kang Jino, who wants to know how Oh Hensok is going to open a branch. The guest from Dangshan, Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensok, bypasses a direct answer and promises that Kang Jino will find out if he is patient. But even this arrangement does not suit Kang Jino, who decides to follow the departing Oh Hensok. And seeing that the guest from Dangcheon, Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensok, was not going to stop to continue the conversation, Kang called out to him. However, Oh Hensok, now just like a few seconds ago, continues to head towards the exit, leaving Kang Jino behind. who notices that Petty Officer Oh Hensok, before reaching his escort, stops on the bridge looking into the water. And on the face of the visitor from Dangchong, it is clear that he sees something suspicious in the water that is worthy of his attention. And Kang Jino, still staying in his seat and continuing to stare at Oh Hensok's back, doesn't understand what the latter is staring at. One of his men, who had accompanied him to Chogebong, began to call out to the guest from Dangcheon, Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensok. And the guest from Dangcheon, Petty Officer Oh Hensok, realizing that his hunch may be wrong, orders his men to leave. And Cho Gaebong, who has come out to Kang Jino, notes that Oh Hensok has no manners, and suggests that the petty officer have a drink surrounded by sobok. That petty officer, Kang Jino, politely declines to report that he is far from both drinking and having fun with women, and the high-ranking official left behind by Kang Jino immediately orders his men to invite Sobok to join him. At the same time, Kang Jino realizes that Oh Hyun-sok is trying to provoke Pyongmun in this way, which shows that he is not a man of discretion. And on these thoughts, Petty Officer Kang Jino calls to his two men, who immediately appeared to await his orders, which is to have the people from Dangcheon not only follow the people from Dangcheon, but to find out what they are up to. A short time later, Petty Officer Oh Hensok reunites with his men to talk about the location of the houses in Daejeon. In addition, the material from which the houses are made will be difficult to set fire to, and a high fence will slow down the attack. And most likely there's some kind of spell involved that a normal shaman can't handle. And Manhwa, who had appeared at Chief Elder Oh Hensoku's side, also confirmed that it was not human strength that was being used. After all, Manhwa's poison can't seep into these houses, which tells me that this place is clearly under Sanshin's protection. And hearing this inference, Petty Officer Oh Hensok begins to speculate that this is the work of someone he supposedly saw in the pond. But since the creature was in the water, Petty Officer Oh Hensoku was unable to get a good look at it, which gives him no peace of mind. However, this is not a primary concern for Petty Officer Oh Hensok, who is more concerned about Kang Jino this time around. The shamaness standing next to him can't believe it. Because of all the things that exist in the world, it is a man who will become his rival. But then the shamaness of Oh Hensok's squad catches sight of two spies sent to follow Oh Hensok and his men. And the shaman immediately informs Oh Hensoku that apparently they've been followed by people who are probably sent by Kang Jino. One of Oh Hensok's men, wanting to take the initiative, immediately informs the petty officer that he will deal with the spies. But he doesn't have time to do so, as another member of Oh Hensoku's squad orders him to stop. For it is this little fellow who watches everything from on high who wants to deal with their enemy's men himself. On what the shamaness, not hiding surprise, cannot believe that Mr. Noor will do such things in the end, even without eating people. And Mr. Noor immediately comes down to earth to report that he will never be satiated, as he is always feeling hungry. But as soon as the shaman hears that Mr. Noor is going to eat the people, she immediately starts reminding him why they are here. However, Mr. Noor seems unaware of their purpose for being near Dashin, and it is likely that Makinul did not put him on notice. Suddenly, Mr. Noor begins to remember the purpose of their visit while saying that he is still dining with these people. But since Mr. Noor is the only one who can resist the nine-tailed fox, he must not be shown until then. At the same time, Mr. Noor, whose face is beginning to show some fear at the thought of meeting a fox, says that it is worthless. And the shamaness takes Mr. Noor's hand to calm him down and tells him that she believes in him and has the same opinion about the fox. And these words give confidence to Mr. Noor because he is Nurulmir, and the moment will come when he will swallow everyone, including the fox and the black tiger. And having come to this point and having taken hands, Mr. Noor and the shamaness begin to dance to flattering words to the dragon. And Manhwa catches herself thinking that even though the shaman and Noor-san are the ones who split Donghae in two, they're acting like children. In this case, the one who took the initiative to deal with the pursuers expects further action, which consists in not touching them. It's because it's going to be hard for Oh Hensok's people to hide from the eyes of Pyongman's people anyway, and we need to show them what we're up to. And that's where Oh Hensok's conversation with his subordinate ends, and the petty officer switches to Manhwa, who Petty Officer Oh Hensok asks to tell everything she knows about the man who uses the Black Tiger's power. And Manhwa immediately obeyed Chief Elder Oh Hensok's order to tell everything she knew about the man with the Black Tiger's energy, whose name is Han Seihi, who is a warrior who once came from the deep waters. And in the combat weapons, he uses lies, the very energy of the Black Tiger that everyone is curious to know about. Immediately, a picture appeared in front of Manhwa's eyes where a crying woman was sitting near the wall, holding a child to her breast. At the same time, Wang Seihi, already under the power of the Black Tiger's energy, stares intently at the woman and the child. And at that very moment, when a battle weapon takes the life of a baby, the nine-tailed fox, So Sori, witnesses this picture, which for reasons unknown, and Maui is somehow connected to Wang Sahi. Meanwhile, the action unfolds somewhere else in an abandoned, dilapidated shack, and it is on the floor of this hut that the nine-tailed fox, So Sori, catches another dream. However, the sleep of the nine-tailed fox is very uneasy, and it constantly rolls over from back to side. But suddenly, the hand of the still sleeping nine-tailed fox, Sori, touches something soft resembling the animal's fur. And to understand what caused the unplanned awakening of the nine-tailed fox, she begins to open her eyes. What was her surprise that next to her, the very thing her hand had touched was the body of a lifeless dog. At that, immediately as the realization reaches Sori, she jumps up from seeing the horror lying next to her But when he goes outside, Sori notices that there are bodies of dogs scattered all over the neighborhood. Suddenly, Sori's attention turned to the very spot where the sobs were coming from, and Wang Se-hee, who is here looking at the sufferer, wants to know the continuation of his story. At the same time, the same woman who cradles the baby to her chest tells that she was thrown out of the house when she was pregnant, but it was not the fault of the unfortunate woman for which her relatives were dishonored. However, after she was kicked out, the woman had no choice but to give birth to a child in this abandoned house. And the nine-tailed fox. So Sori has been watching Se-hee all this time, not understanding why he's talking to some woman in the middle of the night. At the same time, the woman continues the story that sometime later, unknown men came and unleashed fierce dogs on them. And Wang Se-hee, continuing to listen to the woman's confession, concludes that people used dogs so that there would be no evidence left. However, the woman does not understand at all why such a fate touched her little child, why he was deprived of life. And continuing to hold the little girl to herself, the woman does not have the strength to calm down and thinks that it is very unfair. But then Wang Se-hee pulls his battle weapon out of its sheath and decides to free the body of the tortured woman. And even though it will be hard, a woman with a baby in her arms won't have to suffer anymore. And so Sori, watching all of this from the sidelines, begins to come to genuine amazement at what he sees. But the woman with the baby, who all this time could not calm the flow of tears, now looks at Wang Se-hee with surprise, who gazes unflinchingly at the one who has endured so many trials and tribulations. And then comes the moment when Wang Se-hee's battle weapon touches the body of the child and his inconsolable mother. And Sori can't believe that Wang Se-hee is doing this. At that, the spirit of the tortured woman with a baby in her arms, smiling with relief, thanks Wang Se-hee for it. However, Wang Se-hee himself, unwilling to move from his seat, is drunk on the energy of the woman he let go with an infant in his arms. And the now out in the open Sori making claims against Wang Se-hee now realizes why he offered to spend the night at the house. But suddenly the wall of the house that Sori had been leaning against since the beginning of the conversation begins to crumble. And now the nine-tailed fox, so Sori was lying in puffs of dust at the feet of Wang Se-hee standing next to her. The fallen nine-tailed fox tries not only to recover, but also to push away the column of dust. And still standing nearby, Wang Se-hee only chases the dust away from him without rendering aid to the still lying Sori, who at this point is very curious as to why Wang Se-hee is worried about ghosts, but not at all worried about her. That said, Wang Se-hee makes some corrections to Sori's conversation, saying that he wasn't caring, but only absorbed what he needed. But Sori insists that Wang Se-hee first listened to what was on the ghost's mind and only then absorbed it. As they're suddenly about to leave, Wang Se-hee freezes in anticipation of what is to happen next. Sori comes up from behind and embraces Wang Se-hee, who doesn't understand why she's doing this. To which Sori says that Se-hee is a very generous man, and when his soul most wanted to tell him about the injustice, Se-hee listened. However, Wang Se-hee continues to insist that he didn't do it because he recognized the poor woman's feelings. Suddenly, Sori interrupts Wang Se-hee, surprised that he doesn't push her away this time. And Wang Se-hee has gotten a hold of himself and thinks that Sori likes it when he does that to her. And as soon as such words were uttered, Wang Se-hee Sori bounces aside, saying that such words make one move farther away. However, deciding to return to reality, Sori looks around the dog-infested area and wonders whose handiwork it is. To which Wang Se-hee informs Sori that because these stray dogs attacked Saribi, dealt with them himself. However, Sori doesn't expect that the seemingly so cute Saribi could be so ruthless during an attack. And when asked by Sori where the cute Wang Se-hee could have gone, he just says that the Takebi suddenly went somewhere else. And since Wang Se-hee is clearly hurt by the comparison of Saribi to Cutie in Sori's mouth, he only dryly replies that Tokebi is not his friend. Meanwhile, Sori, who seems disturbed by Saribi's absence, begins to speculate about what the Tokebi might have done in a certain situation. And since the Tokebi left so suddenly, it is likely that he went alone to take revenge on the people who destroyed the mountain Tokebi. At this, Wang Se-hee begins to guess that Saribi has plans alone to confront the guest from Dangchon. Meanwhile, Tokebi Saribi bypasses the trees, very sorry for going off on his own without Seiha and Mrs. Sori. But this case is only about Tokebi, which means it's up to Saribi to handle it on his own without help. Suddenly, on the horizon in front of Saribi, the lights in the houses of the settlement belonging to Daejeon begin to appear. With that, Saribi decides to stop his movement for a while to be sure that Daejeon is ahead. But then Saribi's attention begins to shift from Daejeon to someone else near the province. And it's not for nothing, because there are people camped not far from Daejeon, and Saribi can't help but notice it. But also Tokebi Saribi notes that there are a lot of people in this camp, which cannot help but arouse suspicion. And the longer Tokebi Saribi stares at the camp near Daejeon, the stranger thoughts creep into his head. And to test his hunch for sure, Tokebi Saribi decides to go on a reconnaissance trip closer to the sprawling camp. But then begins to happen what seems to be in no way expected to Tokebi Saribi, because he lost his bearings and fell. And he falls so fast and so hard that he loses the ability to somehow find a traction point. As soon as Saribi finds himself lying on the ground and recovering from the blow, Mr. Noor lands behind him. And Saribi, now seeing that he is not alone in approaching Mr. Noor, wants to know who he is. To which Mr. Noor, omitting to answer the question posed, merely says that he is too hungry. And if that's the case, Mr. Noor will not hesitate to use even a Tokebi that comes his way. But Tokebi Saribi does not want to realize that the little boy standing in front of him can do such a thing. Suddenly, Mr. Noor takes off from his seat and making a jump plans to land just where Saribi is, who, despite being injured in the fall, still manages to get his bearings and bounce back in time. At this, Mr. Noor does land in the spot previously belonging to Saribi, throwing the latter backwards with force. And Saribi, seeing the power of the little boy called Mr. Noor, can't believe what she's seeing. At the very spot where Mr. Noor landed, an impressive hole forms from the impact. And Takebi Saribi now concludes that Mr. Noor is a strong enough opponent that he will need a combat weapon. But no sooner does Takebi Saribi put his thoughts into action than warriors from Oh Hensok's squad appear behind his back. And now the completely disarmed Tokebi Saribi, surrounded on all sides, appears before Mr. Noor. And appearing from behind his men, Petty Officer Oh Hensok, looking at Spryby, can't believe that there are still Takabi left on Earth. And as soon as Petty Officer Oh Hensok utters his words, Takebi Saribi quickly realizes what these people know about Takebi. However, Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensok, not wanting a prolonged fight, orders his men to finish off Takebi Saribi. But this arrangement does not please Mr. Noor, who believes that if the Tokabi is deprived of his life, he will be hungry again. However, Oh Hensok's subordinates do not serve Mr. Noor, and therefore when they receive an order from their superior officer, they immediately rush to fulfill it. The only thing he wants to know is whether these people are the people from Dangchon. But instead of answering, Takebi Saribi gets a blow that one of Oh Hensok's subordinates is about to jump on him. However, success does not favor the warrior elder Oh Hensok, as instead of eliminating Saribi, he falls into a trap himself. And now Saribi is using a couple of his moves to throw his opponent away from him. That said, the next thing Saribi does is grab his battle weapon. And now in full battle readiness, Takebi Saribi prepares to confront all his enemies who have trapped him, who one by one and sometimes two by two again, throw themselves on Takebi Saribi in a desire to defeat the hostage, who with the corner of his eye notices the threat looming over him and is already preparing to strike back. And now Takebi Saribi in this, as well as in the previous time, comes out unharmed from this confrontation, unlike his enemies. However, it can't help but escape the notice of Petty Officer Oh Hensok, who has been around the whole time. Oh Hensok's subordinates, having received significant injuries from Saribi's Tokabi, do not know what to do next. And Takebi Saribi only warns the people of Oh Hensoka that he will not take their lives until he gets an answer to his earlier question. And if his opponents don't want to lose their lives in a way that is not promising for them, they should say they are those people from Dangchun or not. But the men of Petty Officer Oh Hensok's squad obey their commander and therefore prepare to attack Saribi again without any explanation. Suddenly, Oh Hensok decides to intervene in the showdown by ordering everyone to disperse and compliment Saribi on his swordsmanship. And to check that Oh Hensok is not wrong about Saribi's unusual Tokebi, he offers to confront him. At the same time, Takebi Saribi, still being surrounded and not changing his fighting posture, believes that Oh Hensok is their leader, which means that if Takebi Saribi wins over Petty Officer Oh Hensok, he will be able to hear the answer to his repeatedly asked question. And not wanting to postpone the inevitable Tokebi any longer, Saribi lets out a victorious shout and rushes at Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensok, who is now ready to face Takebi Saribi, successfully deflects a series of punches aimed at him. At the same time, Takebi Saribi uses a punching speed so strong that Petty Officer Oh Hensok barely has time to deflect it. And seeing that Takebi Saribi is great at punching, Oh Hensok wants to know who he learned the art of fighting from. But instead of answering the question, Takebi Saribi chooses an opportunity and prepares to strike at Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensoku from above, who, in time to deflect the blows aimed at him by Takebi Saribi, realizes the latter's intentions. At the same time, Petty Officer Oh Hensok recognizes that Takebi Saribi's fighting skills are amazing and wants to pass the technique on to his students. But Takebi Saribi, taking such a compliment as an insult, orders Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensoku not to say another word. He swung his battle weapon with all his might at Petty Officer Oh Hensok, who was standing opposite, who not only manages to repel the blow but also to strike back, which can't help but be noticed by Takebi Saribi. Plus, Petty Officer Oh Hensok is looking at Saribi's Takebi, and he's starting to think of the right moment to strike the enemy. And that moment comes as Takebi Saribi fails to notice Oh Hensok's movement in time and gets hit in the shoulder area. At the same time, Takebi Saribi, having decided to take a break, does not understand how he could have made such a mistake that resulted in a wound. But Oh Hensok thinks he was the one who made the mistake since Takebi Saribi was able to dodge him, which means that Petty Officer Oh Hensok doesn't underestimate the power of the Takebi Saribi standing in front of him, and that only makes it more interesting. However, Takebi Saribi thinks otherwise because he is wounded, and Petty Officer Oh Hensok is incredibly strong. But then with the words that everyone is pissed off in the confrontation between Takebi Saribi and Elder Oh Hensok, intervenes Mr. Noor. And no longer paying attention to what was happening, pushing everyone in his way, Mr. Noor rushed to the Takebi Saribi. At the same time, ordering everyone to disperse, Mr. Noor is going to deal with him himself. But Takebi Saribi, to his good fortune, notices that the threat to his life is coming from the back in the person of Mr. Noor. And in order to prevent such a defeat, Takebi Saribi is preparing to repel Mr. Noor's attack, which, without slowing down, is already treating straight to the martial weapon displayed as a defense belonging to Takebi Saribi. But as soon as Mr. Noor's hand touches Saribi's Tokebi battle weapon, the latter immediately shatters into small pieces. And this happens in front of the eyes of complete horror and incomprehension from what happened to Takebi Saribi, who has no time to recover from the loss of his battle weapon, but immediately receives a blow from Mr. Noor in the abdomen. And besides, the force of Mr. Noor's blow is so great that it forms an air vortex and throws Saribi's Takebi off, which, losing the ground under his feet, flies off for a considerable distance, hitting his back against a standing tree. And just like that, Saribi, immobilized by the blow and temporarily unconscious, propped up against the trunk of a tree. And Mr. Noor is overjoyed to note that Takebi Saribi couldn't even take one hit. But suddenly, Tokebi Saribi catches her second breath, and coming to her senses, begins to open her eyes. And not wanting to waste his time, Tokebi Saribi begins the transformation to fly into the air to leave the scene of the massacre. And Mr. Noor, seeing what is unfolding before his eyes, does not understand what is happening to Tokebi Saribi now, which at this very moment has already flown into the air and is heading high up, leaving its enemies behind. Neither Mr. Noor nor his subordinates from Oh Hensok's squad can give an explanation for the departing Tokebi Saribi, who gathered all the will in a fist, decides now to retreat to find a good fighting weapon and give a worthy fight back to the enemies. But suddenly, while still in flight, Saribi realizes that something wrong is happening to him. And for good reason, as at that very moment, two large piercing spears are thrust into Saribi's Tokebi in midair. And so Tokebi Saribi has nothing else to do but to fall down, already wounded and unable to move any further. And just like that, a luminous dot flying along begins its early landing. All the while, Mr. Noor, watching Saribi's Tokebi move, notes that the latter has fallen. And as it turns out, it is the work of a shaman who confirms the words of Mr. Noor, reports that from her magic cannot stand. But as soon as Mr. Noor begins to praise the shamaness, he immediately notices that Saribi's Tokebi is beginning to gain altitude again. The shamaness is no less surprised than Mr. Noor, however, and admits that since Tokebi Saribi was able to resist such an attack, he is amazing. And Mr. Noor is starting to lose his temper, and now he wants to know what kind of a Tokebi he is who could resist even after his blow. The shaman is trying to calm Mr. Noor, asks him not to get upset even though the Tokebi is unusual. And Petty Officer Oh Hensok can't believe that Songmi's magic didn't work, because if they miss the Tokebi it will be bad. But that doesn't hurt Sonmi, who thinks that since Tokebi isn't a shaman, he's not her equal in power and can't take out the poisoned spears. At the same time, Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensok is satisfied with Songmi's answer and admits that it is impossible to find a similar one in all of Dongha. As suddenly, Petty Officer Oh Hensok, who is finishing his Songmi, begins to return his battle weapon to its place, begins to shift his gaze, which now touches the palm of Petty Officer Oh Hensok's hand, which shows scuff marks from his confrontation with Tokebi Saribi. And this makes Petty Officer Oh Hensok angry, as he tries to restrain himself by clenching his injured hand into a fist with all his might, which means now Petty Officer Oh Hensok will long remember the Tokebi Saribi who was able to harm him. At the same time, Saribi's Tokebi, though able to soar upwards, starts to fall down clinging to tree branches because of his injuries. And so in the end, Tokebi Saribi with poisoned spears in his body falls straight to the ground. That said, now that the Tokebi can examine Songmi Shaman's weapons, he sees that the spears contain a poison that is deadly to him. And in order to alleviate her suffering and reduce the poisonous effects of the Tokebi poison, Saribi tries to pull the spears out of her body. But since the spears are of magical origin, Tokebi Saribi can't remove them from her body. And besides, Saribi's Tokebi is starting to feel like poison is starting to spread through his body. And now lying completely defenseless, Tokebi Saribi believes that he not only failed to take revenge, but also lost his dignity in front of Tokebi. However, Tokebi Saribi decides that he needs to report these people to Seihi and so sorry by all means. But Saribi's Tokebi strength is already starting to leave him, though the thought that he can't just lose his life like that is still in his head. Meanwhile, while Tokebi Saribi seems to be lying in a clearing, one appearing man notices him in his path. And that man is Bodil, who remembers that it is at this very spot that he is to have a fateful meeting. But as soon as Bodil realizes that because of the prediction he will have to stay up all night, his gaze touches the man lying in front of him. And seeing a man, Bodil begins to guess who he belongs to until his guesses stop at Tokebi. But if so, Bodil must have a fateful meeting with the Tokebi, and in order to find out, he approaches the wounded man. And looking at the spear containing the poison, Bodil thinks the wounded Tokebi was attacked by someone else's magic. Bodil immediately removes the poisoned magic spears from Saribi's Tokebi's body with a flick of his hand. And determined to find out whose handiwork it is, Bodil tries to bring the wounded Tokebi Saribi to his senses, who starts to come to his senses and can only say that these are people from Dangshun, and magic is involved. Bodil, summarizing what he said about it being the magic of the people from Dangshun, wants to know if Saribi Tokebi is from the mountain range or not. However, Tokebi Saribi doesn't have time to say anything as intense pain stiffens his entire body. Suddenly there is an explosion at the place of the just lying Tokebi Saribi, which leaves Bodil in shock. Who's out of his mind rubbing the broom in his hands, which is Tokebi Saribi. Bodil asks him to come back to make sure he's alive. And when all Bodil's efforts to turn the broom back into a man fail, he concludes that Saribi is alive after all. And as soon as Bodil pulls himself together and remembers Saribi's words, he realizes that the people of Dangshun are definitely up to something. Bodil also recalls the words of Mrs. Olkachi and mentally returns to the site of the massacre of the mountain Tokebi. And immediately before Bodil's eyes appears a lonely mound, which serves as a resting place for the Tokebi near the mountain ridge. Bodil also notices traces of magic of non-human origin at the scene, which raises a huge number of unresolved questions for Bodil, the shaman leading his investigation. which, seeing that there was only a trace of magic left at the scene, the one who used it over such a wide area is very powerful. However, be that as it may, at the moment Bottle has absolutely no time for that and needs to move on. And for this purpose, Bodil decides to use one of his talismans that should lead him to Mrs. Magpie. And so Bodil uses the magic of the talisman to guide him in the direction he wants to go, rushing off to find Soroka. Meanwhile, Bottle himself begins to follow the groundway, moving in the direction of the talisman's flight, which is gaining speed as it moves through the air, pointing in the direction of Mrs. Soroka's location. And the shaman Bodil, continuing to move after the talisman, concludes that Mrs. Magpie has gone far enough. Until eventually the enchanted talisman lands on the very spot where Mrs. Magpie is supposed to be. However, the shaman Bottle does not understand why the talisman lands in this very place because there is not a soul here. And so, judging by the fact that the talisman had joined the ground, Mrs. Olkachi continued her journey on foot from this very spot. Suddenly, a hollow in the rocks resembling a cave appears in the field of vision of the shaman Bottle as a place of refuge. And as soon as Bottle steps inside, his gaze touches the feathers scattered on the floor and the bloodstains around him. At that, Bottle seems to realize who he's about to see in front of him, and it scares him even more. And the wounded Mrs. Olkachi is leaning against the stone wall, happy that she was right that Bodil could find her. And as soon as the shaman Bottle sees the wounded Mrs. Olkachi in front of him, he immediately rushes to her aid. At the same time, the first thing Shaman Bottle does is to apply his healing talismans to the site of Mrs. Olkachi's wounds, who expresses her gratitude to the shaman Bodil, who came to her aid for being able to stop her bleeding. And now, as before, Mrs. Olkachi is once again in debt to the shaman Bodil, who found her in a bad situation. And it all started when the shaman Bottle was able to save Mrs. Olkachi's children from being attacked by an adder. But the next moment was when the shaman Bottle cured Mrs. Olkachi when she was hit by an arrow belonging to a hunter. And there was also the time when the shaman Bottle defended Mrs. Olkachi one-on-one from a monster that attacked her. And so once again the shaman Bottle appeared at the hiding place of Mrs. Olkachi to save her again. The shaman Bottle, feeling guilty, wants to know if it was because of what he asked Mrs. Olkachi to do or not. Better yet, let Mrs. Olkachi, whose handiwork it was that the Black Tiger could do this to her. But it must be admitted that this time the Black Tiger is not to blame, and is not involved in injuring Mrs. Olkachi so badly. After all, the warriors from the Dangshan residence led by Oh Hensok and the girl shaman in their midst are involved. And then there was the one who lost Yuiju, namely the dragon whose name must be well known to the shaman Bottle Nurlmere. However, hearing what was said from the lips of Mrs. Olkachi, the shaman Bottle can't believe that Nurlmere is in the midst of everything. Thus, Mrs. Olkachi makes some edits and reports that she cannot call the Nurlmere a dragon because it was a greedy monster. And the shaman Bottle, still not coming to his senses from what he has heard, only wants to know where Nurlmere is now. But Mrs. Olkachi cannot give an answer to this question because she does not know, but only remembers that they moved eastward. And this is starting to piss off the already angry shaman Bottle even more. At the same time, Mrs. Olkachi notices that there are some unkind changes with the shaman Bodil. And to give Mrs. Olkachi the benefit of the doubt, she tells the shaman Bodil that in his eyes he reads the light that was in their first meeting. Namely, it was a cold light, and then shaman Bottle was a boy who couldn't even ask for something from others. The shaman Bottle admits that since then, life has made him learn a lot from Mrs. Olkachi. And now, after so much time has passed, shaman Bottle is finally smiling a lot, and it's great. And the shaman Bodil now comes to his senses, looking directly at Mrs. Olkachi to make sure that she is pleased with this transformation. At this, Mrs. Olkachi asks Bodil not to forget that smile, for since he is chasing the Black Tiger, he is becoming the same. And it's understandable since there are maskers of not only Sansons, but also Tokabi and Bodil can't see the earth suffering. However, Mrs. Olkachi tries to calm the feelings that have arisen from Bodil's injustice by taking his hand. After all, the shaman Bodil does not need to save the whole world, but to use his powers only for his own life. And all because Mrs. Olkachi has seen many great men who went crazy for saving the world and did terrible things because of it. So Mrs. Olkachi doesn't want Bodil to become like that, but rather for him to meet a good woman and live a normal life. However, such a prospect of the future is not to Bodil's liking, who begs forgiveness from Mrs. Soroka and pulls his hand out of her embrace. After all, someone has to bring justice, and Bodil, knowing that this is happening, can't just ignore it. But it seems that's not what Mrs. Olkachi wanted to hear from her faithful friend, the shaman Bodil, who, to the surprise of the seated Mrs. Olkachi, begins to kneel before her. At the same time, the shaman Bodil, saying that he has patched up Mrs. Olkachi a bit, asks the latter to rest a bit and return to Ulsan. And as soon as shaman Bodil finishes his speech, he immediately bows to Mrs. Olkachi in a bow of thanks. However, Mrs. Olkachi, not wishing to say goodbye to the shaman Bodil in this way, calls the latter by name. Bodil, believing that this is the last time they will meet, wishes Mrs. Olkachi well. And now Bodil in the forest remembers the last words he spoke for what Olkachi owed him in return for his well-being. All the while holding the broom that Surabe's Tokabi has turned into, Dangcheon does not come out of Bodil's head, as suddenly feathers of a bird belonging to a magpie begin to fall on the broom. And it is not a mistake, because climbing on the head of the shaman Bodil lands Mrs. Olkachi in the form of a magpie. Thus, seeing in the hands of the shaman Bodil a broom, Mrs. Olkachi wants to know if it is not a Tokabi in front of them. However, Bodil reminds Olkachi that her wings are not yet healed, and she had better go back to the node. But the appearance of Mrs. Olkachi outside is understandable because she is so hard to be in confinement and wants fresh air. And the shaman Bodil, addressing Mrs. Olkachi, wants to know for what purpose she follows him, for her debts are all forgiven. To which Mrs. Olkachi, expressing her concern for Bodil, is going to see to it that he doesn't go mad. At this, the shaman Bodil reminds her of her words that he should live his life, but hike that Soroka has a lot of interest in others. But Mrs. Olkachi, omitting the answer, decides that if they go in the direction she's pointing to, they'll come to Dijon, which is to their advantage. And it becomes to the liking of the shaman Bodil, who such from Mrs. Olkachi smiles contentedly. But for the entire journey, Mrs. Olkachi must lag in the knot for her own good, and the shaman Bodil will go for the two of them. And just like that, time flies by and the night is replaced by a clear, sunny morning over the mountains and forests. At the entrance to Dijon, people are already starting to crowd in, forming a traffic jam not typical for this place at any other time. And the reason for that is the armed guards stationed at the entrance to Dacian, who don't let in people who haven't been checked. And in order to enter Dijon, a person from the street must present a pass. But since the pass was not required before, the person wants to know, since when it was not better to let him just get in. At the same time, the person checking the passes immediately shouting informs that if there is no pass, the passage is forbidden, and it is the order of the official Cho. And the rest of the people who are also crowding the entrance to Dijon, expressing their discontent, want to know what the news is about the pass. And among the crowds gathered at the entrance to Dichen are Iseo Sori and Wang Sai-hee, who are wondering how they can get in. At the same time, Wang Sai-hee thinks about the possibility of returning to the slope from the other side, but it is time-consuming. And then an elderly man with a load who sighs heavily from his burden catches Wang Sai-hee's eye. After all, it is hard for a man of that age to move around, and besides, the queue of those who want to go to Dijon is not getting smaller. And now, as Wang Sai-hee watches the elderly man suffer, some plan of action begins to emerge in his mind. That said, what follows is very surprising to Sasori, who doesn't yet understand what Wang Sai-hee is up to, which is loaded with bulks of the elderly man's belongings. One of them gives to a still uncomprehending Sori. Wang Sai-hee decides to make things clear and tells Sori and the old man that the girl is now grandfather's granddaughter, and he is their porter. And this resourcefulness on Wang Sai-hee's part brings a clearly underestimated Sori to delight, who immediately snuggles up to the old man and tells him that she is now his granddaughter, thereby driving the man into color. However, once the embarrassment passes, the elderly man seems very happy that he suddenly has such a granddaughter. And that's how the elderly man and the following. So Sori and the laden Wang Sai-hee get inside Dijon. At the same time, Sori, wanting to praise Wang Sai-hee, notes that he's smarter than he looks. But suddenly, the voice of the checker from behind calls out to Sori Wang Sai-hee and an elderly man who had already entered inside. And so Sori, who just thought they got off very lightly, hears that they should come up again and show their faces. But then Sori, having already gotten himself under control, turns to the inspector and decides to clarify whether he has just spoken about them. To which the checker quite seriously tells Sori to come over to him right now so he can look at her face. And Sori, in a hurry to immediately comply with the order, rushes at the inspector to tell him if she's close enough to him. At this, the checker seems very confused by such an obscenely close distance between him and Sori, who is waiting for an answer. And to make things a little more awkward, the checker wanted to find out if Sori was the granddaughter of the old healer, to which Sori replies that they are still looking for a place. And since the named grandfather has a bad lower back, they need to find a better place. And the checker advises travelers to go to Hanul Chong as it is not so expensive and they have recently brought in good blankets. For something Sori immediately rushes to thank the inspector, who only refuses because he has not done anything special. And so Sori, having solved the earlier problem, rushes back to Wang Sai-hee and his grandfather to tell him that everything is fine, and grabbing the said grandfather under his arm and pulling Sori to him, Sori nods in passing for them to walk away from this place as soon as possible. As soon as the old healer comes to his senses from embarrassment, he informs her that he would be very happy if Sori was his real granddaughter. She immediately tells him that she doesn't want to part with him either and asks the old healer to buy her some soup. The old healer immediately agrees, because both Wang Sai-hee and Sori have helped him with his heavy luggage. And so Sori, to please Wang Sai-hee, calls out to the latter and asks him to hurry up as the old healer is going to buy them something to eat. And Wang Sai-hee, being in a bad mood, once again makes sure that you can't expect anything else from a nine-tailed vixen who always gets her way. And just as the meal ends, it is time to say goodbye to the old healer. And so Sori wishes him to be careful. So Sori now suggests that Wang Sai-hee go ahead and take the bead away. That being said, Sori wonders how Wang Sai-hee plans to do it with force, or will he steal the bead. But one way or another, Wang Sai-hee shouldn't rely on the help of Sori, who he didn't want to use for such a case anyway. And Sori, hearing such a statement from Wang Sai-hee, realizes that he now doesn't hesitate to say the word use. And seeing a couple walking hand in hand in front of him, Sori decides to call such a deal by another word, namely cooperation. The closer the passing couple is to Sori, the more she sees them holding hands, and a plan begins to form in her head. And now approaching Wang Se-hee, Sori bows her head to him, causing him some bewilderment. Suddenly, Wang Se-hee notices that Sori is taking his hand without a word and without any warning. At that, Sori puts conditions on Wang Se-hee, which is that if they walk hand in hand, she will probably help him in his case. But Wang Se-hee abruptly pulls his hand out of Seo Sori's hand with a shout to tell her that he doesn't need her help. However, such a move doesn't work with Seo Sori, who immediately grabs the hand of a surprised Wang Se-hee again. And the harder Wang Se-hee tries to free herself from Sori's hand, the more deftly she brings her hand back into his. But Wang Se-hee, not wanting to give in, immediately raises his hand up, and Seo-ri follows him by putting his hand in Wang Se-hee's hand again. At that, Wang Se-hee wants to know how Seo-ri, who doesn't even hold Wang Se-hee's hand, is not even a step behind him. In an attempt to poke fun at Wang Se-hee, Seo Sori says it's all about the power of love. However, such conversations are not to Wang Se-hee's liking, who gets angry and orders Seo Sori to stop. And continuing to now act in the style of Sori Wang Se-hee, asks her not to say such nonsense anymore. Suddenly, Wang Se-hee notices that he can, with some effort, replicate Seo Sori's movement technique. And the first thing Wang Se-hee does is to break sharply with his foot after finding a firm footing. And in the second step, Wang Se-hee removes his hand that had just embraced Seo-ri's hand with all his might, who, having lost her balance, begins to fall downwards with all her might, unable to find any more support in Wang Se-hee. That being said, Sori is very curious to know if Wang Se-hee really doesn't like holding her hand that much, since he pushes her away. To which Wang Se-hee only replies that it can help practicing sword fighting and asks Seo Sori to move faster this time. But hearing that Seo Sori is not going to do said Wang Se-hee, he turns around to leave, takes her mindset. That said, Seo Sori is pretty sure that without her help, Wang Se-hee will have a much harder time taking the beat away. But Wang Se-hee is in a hurry to upset Seo Sori and tells her that he is not alone in this case because there is a man who will help him. Wang Se-hee and Seo Sori head to a place called Wang Se-hee's residence, Pyongmun. But once Wang Se-hee and Seo Sori get into it, the warrior they meet wants to know who in the Pyongmun residence the young men are looking for. Wang Se-hee says that he owes a debt to a man whose name is Kang Jino and wants to know if he's still there. And the inspector who met Seo Sori and Wang Se-hee, who at first didn't quite understand who they were talking about, now realizes that the young men are talking about a petty officer. But hearing that Kang Jino is now petty officer Wang Se-hee, notes that he has become a petty officer during this time and asks permission to see him. The warrior who met them informs them that Kang Jino is a busy man and asks them to wait for his return answer. And just like that, Wang Se-hee and Seo Sori find themselves still standing on the threshold of the entrance to Pyongmun in front of closed doors. At the same time, Seo Sori thinks that the Pyongmun residence is very famous as she saw a lot of people through the half-open door. And so Sori, hearing that her guess is confirmed by Wang Se-hee, notes that the letters of the northern countries are very complicated and even gets the name wrong. And Wang Se-hee, making her correction, also reports that 50 years ago, the present-day residence of Pyongmun was called Pyeongcheon. And back to history, Wang Se-hee says that since ancient times, Dongcheon and Pyeongcheon have opposed each other for the title of the best in sword fighting. However, it was the people from Dongcheon who started the strife, saying that two residences cannot have a syllable meaning sky in their names. And it was decided that the one who loses would remove the syllable from the name and lost Pyeongcheon, and the foreman could not bear the shame and killed himself. However, after this incident, Pyongmun began to fall apart little by little, but things have recently started to change for the better. At that, just as Wang Se-hee began to finish his story, the doors of the residence began to open, and appearing at the entrance, Petty Officer Kang Jino, smiling affably, notes that it's been too long since the last time they met. And even though Petty Officer Kang Jino hasn't seen the guest in a long time, he remembers that his name is Se-hee, who immediately bows his head to the elder as a sign of respect and gives Kang Jino his brotherly greeting. But as soon as all the formalities have been completed, Wang Se-hee, taking a more friendly tone, notices that Kang Jino is now a petty officer. And petty officer, as Jino already too, playing along with Wang Se-hee doesn't make him question his new rank. At this, Wang Se-hee improves the moment by asking Petty Officer Kang Jino to listen to his urgent request, to which Kang Jino notes that this request is very important to Wang Se-hee, who says this despite the fact that they haven't seen each other in years. And Wang Se-hee immediately confirms that what comes next is really important to him, and very urgent. If so, Petty Officer Kang Jino tells Wang Se-hee that he's ready to listen to him without delay. And Wang Se-hee now directly asks Petty Officer Kang Jino to give him the yuju he so badly desires. But in fact, Wang Se-hee's request perplexes Petty Officer Kang Jino, who instead of answering on the spot, invites Wang Se-hee and Seo Sori to proceed inside the residence to continue the conversation they started. And so Wang Se-hee and Sori, following the elder Kang Jino, enter the courtyard of Pyongmun where they are surrounded by warriors. However, as soon as Seo Sori gets inside, she notices one strange thing among other things, namely that the warriors of the residence who are standing at the entrance begin to put the gate latch back in place. At the same time, a huge number of warriors led by Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino are already surrounding Wang Se-hee and Seo Sori, enclosing them in a circle. And Seo Sori, seeing that they are trapped, wants to know what it all means, because Wang Se-hee said earlier that Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino will help them. At the same time, Petty Officer Kang Jino directly addresses Wang Se-hee and asks him not to do anything stupid. At the same time, Seo Ori, hearing the threat in Senior Kang Jino's voice, decides that he can help Wang Sai-hee solve the case, who holds Sori's hand and asks her to help if she can, thus causing Sori to be perplexed. But the help should be for Sori to pull herself together and try to be quiet. At the same time, Seo Sori pulls away from Wang Sai-hee as a leper, noting that this is the first time he's asked her for anything. However, as it is, Sori is beyond furious and asks Wang Sai-hee not to dare grab her arm in this way anymore. But this behavior of Seo Sori is not the least bit afraid of Wang Sai-hee, who immediately intercepts the nine-tailed vixen's hand again, who, it should be noted, is very happy that Wang Sai-hee was able to learn so quickly from her, which is to be commended. And that was really true because Wang Sai-hee was just watching Sori's actions and continuously practicing in his mind the entire time. However, deciding to return to their earlier conversation, Wang Sai-hee once again asks Seo Sori to be quiet within the residence. Seo Sori immediately declares that she doesn't like it, but if Wang Sai-hee asks her to do it, she'll do it. As soon as Wang Sai-hee realizes that everything is settled with Sosori, he immediately takes up the belt to which his battle weapon is strapped, which he immediately throws to the ground at his feet, thus showing his most good-natured intentions in not wanting to get in the way. However, Petty Officer Kang Jino, though accepting of this outcome of his confrontation with Wang Sai-hee, still orders the uninvited guest to be imprisoned. Meanwhile, the crowd at the entrance of Daichin still doesn't get smaller, forming a traffic jam of people wanting to get in. And here among the waiting people with a request to show the pass stands the shaman Bottle, who does not know at all that it is necessary to show it. On that, the checker informs that the rules have become effective since this morning, and if there is no pass, you need at least a feudal lord's badge. But Bottle as a shaman has no feudal token. And besides, the people behind his back are beginning to express their displeasure. At the same time, the checker at the entrance saying that only a pass or token can give permission to pass, otherwise you cannot. And this is not in the plans of the shaman Bottle because he is in too much of a hurry and also does not know where to get these things. But suddenly Sobak appears in front of the shaman Bodil, who was already desperate to get inside Daichin, calling him brother. At the same time, Sobak said that she had been waiting for Bodil since dawn, and apologized for making him wait now. And the shaman Bodil, not knowing who is in front of him, thanks the girl for coming to his rescue in time. With Sobak showing Bodil's pass to the checker, he's approved that he's okay. And that's how Bodil enters Daejeon's territory without remembering who the girl is that accompanies him. And to at least try to remember the girl, Bodil watches Sobak surreptitiously, who all the while continues to follow in the footsteps of the shaman Bodil without giving any sign. And this goes on until Bottle decides to break the awkward silence by saying that he must have known the girl when he met her. To which Sobak replies that she and the shaman Bottle used to be trained by the same hermit, but since he was young, he doesn't recognize her now. However, even such a tip doesn't give Bottle a clue, who admits that he has always had a hard time remembering people's faces and names. And the statement seems to be very upsetting to Sobak, who had harbored the hope that after what Bottle had said, she would remember her. But as it happens, Bodil feels himself in an awkward situation and realizes that he still doesn't remember the girl. However, Sobak says she's not going to be upset about it because Bodil has always been cold to her. And to lighten the mood, Sobak asks Bodil to speed up because she has been waiting for him and has prepared a lot of food. However, one thing clearly bothers Bodil, and that is how Sobak knew Bodil was coming to this very place. To which Sobak still wants to ask Bodil, who doesn't remember anyone at all, why he has no connection to people. And it is the last thing Sobak said that makes the shaman Bodil reflect on what he said. The image of the shaman Bottle immediately comes to mind when he was a very young boy, and also that the girl sitting opposite him holds one of Bodil's hands in her own two, as if thus reading his fate. And this girl opposite the seated Bodil is the present Sobak, who performs the ritual of reading the present and the future. But as soon as Sobak informs Bottle that he has no connection to humans, it drives the boy mad. And angrily pulling his hand out of Sobak's grasp, Bottle wants to know what the girl is trying to say, and who he has a connection with then. And Sobak, upset by Bodil's reaction, barely holding back tears, only says that she only said what she could see. Bodil, still in an angry state, demands that Sobak tell him who he is having an affair with, to which Sobak, now carefully choosing her words, is still going to tell Bottle who she saw. And this related Bottle is none other than the black tiger that Sobak saw during the ritual. And now that Bottle is in front of Sobak and remembering what he said about his connection to the tiger, his memory is starting to come back. The shaman Bottle decides to immediately inform the girl that he finally remembered thanks to her words who is in front of him, namely that the girl who meets Bottle is the same Sobak from his past, which makes his savior very happy. And deciding to compliment the girl, Bottle tells her that she is a very good fortune teller and has grown a lot since the last time they met. To which Sobak, while agreeing that she has grown a lot, would still like to always remain a child forever. At that, Bottle said that too much time had passed, but he hadn't seen that expression on her face when she was a child. However, according to Bottle, this may suggest that the soothsayer Sobak is doing well without even asking if this is the case. And Sobak, not wanting to continue talking about it any further, summarizes by saying that Bottle is right and she's doing fine. Bodil decides to remind Sobak that she told him about the food and that he should go faster because he is hungry, to which Sobak gladly agrees and directs Bodil in the direction of where the house with treats for him is. and pressing harder against Bodil's arm, Sobok reminds him once again that they should go as fast as possible. Even though Sobok seems to be acting in good faith, she still has a look on her face that suggests she's up to something. And sometime later, the action begins to unfold in the hut where Sobok has brought her guest shaman Bodil, who, in the face of unbearable hunger, sinks his teeth into the meat on a chicken leg. But not only the shaman Bodil greedily devours the food, but also Mrs. Ulkachi is not lagging behind him. However, despite the fact that, according to the shaman Bodil, Mrs. Ulkachi is eating at both cheeks, she also complains that human food is salty. Bodil, hearing that this is only a necessary measure, asks Mrs. Ulkachi in an orderly tone to eat and not to talk, and to be grateful. And in order not to offend in any way the Sobok shaman Bodil, who accepted them, asks not to take Mrs. Ulkachi's words seriously. At the same time, Sobok asks Bodil not to worry about the situation, and says that she is honored to set the table for Sanshin. Bodil thanked Sobok for this and went back to eating, explaining that he had come from far away and was therefore hungry. But Sobok, deciding to go straight to the question she is interested in, asks Bodil head-on if he will go to Chogyabon. And since Bodil does plan to pay Chogyabon a visit, he's quite surprised that Sobok knows about it. At the same time, Sobok explains the demand for a pass at the entrance to Dichian by saying that something dangerous has been going on around Mr. Cho lately. And the speculation Sobok's agreement about the danger is confirmed by the shaman Bodil himself, who also believes that something bad awaits Cho. And since that is the case, Sobok asks the shaman Bodil to tell her everything he knows about this dangerous business, which is important to her. And to the surprise of Mrs. Ulkachi sitting next to Bodil, he puts aside his food to share with Sobok what he himself knows, namely that Shaman Bodil came to Daeyeon to take the much-coveted Yeoju. And this statement is very alarming to Sobok, who even temporarily loses the power of speech from hearing it. At the same time, Mrs. Ulkachi, who believes that Bodil has said too much, hears that Sobok can be trusted because her abilities can help them. And even when all the food offered has been eaten, the conversation continues about Yuju, and the fact that Tanchan's people are destroying the Sanshin and the Takabi. Sobok guesses that Tanchan's people need Yuju too, and that's why they're doing this unjustified action. And Bodil, who now looked warily at Mrs. Ulkachi, again agreed with Sobok's version. At the same time, Sobok wants her to know that Bodil and Mrs. Ulkachi are chasing the people from Tanchan because they are destroying the Sansins. And this is true because Mrs. Ulkachi herself has suffered at the hands of people from Tanchon who deserve to be punished, to which Sobok scrutinizes the determination in Bodil's plan, noting that he hasn't changed a bit since the last time they met. After all, Bodil had always been only interested in despising people who mocked the gods and destroyed ghosts. Bodil never noticed the people who were always faithfully by his side. And now Bodil begins to realize who Sobok means, and decides to ask her how she has been living all this time. To which Sobok begins her story by saying that since Bodil and her mentor left her, she has been alone. Bodil, wanting to ease the awkwardness of the situation, wants to know if it is hard for Sobok to live in such conditions. After all, with powers like Sobok's, you can get rich, so why didn't she take advantage of it? To which Sobok says she can't accurately predict people's futures and has been slapped in the face several times for telling the truth. And this is very disturbing to Bodil, who, even though he asks if Sobok has had a hard time in his absence, realizes that she has suffered. But since it's business as usual for Sobok, she decides to change the subject and switch to Bodil. And Sobok takes the pebbles out of her purse and holds them out to Bodil, who doesn't quite know what they are. But Sobok explains that she made these pebbles from gravel from the goat trail and will now use them to predict their future. And once all explanations have been given, Sobok begins preparations for the process of predicting the future itself. At this, Bodil and Mrs. Ulkachi await with surprise and horror what will follow from Sobok next, who, after a moment's hesitation, closes her eyes and opens her hand, from which pebbles roll out, which are rolled out in an orderly fashion on the floor in front of Mrs. Ulkachi and Bodil. And Bodil, in suspense, can't even look away from the fact that his future will soon appear before him. As soon as the pebbles stop behind them, a wavy pattern is formed, and they synchronously line up in a row. But Sobok has yet to say a word about Bodil, saying that their mutual mentor is not alive and getting confirmation of it. And Sobok guesses that at this point Bodil was with the mentor, but doesn't guess since the mentor said goodbye to life alone. But still, Sobok insists that she sees that with the mentor at that moment was someone, however, maybe the prediction is distorted. However, Bodil says that he saw his mentor when he was already dead, and asks him to tell him what else Sobok sees, who turns to Bodil and says he had an amazing encounter with someone recently. Immediately, two identities pop up in Bodil's mind, one belonging to Wang Sehi and the other to the nine-tailed fox, So-So-Ri. However, Bodil, who has little interest in this information, still agrees that this meeting can be called surprising. But Bodil does not expect at all that the next question will be whether this meeting took place yesterday. And Mrs. Ulkachi, referring to the broom in the back, tells Bodil that this is the guy Bodil met yesterday. And yes, indeed, it was yesterday that Bodil met the wounded Tokubi Suribi, who turned into a broomstick after retrieving the spears. At the same time, Sobok says he is very jealous of those people who meet new people all the time, because they live interesting lives. Once again, Sobok clutches the pebbles tightly in his hand to throw them again and see the future. And so another batch of pebbles fly to fall to the floor and synchronize into a certain shape. But as soon as the pebble pattern appears, Sobok comes to a great shock. For now, Sobok's future tells her Bodil is destined to meet someone she can count on. But since Bodil is not good at predictions, he still wants to know which one of them has been stoned this time. And Sobuk, without giving an answer, instantly rakes the pebbles back into his hand without stinging the continuation. And Sobuk explains her behavior by saying that she dropped the pebbles by accident, and even Bottle needs to practice his predictions. And to change the subject, Sobuk suggests that Bottle drink tea, as it will be much more pleasant to have a conversation over it. That being said, as soon as Sobuk gets her proposal accepted, she immediately leaves the house. And the one thought that can't leave her alone is that she'll meet someone she can rely on. However, this can never happen to Sobuk, who clutches the fortune stones with anger. Meanwhile, the person outside the residence is furiously ramming on the gate from the outside. At the same time, a warrior of the residence on guard rushes to open the gate to find out who is making a ruckus at the gate of Pyongmo. But the warrior of the Pyongman residence apparently does not expect to see other armed men outside the gate at all, who are gathered in a crowd at the gates of the Pyongman residence looking angrily at the warrior of the residence. In this case, the first thing the newcomer does is push the Pyongman man with all his might, knocking him to the ground, and the chief among his attendants, wanting to enter inside the residence, orders his men to search it and find the hiding criminal, and then subordinates, in fulfillment of orders, begin to break into the grounds of Pyongmun's residence. But as soon as the outsiders break in, they are immediately surrounded by warriors under the command of Petty Officer Kang Jino. At the same time, the chief among the outsiders declares that Kang Jino's men fear nothing, not even the governor of Dishun, Ho Un-sik, who he is. However, even such a statement from the governor is not an argument for Petty Officer Kang Jino's subordinates to back down, who at the same time appears among his men and wonders what purpose the governor of Daejeon has come to Pyongman for. In turn, Kang Jino immediately introduces himself to those arriving at his residence, giving his name and the position he holds. Ho Un-sik says that he received a message from Tanchon that there is a man in Nemen who took the lives of the people at Kachang. But of all the things Governor Ho Un-sik said, Kang Jino is most interested in what exactly Tanchon sounds like. And Ho Un-sik, not wanting to back down, reiterates that Kang Jino is hiding someone, and if he doesn't hand over the culprit, a search will be conducted. With that, a new wave of Pyongman warriors head towards the place where the conversation between Ho Un-sik and Kang Jino is taking place, which reminds the governor of Dishun that this is not Gangneung, and the governor should know whose territory he is trespassing on. And this seeming threat to the governor of Daejeon completely throws him off his game, and he doesn't understand what right Kang Jino has to do this. Who says he knows exactly what Tanchon has to do with Pyongmun, and reminds the governor that he can't just walk in. And that's where Kang Jino decides to end the conversation, because if the people from Tanchon have business with him, then let them come in person. At the same time, if Governor Daejeon follows Petty Officer Kang Jino's advice, he won't have any problems. But as soon as the Daejeon official hears that he has been given a turn, he starts to lose his temper and starts insulting the elder, which, without paying any attention to the official from Daejeon, doesn't even dignify him with a reply and silently walks away. And waiting for Petty Officer Kang Jino, his deputy, is pleased to note that he can be very scary in case of anything. And Kang Jino, hearing from his man that he was able to strike fear into the people of Daejeon, happily thinks it's a problem, which means his deputy can share a pair of sweatpants with the Daejeon people, which he jokingly agrees to. At the same time, Wang Se-hee is in solitary confinement, where he was imprisoned by Kang Jino himself. Suddenly, Wang Se-hee, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, hears the voice of Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino calling his name. And seeing Kang Jino standing in front of him behind the bars, Wang Se-hee is convinced that he has not misheard, and that the foreman has really come. At the same time, Wang Se-hee apologizes for what happened, but when he hears Senior Officer Kang Jino apologize for the incident, he explains that he had his own reasons. And this is confirmed by Petty Officer Kang Jino, who says he had orders to arrest Wang Se-hee, and the governor of Daejeon had just come in. But the petty officer managed to get away from Governor Daejeon. However, Wang Se-hee hears that he does not know when he will return again. At the same time, Kang Jino omits to talk about the trouble he's been in, and wants to know how Wang Se-hee has been doing all this time. However, Wang Se-hee is not going to go into the details of his long story for the time being, as he needs to find Yeoju quickly. When Petty Officer Kang Jino hears that Yeoju is at Chogabong's place, he wants to know where Wang Se-hee is getting this information from. But Petty Officer Kang Jino doesn't understand what Wang Se-hee is talking about, who probably dreamed it in his sleep. To which Wang Se-hee, seriously looking at Petty Officer Kang Jino, wants to hear if he has ever deceived the Petty Officer, who agrees with Wang Se-hee, who as a kid always preferred to keep his mouth shut. But as it is, Kang Jino is in charge of guarding official Cho, and if anything, Wang Se-hee will have to confront them. In doing so, Wang Se-hee reminds Kang Jino of his words that he used to say he owed him his life and he came to collect his debt. Kang Jino says that he doesn't know why Wang Se-hee Yeoju said that not only his life but also Donghei's fate depends on the official Cho. And to make things clearer, Wang Se-hee wants to know if Donghei's fate depends on an old official who is intoxicated with power. But as sad as it sounds, it's really true because official Cho has the strongest army in Dongha, with great capabilities. And why there are no rebellions now, even though royal power has been weakened, is due to the official Chogebong. However, since things are like this, Wang Se-hee thinks that the official Chogebong should become king. And that's perfectly acceptable since Chogebong does have plenty of power at his disposal. But also Petty Officer Kang Jino quite confidently reports that if Chogebong had the will, he could create a new country. However, the official Chogebong has no desire for more power, and that is why he left politics and came to these places. And as soon as Petty Officer Kang Jino finishes his conversation, So Sori sticks her head out and says she's interested. because now a new question arises, namely what official Cho Gaebong really wants. Not expecting such familiarity, Petty Officer Kang Jino asks about the girl, and learns from Wang Sai-hee that she is a nine-tailed fox named So Sori. And in order to explain the situation of Sori and Wang Sai-hee, Kang Jino refers to the urgency of the situation. However, that's no problem for So Sori, who despite the delicious food and clean blankets, would like to be in the same dungeon as Wang Sai-hee. But it is against the rules of Payman where women and men live separately from each other. Sori blushingly tells Kang Jino that although they are not married, they are otherwise exactly as the foreman thinks. To which Wang Sai-hee asks Petty Officer Kang Jino to ignore the words said by Wang Sai-hee and continue their conversation they started. And Kang Jino further reports that the official is the kind of man who lost interest in money and power and became involved in sexual relations. At the same time, So Sori also heard that the official was taking his own life for the sake of sexual relations and wants to know the reason for such actions. However, this question is answered by Wang Sai-hee, who knows about the woman who was defamed by Cho Gaebong and subsequently set dogs on her and her child. And now Petty Officer Kang Jino wants to know how Wang Sai-hee knows this information. After all, when Kang Jino became in charge of Cho's security detail, there were no more such cases. At the same time, Seo Sori concludes that Cho Gaebong trusts Kang Jino enough to let him control him like that. And that's true, but in order to accomplish this, Kang Jino almost lost his life several times in an argument with Cho Gaebong. That said, Petty Officer Kang Jino isn't saying his methods are right, but at least it's the best way to protect people. And hearing this, Wang Sai-hee now finally realizes that Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino will not help him to get Yeoju. In this case, Sori wants to break the bars and find out what she's saying in the open. After all, the person who possesses Yeoju is definitely insane, and soon there will be nothing left of Petty Officer Kang Jino's control. And Petty Officer Kang Jino, hearing the confidence in Seo Sori's voice, realizes that she too is sure that Yeoju is at official Cho's place. With that, Wang Sai-hee tries to use another attempt to ask Petty Officer Kang Jino one more time regarding Yeoju. It's whether or not Petty Officer Kang Jino really doesn't know where Yeoju is right now. But no matter how hard Wang Sai-hee tries, Petty Officer Kang Jino can't give an answer to his question and asks him to end the conversation there. And Wang Sai-hee, now realizing that he can't get anything out of Kang Jino, all he has to do is thank him, which means no more conversation will take place and Kang Jino leaves the prisoners, advising them to rest. And on that note, Petty Officer Kang Jino leaves, slamming the door to the dungeons of Wang Sai-hee and So-ri behind him. Seeing the condition Wang Sai-hee is in, she's worried that he might be sick. But that's not true because Kang Jino said what Wang Sai-hee wanted him to say. The Petty Officer doesn't know where Yeoju is. At the same time, So Sori realizes that if even Kang Jino, who controls Cho Gaebong, doesn't know this, there aren't many places left to go. And this speculation is confirmed by Wang Sai-hee, who is going to go out at night to look for Yeoju. But as the sun begins to set, Wang Sai-hee decides to rest and pretends to be asleep to think over his plan. Wang Sai-hee is not only worried about where he will look for Yeoju, but also that he will have to confront the elder Kang Jino. And besides the fact that Wang Sai-hee will probably have to confront the people from Tanchon who are in Daejeon, he wonders where Saribi is. But Wang Sai-hee's thoughts are disturbed by a call from So Sori, who thinks that if Wang Sai-hee decides to act at night, he should get a good night's sleep. Wang Sai-hee, fully awakened from his thoughts, remembers that he is not alone in the dungeon. And So Sori, who is watching him, thinks that Wang Sai-hee's gaze on her means that he wants to ask her something. But back in his original position, Wang Sai-hee indifferently informs So Sori that she was imagining things. To which Seo Sori makes sure to notice that Wang Sai-hee is once again starting to behave in a way he doesn't really want him to. However, somehow So Sori is sure that Wang Sai-hee wants to ask something of her that she doesn't know yet. Wang Sai-hee hears Seo Sori comparing him to an ordinary person, and doesn't quite know what she's trying to say. But Seo Sori explains to Wang Sai-hee that every person has something in their life that they suffer for. Meanwhile, Wang Sai-hee really wanted to ask Seo Sori something, but because his thoughts are confused, he can't get it together, and it's annoying. Seo Sori, seeing that there was no reaction from her words, decided that Wang Sai-hee didn't want to keep the conversation going. But just as So Sori is about to settle down for the night, she hears Wang Sai-hee mention a place in the Blue Waters. And this is where he grew up and learned everything. But one day monsters in human form attacked the Blue Waters. But only later Wang Sai-hee learned that it was Tanchon's servants who had taken the lives of all the people dear to his heart. And such a never-before-heard revelation from Wang Sai-hee's mouth deeply touches Seo Sori's soul, who can't even find the words to respond. But does Wang Sai-hee blame himself for the deaths of his loved ones? Is this what torments his heart and soul? At that, Wang Sai-hee once again does not give an answer to Sori's question, sinking into his sad memories. And then some understanding begins to come to the mind of Wang Sai-hee, who now realizes he's been saying unnecessary things. After all, why share your past with Sori Sanchin? She's just like Sori Sanchin, who keeps popping up in my memories. Which means we should just absorb Soba Sori to get powers from her and call it a day, if only for revenge. But as soon as such thoughts popped into Wang Sai-hee's mind, he immediately rushed to his battle weapon, which was not in its proper place. That said, the next thing that pops into Wang Sai-hee's mind is his encounter with a fortune-telling cat, who back then told Wang Sai that he was destined to meet the one who would eventually give him the solution. And Seo Sori, all the while watching what's going on with Wang Sai-hee, is very concerned that he's not okay. But then Wang Saihee seriously starts addressing Sori by her first name, which has never happened before. It's because Wang Saihee is going to look for Yuju tonight and Seori might leave him. However, Sori doesn't want to believe what she said because she was joking when she said that she wasn't going to help Wang Saihee anymore, who, as before, unwilling to maintain the joking tone of Sori's conversation with him, claims that his words are serious. After all, Wang Saihee has to take Sori's life the moment he gets Yoju, which means Sori needs to hide. It's because Wang Saihee is supposed to be hunting the Sanshin, but if Sori wants to stop him, then let him take his life now. At the same time, Sori reminds Wang Saihee that yesterday's soul wanted only one thing, and that is to have her story heard. Wang Saihee is no exception. He wants to say something, but the anguish of his suffering makes it hard for him to breathe. But no matter how much Sori waits for Wang Saihee to respond, she sees that he once again has no intention of engaging in dialogue with her. Sori decides that this is the end of the conversation and turns his back on Wang Saihee. Though the silence drags on, Sori's head sank into her own thoughts, realizing that she was right. At the same time, Wang Saihee, who is also thinking about what he said earlier, is doing the same thing, catching the synchronicity in his actions with Sori. And this goes on until night falls, and Wang Saihee makes sure that Sori is sound asleep with no dreams. It seems that it is really true because Sori is cozily nestled in his cell, sleeping sweetly, and Wang Saihee looks at the girl one last time, as if saying goodbye to memorize both her and her facial features. And at the same time, the shaman bottle with Mrs. Soroka, still staying in the cabin offered to them by Sobak, decides to sharpen their battle weapons. All the while looking at the tip of the blade, various thoughts continue to swirl in the mind of Bottle the shaman. And Mrs. Okachi looking at the broom that Saribi's Tokebi has turned into notes that he has already recovered, which speaks to his strength. And it's also very strange that Sobak, who left to get tea, has not yet returned to them, as Bodil himself confirms. Mrs. Okachi, seeing that it doesn't bother Bodil at all, decides to ask if Sobak can be trusted. But the shaman Bottle can't answer the question because he doesn't remember much about Sobak. The only moment Bottle remembers well is when Sobak asks him if he really has to go. And when Bodil asks Sobak why he was interested in it, the latter only replied that it was for no reason. And to lend credence to his words, Sobak reiterates that he just wants to know if Bodil needs to leave, who tells Sobak in a commanding tone that he has plenty to do to waste on chatter. But just as the shaman Bottle is about to leave Sobak, she desperately grabs his arm trying to hold him back. And this attempt was made to ask Bodil to take Sobak with him where he himself was going. However, Bodil forcefully pulls out his arm and angrily tells Sobak that since he is not going to play with toys, he doesn't need such a burden. And now Sobak, realizing that she is losing her last chance to follow Bodil, just watches in silence as the one she considers a brother leaves. Meanwhile, Bodil, fully convinced of his rightness, begins to walk away from Sobak without even wanting to turn around to say goodbye. With Sobak left alone, all she has to do is cry for her brother who abandoned her. And the tears are already pouring down Sobak's face, who only calls Bodil, calling him brother. And that's exactly what Bodil's last memory of him and his relationship to Sobak is. At the same time, when asked by Mrs. Okachi whether Bodil remembered anything, the latter only says that he did very badly to Sobak. And this upsets Mrs. Okachi, who doesn't know what kind of character Bodil had before he met her and wants to know what he's done. Which means Bodil has no choice but to confess everything now to Mrs. Okachi, who is so eager to know. And he starts with how Sobak asked him to take her with him. But since Sobak had fallen down the mountain and was all bruised up, he didn't need her. And Mrs. Okachi, hearing that such an act was seen as cool by Bodil at the time, now thinks he's an asshole. But since the deed is done and it's in the past, Bodil needs to apologize to Sobak right away because it's never too late to do that. However, wanting to push the hurt Ms. Okachi now doesn't even know if such a heartless child can apologize. But just as Bodil begins to talk about his efforts to reform himself, he hears Sobak's voice outside calling out to him. At this, Sobak invites Bodil and Mrs. Okachi to leave the house to meet someone who can help them. And Bodil immediately goes outside and can't believe that Sobak has brought along someone who can help them with their case. And indeed, next to Sobak stands another person, or rather a child in appearance very similar to the shamaness. However, the first thing Sobak Bottle asks Sobak is what kind of child he is and how he can help them. But instead of Sobak now answers the girl herself, who expresses a sign of greeting and introduces herself as Song-mi. And who has just followed the shaman Bottle is recognized by Mrs. Ulkachi and informs Bottle about it. In this case, Song-mi expresses joy despite the fact that Mrs. Ulkachi is so frightened from the meeting on the contrary. And Bottle, hearing from Mrs. Ulkachi that Song-mi had struck her on the mountain pass, guesses that she was involved in the destruction of the Takabi. In addition, Bodil, not even knowing that their house is surrounded by the Elder's Men, tells Mrs. Ulkachi that he smells blood around him. Even so, Bodil decides to come out to Sobak, from whom he wants to hear why she is doing this to him. However, Sobak posturing tells Bodil that he knew her so well that he could so easily believe all of this. Did Bodil even know that when he and Sobak were studying with the hermit, what she was going through? But as sad as it sounds for Sobak, Bodil admits to her that he doesn't remember this time. And it is not surprising for Sobak, because for Bodil, she was always nothing more than a small weed or a pebble in the path. At that, Bodil immediately confirms that he has such a side, but that doesn't give Sobak the right to bring to him people who destroy Donghei's life. But Bodil's spoken words leave Sobak indifferent to Donghei's plight, because of what Donghei in turn has done for her. And hearing what Sobak Bodil said, he realizes that if she really thinks so, he has nothing more to say to her in response. And Sobok now turns to Sangmi in an orderly tone and tells them to grab Bodil as soon as possible and stop him from talking nonsense. And Sangmi immediately understood the order correctly and signaled to the men who were under the command of the petty officer, some of whom hold their battle weapons at the ready and take cover on the rooftop to prepare for Bodil's attacker. At the same time, another part of the armed men immediately appear from around the corner, and openings of the house in which Bodil and Mrs. Olkachi are. And Bodil, who at this very time is raking sand near the doorstep of the house, notes that too many people have gathered to catch them. And as soon as Bodil finishes saying the words, he hits the place where his foot was just now with force. The blow is so strong that it simply does not give the armed men of the petty officer the opportunity to move. And the same pressure is also felt by Sangmi, who immediately reacted in time, who is beginning to realize that what Bodil is doing is called displacing magic. And the power of displacing magic is too great as even everything around the house is affected by it. At the same time, the armed men of the elders, shackled by magical power, do not realize what is happening, not only around them, but also with their bodies. And Sangmi, still in the ready pose, doesn't understand how Bodil could use such magic without knowing the spell. Bodil, taking advantage of the situation and the general stupor, is already rushing towards Sangmi with his battle weapon at the ready. But at the very moment Bodil strikes Sangmi, he misses as the shamaness is able to react in time, namely so that Sangmi not only pulls back from the blow she was dealt, but also bounces back from Bodil. And once the situation is more or less safe, Sangmi lands noting Bodil's amazing skills. Even though Bodil asks him not to tell Sangmi what he knows about himself, he notes that the girl in front of him is not an easy one. But then the head of Tanshan appears on the horizon from behind Sangmi's back and notices Bodil's well-honed movements. And now, by going straight to Sangmi, the head of Tanshan wants to make sure that Bodil's shaman is in front of him, who clearly doesn't expect that not only will there be another figurehead on the field of confrontation, but that he will recognize him. At the same time, Bodil feels a stabbing sensation in the back of his head and still wants to know who this man is. But the answer to Bodil's question is given by the nearby Mrs. Olkachi, who informs him that it is the head of Tanshan who has the power of a dead man. However, Mrs. Olkachi doesn't have time to finish speaking before she and Bodil hear another arrival calling them his appetizer. In addition, Mr. Nurlmere is also celebrating Mrs. Olkachi, whom he failed to eat the last time they met. And as soon as Mr. Nyrelmere finishes his monologue, he immediately jumps to the ground. At that, Mrs. Olkachi is no longer able to contain her fear and says that the boy she saw before is the same one in front of them. And this boy, aka Mr. Nurlmere, as soon as he lands on the ground, he forms a wave around himself from the force of the impact. And now Mr. Nurlmere will not miss a chance, and this time he will not let anyone go alive. And at this time, the shaman Bodil, being in the surroundings, begins to evaluate the situation, because behind the shaman and the man with the power of the dead. In this case, the way of shaman Bodil and Mrs. Olkachi is now blocked by a dragon named Nurlmere. But no matter how things go from there, the shaman Bodil decides that he must first address Sobok. It's more likely that Bodil will lose his life in this very place, and I wish I could tell Sobok what's on his mind over a cup of tea. But since there is a chance that there will be no more chance to talk, the shaman Bodil decides now to ask Sobok for forgiveness for everything. And Sobok seems totally unprepared to accept an apology from Bodil right now. And what's the point of Bodil doing this? He doesn't remember anything, so there's no need for these useless words now. However, it is hard for Bodil to disagree because it is all true and he does not remember the details, but he feels that he has done wrong to Sobok, who, already in a state of emotional instability, is being pushed to the brink by Bodil's words, who is now probably starting to think Sobok is fine, but in reality is completely wrong. And Bodil, who is now appreciating the look on Sobok's face, now realizes why he had no interest in women. And the reason is that Sobok's face kept popping up in his face, which tells me that Bodil's running things in that area. Meanwhile, Bodil, preparing for the approaching battle, agrees with Sobok that he can be forgiven so easily it takes more time, which means Bodil will do anything to survive, and then Bodil can apologize to Sobok properly. But since it is life-threatening for Sobok to be in this place, Bodil asks her to move away, which Sobok does despite the fact that Shaman Bodil and Lady Olkachi are left alone against an outnumbered enemy. Mr. Nurlmere, who is going to attack Bodil and Mrs. Olkachi, is already wishing himself a pleasant appetite. And now Mr. Nurlmere has already taken off from his seat, towering over Bodil, and is preparing to strike him, which hits Bodil just in the cheek area of his face, throwing him aside. But as soon as Mr. Nurlmere, who thinks he can defeat Bodil, hits the air, he doesn't realize what it is. And having realized that he did not catch Bodil and having landed on the ground, Mr. Nurlmere begins to sputter with indignation. And since neither Bodil nor Mrs. Olkachi is found by Mr. Nurlmere, he begins to look around furiously. In this case, Mrs. Olkachi, deceptively already partially reincarnated as a magpie, already leaves the place of confrontation. And at Bodil's supposed location, talismans now appear enveloped in flames. And Mrs. Olkachi, who still manages to leave the dangerous place for her, remains only with fear to watch what is happening below. And at this time, the fire whip under the control of the talismans belonging to Bodil is already splitting the air. And that's exactly what Sangmi doesn't expect to see, her surprise showing on her face. And Mrs. Olkachi for a second hovered in the air, also watching the trick that Bodil was able to do, which explains to Sanmai that the magic he uses is called cleavage magic. And usually Bodil, looking at the flying Mrs. Olkachi trying to distract the enemies from her, says that he uses 3 scrolls. At the same time, Mrs. Olkachi, hovering in the air, holds her gaze on Bodil and understands what he wants to say to her with his actions. And the shamaness Shangmi seeing that Mrs. Okachi is already far away from them, regretfully declares that they have missed her. At the same time, Sungmi turns to Bodil and wants to know if he is really saving Mrs. Okachi at the cost of his life. However, such a statement makes Bodil laugh a lot, who thinks that Sungmi's shamaness is confused about something. After all, the shaman Bodil is a hunter who has spent too much time hunting them himself, and Mrs. Okachi Bodil let Ms. Okachi go simply because he wants her away from a dangerous place. But finally, Bodil's time has come, and he can avenge all the Sanshin and Tokebi who have fallen at the hands of Tanshan's men. However, this amuses the shamaness Sanmai, who, although she notes Bodil's power level, is not sure he can handle them. And besides, Bodil's words madly piss off Mr. Neuralmere, who doesn't understand how a shaman dares to say such things. After all, the shaman Bodil is just a man who dares to speak in such a tone with Neuralmere himself. The more angry Mr. Neuralmere is, the more sensitive his dragon energy becomes, which makes Bodil's whole body go numb. And seeing that the warriors of the head of Tanshan have already come to their senses, Bodil realizes that his paralysis magic has ceased to prove its effect. Still, Bodil decides to avoid showing anything that might reveal his weakness. And so, clutching his magic whip tighter, he challenges the dragon who apparently wants to taste the powers of the shaman Bodil. But as soon as Mr. Neuralmere hears what is said, he immediately rushes at Bodil, ordering no one to interfere in this confrontation. And now Mr. Neuralmere, holding his fist ready to strike, flies at Bodil, who is waiting for him, which manages to bounce just in time, just from the place where the blow of Mr. Neuralmere's enormous strength. Mr. Neuralmere, seeing that Bodil lands unharmed in front of him, can't believe that this can happen. And Bodil at this time, having made his check, concludes that though the attack passed and was the same, the dragon's power is huge, but the blows are simple. Once again, Mr. Neuralmere is not jokingly puffed up with dragon energy and flies at Bodil to finally finish him off. But the shaman Bodil, realizing what to expect from Mr. Neuralmere, only tightens his magic whip. And as soon as the moment is right, Bodil takes Mr. Neuralmere's arm in chains and throws him over himself. So instead of capturing Bodil's shaman, Mr. Neuralmere finds himself in a situation where he needs help. And now Neuralmere, who was thrown off by Bodil's magic whip, is flying as far away from the place of their confrontation as possible. And having reached the ground, Mr. Neuralmere, with all his strength, lands on it, forming a large depression from the impact. At the same time, Bodil, feeling victorious, notes that opposing Neuralmere is like being attacked by an enraged boar. But still, it's a shame that the dragon's power is lost to Bodil, who is already being attacked by another enemy. However, the head of Tanshan himself strikes from behind, using his battle weapon to attack Bodil, who manages to react in time and duck, thus avoiding the loss of life. And yet, even though the shaman Bodil lands on the ground unharmed, he still wants to know who his next opponent is. And that person is the head of Tanshan, who has taken a fighting stance and is holding his battle weapon at the ready. To which Bodil takes up the challenge, saying that he is always up for some swordplay. And the head of Tanshan, unwilling to wait any longer, rushes at Bodil again, swinging his battle weapon at the shaman. And now a confrontation begins between Bodil and the foreman, in which neither Bodil nor the foreman yields to each other. And besides, the shaman Bodil has been very successful in deflecting the blows of the elder's combat weapons. Not wanting to stop, the elder realizes that the shaman Bodil, standing in front of him, wields a sword. And even so, the elder makes new attempts to defeat the shaman Bodil, who is not far behind his rival. At the same time, the foreman also notices that the knife that Bodil had pointed at him is coming straight at him at a high rate of speed. But thanks to the fact that the bogeyman notices him in time, he manages to deflect the blow and change the direction of the knife belonging to Bodil. And from now on, Bodil's battle weapon has changed its trajectory and is heading in a different direction from the petty officer. And at the same time, the petty officer, who freezes in the pose he occupied, does not understand what is happening to him now. At the same time, Bodil, who gives praise to the yeoman, also reports that he uses magic because he is not a warrior, which means that the head of Tanshan should stand still in one pose, but at some point something goes wrong. And Bodil, who thinks he's done everything perfectly, notices that his magic is starting to crack. Bodil has to dodge and deflect the blows from the head of Tanshan once again, who finally breaks all the spells that have been restraining him, and is about to go on a new offensive against the shaman Bodil, who hears Songmi's voice reminding Bodil of his existence, which the shaman seems to have completely forgotten about. Well, as long as Songmi is around, Shaman Bodil can safely assume that his magic is off limits. The shaman Bodil replies that Songmi is too cruel to him, because how can you leave a shaman without magic? And besides, Mr. Neuralmere, who has come to his senses, reappears on the horizon. And his presence is discovered by the shaman Bodil, who does not seem to expect to see Mr. Neuralmere again so soon. And Mr. Neuralmere is already not on a joke. Angry and full voice says that he will immediately deal with the shaman Bodil. And so the shaman Bodil finds himself surrounded not only by the men of the head of Tanshan, but also by the dragon and the shamaness Songmi. But even though the shaman Bodil is surrounded, he still wonders what Mr. Neuralmere will do to him. And so, once again turning to his magic, the shaman Bodil decides to see what will come out of this confrontation next. And now all the more confident in himself and his powers, the shaman Bodil offers his opponent some fun. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Wang Zehe continues to lie in his bed in the dungeon. Suddenly, Wang Zehe's gaze catches that there is another person in the dungeon besides him, and so sorry, who opens the door of the dungeon in which Wang Zehe is being held and tells the latter that they are releasing them, suggesting that they get out. And when asked by Wang Zehe who he is, the warrior informs that he is a deputy head of Pyongmun named Hong Seong-guk, who came on behalf of the head. But just as Hong Sung-guk is about to go to the second dungeon where Sori is, he notices that she is already out of it. And such a circumstance of affairs turns Hong Sung-guk in shock because he does not remember when he had time to open the door of the dungeon in which there was a girl. In doing so, Sori remarks to the warrior that he should have taken care of her first, but he didn't, so Sori opened up on her own. But once Hong Sung-guk's shock wears off, he holds out the items taken from the guests and says that they were put in the dungeon on purpose. However, neither the warrior nor the guests have much time on their hands, which means it's time to leave. But as soon as Wang Sai-hee and Seo-ri go outside to follow Hong Sung-guk, the nine-tailed fox notices that she has soiled her new skirt. And not wanting to further spoil his belongings, Sori asks if there is another path to follow, but gets a negative answer. And besides, as soon as Wang Sai-hee, Sori, and the attendant approach the high wall, the latter informs them that this is the end of their journey. Which means that Wang Sai-hee and Seo-ri can leave Pyongman territory through the door that Hong Sung-guk is pointing to. Oh, and at the end, Hong Sung-guk, holding out the bag to Wang Sai-hee, compliments the words of the chapter who apologizes for the way things turned out. And as soon as Vane Sei-hee opens the sack, he and Sori see that it is filled with a lot of gold. And Sori doesn't even try to hold back his admiration. He's already dreaming of spending that money on all the clothes he wants. Wang Sai-hee, who, unlike Sori, is completely indifferent to the gift, gives the whole bag to the nine-tailed fox. Wang Sai-hee is doing this so that Sori can buy nice clothes and wear them to emphasize her beauty. But Seo-sori doesn't understand why Wang Sai-hee is talking to her like that right now. However, Wang Sai-hee does not dignify Seo-sori with a response this time as he has in the past. And instead of words, Wang Sai-hee walks closer to Seo-ri and wraps his arm around the girl's shoulders, pulling her closer to him. And just like that, Wang Sai-hee and Seo-sori stand pressed against each other without another word. With Wang Sai-hee leaning closer to the girl's face to confirm the words she said earlier, this is their farewell. However, Seo-sori doesn't want to believe what Wang Sai-hee is telling her right now, standing as close to her as ever before. Still, to hear if Wang Sai-hee's words are really true, Sori decides to ask again. But instead of answering, Wang Sai-hee only silently bows his head to Seo-sori, implying that everything is finalized. And now, Seo-sori realizes that Sei-hee is not joking, and can't hold back her tears and says what Wang Sai-hee should have said to her, namely that he's going to kill her. However, no matter how it is or what Wang Sai-hee thinks, he is more serious than ever about his intentions. But that's not all Wang Sai-hee wants to do with Seo-ri, as he has a favor to ask of her. Which is that in order to prevent Sori from happening to Wang Sai-hee, Sori must promise him that she will go to the White Mountain of Imei. And when asked by Seo-sori why she should do it, Wang Sai-hee replies that she'll find out for herself when she arrives. Oh, and at the end of the conversation, Wang Sai-hee apologizes to Seo-sori for being very cold to her. But all this prolonged time, this behavior was Wang Sai-hee's pretense towards Seo-sori. After all, Wang Sai-hee's attitude towards Seo-sori is truly different from how he actually behaved with the girl. However, Seo-sori is once again unwilling to accept that Wang Sai-hee is thus saying a final goodbye to her. Meanwhile, Wang Sai-hee, having said everything he wanted to say to Sori, turns away from the girl to leave her. But still, Sori doesn't give up hope that he can stop Wang Sai-hee and make him change his mind. However, Wang Sai-hee's shouting of the girl's name slows the latter down, preventing her from moving from her seat and following Wang Sai-hee, who turns to Sori one last time to thank her for everything she's done for Wang Sai-hee. And it was these words that made Sori blush more than any other. So Sori is left alone and can only look at the departing Wang Sai-hee with a glance, who no longer turns around, begins to retreat into the depths of the residence, getting further and further away from Seo-sori each time. After all, Seo-sori only has to watch Wang Sai-hee walk away from her without even moving. After all, Wang Sai-hee has already left her so far behind, and Seo-ri can't even follow him if she wants to. And Hong Sung-guk, who also witnesses this scene, reminds us that Wang Sai-hee is being searched for, and how Seo-sori will act now. She can't take the pressure anymore and pounces on Hong Sung-guk, saying that he can't see what she's thinking. But after all of this, Sori starts to shift her gaze to the bag of gold Wang Sai-hee left her, fully convinced that he's lost his mind. Meanwhile, Mrs. Olkachi, at a safe distance from the confrontation, watches as the house where Bodil is located goes up in flames. And all Mrs. Olkachi can think and talk about now is her faithful friend and his plight of Bodil. Meanwhile, the fire was already spreading to the roof and inside the house where Bodil and Mrs. Olkachi had been eating a little earlier. At the same time, the survivors who are subordinate to the head of Tanchon do not give up their positions and continue the offensive. And Bodil, who is using his last strength, realizes that he is tired of facing several people at once, and besides, the talismans are running out. And in all of this, Bodil blames the shamaness San Mi, who prevents Bodil from being able to conjure. At the same time, the head of Tanchon, looking at Bodil, is surprised that there is someone in Donga who can use magic of this magnitude. But since the realities are like this, it's the head of Tanchon that should match the skills Bodil used. Who is trying to keep his wits about him in mockery asks the head of Banshon, who is asking him to hold back. But then an enraged Mr. Neuralmeyer appears in the arena of confrontation, recalling his order not to interfere with anyone, because now is the right moment for Neuralmeyer to finally absorb Bodil, which, clamping his nose from his dislike of the smell of soybean paste, reminds him of the previously said that dragon attacks are not appropriate. And besides, what kind of dragon dares to call itself a dragon without Yuju, unless it's a water serpent? And this becomes the last straw for Mr. Neuralmeyer, who lashes out at Mr. Bodil with renewed vigor. who again turns to his magic to direct it at Mr. Neuralmere, and concludes that the latter learns nothing. And now the fireball that forms with Bottle's pitch is heading towards Mr. Neuralmere, flying at him, who despite Bottle's warnings is heading towards educated magic. At the same time, Mr. Neuralmere, as soon as the fireball touches him, is forced to take cover from its effects. And Bottle, seeing what is happening to Mr. Neuralmere, is interested in his present condition, for this fire has wounded even the Black Tiger. However, as soon as the name of the Black Tiger reaches Mr. Neuralmere's ears, he orders that he not be compared to him. After all, Mr. Neuralmere, unlike his hated Black Tiger, is nothing but a dragon. And now the clawed hand reaching for Bottle is accompanied by a reminder that Neuralmere himself is in front of the latter. And thus Mr. Neuralmere reaches the throat of the still resisting Bottle, which now deprived of the ability to turn to magic, only hovering in the air being in the grip of Neuralmere. At the same time, Mr. Neuralmere, who begins his transformation into a dragon, rejoices that he has finally reached Bottle, and the shamaness Sanmi out of herself from joy from victory of Mr. Neuralmere, as from something obvious asks to absorb Bottle. And as soon as Mr. Neuralmere hears that his idea is approved, he immediately agrees to carry it out. And now Mr. Neuralmere opens his huge mouth and threatens to wipe the shaman Bottle off the face of the earth, who until the last not wanting to lose his sense of humor makes a remark that in front of him is not a dragon but a natural water serpent. But Mr. Neuralmere again orders Bottle not to call him that, for with Yuiju he was the strongest Sanshin. However, Bottle reminds Neuralmere that real dragons fly in the sky and don't want to come down to earth and eat people. And it is in the extreme pissing off words to Mr. Neuralmere that makes the latter move to insults. And now Bottle, who had just been hovering in the air with a flick of the dragon's hand, begins his movement. At the same time, Mr. Neuralmere not only throws Bottle over himself, but also hits him forcefully against the surface. And the blow is so strong that it deeply wounds Bottle, causing her to bleed internally. Meanwhile, as soon as all this happens, the broom lying nearby, which is Saribi's Tokebi, begins to vibrate. At the same time, Mr. Neuralmere, still furious at Bottle's insolence, continues to stand over the ladder. And all Mr. Neuralmere promises to do to Bottle is that his farewell to life will be very painful. But Bottle, still conscious though with his mouth closed by magic, repeats that Mr. Neuralmere is a monster. At the same time, the shamaness Sanmi, addressing the almost reincarnated Mr. Neuralmere, reminds that it is too early for him to show his appearance. In addition, when looking at Bottle, Sangmi's shaman accurately points out that he is so helpless that anyone could easily kill him. And now it's time for Mr. Neuralmere to come to his senses by taking even breaths in and out, which he does well. Oh, now that things have gotten better for Mr. Neuralmere, he can go back to Bottle to deal with him. But what starts to happen next makes everyone, including the head of Tanshan, quite surprised. And Mr. Neuralmere himself is in complete incomprehension of what is happening in front of him. And all because the reincarnated human Tokebi Saribi throws Bottle on his shoulder and leaves the place of confrontation with him. And Bottle, still conscious and in pain, still wants to see the face of his savior. But since Tokebi Saribi does not dignify Bottle with his answer, the latter again decides to repeat his question. This rhetorical question is also asked by Mr. Neuralmere, who again sees Tokebi Saribi in front of him. And as soon as the head of Tanshan comes to his senses from the same sighting, he immediately seeks the help of the shamaness Sangmi, who at this very moment holding her magical talismans at the ready is preparing to use them. And this does not escape the gaze of the shaman Bottle, who realizes that both he and Tokebi Saribi are in danger and decides to dodge the attack. And this leads to the fact that the talismans that were just arrowed towards the fleeing begin to swirl along the way. And it doesn't make sense to Sangmi's shaman, who just can't believe her eyes that her attack didn't work. However, the reason why Sangmi's shaman's plan failed is because it was Mrs. Olkachi who was able to hide Bottle from the shaman. Who sees that at the cost of her life, Mrs. Olkachi is trying to protect both him and the Tokebi Saribi who saves him. At the same time, Mrs. Olkachi herself is threatened by the danger that comes from the shamaness Sanmi, who believes that Soroka constantly interferes with her and annoys her. But once again, Tokebi Saribi interferes with the plans of shamaness Sanmi by dragging Mrs. Olkachi away from the shamaness's magical hands. And Shaman Bottle, seeing what Tokebi Saribi is capable of, is now finally sure that he is not an ordinary Tokebi. At the same time, the shamaness Sanmi, seeing their victims leaving, does not understand how it came to be that they are all at one with each other. And all the while, Mr. Neuralmere, restraining himself, not wanting to believe that his food has escaped him again, rushes after him. At the same time, the head of Tanshan also accurately points out that the fact that the shaman and the Tokebi have formed an alliance will be a hindrance to them. And Sobak, who appeared behind their backs as if to add oil to the fire, adds that everyone present is very lucky. After all, if Bottle was ready to attack, no one would have a chance to save their life. However, such a remark made by Sobak is not to the liking of the shaman Sanmi, who orders her to keep her mouth shut. The head of Tanshan, not paying any attention to the words said by Sobak, asks Sangmi to bring Neuralmere back. After all, there is a possibility that Neuralmere will pursue the wounded fleeing, which could spoil the plan of the head of Tankon. And shamaness Sanmi, understanding all the seriousness of the situation, rushes after Mr. Neuralmere with the promise to return soon. At the same time, as soon as the head of Tanshan makes sure that Sangmi has accepted his instruction, he immediately switches to Sobak. And looking at the girl's face, the head of Tanshan wants an answer from her whether they can start their plan today. To which Sobok also seriously replies that he will start work as soon as it pleases the head of Tanchon himself. But before proceeding, Sobok once again asks the head of Tanchon to keep his promise and not take the life of official Cho. However, the newly emerged conversation on the topic is starting to piss off the head of Tanchon, who has already heard enough about it. But the fact that Sobok is reopening a topic that has been discussed many times before is because she doesn't trust people. And once the meaning of Sobok's words finally reaches the head of Tanchon, he agrees with her that it's a good habit. Meanwhile, the house where Sobok previously hosted Bodal's brother and Sanshin's Mrs. Olkachi continues to go up in flames. And amidst all the mess and devastation, Sobok's attention is drawn to the skulls of broken dishes. At the same time, Sobok, immersed in her own thoughts, thinks that this time more than ever she has done well. But still, Sobok really wishes there was someone in the world who could try it. And then Sobok's memory takes her back to when she told her uncle as a child that she didn't want to be a courtesan. However, her uncle reminds Sobok that her mother left a debt of 2,000 nannies after her death, and insists that the girl still work. At the same time, Sobok seizes the last opportunity to tell his uncle that he has strong feelings for one man. But uncle is already angry and can't believe that Sobok, mentioning the hermit's apprenticeship, continues to go to the hermit. However, Sobok, unable to hold back her tears, tells her uncle that she can make money by fortune-telling and asks him to leave her at home. However, her uncle, not wanting to hear anything more about Sobok's new trade, forcefully pushes the girl away from him, which, losing all ability to hold on to the pain and humiliation, now flies straight to the bare floor. And uncle couldn't believe his ears that Sobok was so infatuated with this hermit that she forgot who raised her. And to fulfill his threat in action, uncle begins to step on the defenseless girl who now has no choice. And Sobok realizes that something bad awaits her, but tries to stop her uncle from mocking her. But despite all Sobok's entreaties, her uncle brings the plan to an end, leaving the girl only the opportunity to cry. And all Uncle Sobok can say in response to his atrocity is to blame it on Sobok. But then the door to the house where uncle and his defamed Sobok are staying starts to open, and in front of Uncle Sobok appears his wife, who sees her husband fawning in front of her and wants to know what he's wondering. At the same time, the uncle, full of fear of his wife, cannot take his eyes off her in anticipation of further reaction from his wife. But then Aunt Sobok's gaze shifts to the spot behind her husband's back, just where Sobok is sitting. At the same time, the woman, no longer paying any attention to her husband, now sees only her niece Sobok in front of her. Uncle Sobok takes advantage of the moment to sneak out of the house and says he has to meet Chunshik. As soon as her uncle leaves the house, the defamed Sobok, alone with her aunt, turns to her for protection. However, instead of calming her niece down, her aunt clutched the rolling pin she had in her hand. Her aunt firmly believes that Sobok, who is much worse than her mother, is to blame for everything that happened. And Sobok, who realizes that she is once again facing reprisals now from her aunt, is trying to convey to her that her uncle started it first. However, Aunt Sobok's ears are no longer reached by the pleas for mercy coming from her niece, on whom the woman throws herself with a rolling pin, and the bitterness of the memories of Sobok's sad past now poured out in bitter tears down the girl's cheeks. Although the girl was completely sure that her past would no longer be able to squeeze a single tear out of her eyes, but she was wrong. And now Sobok stands alone on the doorstep of a house full of memories almost completely destroyed by fire. But the thing that is so dear to Sobok on her luck remained intact and rests quietly in the secret chest of the girl. After all, the very day Aunt Sobok beat the girl, she made a vow that she would take revenge on all her abusers. And now that Sobok is sitting next to the preserved item, realizes that she actually hesitated in her decision. And it's all the fault of the fear of the man who begins to live only for revenge. However, it was the fact that Sobok's sister was not willingly deprived of her life that made the girl think about many things. And only a warm hope in Sobok's soul that Brother Bodal could stop her and take her away from these hated places. Then Sobok could forget everything and run away, but it didn't happen. And instead of doing so, Sobok met a look of anger. And to stop Bodal and try to get him to take Sobok's girl, the latter throws herself on his arm, all so that Sobok could reach out to Bodal again, begging him to take her with him. But asking Bodal not to leave Sobok alone pisses off the guy even more, who says that Sobok is just a burden to him. And on these words said by Bodal ends the dialogue between him and Sobok, who is once again alone, and all Sobok has to do is stare tearfully at Bodal's passing. And even though Bodal does not return to Sobok despite her pleas, the girl still continues to hope. But Bodal is getting farther away from Sobok with each step, not even wanting to look back at the girl he left behind, who still hasn't moved from where her brother Bodal left her and continues to stare after him. And the thought that no one pays attention to Sobok and the pain of the fact that even no circumstances can affect it torments the girl. And it is the realization of this that provokes new budding thoughts in the girl's mind, which means Sobok will settle accounts with all her abusers who will pay with their lives, and first in line will be her uncle, who doesn't understand what the girl is doing and doesn't recognize her as Sobok, which offends the latter. And as soon as Sobok raises her face, she realizes that for the first time she is looking at her uncle with her head held high. But once Uncle Sobok realizes his niece is in front of him, he's on his last breath to know if it's her gratitude. However, instead of answering, the girl forcefully stabs her stiletto into her uncle's body, wanting to end it as soon as possible. And so it is that Sobok exacts her first revenge on her uncle, which causes her to laugh heartily. But the fear that Sobok could take a man's life completely consumed her. However, when Sobok saw the face of her uncle who had bid farewell to life through agony, her fear instantly vanished, and the initial fear was replaced by a sense of satisfaction with herself and the results Sobok had achieved. However, next in line was Aunt Sobok, whom the girl was able to push off the cliff into the river. Meanwhile, Sobok, standing on top of her, just watched her aunt fly straight down. And the fact that Sobok managed to push Auntie into the river was very exciting to watch Sobok remain up there. And as a result, Sobok took the lives of all those who tormented her for their lustful animal desires. However, sometime after the deed was done, they started looking for the one who was able to take the lives of government officials. But because Sobok could see the future, no one could catch her and accuse her of what she had done. And now, after all these years, Sobok has one last revenge she holds so dear. And now, once all the preparations are complete for Sobok's final mission, she realizes that everything is ready. However, one thing does not leave the girl alone, and that is how Bodil turns to the girl and asks her to forgive her for the past. But Sobok realizes that no matter how hard Bodil tries now, the girl will not be able to accept his apology. And that's because Sobok thinks the girl has no right to do it. And now that Sobok is finally ready, she asks her master to wait, for she is going to him. After all, this is the last revenge that, according to the girl's predictions, will interrupt her lifeline. Meanwhile, the action begins to unfold in the palace of a high-ranking official, Cho Gaebong. And now, on the territory of Cho Gaebong's residence, Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino is on duty according to his instructions, who up to this point has been in a calm state of mind, but now Kang Jino is very focused. And that's because standing before him in all his majesty on the bridge is none other than Baru himself. And seeing Baru, Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino asks him what he is doing at such a time on the grounds of the official Cho Gaebong's residence. However, such a question puzzles Baru because he lives here and this palace was built by Cho Gaebong for him. And now Petty Officer Kang Jino is putting the puzzles together in his head and realizing why so many fish have recently been brought into the territory. And Baru stands in front of Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino, uncovered and with his limbs exposed, watching the Chief Petty Officer with a sneaky eye. Which now looking at Baru definitely convinces him that the latter is not human at all, but then who is he? At the same time, Baru raised his head up, hearing a foreign sound, and wondered if Petty Officer Kang Jino could hear such a thing. But since Kang Jino's hearing is not accessible to these sounds, Baru explains that these are the sounds of a battle that is not between ordinary people. However, the information brought to Petty Officer Kang Jino's attention makes him wary, and Baru, saying he has access to a lot of things, thinks it has to do with the man who was staring at him from the bridge. But it's not Yomano Hensok of Danshan that Baru is referring to, who confirms Jino's words by saying that he's not human. However, who he really is not known to Baru, who has lived 500 years and has never seen such a thing. And then Petty Officer Gang Jino tells Baru that Petty Officer Hensok talked to the official Cho Gaebong about Yuju. Seeing Baru's reaction, Kang Jino realizes that he knows that Cho Gaebong has Yoju, so the people from Danshan want to get her. However, Baru in turn says that he has been waiting for Yuju to be his for 500 years, and now he will not let others get Yuju. And Petty Officer Kang Jino, unable to believe his ears, now wants to know who the Baru standing in front of him really is. Which, to such a direct question from Senior Kang Jino, gives the same answer, which is that Baru is a water serpent. Kang Jino guesses that Baru lent the official Cho Gaebong his power to get Yoju, but the water serpent can just take Yuju. However, Baru doesn't really know where Yoju is and is counting on Cho Gaebong's promise. And Petty Officer Kang Jino, now realizing what this is all about, realizes that he hasn't heard such in-the-world betrayal characteristic of humans in a long time. However, it's time for Petty Officer Kang Jino to return to his service, as Sobok has already arrived. Baru should know that if he has any problems, Petty Officer Kang Jino promises to help. And Baru doesn't seem to expect to hear such a thing from Petty Officer Kang Jino, but only thanks the latter. And Petty Officer Kang Jino, having decided to stick around, wants to know what Baru will do when he gets Yoju to become a dragon. Baru sadly looks up into the sky and says that as soon as he gets Yoju, he will fly in the sky. But is this really all that Baru dreams of? Who, when asked the question, confidently replies that he wants no more? And since things are really like this, Kang Jino will wait for the day when Baru becomes a real dragon. A short time later, Sobok is near Cho Gaebong's palace, checking on the people under Jino's command. And all the while, Sobok is only concerned with one question: how long will she be searched by Petty Officer Kang Jino's subordinates? But quickly pulling herself together, Sobok calms down and suggests that the warriors search as long as they need to, since she has nothing anyway. Sobok is waiting for a high-ranking official, Cho Gaebong, which means she has to go, but the warrior's call stops her. At that, also a voice belonging to Kang Jino stops Sobok from advancing further. And the whole reason is because Petty Officer Kang Jino repeatedly told Sobok not to take the jewelry that's on her head. And it's because of Kang Jino that Sobok has been unable to carry out his revenge for a long time. Even the talisman doesn't help. Sobok pretends not to understand what Jino doesn't like about her or the hairpin, and offers to take away the latter. And Petty Officer Kang Jino would have done it gladly but next time, but now he would inform Cho Gaebong that Sobok had come to see him. Who thinks that let Kang Jino do as he pleases as long as he tells Cho to give the girl another hairpin? And with those words, Sobok bypassed Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino and went straight to the high-ranking official, not daring to look at the Chief Petty Officer again, who in turn still keeps his guard up and watches the departing Sobok with a glance. And to make sure that the girl does not turn anywhere on the way, Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino instructs his men to escort her to the official's room. As soon as the warriors, following the orders of their superior officer Kang Jino, bring Sobok to the official's quarters, the latter announces her arrival. But since Sobok was late as ever today to see high-ranking official Cho Gebong, she should rather pass. At the same time, one of the warriors accompanying Sobok cannot understand why it is late because it is only 1 o'clock in the morning, but does not get an answer. And Sobok, on her way to her master's house, has learned one important thing in her years as a courtesan. And that thing is that under any circumstances, you have to be a rock so gentle as to be climbable. With the now bowing to his master, Sobok is forced to hide the top of his rock in the mist. After all, people who have reached the top of the cliff like high-ranking official Cho Gebong never return. Meanwhile, a high-ranking official Cho Gebong approaches the elderly Sobok to tell her that he has been waiting for her. But since Sobok is here, she should immediately follow into the arms of a high-ranking official, Cho Gebong. However, the efforts of Cho Gebong, a high-ranking official, are intercepted by Sobok's hands, thus stopping Cho, who keeps looking at the girl and doesn't understand what could have happened to delay their intimacy. And Sobok, continuing to play the role of a foggy mountain, only averts a look full of tears from the high-ranking official. Sobok does this to give the official the appearance of having climbed without showing the top. And then one has the desire to climb to the top again, and that is why Sobok mentions her past, which she did not talk about before. However, a high-ranking official doesn't care about the past at all, and the only thing that matters is that they are here together now. But Sobok keeps spouting off that she's a loser and has done a lot of terrible things, before meeting the high-ranking official Cho, who totally doesn't understand what Sobok means by what he said, which adds some frustration. After all, there is a well-known truth that a man loves a woman as long as he does not know her past. However, a high-ranking official of a different opinion does not include himself in the list of such simpletons. But Sobok is not at all sure about this because she knows almost nothing about the high-ranking official Cho Gebong, who in turn informs him that he doesn't know Sobok well either, and she's the first woman who hasn't accepted his gifts. To which Sobok, deciding to ignore what was said to her, mentions a certain man who had once abandoned a girl. And that said, Sobok is shocked by a high-ranking official who doesn't believe such men exist. And Sobok, having gotten what she wanted by snuggling up to a high-ranking official, says that it was in her childhood, but today she met him again. A high-ranking official, hearing such sincerity in words, decides that this is the reason for the girl's tears, who reassures the high-ranking official that this time she has turned her back on him since she has her master. And these words are very pleasing to a high-ranking official who still wants to know the reason for Sobok's tears. At that, the girl once again avoids a direct answer and asks the high-ranking official if he knows Seo Jung. But that name does not come to the high official's mind, even though he hears from Sobok that he had an affair with her. And high-ranking official Cho Gebong, seeing that Sobok doesn't want to stop there, wants to know if she's interrogating her. However, Sobok doesn't see it that way because she has spoken about her past, and now it's Cho Gebong's turn, who doesn't understand why Sobok is interested now because she's the only one who exists for him. And Sobok, pulling her battle weapon out of her hair, continues to say in a calm tone that she can't be interested in this. After all, as unexpected as it may sound to Cho Gebong's high-ranking official, Seo Jung was her sister. At the same time, the high-ranking official, realizing what is about to follow, cannot believe what Sobok said, who is already stabbing the body of the high-ranking official Cho Gebong with her battle weapon pulled out of her hair. And since the body does not obey the high-ranking official, behaving like a paralyzed person, he tries to call for help. At that, Sobok, covering the official's mouth with his hand, wants to still know if he remembers the girl who, along with the child, was eaten by the dogs. But the high-ranking official in his turn can't believe that he will fall at the hands of Sobok because he is the one who got Yuju, which means a high-ranking official can't let that happen, at least not this time. And as soon as such thoughts visit Cho Gebong, Sobok notices how her victim begins to change, and the hands of a high-ranking official, Cho Gebong, reach out to the girl and wrap his arms around her from behind her back, and the nails turned into sharp claws of the hands of the high-ranking official, Cho Gebong, slammed into the girl's back. At the same time, the soldiers standing outside who are guarding the palace of a high-ranking official are embarrassed when they hear the sounds. After all, this is the night when a high-ranking official is much more active, and the reason is most likely his age. Meanwhile, in the chambers of a high-ranking official, the massacre of the latter continues. And Sobok, realizing that without the magic-soaked hairpin, she wouldn't have gotten off so easily, still wants Cho's torture to last, which means we need to take away what Cho Gebong values more than life. So much so that he hides Yeoju inside his body. However, there's no way in the world that can hide the power of magic like this. And once the high-ranking official Cho Gebong is finished, Sobok can look at Yeoju lying on her arm. At the same time, she couldn't believe what she saw in front of her, but she never thought that she could be so small. But nevertheless, it is so, because Yeoju is not only small in size, but also incredibly beautiful. And the high-ranking official is looking at Yeoju with his last strength, trying to reach for his treasure. Meanwhile, Sobok, realizing that Cho Gebong had swallowed Yeoju along with the talisman, making it difficult to find her, thinks that Cho is too smart. But still, Sobok wishes Cho Gebong a long life, because in a world without precious Yeoju, he must live with pain and regrets. And once Sobok ends her proceedings with a high-ranking official, she is finally able to assess her wounds, which on his back is much deeper than Sobok would have guessed, and the high official himself has lost a lot of blood. However, despite the pain, Sobok must wait it out because it is too early to go out, but one must remember to hurry. And after a short period of time, the guards at the chambers of a high-ranking official begin to hear sounds, which is because Sobok is already leaving the chambers of Cho Gebong, a high-ranking official. And since the guards assigned to the high-ranking official do not notice anything suspicious, Sobok follows. And only the thought that this time Sobok and the high-ranking official were quickly finished visits the heads of the warriors. Meanwhile, Asabok continues to move toward the exit with apprehension and hope that she will not be recognized before the time. But each step is given to the girl with great difficulty as the bleeding wound on her back makes itself known. At the same time, Deputy Chief Kong Jino walks past the warriors and asks if there are any more hungry men among them. After all, according to Petty Officer Kong Jino, no one knows when the battle might start, and therefore you need to eat well enough. But then Petty Officer Kang Jino's attention begins to shift away from his subordinates. And the reason is Sobok, who is standing at the exit asking to be let in. But since she finished early today, the guard asks her to wait a bit. And Sobok, overcome with pain, has no choice but to agree to the demands of the guard standing at the exit. At the same time, Petty Officer Kong Jino looks at Sobok with an appraising eye and realizes that she looks rather strange. But the case at the exit is moving and the guard hands Sobok her pass, for which the girl thanks him. And Petty Officer Kang Jino, seeing that Sobok managed to get away, realizes that she was released by the guards without inspection. But then Petty Officer Kang Jino's gaze begins to shift from the exit from which Sobok left to the ground. It is to the very spot on the ground where drops of blood are visible, and Petty Officer Kang Jino begins to guess what's going on. And now every effort must be made to stop Sobok from getting away. At that, Petty Officer Kang Jino's shouted orders so abruptly that the calmly standing guards are stunned. And Sobok, realizing she's been exposed despite the unbearable pain, starts running. And there is only one person that Sobok hates at the moment, and that person is Petty Officer Kang Jino. Meanwhile, Baru is perched on the shore enjoying the food he's caught. But then his meal begins to be disturbed by a foreign sound that comes to Baru's ears, forcing him to stop. And now, seeing that the source of the sounds is a party familiar to Baru, he concludes that the noise is coming from Cho Gaebong's room, where at the same time, two healers are positioned around Cho Gaebong, trying to provide all the necessary assistance to the high-ranking official. But then a noise from outside causes the healers to temporarily switch to the source of the disturbance. And once the healers realize who was the source of the violent noise, they watch Baru with bated breath, which at this very moment, having reached the room of the high-ranking official Cho Gaebong, is now standing in the doorway. At the same time, seeing the condition of the high-ranking official, Cho Gaebong Baru wants to know what happened. And to get an answer to his question, Baru lifts up Cho Gaebong, trying to find out if the latter is still alive. And the healers trying to keep Baru down ask him to put down a high-ranking official who can't be held that way now. However, the condition of the high-ranking official does not bother Baru at all, who orders the healers to shut their mouths. And finally, losing his temper, Baru forcefully strikes the healer who had just spoken to him, throwing him backwards. Meanwhile, leaning over a high-ranking official, asks him to keep his promise and tell him where Yeoju is. But all Cho Gaebong, a high-ranking official, can say now is the name of the girl Sobok, who forcibly took Yeju from a high-ranking official and threatened to destroy her. And as soon as Baru gets the information he needs, he immediately unclenches his hand, thus contributing to the downfall of the high-ranking official Cho Gaebong. Meanwhile, Baru himself is angry and can't understand how some Sobok dares to destroy his Yuiju. The warriors standing outside Cho Gaebong's chambers can't figure out what to do, because Baru is inside and wants to take someone's life. However, the high official's guards don't have time to speak as they fly out of Baru's chambers at that very moment, who is still in an unstable state of mind and says he will find Sobok. One of Cho Gaebong's guards turns to his boss and wants to know what will happen to them, because Cho is in a serious condition. But the boss doesn't know what to answer to the subordinate's question, and asks not to ask such questions as he has his own head spinning. In addition, Cho Gaebong's chief of security sees Baru looming over him before he's even come to his senses, who continues to pounce on the guards despite them being an obstacle in the water serpent's path. And all Baru has time to yell at the guards on his way is for them to make way for him. And thus Baru, having left Cho Gaebong's residence, begins to go in search of Sobok, who stole Yuju from him. And this does not go unnoticed by Wang Sehi, who has been in hiding all this time watching Baru's movements. To be sure of the origin, Baru Wang Sehi gets his battle weapon, which already emanates the energy of the Black Tiger. With that, Wang Sehi concludes that Baru is a Sanshin with incredible strength, and if he had Yuiju, Sehi would be able to defeat Baru. But while Wang Sehi decides to focus on finding the Yuju Pearl and hears the commotion around him, he realizes that something is going on here. And by following Baru, Wang Sehi realizes that it will play into his hands to find Yeoju. In the meantime, Sobok continues to keep up his pace toward the designated meeting place. And as soon as Sobok appears on the horizon, Oh Hensok's subordinate informs the latter that the girl has arrived. At the same time, Oh Hensok, agreeing with what was stated by a subordinate, instructs the other to act according to the plan. And Sobok, as soon as he reaches the rendezvous point, starts thanking God that Petty Officer Oh Hensok didn't let him down, who in turn informs the girl that he has arrived early with his escort in case, but he is more interested in Yuju, which Sobok did not hesitate to retrieve from the hiding place she thought was the most secure. And now the pearl that is Yuiju is on Sobok's arm, leaving everyone around him in mute amazement. At that, the first person to touch the pearl on Sobok's hand is Manhwa. She looks at Sobok's gift with some apprehension and can't believe that Yeoju is really Yeoju. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Sobok is already being surrounded by the armed men of Petty Officer Oh Hensok. However, Sobok guesses that now Oh Hyun-sok's men will take her life, but even if they do, she wants to see Yeoju destroyed. Manhwa, who is sure that the fortune teller must have foreseen the time of her death, does not understand what will be gained by destroying the pearl. And so Manhwa's instructions assure Sobok that they will destroy Yeoju, so the fortune teller doesn't have to worry. And as soon as Manhwa finishes speaking, the warriors standing behind him thrust their battle weapons into Sobok's body. Sobok, though she pretends to be wounded, still manages to reincarnate, saying that she foresaw this outcome. And Manhwa, who sees that instead of a fortune teller standing there, it's just papers flying around, doesn't know what's going on. And besides Mr. Nurlmere looking at Manhwa's hand where Yeoju should be lying, wants to know what it all means. After all, on the very spot where Yeoju had just been, there now rests a fake in the form of a painted stone. And the shamaness, looking at what's left of Sobok, tells Elder Oh Hensoku that the magic the girl used is used at a short distance. But he doesn't get a chance to say anything as Petty Officer Oh Hensok's attention turns to the men running towards them. And at the head of the approaching detachment is Petty Officer Kang Jino, who holds his battle weapons at the ready and hurries to deal with the situation. At the same time, Petty Officer Kang Jino's gaze is fixed on where Petty Officer Oh Hensok is standing in his surroundings. He, in turn, also notices in the people approaching them the Petty Officer Kang Jino, who apparently follows Sobok. And Petty Officer Kang Jino, giving instructions to Meihui and Sungmi to find Sobok himself, is going to deal with Petty Officer Kang Jino. However, Mr. Nurlmere, who has been left behind, also volunteers to go in search of the Yeju Pearl. But Mr. Nurlmere is immediately stopped by a shout from Petty Officer Oh Hensok, who approves of Mr. Nurlmere's pores to go in search of Yeoju, but it should be kept in mind that she belongs to Mr. Tanchon. But such a remark made to Mr. Nurlmere begins to piss him off, and Petty Officer Oh Hensok, having received what he wanted to hear, informs Mr. Nurlmere that in this case he hopes for him. Meanwhile, Petty Officer Oh Hensok himself prepares to meet his potential enemy, Petty Officer Kang Jino, who, seeing Petty Officer Oh Hensok's men and himself in front of him, demands to know who did it. But in any case and at any rate, Petty Officer Kang Jino demands that Petty Officer Oh Hensok draw his battle weapon. However, Chief Petty Officer Oh Hyun-suk is puzzled as to how Kang Jino dares to order the Tanchon warrior not to follow the instructions. At the same time, Petty Officer Kang Jino insists that it is better for Petty Officer Oh Hensok if he does as he is told. But such a threat only makes Petty Officer Oh Hensok laugh, who immediately grabs the hilt of his battle weapon. And now with his battle weapon at the ready, Petty Officer Oh Hensok asks Petty Officer Kang Jino to be honest with everyone. In fact, Petty Officer Kang Jino is unwilling to confront the very head of Tanchon, Petty Officer Oh Hensoku. And this whole challenge thing is just a chance for Petty Officer Kang Jino to make up for that embarrassing incident. At the same time, Petty Officer Kang Jino's men, obeying their superior's orders, are already preparing for the upcoming confrontation with Oh Hensok's men. And Petty Officer Kang Jino realizes that after becoming a petty officer, he has not used his battle weapon, and finally that moment has come. After all, Kang Jino is sure to defeat Tanchon and return the syllable Cheon to the name of his residence. But Petty Officer Oh Hensok thinks otherwise, seeing a man who has a personal grudge against him. But one way or another, Petty Officer Oh Hensok will give Kang Jino the opportunity to fulfill his dream if he wins. At the same time, Petty Officer Kang Jino, hearing Oh Hyun-suk's words, can't believe that Pyongmun will be able to become Pyeongchang again, which means Petty Officer Kang Jino must inform all those who have been serving Pyongmun for so long. After all, today was a chance for the people of Pyongmun to get a glimpse of their cherished sky, and Petty Officer Kang Jino would not hesitate to do so. And Petty Officer Kang Jino encourages everyone to follow him to try to get their heaven back together. At the same time, Deputy Kang Jino, enjoying his commander's speech, says that he always knew this day would come. And all as one warrior from the squad of Petty Officer Kang Jino supporting his commander are going to rush into battle. And Petty Officer Oh Hensok, in turn, with his combat weapon at the ready, goes after the armed Petty Officer Kang Jino, who also resorted to his battle weapons to face his hated enemy, Petty Officer Oh Hensoku. And thus it is that the combat arms of Petty Officer Kang Jino and Petty Officer Oh Hensok crossed paths in impact. In this case, the warriors of each side rushing to follow their commander begin a confrontation with their enemies. At the same time, the residents of the residence, seeing Baru walking down the street, are scattering in terror and shouting. At the same time, Baru himself starts to sweep away everything on his way in search of his cherished goal. After all, we're very nearby, the Baru water serpent's sense of smell picks up the power of the dragon, which means that there is definitely an Yuiju nearby. And the fact that Baru's movement is being hindered by everything is starting to piss the water serpent off, causing some serious irritation. The first thing that flies up in the air is a cart in the path of the moving water kite Baru. Meanwhile, Mr. Nurlmere, who stands in Baru's way, only silently contemplates how everything crumbles before him. At the same time, the residents of the residence trying to protect Mr. Nurlmere from danger ask him to leave as soon as possible, which in turn flies up into the air and fends off a cart flying at him, thrown back by Baru. And this cart goes straight to where the water serpent Baru is at the moment, who's completely confused by the fact that he's being hit by an object thrown at him by some kid. And this very cart crashes violently into an unsuspecting Baru, who can barely stay on his feet. And Mr. Neuralmere, who has landed on the ground, is perplexed that a water serpent dares to attack him. Baru himself seems to guess who he is dealing with and decides to introduce himself in order to find out who is standing in front of him. And Mr. Neuralmere, introducing himself to Baru, informs the latter that his existence means nothing to him at all. And the water serpent Baru, pronouncing the name of Mr. Neuralmere, cannot believe that before him stands a dragon. At the same time, Mr. Neuralmere, hearing the mockery in Baru's voice, does not understand what right the water serpent has to mock his master. After all, is it because of fear Baru completely lost his mind and does not bow his head before the Lord, but on the contrary laughs? Baru repeats Mr. Neuralmere's name again, concluding that it is appropriate, decides that today he will destroy him and take the name for himself. And Mr. Neuralmere, not believing that this is happening to him, starting with Mrs. Soroka and ending with the water snake, thinks that he is being mocked. And in order not to waste forces, Mr. Neuralmere decides to leave the place of the supposed confrontation with the water snake Baru, who at this moment remains alone, noticing that Mr. Neuralmere is already running away. And Mr. Neuralmere's speed is fast enough and the jump is too sharp to be able to avoid conflict with Baru, who can't believe his eyes and wants to know where Mr. Neuralmere is running away to, who then dares to call himself a dragon. But Mr. Neuralmere himself believes that he is not running away, but only an urgent matter prevents him from staying and devouring the water serpent Baru, who somehow manages to grasp with his limb the hem of Mr. Neuralmere's clothes floating in the air. And Baru, already firmly clinging to Mr. Neuralmere, wants to know if the latter is really looking for a woman named Sobak. However, Mr. Neuralmere, seeing that his upward movement is slowing down, cannot believe how a water serpent dares to do such a thing. In addition, Mr. Neuralmere also begins to forcefully direct downward the Baru, pulled there by the water serpent, who is sure that he is right about Mr. Neuralmere and his intentions, and believes that he will definitely not let him go alive. At the same time, the warriors serving the high-ranking official Chogabong are frightened by what they see in front of them, and that someone is Wang Se-hee, who holds his Black Tiger energized battle weapon at the ready, and summons those willing to fight. However, if no one here is willing to confront Wang Se-hee, then they simply have to get out of his way and stay out of the way. And high-ranking official Cho Gaebong is on his last breath, all the while resting on the floor of his palace. And this is where Wang Se-hee, who meets no resistance in his way, invades without asking in search of Yeju. At the same time, Cho Gaebong, a high-ranking official, barely moves his lips when he sees Wang Se-hee in front of him and wants to know the identity of the nailer. And Wang Se-hee, seeing the picture and the condition of the high-ranking official Jogabong, realizes that Yeju is no longer here. A high-ranking official hearing such a statement concludes that Wang Se-hee is the one who also came to take Yeju away from him, which means that this brigand must be dealt with as soon as possible, and a high-ranking official throws himself at Wang Se-hee. But Wang Se-hee manages to intercept the high-ranking official Chogabon's punch by grabbing him by the neck and lifting him in the air. At the same time, Wang Se-hee realizes that even though Yeju has impregnated Chogabong's body, he is unable to resist Sanshin's power. But Jogibong can be useful to Kang Jino, and so Wang Se-hee gets the idea to heal the wound caused by Sobak, but afterwards thinks it's useless. However, Wang Se-hee does not have time to speak as a foreign sound from outside catches his attention. And all because there is a battle in two places. One of them is between the Sansons, and the other place is full of people. And that's where the crowds are, and that means there's a confrontation with Tanshan. In doing so, Wang Se-hee is throwing high-ranking official Chogabong far backward, and Wang Se-hee himself makes the decision to head to a place where the ghost power of one of Tanshan's men is felt. And now, flying over Chogabong's guards, leaving them astonished, Wang Se-hee thinks that Kang Jino is unaware of Oh Hensok's power. That said, all Wang Se-hee can think about right now is making sure Petty Officer Kang Jino holds out until he arrives. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Petty Officer Oh Hensok's men and Petty Officer Kang Jino's men continues, with the former suffering casualties. And those of Petty Officer Oh Hensok's men who are standing strong are preparing for a new wave of offensive action. At the same time, Deputy Chief Petty Officer Kang Jino, feeling his superiority, orders his men to continue the offensive, and Petty Officer Oh Hensok himself pounces on his opponent, Petty Officer Kang Jino, with renewed vigor, who has no time for his opponent, Petty Officer Oh Hensoku, to deflect the blows one by one. And at this point, Petty Officer Oh Hensok is far superior to Petty Officer Kang Jino, who realizes that Oh Hensok is much stronger than any warrior he's ever met, but he can still keep track of his battle weapons. Even so, Petty Officer Kang Jino sees that Petty Officer Oh Hensok is not seriously opposing him. After all, in such a short time of confronting Petty Officer Oh Hensoku, Kang Jino notes that his opponent's battle weapons don't really strike. At the same time, Petty Officer Oh Hensok himself continues to fend off Kang Jino's blows, noting that the latter has made significant progress in the meantime. But it doesn't become a compliment for Kang Jino, who in an orderly tone tells Oh Hensoku to confront properly and not to bully. However, Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensok doesn't understand what Kang Jino means, who is probably the strongest among the people living in Dongha. At the same time, Petty Officer Kang Jino wants to know exactly what Petty Officer Oh Hensok means by just people. And since Oh Hyunsok recognizes that Kang Jino is one of the strongest warriors in Dongha, he will now show him his true strength. It will also prove that all of Petty Officer Kang Jino's efforts were useless, At the same time, Kong Jino sees that there is a haze around Oh Hensok, which means he has to be careful because he doesn't know what he's dealing with. And to top it off, a certain pink haze is beginning to appear around Petty Officer Oh Hensok's battle weapon, and that very battle weapon of Petty Officer Oh Hensoka begins to blur in front of Petty Officer Kong Jino's eyes, disappearing from sight, who not only doesn't notice how his battle weapon breaks, but also how he is wounded. And this ignorance of what has happened shocked the still uncomprehending Petty Officer Kang Gino, who, from the wounds inflicted on him, now begins to fall to the ground, losing his footing. At the same time, Petty Officer Oh Hensok looks down on Petty Officer Kang Gino as he puts his battle weapon back into its sheath, unharmed and unharmed, who, leaning over his opponent, now begins to realize that this is the true strength of Petty Officer Oh Hensok. But Petty Officer Keijino doesn't understand how this is possible because Oh Hensok had only one combat weapon, and the attack was from two sides. And Petty Officer Oh Hensok is going after Petty Officer Kang Gino to find out how the latter got hit. After all, Petty Officer Kang Gino didn't even see him, and with this power, Petty Officer Oh Hensok can attack even the Sanshins that Kang Gino hasn't even heard of. But can Kang Gino believe that there is someone who can stop Oh Hensok's attack that even such a force has a counterforce? However, Petty Officer Kang Gino can't find the right words to answer the question posed to him by Petty Officer Oh Hensok. At the same time, Petty Officer Oh Hensok still wants to know whether Petty Officer Kang Gino thinks he's a monster or a genius. But no matter what Petty Officer Kang Gino's opinion is, the real genius is no longer alive. And if Petty Officer Kang Gino can survive today's defeat, he needs to forget about what happened, for otherwise Petty Officer Kang Gino would meet the fate of also being consumed by a ghost. And with these last words spoken by Petty Officer Oh Hensok, his dialogue with the wounded Petty Officer Kang Gino ends. At the same time, Deputy Chief Kang Gino, seeing that their opponents are beginning to retreat, does not understand what the matter is because they are not finished yet. But Deputy Chief Petty Officer Kang Jano does not have time to finish his speech as he is hit by the enemy's battle weapon. At the same time, Deputy Chief Petty Officer Kang Gino does not realize that he was struck by this particular warrior, which as Deputy Chief Petty Officer Kang Gino's memory comes to mind, he actually delivered a stab to the heart. And then Deputy Chief Petty Officer Kang Gino begins to realize that he's up against a real ghost. At the same time, the men who are under the command of Chief Petty Officer Kang Gino, seeing that their deputy has fallen, are going to avenge him. And Petty Officer Kang Gino, realizing what the outcome will be for his men, orders them all to flee immediately. But it's too late. No matter how hard Petty Officer Kang Gino tries, the confrontation begins again. At the same time, Chief Petty Officer Kang Gino urges his men to leave the battlefield now. And the last thing the feigning Petty Officer Kang Gino manages to shout is for his subordinates to run away. Meanwhile, the wounded shaman Bottle, carried away by the Tokubi Saribi, begins to regain consciousness without recognizing the place he is in. And the first thing the shaman Bottle sees in front of him is the frightened face of Mrs. Olkachi, who does not believe that the wounded man has come to his senses. At the same time, Mrs. Olkachi, when asked by the shaman Bottle where they are, informs that they have gone beyond Daihon. And pointing to the Tokebi Saribi, Mrs. Olkachi refers to him as the one who brought them to this place. And Bodil, trying to lift himself up as much as he can, realizes that now he himself owes a debt to a Takabi, whose name he does not know. To which the Tokebi introduces himself to the shaman of Bottle by the name of Saribi, who only repaid him when he himself was saved by him. However, since the shaman Bottle has recovered, Tokebi Saribi is going to leave, even though he hasn't fully recovered yet. But this circumstance does not stop Tokebi Saribi, who decides to return because his friends are there. And the shaman Bottle realizes that it's about Wang Seihi and the nine-tailed fox. So sorry, but still wants to clarify if he's right. However, having put forward his hunch, the shaman Bottle is shocked by the Tokebi Saribi, who believes that even this is known to the shaman. But in fact, it was just a hunch of Bodil, who thinks that not many people are already friends with Tokebi and Seihi longs for Yuju. And that means that the shaman Bottle decides to follow along with Tokebi Saribi. But for this, he needs the help of Mrs. Olkachi. And when asked by Tokebi Saribi how Bodil is going to walk in such a state, the latter suggests Tokebi to wait a bit. At the same time, Mrs. Olkachi, following the instructions of the shaman Bottle, is already holding a magical talisman at the ready, to activate which requires a drop of blood from the shaman Bodil, which he takes by biting his finger. In this case, the next stage becomes sprinkling of a magic talisman with blood belonging to the shaman Bodil. And as soon as everything ends, the magical talisman belonging to the shaman Bottle is activated and gains magical power, which by applying to the site of the lesion on the body of the Bodil shaman is actuated by Mrs. Olkachi. And in this way, the shaman Bottle not only heals from his wounds, but also gains new strength for the confrontation. And Tokebi Saribi, who's watching the whole process, can't believe it's what he thinks it is. At the same time, the shaman Bottle himself, feeling the magical power of healing, begins to finally come to his senses. And just as it all ends, the shaman Bottle offers the dumbfounded Tokebi Saribi to continue on his way as if nothing has happened. But Tokebi Saribi, still not trying to move, still wants to find out what it was all about. To which the shaman Bottle gives an explanation that it is a magic that takes the life force to heal the body. That said, Tokebi Saribi, when asked if it's only dangerous, only gets the answer that it's only a little bit. But no matter what, the people who want to get Yoju will use her for something bad, and a terrible disaster will befall Donghei. However, it is also significant that these men have implicated Sobok, which is unacceptable for a bottle shaman, which means there's no time to delay because Shaman Bodil is determined to stop them. Meanwhile, Sobok is trying his best to persuade Tanshan's favored servants away from their pursuers. In doing so, Sobok heads to the very place where she predicted she would meet someone she could trust. And all the while, the image of the shaman bottle and his words of forgiveness for the past appear before Sobok's eyes. But Sobok realizes that at this point, it's all just useless thoughts for her. Still, it would have been better not to let Bodil escape, but to poison him and say goodbye to life with him. At this, Sobok realizes that her strength is already failing her, and she can hardly move even a step at a time. And to make it easier for herself to get to where she needs to go, Sobok decides to find help in a nearby wall. And with each step that Sobok struggles to take, the wound on her back begins to bleed more and more. But according to the prophecy, Sobok must meet a man who needs her, but that can't happen to her. After all, wasn't the only wrong prediction tied to Sobok taking his life, and that's really funny. But it is at this point that the strength finally leaves Sobok, and the girl begins to slide down the wall. That said, the thought of saying goodbye to her life on the road is somewhat amusing to Sobok, who thinks that's exactly what she deserves. But suddenly, Sobok's gloomy thoughts are disturbed by the voice of So Sorry, a nine-tailed fox heading toward her. At that, the first thing that popped into Sobok's head was the thought that Tanshan's men had found her after all. And since Sobok has lost a lot of blood along the way, she can't clearly see who's headed her way. At that, the nine-tailed fox Sorry Sobok, who has reached Sobok, is worried about the girl and wants to know how badly she is injured. And so Sorry, seeing that the girl can't utter a word, asks her to concentrate and pull herself together. And Sobok, again turning to the prediction, realizes that whoever she meets will gently accept her burden that lies upon her. While realizing that it wasn't Bottle's brother, Sobok still hoped a little to the contrary. And relying on the will of fate, Sobok reaching out to the nine-tailed fox, Yuju asks to destroy the pearl. But nine-tailed fox. So Sorry, accepting the pearl, informs him that he has no right to destroy it. However, in order to appease Sobok, Sorry informs her that she knows someone who can do this. And to somehow ease Sobok's suffering, the nine-tailed fox cradles the girl to herself. At that, when asked by Sobok who she is, Sanshin informs her that she is a nine-tailed fox named So Sorry. As soon as Sobok realizes that she is the one she thought she was looking for, she wants to know if Sorry knows a man named Bodil, to which Seo Sorry replies in the affirmative, because Bodil is a nice and good-looking guy, but tends to focus on his business. And this is really true because in such moments, Bodil is harsh and inattentive to others, without even knowing how to think about other people's feelings. But for all his faults, Sobok asks Sorry to tell Yuiju to tell him, and tell him that she's sorry for everything that happened. That said, even though Sobok has only met Bodil once in her life, she is sure he asks Sobok for whatever she does. And Sobok, realizing that Sorry is the one who will take her innermost cargo, thanks the nine-tailed fox for taking her burden, which Sobok thought was the gem of Yoju, but in reality it turned out to be the weight of the girl's heart. And as soon as Sobok realized and accepted this, the strength finally left the girl, taking her into oblivion. And just like that, a nine-tailed fox is in the middle of a deserted street next to Sobok, who is no longer reacting to Sosori's words, trying to still reach out to the girl. But since Sobok's body is already breathless, Sorry promises the girl that she will keep her burden deep in her heart. And those are the last words the nine-tailed vixen speaks to Sobok's already breathless body. But no sooner does the nine-tailed fox properly say goodbye to Sobok than fiery talismans appear in the sky. In doing so, the nine-tailed fox, So Sorry, is completely unaware of what is starting to happen around her. And it goes on until So Sorry notices Sangmi coming down, not believing she'll stand up to the nine-tailed fox. But before they begin, a girl descends from the air and introduces herself to Sorry. Sorry informs the latter that she is a shaman from Dangolcho Sanmi. The first thing Sangmi decides to tell So Sorry in front of her is that if she is obedient, she won't get hurt. And Manhwa, who has joined Sangmi, also expresses her joy at catching up with the nine-tailed fox. At the same time, the nine-tailed vixen, realizing that no one can avoid a collision, is already preparing to attack. And so not a second of time passes before the nine-tailed vixen lunges at his immediate enemies. After all, nine-tailed vixen, So Sorry is absolutely certain that neither Shaman Sangmi nor Manhwa will be helped by their cheap tricks. That said, it seems that there's no way that Manhwa was expecting such a harsh attack on her by the nine-tailed vixen Suri. Meanwhile, the shamaness Sanmi, seeing the threat looming over them, begins to use a spell, which sparkles in the air as the talismans begin to spread around the circle. And under the spell of the shamaness, Sanmi falls naturally, and the nine-tailed fox itself, whose movement is slowed down. And as the spell summoned by the Sanmai shaman deprives the nine-tailed fox of its footing, it immediately falls to the ground. Even though Manhwa is outside the protective barrier for safety reasons, she still tries to cover herself with her hands. And a nine-tailed fox faced with a protective barrier has no choice but to look up at its enemy. While Manhwa realizes that the nine-tailed vixen is incredibly fast, even while under the influence of the barrier. While continuing to conjure, the shamaness Sangmi, who had heard of the power of the nine-tailed fox, was not going to hold back. And the nine-tailed fox, So Sorry in turn, is extremely surprised that Sangmi's shaman skills exceed human limits. To which Shaman Sanmi replies that the nine-tailed fox is also quite strong, but the barrier spell will only be stronger from this. At the same time, nine-tailed fox Suri hears that Sangmi has been using a protective barrier against the Tokebi, and realizes that she is involved in their destruction. However, the nine-tailed fox Seo Sori's threats to Sangmi's shamaness seem useless to the latter, as she must first get out of the barrier, but saying such words to the nine-tailed fox. So Sori has the opposite effect on her, which causes her tail to appear. And the nine-tailed fox. So Sori wants to know if the shaman Sangmi is going to be as arrogant as she is now. After all, it is now that the nine-tailed fox is gaining its full strength that it is going to take down the shamaness Sangmi. And such a circumstance of affairs is very frightening to Meihu, but Sangmi, on the contrary, believes that as long as So Sori is under the effect of the barrier, she is not scary. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox So Sori prepares to tear the protective barrier formed by Sangmi to pieces, and once all the preparations are complete, the nine-tailed fox, So Sori channels all his power into destroying the protective barrier. And it works out for the nine-tailed vixen, so Sori, since as soon as the barrier was resolved, the shamaness Sangmi ricochets backwards. But the shamaness Sangmi is lucky as her blow is softened by Manhwa, who catches Sangmi right on the ground. However, Manhwa and the shamaness Sangmi now have another problem, as they are faced with So Sori, who has escaped from behind the protective barrier, who is facing her opponents and enjoying the fact that finally all the pesky defense barriers have been destroyed. But now Manhwa enters the arena of confrontation and decides to attack the nine-tailed fox on her own. And with a full chest of air, Manhwa releases the poison on the nine-tailed fox, who in defense of herself covers her face with her hands while trying to keep the situation under control. But since Manhwa has no effect on the nine-tailed vixen, the latter only notes his dislike for Sanshin and disgust. And now that Manhwa realizes that her poison mist has no effect on the nine-tailed fox, the shamaness Sangmi intervenes, who uses a spell to direct her magical talismans toward the nine-tailed fox. And some of the magical talismans begin to climb up the nine-tailed fox on the ground in an attempt to immobilize it. At the same time, the shamaness Sangmi expresses her condolences to the nine-tailed fox who did not take the opportunity to surrender. And already the magical talismans following the first batch are heading towards the nine-tailed fox. But as long as the nine-tailed vixen is able to fend off the magical talismans, she continues to bribe the shamaness Sangmi. However, the nine-tailed fox does not consider at all what kind of damage magical talismans can do to it, which, when smashed into the body of a nine-tailed fox, causes the latter to suffer severe pain that is difficult to endure. But the shamaness Sangmi asks the nine-tailed fox to take the talismans more seriously, because even one is so strong that it will incinerate a spirit. However, the pain inflicted in Sangmi shaman's words only further enrage the nine-tailed vixen with a renewed threat to the shaman. And to put his threat into action as quickly as possible, the nine-tailed vixen takes off. In doing so, the nine-tailed fox's rage is so great that the energy it emits begins to spread everywhere. And Manhwa, seeing what the nine-tailed fox is capable of, turns in fear to the shamaness Sangmi, who is standing by to attack. And already, the nine-tailed fox was already heading towards the newly released wave of magical talismans by shamaness Sangmi. That said, despite every magical talisman crashing into the nine-tailed vixen's body, she's not about to stop. And Manhwa, who is in intense fear the whole time, notes that the magic talismans have no effect on the nine-tailed fox, which is already in anticipation of reaching its enemies and preparing to strike. And the first to be struck by the nine-tailed fox is the shamaness Sanmai, who stands in its way and takes cover in time. In doing so, the Sangmi shaman not only fails to protect herself, but also activates another spell more powerful than the previous one. And now the shamaness Sangmi, as before Sobak, uses the same method of covering her body completely with protective talismans. With the nine-tailed fox now facing the nine-tailed fox is not the shamaness Sanmai, but a towering body composed of magical talismans. And the number of protective talismans is too huge to not realize how dangerous Sangmi shaman is. At the same time, the nine-tailed fox, seeing that it was now Sangmi shaman's turn to attack, realized that a huge number of talismans were already flying at her, which strikes various parts of the nine-tailed fox. So Sori's body knocking Sanshin to the ground. However, Manhwa, who had been on the sidelines of the confrontation all this time, still looks at the nine-tailed vixen with doubt. The pearl of Yuju that Sobak had once given her also falls to the ground dead. And Manhwa, still also unwilling to advance towards the lying nine-tailed fox, doesn't realize what was now. At the same time, the shamaness Sangmi, who is standing far away from Manhwa, confirms the rumors that the power of the foxes is indeed very great. But be that as it may, Sangmi's victory was aided by the use of a large number of seals, similar to Sobak. Manhwa in turn recognizes the power of Sangmi as the one who was able to defeat the nine-tailed fox So Sori. At this, Manhwa approaches the stricken nine-tailed fox and tells Sangmi that he is going to take the Yuju Pearl. But Manhwa doesn't have time to pick up either the nine-tailed fox or the Yuju Pearl as a bright flash stops her. And because of this, Manhwa is forced to pause her movement in amazement at the object of the bright flash. And since the cause of this incident is clearly an outsider, both Manhwa and Shaman Sangmi assume attacking poses. At the same time, the shamaness Sangmi herself, seeing Bodil appear before her, cannot believe that it is him again. After all, not long ago, the shaman Bodil had looked virtually devoid of life any more than the living dead. In turn, the shaman Bodil, looking at what has been done to people close to him, turns to insults, and the first sight of the shaman bottle falls on the wounded nine-tailed fox So-Sori, who lies breathless on the ground. And following the nine-tailed fox, the shaman bottle notices Sobok, who also rests nearby without signs of life. At the same time, Bodil, fully convinced that Manhwa and the shamaness Sangmi are responsible for this, declares that he will take revenge. And that vengeance will be to burn to death the torture and suffering that Sangmi and Manhwa shaman deserve. To which the shaman Sanemi is confident of her victory, and this time very much doubts that the shaman Bottle will have the strength to do so. After all, does Bottle's shaman really think he will defeat the one that recently defeated the nine-tailed fox? At the same time, the shaman Bottle notes that since the shamaness Sangmi has taken up battle weapons, she has run out of talismans. And how could he answer Sangmi's question about whether or not he would succeed until he tried it? And now in the very place where the two shamans confront each other, the sky is colored with magical flames. And at the same time Mr. Nurlmere forcefully pulled Baru to the ground, receives from the latter the strongest blow on his face. And the force of Baru's blow is so great that Mr. Nurlmere flies into the wall and forms a huge crumbling dent in it. However, this circumstance of affairs does not stop Mr. Nurlmere, who prepared his fist for a blow fly straight at Bara. But Mr. Nurlmere's plans are destined to fail as his hand goes straight into Baru's open palm, who grabbed Mr. Nurlmere's hand and told the latter of his disappointment, because he expected more from the dragon. And what follows is Mr. Nurlmere receiving a kick from the so far superior water serpent, Baru. At that, Mr. Nurlmere has no other choice but to clench his teeth and fly back in the direction from which he attacked Bara. And it looks like the fall of Mr. Nurlmere like a ball, which skipped a certain distance and landed in the final point. But as soon as Mr. Nurlmere comes to his senses, he sees the shoes belonging to Petty Officer Oh Hensoku in front of him, in whose gaze one can read a certain disdain for the defeated Mr. Nurlmere, who thinks that Petty Officer Oh Hensok's appearance could be a way for him to shift into his true form and take on the Undo Dragon. And then Petty Officer Oh Hensok's gaze shifts to the Baru water serpent standing not far from them, who now takes a swing at Petty Officer Oh Hensok and orders the latter not to interfere in their affairs. But as before, Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensoku manages to avoid being struck by the water snake Baru, which falls on the very spot where the Chief Petty Officer was standing. And the water snake Baru, seeing that he missed, being in confusion, does not understand how the man was able to dodge his blow. At that, the water serpent Baru's gaze shifts to the toe of his right paw where a deep cut is visible, to which Petty Officer Oh Hensok, already fully prepared to attack, correctly points out that Baru's water serpent is a creature from a pond he has seen. And the water serpent Baru notes that the power that Petty Officer Oh Hensok wields is the power of ghosts. But Mr. Nurlmere hears that Baru thinks he's weaker than Oh Hensok, and he doesn't agree, because he's a dragon. At the same time, Petty Officer Oh Hensok believes that Mr. Nurlmere should not show his uniform yet, and he will be able to figure it out on his own. After all, Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensok correctly thinks that since Baru is a snake, he must want to get Yoju, who is inside the Chief Petty Officer's body. However, the water serpent Baru, gaining his great power in a commanding tone, asks Yeoman Oh Hensok not to lie to him. And if Petty Officer Oh Hensok dares to do so, he will be destroyed by the water serpent Baru himself. At the same time, neither the rumbling nor the threats coming from the water serpent Baru do not frighten the elder Oh Hensok, who is ready to face the angry water snake Baru standing across the street. But then the water serpent Baru notices that elder Oh Hensok is lowering his sword in front of him, which can only mean one thing: he underestimates Baru. That said, after some time, the water serpent Baru realizes that he was wrong in his initial thoughts, and that something is wrong. After all, the whole appearance of Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensoka says that if Baru approaches him, he will be immediately destroyed by the Petty Officer. And besides, Petty Officer Oh Hensok has the power of a ghost, which means the water serpent Baru shouldn't see him as a human. And Petty Officer Oh Hensok is very cautious, even considering that Baru's water serpent has opened up to attack, which characterizes Oh as a difficult opponent, which means that only one wrong move by Petty Officer Oh Hensok and the water serpent Baru will determine the winner. And it's either the water serpent Baru who's keeping an eye on his enemy Petty Officer Oh Hensok, or the winner of this confrontation will be Petty Officer Oh Hensok, who is still keeping calm and keeping an eye on Baru. But then Nurlmere intervenes in the silent confrontation between the elder Oh Hensok and the water serpent Baru, not understanding why nothing is happening. And the water snake Baru, taking advantage of the situation of the dialogue between Mr. Nurlmere and elder Oh Hensok, is going to strike. But Petty Officer Oh Hensok proves to be more attentive and prevents the water serpent from striking him, who in this attack on Petty Officer Oh Hensok loses the left hand he used to punch him. However, that doesn't stop the water serpent Baru from immediately striking another blow at Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensoku, who this time fails to react in time to receive a powerful kick to the chest. And that blow throws Petty Officer Oh Hensok far backward, depriving him of any point of support and balance. And the water serpent Baru, leaning on his remaining arm, watches Yeoman Oh Hensoka ricochet across the ground like a ball. The water serpent Baru, looking at his healthy arm, doesn't understand how a man with the power of a ghost could dare to do such a thing. And now the water serpent Baru is standing in front of Petty Officer Oh Hensok's men, lamenting that he let the latter do this to his hand. But the armed men of Elder Oh Hensok do not wait for the right moment to rush at the water serpent Baru. However, the blows inflicted by the armed men of Ohensoka Perfect have no effect on the water serpent Baru. At the same time, the armed men of Chief Petty Officer Ohensok, seeing that they were able to harm the water snake Baru, are perplexed, and the enraged water serpent Baru uses his healthy arm to throw the armed men of Ohensok off in one fell swoop. And one by one, the armed men of Petty Officer Ohensok fly over Mr. Nurlmere, ready to attack, who, seeing that now no one will be in his way, is waiting in anticipation for the right moment. And only the malicious smile on Mr. Nurlmere's face proves his intent. After all, finally now no one for Mr. Nurlmere will not be an obstacle, and he will be able to take his true form. With that, the Baru water serpent is still in place, waiting with anticipation for what will follow, and Mr. Nurlmere is already beginning to move into his true form, because there is no one else around who could prevent him. And now Mr. Nurlmere will show how it is to confront the water serpent Baru in the form of a dragon. In this case, now before the water serpent Baru is not just a boy and looks at him the very real dragon. And the water serpent Baru, looking at his opponent, now realizes that the latter is indeed a real dragon. And the dragon's aura is very strong, which means the water serpent Baru must defeat Nurlmere before he gets even bigger. But then Petty Officer Ohensok, who has appeared in the arena of confrontation, declares to Mr. Nurlmere that he did not allow him to transform. And with each step coming closer and closer to Nurlmere, Petty Officer Ohensok apologizes for not living up to the dragon's expectations. Switching immediately to the water snake Baru, Petty Officer Ohensok decides that it's time to keep the relationship going. And the water serpent in turn is puzzled, because he with all his might struck at Chief Petty Officer Ohensoku, on which there is no trace of the blow. And besides, in its current state, the water serpent Baru can hardly stand up to a dragon. And then there's Elder Ohensok. But just as the water snake Baru decides that nothing good will come of the confrontation, he hears a voice belonging to Wang Sehi, who directly addressing the water serpent Baru reminds that the latter has always wanted to become a dragon, won't back down now. And the water serpent Baru, now turning to Wang Sehi, wants to know who he is and how he knows who Baru is. But Wang Sehi thinks that's not so important, but more importantly that Baru doesn't want to find out if he can help the water snake. And Wang Sehi in turn assures the water serpent Baru that he can help him become a real dragon. The water serpent Baru, hearing such a boon from Wang Sehi, in turn wants to know what the latter's benefit is. To which Wang Sehi replies that his goal is to take the lives of his opponents and take Yuiju for himself. After all, the water snake Baru can't become a dragon just by stealing someone else's Yuiju, and all it takes to become a dragon is to get his name. And such credible arguments coming from Wang Sehi make the water serpent Baru think and rethink his actions. And Mr. Nurlmere in turn wants to know who else has stolen Yuiju, because the pearl is his and no one dares to touch it. Wang Sehi looks at Mr. Nurlmere and realizes that the latter does not recognize him simply because the black tiger is in such a uniform. And Nurlmere, to confirm his guesses, seeks help from Ohensok, who confirms that Sehi is another spirit hunter, who appears before Mr. Nurlmere and Yeoman Ohensok in human form, possesses the power of a shadow tiger. Meanwhile, the water serpent Baru, siding with Wang Sehi, decides that this is the night he will become a dragon, taking his name. And when it finally happens, the water serpent Baru will fulfill his cherished dream and soar into the sky. At the same time, Nurlmere, turning to Elder Ohensok, believes that the latter has no reason to stop the dragon from transforming into its true form. And the first one who stands in the way of Mr. Nurlmere is a water serpent undead dragon named Baru, who stole his name. And now that Mr. Nurlmere has found his true form, he orders Baru to fall low before the god of heaven. The water serpent Baru looks at the reincarnated dragon and realizes that he is very strong, because even his roar is too intimidating. But then Wang Sehi gets involved and doesn't understand why the water serpent Baru is slow to rise. After all, the place of the water serpent next to Mr. Nurlmere is in heaven, and the Baru water snake takes that message as a challenge to be immediately turned into action. And as soon as the water snake Baru comes to a realization, he immediately rushes straight at the dragon, with each step gaining speed. And already the water serpent Baru flies straight to the place where Mr. Nurlmere reigns in the heavenly space, in which the water serpent Baru, with all his might, crashes with his teeth, aiming at that part of his body near the throat of the dragon Nurlmere. And as the water serpent Baru prepares for his second strike from orders the dragon Nurlmere to give him his name. In fact, the next throw of the Baru water serpent is accompanied by a grab in the area where it seeks to strike the dragon. And the dragon Nurlmere, as soon as he receives another wound again, gives a deafening roar. And the water serpent Baru, having clung with a dead grip to the dragon Nurlmere, now hangs tenaciously on his writhing body. Meanwhile, the action down on the ground is also not ignored by the two, protesting each other. And Petty Officer Ohensok, speaking directly to Black Tiger, is very happy that they are now alone. And Wang Sehi, no longer hearing the sounds of the recent battle, realizes that Ohensok has already defeated Kang Jino. Wherever Chief Petty Officer Ohensok goes, he massacres everyone, just like that unfortunate day when Wang Sehi was a child, who, for the first time in his life, at the sound of the call to flee as soon as possible, sees his master lose his life. And the culprit is none other than Chief Petty Officer Ohensok, who came to Sumin Young to see who is stronger. And since Petty Officer Ohensok could not get an answer to his question, he starts screaming out of impotence. The young Wang Sehi witnesses this atrocity by Chief Petty Officer Ohensok, who, as if nothing had happened, now appears before a Wang Sehi trembling with his vengeance. But Petty Officer Oh Hensok doesn't yet understand how Wang Sahi knows his name, who has commandeered the power of the Black Tiger to deal with Hensok. And finally, in this much-anticipated moment for Wang Sahi, he will not lose to Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensoku, who never remembered Wang Sahi prepares to attack with his battle weapons at the ready. Wang Sahi, in turn, has already gained considerable speed, and holding his battle weapon, flies straight at Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensok, who meets his first strike with the martial arts weapon under Wang Sahi's control. At the same time, Wang Sahi himself leaps to add strength to his punch and strikes Oh Hensoku, pushing him to the ground, who in turn, although he deflects Wang Sahi's punch, still wants to know what Black Tiger means by this time. But since Wang Sahi doesn't dignify Petty Officer Oh Hensok with an answer, the latter demands immediate clarification. Wang Sahi himself, while making blow after blow, notices that his opponent possesses a battle weapon that can withstand the power of the Black Tiger. But suddenly, as soon as Wang Sahi begins to scrutinize Petty Officer Oh Hensok's battle weapon, he starts to get a hunch. In the meantime, Petty Officer Oh Hensok, unable to react in time to take a punch, is hit by Wang Sahi, who, having thrown his opponent backwards, is now certain that Petty Officer Oh Hensok's battle weapon is named Wrath of the Moon. Oh Hyunsok is still on alert, but he's still wondering how Wang Sahi knows that name. It was then that Senior Oh Hensok realized that he was a disciple of Suman Jung who had cowardly escaped, and Wang Sahi ignores what Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensok said and wants to know why, of all people, he's the one using the sword. To which Petty Officer Oh Hensok replies that he doesn't see the point of wasting such a battle weapon by leaving it at Suman Jung's burial site, and this statement finally pisses off Wang Sahi, who begins to let out a scream. In doing so, Wang Sahi comes down on the defensive-minded Senior Oh Hensok with renewed vigor, who, seeing the black shadow veil thrust upon him, realizes that this is what the power of the Black Tiger looks like. And now Petty Officer Oh Hensok is fighting not Wang Sahi himself, but the black energy that belongs to the Black Tiger. And Petty Officer Oh Hensok skillfully wields his battle weapon to cut this black force into small pieces. Meanwhile, Wang Sahi continues to pour out the Black Tiger's power on Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensok out of rage. In doing so, Petty Officer Oh Hensok can now conclude that the Black Tiger is weaker than he thought, which means the next thing Petty Officer Oh Hensok does is jump on Wang Sahi on offense, who strikes one Oh Hensoku without noticing the other part of him already striking him in the stomach area. That said, Petty Officer Wang Sahi admits that Black Tiger's return has him worried. But now looking at Wang Sahi, Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensok believes that the current strength of the Black Tiger is in the hands of some weakling. Wang Sahi, hearing such an insult against him, gathers his strength in his fist and rushes at Chief Petty Officer Oh Hensok again, who once again holding his battle weapon at the ready finally realizes that the Black Tiger is going to confront him for real. And at the same time, the Water Serpent Baru, who until some point held the dragon Neuralmere in his grasp, is brought down by a blow to the ground. At that, the dragon Neuralmere, towering over the temporarily stricken Water Serpent Baru, wants to know if he realizes who he's messing with. After all, the difference in strength between the Water Serpent Baru and the dragon Neuralmere is too great. And Baru, looking up at Neuralmere's dragon from below, even though he realizes that his arm is missing, he didn't think the dragon was that strong. In this case, the dragon, preparing to pour out its flame, opens its mouth and tells the Water Serpent Baru that now his end will come. And the Water Serpent Baru, who is frozen in one place just watching the scorching flames heading straight for him. As soon as the flame of the dragon Neuralmere reaches the ground, it consumes not only the Water Serpent Baru, but also all around.